Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Night, human world, Kamaya residence. A flash of light illuminated the night sky as Tenraku and the girls accompanying him reappeared in the human world, stepping through the teleportation circle and into the Kamaya family home. "We're back," Tenraku said with a sigh of relief, the familiar air of his home settling warmly around them. Ravel looked around with awe in her eyes. "Is this Oni-chan's house?" Having completed her etiquette training, Ravel had received permission from her parents to join Tenraku in the human world. She would now be living with him and attending Kuo Academy. "Pick any room you like," Tenraku said with a gentle smile, ruffling her golden hair. "I'll help you with the school transfer paperwork tomorrow." "Okay," she beamed, and with that, Ravel excitedly followed Maliu and Burant to explore the rooms. Tenraku turned to Kuroka. "You too. Choose whichever room you want." "I'll stay with Chiron," Kuroka replied, hugging her younger sister. "One-san," Kaneko muttered softly, blushing but not refusing. With their arrival, the Kamaya household, which had been quiet during summer vacation, was once again filled with noise and warmth. To celebrate, Tenraku personally cooked dinner for everyone. The aroma of home-cooked food filled the halls, an irreplaceable comfort compared to the luxury of the underworld. Later that evening, steam rose from the large luxurious bath as Tenraku stepped out, drying himself with a flicker of power. Clad in a robe, he prepared to rest. Rias and Irina had decided not to visit that night, everyone still recovering from the day's events. But just as he stepped into the hallway, a familiar presence embraced him, soft, graceful, and unexpected. It was Rainier. Even though tensions between devils and fallen angels had softened in recent times, Tenraku had kept a close watch over Rainier, Middlet, and Calawarner during their time in the underworld. As part of Kateria's training, they had remained mostly confined to the Saints and Demons Hall. "How's Kateria?" he asked, watching Rainier's face carefully. A sly smile curved her lips. "Training is complete. She's, well, very compliant now. Middlet and Calawarner are waiting. Come and see." Tenraku hesitated for a brief moment before following her to his room. Inside, Middlet and Calawarner stood at attention. Kateria lay quietly on a reclining bench nearby, dressed simply, her gaze distant yet focused the moment Tenraku entered. There was a strange serenity in her expression. "She's waiting for you," Calawarner said, nodding toward the former Leviathan. Tenraku approached, watching Kateria carefully. He had once believed her to be a reckless woman, consumed by pride and ambition. But as the fallen angels explained what had transpired, he saw a different side of her, coldly pragmatic, willing to sacrifice anything for power, even pride. She had stopped resisting, not out of fear, but because she had calculated the odds. And in Tenraku, she had seen a path forward. Tenraku exhaled deeply, still unsure what to make of her complete transformation. "She's terrifying," he murmured inwardly. "But maybe that's exactly what makes her dangerous and useful." Kateria raised her eyes to him. "I understand my place now," she said with a calm voice. "Use me as you see fit, Tenraku-sama." There was no desperation in her tone, only resolve. Tenraku said nothing for a moment, then nodded once. Whatever lay ahead, Kateria had made her choice, and now she was his responsibility. Meanwhile, in the underworld Grigori headquarters. A surge of light burst into the dark sky above Grigori as flames exploded upward, signaling the awakening of tremendous power. From the smoke and fire, a figure emerged, Valley. Azazel appeared moments later, floating calmly above the chaos. "So," he said, amused, "you've finally awakened it." Valley's eyes were cold. "Are you here to stop me?" Azazel shrugged. "Why would I? I told you before, if you can leave, you're free." "The power of Lucifer's blood, it's awakened," Vala said. "Even without my sacred gear." Azazel studied him for a moment. "Losing your sacred gear might have been the best thing to ever happen to you. It forced you to find what was already inside." Valley didn't smile. "To surpass Tenraku, I needed this. I may despise the power I now wield, but I'll use it. Because it's necessary." "You're not strong enough yet," Azazel noted. "I know." Valley clenched his fists. "That's why I'll keep pushing forward. This isn't about revenge anymore, it's fate." Azazel's gaze softened. Perhaps it is. Vala turned, his jet-black wings unfurling behind him. Goodbye, Azazel. With a flare of light, he vanished into the horizon. Azazel watched him go, a slight grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Stubborn as always, but maybe that's what makes him strong. Early morning, Kamaya residence. The morning sun filtered gently through the curtains as Tenraku stirred awake, letting out a quiet yawn. The room around him was in disarray, a testament to the long, chaotic night that had passed. Lying beside him were Rainier, Kateria, Middlet and Calawarner, each resting peacefully. Despite the exhaustion in his body, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Tenraku's lips. He had grown used to the company of the three fallen angels, but Kateria was different. Her demeanor, elegance and intensity had surprised even him. Rainier blinked awake and stretched lazily, her golden hair spilling across the pillow. "Good morning, master," she said with a knowing smirk. Kateria soon followed, lifting herself with poise and an unreadable look in her eyes. "Shall we begin the day?" Tenraku sighed inwardly. These women, dangerous, proud, powerful, were now his allies. Sometimes he wondered whether it was fortune or folly to walk such a path. "Get ready," he said, standing and gathering his thoughts. "We're heading to the Saints and Demons Hall." Moments later, dressed and composed, Tenraku teleported with Rainier and Kateria to the hall deep within his estate. The room they entered was vast and shadowed. Chained within were several robed women, female magicians who had once followed Kateria in her ambitions. These weren't ordinary prisoners. They were powerful spellcasters, captured during Kateria's failed rebellion. While most had been handed over to Surzex and the others, Tenraku had retained a select few. He had a plan, and for it, he needed skilled individuals loyal to him. As the doors opened, the magicians raised their heads, and many of them gasped in disbelief. The sight of Kateria, standing obediently beside Tenraku, her once proud aura replaced by something colder, sharper, was enough to silence the entire hall. "Ke Kateria-sama?" One of them asked, her voice trembling. The former Leviathan showed no emotion. She merely stepped forward. Tenraku walked among the captives with calm detachment. "They look healthy," he noted, stopping in front of the speaker. "You've recovered better than expected." What have you done to her?" the woman asked, defiance flaring in her eyes. Before Tenraku could respond, Kateria acted. She struck the woman swiftly across the face. The hall fell into silence again. "Kateria," Tenraku said with a measured tone. "There's no need for cruelty. These were your people." Kateria's eyes flickered briefly. They hesitated. "That weakness nearly cost us everything." Tenraku turned to address the rest. "You've seen it. Kateria now walks a different path, mine. The question is, will you stand with her or stay in chains?" There was no immediate answer. Some lowered their heads in shame, others in thought. Tenraku didn't wait. "Kateria, they were once yours. Guide them again. But this time, mold them into something useful. I need loyal people, strong and disciplined. Tools with purpose." Kateria nodded and knelt. "As you command, master." Tenraku placed a hand on her shoulder before turning to leave. "Do what must be done." As he exited the hall with Rainier beside him, Kateria rose and faced her former comrades. "You will serve," she said coldly. "Not for me, but for the one who gave us a second chance." The magicians watched her approach with a mix of fear and awe. Whatever fate awaited them, they knew it had already begun. Later, Kuo Academy. The start of a new school term brought a sense of routine back to Kuo town. Tenraku, accompanied by members of Rias's team, made his way toward the academy grounds. "Hey, have you heard of the Apei hero?" a student whispered to another as they passed. "Apei hero? Sounds weird," one of them replied. "No, seriously. He's been stopping fights and helping people. I saw him rescue a kid from some thugs last week." The girls from Rias's group frowned at the name, but Tenraku chuckled. The title was ridiculous, but oddly fitting for this town. Once inside, Rias and Aquino went to their respective classrooms. Tenraku, meanwhile, headed to the student council room with Livia and Mira to finalize Livia's enrollment. Assigned to the same class as Kaneko due to her age, Livia received her uniform and ID. As they exited the council office, Tenraku patted her on the head. "Go on. Kaneko's waiting for you." Livia nodded and glanced at Sona Shirtorai, student council president and a devil with whom Tenraku shared a complicated history. She seemed distant as always. "Okay, Oni-chan," Livia said sweetly, then followed Kaneko toward their classroom. Once the girls had left, Tenraku turned to Sona. Her expression was unreadable. It's been a while, he said simply. The silence between them stretched, thick with things unsaid. And Tenraku knew, there were still many matters left unresolved.
Sana, don't you have anything to say to me? Tenraku spoke up, looking at Sana across from him. What else is there to say? The matter of my sister's enrollment has been taken care of, and you can leave now, Sana replied calmly without even looking up. Tenraku found it amusing that Sana referred to her sister as Ling Mei. Miss Sabeki, could you and your group please leave for a moment? I would like to talk to Sana about something, Tenraku requested, taking a deep breath and suppressing his urge to explode. After hesitating for a moment, Shinra Tsubeki finally nodded and left the student council room with Yurit Tsubasa and the other girls, leaving Tenraku and Sana alone. No one spoke, and the room fell silent. Kamiya Tenraku, if you have nothing else to say, please leave, Sana broke the silence with a cold tone. Sana, why have you been so cold to me lately? Is it because of what happened last time? Tenraku asked, staring at the girl. Yes, it is because of what happened last time, Sana confirmed. Kamiya Tenraku, I believe that our relationship has reached a point where it is inappropriate to continue. Keeping some distance would benefit both of us, Sana said, pushing up her glasses. Keeping distance? Are you kidding me? Tenraku stepped forward, infuriated. Don't you think it's too late to back out now, Sana? He asked, taking 2 more steps toward her. I like you, Sana? What about you? How do you feel about me? Answer me, Tenraku demanded, looking straight into Sana's eyes. Sana was taken aback by Tenraku's straightforward confession. She blushed and turned her face away. Kamiya Tenraku, you are indeed an outstanding man, and countless women admire you both in the underworld and the human world, Sana admitted. But, between us, it's impossible. How is it impossible? What about last time? Don't tell me it was just a way of thanking me? Tenraku sneered. I admit that I was attracted to you at that time, but I have been regretting it ever since. If what happened last time caused you trouble, I apologize, Sana replied, trying to remain calm. Is an apology enough? What if I had taken the initiative and done that to you, and then apologized? How would you react? Tenraku coldly laughed. Sana was left speechless. She felt embarrassed about her behavior towards Tenraku after their last encounter. Tenraku laughed coldly, while Sana, on the other hand, was rendered speechless. It was true that she had made the first move last time, but Tenraku's cold demeanor afterward made her feel as though he was denying any involvement. This made Sana feel somewhat ashamed. What do you want, then? Sana couldn't keep up her emotionless facade any longer and felt a headache coming on. Although she had feelings for Tenraku, he was Ria's fiancé, and he had other women in his life. Her rational mind told her not to become entangled with him any further. However, the situation at hand was beyond her control. It's not what I want, it's what you want, Tenraku declared dominantly. You have already kissed me, so you belong to me? Tenraku's words made Sana furrow her brow. Kamiya Tenraku, you're too domineering. Domineering? You have known me for so long and only now do you realize how domineering I can be. I can be even more domineering? With a cold smile, Tenraku immediately embraced Sana's waist and kissed her on the lips. Woo woo woo. Feeling a mix of shame and anger, Sana instinctively struggled, but Tenraku refused to let go. No, Kamiya Tenraku, we can't do this. Muttering to herself, as she looked at the girl's appearance, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. Since it's not possible, let's continue then. Without further ado, Tenraku once again blocked the girl's lips. Time passed, and in the student council room, Tenraku sat on the chair of the student council president, with a nostalgic expression on his face. Sana, whose clothes were in disarray, was gasping for breath in Tenraku's arms, but her gaze towards him was somewhat cold. Sana, whether you're angry or upset, I like you, and I won't let any other man have you. If you want to get rid of me, then kill me. That's the only way to get rid of me. As he spoke, Tenraku closed his eyes, looking as if he was leaving the decision up to the girl. A cold light flashed in Sana's eyes, as she lifted a hand and cast a powerful magic spell. She was a proud woman, and Tenraku's dominant behavior towards her just now had indeed angered her. And as Tenraku had said, if she killed him now, she wouldn't have to worry about him bothering her again in the future. The atmosphere in the room became even colder, and even Tenraku would be seriously injured or killed if he was hit by this powerful magic spell while completely defenseless. But, Kamiya Tenraku, you win. As the magic spell dissipated, Sana closed her eyes. She knew that Tenraku had deliberately forced her to make a choice, but she couldn't bring herself to truly want to kill him. So, she lost. Sana, be my wife. With a slight smile, Tenraku opened his eyes and whispered into the girl's ear. This battle was his victory? I still need to think about it. A hint of panic flashed in Sana's eyes as she spoke. Although she did have some interest in Tenraku, it was difficult for her to accept his confession and become his wife just like that. Okay, I'll give you some time to consider. But regardless of the outcome, you can only be my wife? Knowing that he couldn't push the girl too hard, Tenraku nodded and smiled. Sana was tempted to curse when she heard that she could only be his wife no matter what. What was the point of considering then? She had already experienced firsthand how domineering Tenraku could be. She couldn't help but wonder how Rias had put up with this guy for so long. But the smart girl didn't say much. At least now she had some buffer time. In the meantime, you are not allowed to be intentionally cold to me anymore. And during this time, we will be in a romantic relationship, and you must allow me to do some intimate things between lovers. No way. Sana could agree to the first condition, but she immediately rejected the second without even thinking about it. This guy was really pushing his luck? Then at least when Sana and I are alone, we will be in a romantic relationship. Leaning over to the girl's ear, Tenraku looked like he was ready to continue pushing even if she dared to refuse. Although still somewhat annoyed, Sana knew that this was Tenraku's biggest concession. With a changing expression, the girl finally nodded. If it was only when they were alone that they maintained a romantic relationship and allowed him to do some intimate things, she could accept it. Please take care of me in the future, Sana. After whispering these words into the girl's ear, Tenraku stood up from the student council room and left with a look of satisfaction on his face. Sana collapsed onto the chair, while Tenraku showed a self-deprecating smile. Sana never thought she would become like this. She had fallen. After returning to the classroom, Tenraku greeted his familiar classmates and happily returned to his seat. Tenraku seems very happy. Why do I smell Sana's scent on you? Akeno grinned at Tenraku while Ria sniffed cutely with a look of confusion on her face. Tenraku's eyes twitched when he heard them. Hey, I just finished dealing with Sana, do you guys have to be so sensitive? Women's intuition is truly terrifying. Tenraku has experienced this firsthand, but he cannot let his affair with Sana be exposed. He had a hard time diverting Ria's and Akeno's attention, so they didn't inquire any further. Returning to the peaceful campus life, he would occasionally doze off or pass notes to the girls. The tranquility and leisurely feeling were unexpectedly pleasant. After school, at the kendo club. Okay, that's it for today. Looking at the girls practicing swordsmanship listlessly, Tenraku shook his head in disappointment. This must be post-holiday syndrome. He wondered where these girls went crazy during summer break. After packing up, the girls said goodbye to Tenraku and went home in pairs, except for one girl who stayed behind. It was Kiryu Aika. After everyone had left, Kiryu Aika stared at Tenraku and then pounced on him, playfully pawing at his clothes. Be honest with me? Tenraku impatiently slapped Kiryu Aika's hand away from inside his clothes. Kaiko, club president, is so heartless. Have you already grown tired of me? Woo woo woo, I'm so pitiful. Tearfully, with a look of sorrowful appeal, Tenraku felt a burst of evil fire rising within him as he looked at Aika. This damn fairy? Not wanting to say anything more, Tenraku directly picked up Kiryu Aika and entered the nearby resting room. Although she wasn't ready to actually eat the girl yet, everything else was fair game. Soon, the sound of Kiryu Aika's cries of surprise and then moans filled the resting room. The once pure and sacred dojo was now defiled by this pair of lustful lovers. These guys are really bad people. However, this seems to be just the beginning. At night, somewhere in Kuok town. Ah, this is so scary. A bespectacled girl hurriedly walked down a cold and remote street, her head low. She regretted delaying things and coming back home this late. Everything around her was eerie, and she was surprised to discover that the small street she usually took home could be so terrifying. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps startled the already tense girl. But when she saw a group of pedestrians walking out of a nearby alleyway, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought. She could finally see other people, and she wouldn't be so scared anymore. But then, why were they all walking towards her? Why did they surround her? Excuse me, is there something wrong? With a growing sense of unease, the girl cautiously asked. Young lady, haven't your parents told you not to walk alone outside at night? The hoarse voice came from a middle-aged man whose eyes shone as he scrutinized the nervous girl. His gaze was like that of a predator looking at a delicious lamb. What do you want to do to me? Are you all bad people? Covering her chest, the girl became even more nervous. Several figures looked at each other and then let out an eerie laugh. He, that's right. We're bad people? With a dumbfounded expression, the girl's face quickly filled with fear. Bad people. You're all bad people. Don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever you want. Whatever you want? In a panic, the girl quickly took out everything valuable on her and threw them at the bad guys, coins, paper money, lipstick, everything. But then, a book fell out. Its title was Swaying Roses, and the cover showed two handsome men in a passionate kiss. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and the girl quickly picked up the book. Ha, you don't need this, do you? Feeling the bad guy's contemptuous gaze, the girl felt embarrassed. No, we don't need those things. Another bad guy said in a low voice. Don't need these things? But aren't you robbing me? Are you? With a shocked expression, the girl suddenly understood the bad guy's intentions. They weren't trying to rob her. They wanted to plunder beauties? Woo, please don't do this. Although I know I'm cute, please spare me. I don't want you to tear off my clothes. I don't want you to violate my body. Break it? I'll break it. Ah. Completely caught in the chaos, the girl danced and screamed continuously. It's unclear whether it's a hallucination, but although the girl looks terrified, there seems to be some excitement. Shut up, you despicable human with lustful desires? Seemingly unable to bear it any longer, another bad guy shouted loudly, and the frightened girl tightly covered her lips, not daring to make any more noise. But tears still flowed uncontrollably, making her look pitiful. Little girl, don't be afraid. We don't want your things, and we won't harm your body. The man who first spoke to the girl had a smile on his face, but that smile looked creepy no matter how you looked at it. Although she was extremely afraid, the girl secretly despised them, thinking to herself that they thought she was a fool. They didn't want to rob her or assault her, as if they were good people. Then, what do you want? With a fearful expression on her face, the girl asked. They exchanged a glance, and the bad guys once again made a sinister laugh. He, we want to first stray devil, who had already lost their restraints. Devouring human was a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. Of course, just like food, there were different levels of quality. Delicious and succulent young girls were their favorites. Eat? With a strange cry, several stray devils grinned eagerly, ready to enjoy their dinner. However, at that moment, stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, piercing the quiet and empty street. Several confused devils involuntarily stopped their actions. Human? Who's there? 3 human boys slowly emerged from the darkness, standing across from the stray devils. Seeing their terrifying appearance and the fact that they didn't run away, it was clear that they were not ordinary humans. However, there was no sign of any magic power fluctuations from them. Could they be skilled experts who could hide their energy? Several stray devils became wary. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere became tense. Then, under the stray devil's gaze, the 3 boys suddenly sprang into action. At the moment darkness falls, that's when we make our appearance. Comrades of justice? Envoys of radiance? We are the Oppai heroes? With strange poses and cheesy lines, the previously tense atmosphere took a weird turn. Several stray devils were confused and then became enraged. How dare they mock us, damn humans? Eat them, eat. With angry roars, several stray devils rushed towards the 3 boys. Since these foolish humans had come to them, they would be treated as appetizers before the main course. Act here coming, those monsters are coming. Shoot them, Issei, shoot them quickly. Seeing the monsters rushing towards them, Motohama and Matsuda were scared out of their wits and quickly hid behind Hayudu Issei, urging him on. Although they had seen these monsters several times before, they were still terrified every time. Idiots, don't push me. Hayudu Issei was infuriated by these 2 idiots. However, he couldn't let his guard down in the face of the oncoming monsters and quickly used his abilities. Oppai, grant me power. With fists clenched and a loud shout, a pink beam of light shot up into the sky, followed by 2 enormous Oppai rapidly growing on Hayudu Issei's flat chest. Oppai light wave? 2 pink laser beams shot out from the Oppai and hit the leading stray devil head on. Ah! Boom! With a painful scream and a loud noise, the stray devil that was hit exploded into powder in an instant. What kind of magic is this? Damn it, it's human magic. Scatter, quick, scatter. With one of their comrades killed so easily, the remaining stray devils were filled with fear and quickly dispersed, afraid of being killed by the strange magic that had just been used. Ha ha ha, see that you monsters, this is the power of Oppai. Issei, keep shooting them, shoot them to death. Seeing the monsters scared and hiding behind Hayudu Issei, Motohama, and Matsuda, who were crouching behind him, stood up again, laughing and excited. Hayudu Issei was also thrilled, and with a jiggling chest, he started shooting again. The stray devils were scared out of their wits by the pink light waves shooting toward them, constantly fleeing in all directions. They didn't know what kind of terror this magic was, but the pink light waves were deadly on contact and could ignore all defensive magic. The frustrated stray devils had no choice but to keep fleeing and evading, without any means of counterattack. Issei, let us try it too, let us try it too. Don't shoot all the light waves, leave some for us too. While a few monsters were killed by Hayudu Issei's attacks, Motohama and Matsuda were anxious, afraid that Issei would steal all the monster heads. Understood. Hayudu Issei was also a loyal friend, so he shot a light wave at Motohama and Matsuda. The hit Motohama and Matsuda were not blown up like the monsters but were enveloped in a pink aura, seeming to be enjoying it, and then, they also grew 2 pairs of huge Oppai. Ha ha ha, die, all of you, go to hell? See the power of Oppai, you monsters? Shoot you to death. Shoot you to death. Ha 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 ha. Laughing wildly and feeling triumphant, the once perverted trio of Kyoah Academy jiggled their 3 pairs of huge Oppai and continuously fired light waves at the monsters. Explosions and screams continued as the 3 of them destroyed the stray devils one by one, leaving only one remaining. Oppai's judgment? The judgment of justice. Final blow? Excited and exhilarated, Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudu Issei prepared to launch the final blow against the monster. Deep down in despair, the remaining stray devil closed its eyes, waiting to be annihilated by the terrifying Oppai of the 3 humans. But why wasn't he dead yet? After a while, stray devil, who found himself unscathed, couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw the 3 humans across from him, all dumbfounded. Unlike their heroic appearance earlier, the Oppai of the 3 humans had returned to their normal state. Ah, you idiot Issei, how could you mess up at a time like this? Damn it, it's all because I divided the energy among you guys. You 2 idiots, stop arguing and hurry up and replenish your energy. After a chaotic scene of scrambling around, Hayudu Issei quickly took out a box of milk and drank it all in one gulp. Motohama and Matsuda, who were anxiously trying to help, also tore open a box of milk and tried to pour it into Hayudu Issei's mouth. They almost choked him to death in the process. Although he didn't understand the situation fully, it was clear that something had gone wrong with the 3 human magicians. The stray devil, who had just escaped from death, was suddenly excited and unwilling to let go of this opportunity. HHHHH, you are all going to die now. Roaring ferociously, the lone stray devil rushed towards the three of them without hesitation. They had actually killed so many of his companions and tore them apart. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. As the terrifying monsters charged toward them, Motohama and Matsuda were so scared they were about to wet themselves. They clung onto Hayudo Issei, crying and howling in fear. Hayudo Issei himself was filled with despair, wanting to escape but unable to break free from the grasp of the two idiots. However, just as the stray devil was about to pounce on the three of them, buzz! A burst of pink light erupted from Hayudo Issei's body, blindingly bright before transforming into a giant pink Oppai phantom that enveloped Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudo Issei. The charging stray devil crashed into the Oppai phantom head-on, but it was like colliding into a jelly. The monster was sent flying away, crashing into a nearby building and reducing it to rubble. The stray devil climbed back up, screaming in disbelief, "What is this thing?" Hayudo Issei and his friends were in shock, but also ecstatic at the sight. "Oppai? It's Oppai? Issei, you've awakened a new power. You can become a god now, Issei." Motohama and Matsuda jumped up with excitement, eyes shining. Oppai's power, this is Oppai's power. Hayudo Issei himself was filled with an indescribable sense of excitement. "The power of Oppai, this is the power of Oppai," he exclaimed. "It's so strong, so strong." But in reality, besides a feeling of excitement, Hayudo Issei didn't really feel much else. Die? The stray devil was infuriated that even at this moment, these human magic users were still trying to fool him. He launched several powerful magic attacks toward them. Boom, 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 but to his surprise, his magic had no effect on them at all. "Ha ha, you ugly monster, try harder. Keep attacking us?" Motohama and Matsuda laughed, taunting stray devil. "Evil creature, you will never understand the power of Oppai," Hayudo Issei said, moved to tears. "What a powerful force, Oppai. What a great force, Oppai. What a beautiful force, Oppai. I don't believe it." With eyes turning red, the stray devil shouted angrily and then mobilized his magic power regardless of everything, condensing a huge energy ball. This was already his strongest attack, and he didn't believe that the opponent's obscene magic could withstand it. Sizzle. Boom. The ear-shattering explosion and blazing flames destroyed half of the street under the stray devil's strongest attack. But, thud thud, the huge pink Oppai phantom rolled and bounced on the ground like jelly a few times, then stopped, and Hayudo Issei and his friends inside the Oppai phantom were still unharmed. Impossible? The stray devil was instantly crushed and in despair. "Motohama, Matsuda, I have always believed that Oppai is the greatest thing in this world." With tears streaming down his face and sniffling, Hayudo Issei said. "Ah, we also believe it, Issei." Motohama and Matsuda replied solemnly. Energy restored, the giant Oppai on their chests grew again, and the three of them locked onto the last monster in the distance, then shouted together. "Oppai invincible?" Whizzing. 6 waves of pink light shot through the air, then hit the stray devil who had a look of bitter despair on his face. "What obscene magic? What obscene humans? Ah-ha-ah-ha-ha." Boom. Under the stray devil's painful scream, there was a loud noise, and then the giant body burst into dust between heaven and earth. Everything returned to peace. Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudo Issei also breathed a sigh of relief and were full of excitement. This was the victory of Oppai. "Hihi, this girl is so cute. Hey, wake up, wake up." Motohama and Matsuda found the glasses girl who had passed out from fear, with a pig-like expression on their faces, and Hayudo Issei patted the girl's face and shouted, "A monsters, there are monsters?" The glasses girl sat up screaming, her face full of horror. "Don't worry, this classmate, we have already eliminated the monsters. Don't thank us. We are the Oppai heroes guarding Earth's peace. Hihi, if you insist on thanking us, then go on a date with me," Matsuda said. "Damn you, Matsuda, you're too cunning. If anyone is going to date her, it'll be me," Motohama replied. "Date with me? I'm the one who did the most work," Hayudo Issei argued. The three of them argued over who the girl should go on a date with, their faces turning red and their necks bulging. Speaking of the girl they rescued, she was indeed quite cute. Her face and figure were both very attractive, but the only regret was that her chest seemed to be a little small. Speaking of this topic, the three of them just noticed that the girl with glasses who was sitting up was staring straight at their chests with a shocked expression on her face. Because their Oppai energy had not yet been depleted, all three of them still had huge Oppai in front of their chests, making the 2 small bumps on the girl's chest pale in comparison. "Ha ha ha. This classmate, please listen to our explanation." With a stiff and embarrassed expression, Hayudo Issei was about to explain, but the girl with glasses slapped him in the face. "Ah, perverts!" she screamed and then ran away. "That ungrateful woman?" Hayudo Issei held the spot where he was slapped, feeling both painful and resentful. To treat their saviors in such a way, this world is truly beyond redemption. "Issei, be strong. Heroes are always lonely, and even if people don't understand us, we must continue to move forward with determination," Motohama said. "Yes, when we decided to become heroes and save the world, we already had a sense of determination," Matsuda added. Patting Hayudo Issei's shoulder, Motohama and Matsuda comforted him. Although they were 2 unreliable friends and both of them were troublemakers, Hayudo Issei felt that they were more reliable than ever at that moment. "Motohama, Matsuda, both of you?" Seeing Issei's moved expression, both Motohama and Matsuda looked at each other and smirked in agreement. This idiot Issei, we can't let him date that cute girl, no way. If he knew what the two of them were really thinking, Hayudu Issei would definitely roar and break off their friendship. My stomach is a bit empty, Issei, Motohama, let's go get some late-night snacks. Okay, let's celebrate our progress on the road to becoming heroes. Issei, it's your turn to treat us this time. Why is it me again? Playing around and having fun, the three Oppai heroes who were determined to protect world peace gradually disappeared into the darkness. In the luxurious and spacious bathtub, the sound of water rushing could be heard from time to time as Tenraku passionately kissed his familiar, Undine Queen. 3 Undine Queens were present. 2 clones flanked Tenraku on either side while the main body of the queen was kissing him. Undines are a type of elf that are shy and prefer peace and quiet, and the same goes for Undine Queens. Except for when Tenraku summons them, Undine Queens hardly ever show themselves, and even then, they only do it when Tenraku is alone. Tenraku cared a lot for his capable and beautiful familiar queen, and so he would occasionally spend some time alone with her. This not only strengthened their bond and feelings for each other but also allowed them to become more familiar with each other's bodies. Suddenly, a magic barrier opened, and Ria's projection appeared. Tenraku, familiar, sent back a video regarding the recent appearance of the Oppai warriors in the town, and it turns out we know them. Take a look on your end as well. Tenraku released the flustered and intoxicated Undine Queen and asked Rias what was going on. After seeing what Tenraku and his familiar were up to, Rias, who was already accustomed to it, didn't say much and only sent a video file to Tenraku. The Oppai warriors? I'll take a look, Tenraku replied, with a hint of interest in his voice. Rather than immediately opening the file, Tenraku stroked the face of the Undine Queen nestled in his arms and whispered, "Do you know what to do? Like what Rainare and the others did." Seeing the mischievous smile on her master's face, the Undine Queen blushed and knew exactly what to do. She was usually attached to Tenraku, and she understood her master's personality and desires better than anyone else. The main body of the queen slowly submerged into the water and provided her master with a special service. With his eyes slightly closed, Tenraku had an expression of bliss on his face as he gestured for the Undine Queen clones to open the video. The video showed Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudu Issei fighting against a stray devil, and after watching it, Tenraku wasn't too surprised. In fact, he had already guessed that it was his neighbor who was the so-called Oppai warrior. In this world, only the original protagonist had such a close relationship with Oppai. What surprised Tenraku slightly was that even after he took away Issei's sacred gear and women, Issei still managed to awaken the power of Oppai and received the blessing of the goddess of breasts. Tenraku couldn't help but marvel at the power of history's inertia. Of course, this didn't mean that Tenraku was interested in Hayudu Issei in any way. Although his Oppai power seems powerful enough to handle a few stray devils, if Tenraku wanted to eradicate him, it would be as easy as snapping his fingers. But Tenraku is not the type of person who likes to pick fights for no reason. Regardless of whether Hayudu Issei and his friends want to become heroes or not, as long as they don't cause trouble for him, he won't bother with them. He closed the video and enjoyed some peace and quiet. After a while, with the sound of rushing water, Undine Queen, who had absorbed her master's evil fire, stood up from the water. "Undine, well done," Tenraku praised as he stroked Queen's beautiful cheek. Actually, Queen's service was still somewhat unfamiliar, but Tenraku was very satisfied. It wasn't a matter of skill, but rather an advantage in her attributes. As the ruler of the water elves, Undine Queen could merge with the water and do many things that Rainare and Yubelina couldn't do, bringing Tenraku many unique sensations and experiences. It was both enjoyable and overwhelming. Blushing, Undine Queen gazed at her master with an infatuated expression. Just as Tenraku was about to do something more, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Queen's clone dissolved like clear water, and Undine Queen's main body turned into a shimmering light and attached to Tenraku's body. Tenraku frowned, not knowing who would be looking for him at this time. If it was Rainare and her demonesses, they would have a hard time later. "Come in," Tenraku said as the door was pushed open, and 2 girls walked in shyly. Seeing the 2 girls enter, Tenraku was slightly surprised. "Zenovia and Asia?" he exclaimed. He never expected it to be Zenovia and Asia. Zenovia was wearing a very bold lingerie and panties that accentuated her well-trained and alluring figure. She looked like a proud, wild, and tempting she-wolf, arousing endless desires to conquer her. Although Asia wasn't as bold as Zenovia, her lingerie and panties seemed to have been carefully selected and suited her pure and delicate temperament. It made people want to cherish and protect her. Tenraku was not a virtuous gentleman. Seeing the appearance of the 2 girls, the evil fire that had just been sucked away by Undine Queen ignited again. "Get in here," Tenraku ordered in a low voice, breathing heavily. "Holy Lord Sama. Tenraku-san." Zenovia was fine and jumped straight into the bath, but Asia was extremely shy and hesitated for a long time before getting down from above. "Tell me your purpose," Tenraku said with a slight smile as he pulled the 2 girls into his arms. Although it was a rhetorical question, he was looking forward to their answers. "Holy Lord Sama, to be honest, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I've set a dream and a goal for myself, which can also be said to be the meaning of my life from now on." Although Tenraku allowed Zenovia to call him by his name on normal occasions, when there were fewer people around, Zenovia still referred to Tenraku as Holy Lord Sama. As a devotee of Tenraku, she considered Tenraku her master, her god, her everything. "Oh, I'm listening," Tenraku said with a hint of interest. My sword is the sword of the master, and everything I have belongs to the master. So, I want to dedicate everything to Holy Lord Sama, and I want to bear children for Holy Lord Sama. Zenovia's voice echoed continuously in the air, and 2 uncontrollable blushes appeared on her heroic face, which even made Zenovia, who had a strong nerve, feel quite embarrassed to say such things. After all, her dream and goal were to bear children for Holy Lord Sama. It seemed a bit shameless. However, Tenraku, who heard her words, was amused. Zenovia, as your master, I approve of your goal and dream. Take it as the meaning of your life, and never give up. Stroking the beautiful and heroic cheeks of the girl, Tenraku smiled. Her believer had such a lofty goal and dream, so as her master, she should encourage and support her. That's why Tenraku was very supportive and encouraging. Yes, Holy Lord Sama? Zenovia, who had received her master's approval, was extremely happy and moved, nodding her head with a firm expression. This would be the meaning of her life from now on. Feeling extremely satisfied and laughing in her heart, Tenraku then looked towards Asia on the other side. What about you, Asia? What's your purpose? Tenraku asked, looking at Asia who was extremely shy. I also want to offer everything to Tenraku-san, to my lord. The girl blushed deeply and replied with determination. Hasn't Asia already offered everything to me? Tenraku didn't intend to let the girl go so easily and asked with a smirk. Feeling the demonic hand slowly sliding over her body, Asia was extremely embarrassed and couldn't help but tremble. She didn't dare to meet Tenraku's fiery and invasive gaze. But Tenraku-san hasn't done that kind of thing to me yet. Even though Tenraku-san has done it with Rias Oni-san, Yubelina Oni-san, and Irina-san, I don't want to lose to them. Asia's voice was filled with determination even though she was extremely shy. I also want to. Despite feeling extremely embarrassed, she never retreated at the crucial moment. Asia looked up at Tenraku with gem-like eyes full of love and determination. She didn't want to lose to Rias Oni-san and others, she also wanted to offer herself completely to Tenraku-san, to her lord. Tenraku's ego was greatly satisfied by her determination. What an excellent believer, what a beautiful girl. I already know your determination, Asia. Tenraku whispered into her ear with an evil grin. He stood up, activated his spirit chi to evaporate the water droplets from the bodies of the 3 girls, then carried Zenovia and Asia into his bedroom. Asia closed her eyes and let herself be taken. Zenovia, who was usually bold and daring, blushed at what was to come. Holy Lord Sama, I don't know any techniques for serving and don't know what to do when giving birth. Please play with me however you like. Zenovia closed her eyes and trembled. No normal man could refuse such a request. Tenraku felt his demonic desire surge and almost burst out of him. Zenovia, trust me, you'll learn soon enough. Tenraku caressed the girl's beautiful face, licked his lips, then growled and pounced. The 2 delicious and appetizing meals began to be enjoyed. In Underworld, Lucifer's palace, at a rating game alternate space arena. Honglong? The dazzling light blinded Sikvera, and the turbulent airflow made her scream as she fell to the ground. Hiss. A beam of light shot down from the sky, revealing the figure of Diodora. Sikvera, who was covered in blood, looked at the dark and powerful snake-like magic power enveloping Diodora and asked, what kind of magic power is this? Despite being evenly matched with Diodora before, Sikvera was quickly defeated by his strange magic power. This is my magic power, any problems? Diodora replied, looking down on Sikvera. Furious, Sikvera bit her silver teeth but could only accept her defeat without any excuses. You're Kamiya Tenraku's friend, aren't you? Diodora asked, realizing something. So what? Do you think beating me will get you closer to him? As a former subordinate of his, you can never defeat him, Sikvera replied with a mocking smile. Shut up, you wench. Diodora shouted furiously and transformed his snake-like magic power into black lightning, attacking the already injured Sikvera. In the morning, Tenraku yawned and opened his eyes, looking at Asia and Zenovia still tightly holding onto him on either side. He couldn't help but smile at the crazy and joyful night they had. Asia was the gentle and pure type, like a delicious ice cream that needed to be savored slowly. She had a calming presence that could melt anyone's heart, making them unable to hurt her even a bit. Due to being inexperienced, the girl was quite nervous and let Tenraku do as he pleased during the entire process, just like Mai did in the past. But under Tenraku's guidance, Mai became very bold and daring when serving her master, able to do any lewd and shameful pose to fulfill his desires. Stroking Asia's cheek, Tenraku smiled expectantly, believing that she would soon become just as bold under his guidance. After all, she was a hard-working, obedient, and eager to learn good girl. Zenovia, on the other hand, was much more wild. Although she was shy at first, she quickly became very bold and proactive in bed. The clever girl learned very quickly. Not only did she cooperate with Tenraku's requests, but she also quickly learned various techniques. Coupled with her body that had been trained beyond the limits of an ordinary person, Tenraku didn't need to be as gentle and careful with her as he was with Asia. He could indulge himself in her completely. Almost half of his energy was spent on Zenovia. If he had to describe that feeling, it would be exhilarating. Thinking of Zenovia in her combat uniform, Tenraku's heart began to burn with desire. Yes, he had made up his mind. Later, he would also bring Irina in and have them both perform a seductive act for him in their uniforms. Both women were exhausted from last night, so Tenraku didn't want to disturb them. He gently let go of Asia and Zenovia, got dressed, washed up, and then walked out of the room. As usual, Swollen, Isabella, and the others should have gone to do their morning exercises. Rias and Akeno were probably still lazing in bed, while Malayo and Buran were preparing breakfast for everyone. However, to Tenraku's surprise, Rias and the other girls had already gathered in the hall when he arrived. When they saw him, they all turned to him at once. Sweat was starting to bead on his forehead. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a little scared at this moment. Hey, even though I did some bad things last night, you don't have to put up such a big show waiting for me, right? Red Dragon Emperor, we had a great time last night, meow. Era, Zenovia, and Asia didn't come out. Did Tenraku bully them too much? Kurika and Akeno's faces were all ambiguous as they looked at Tenraku, making him feel embarrassed. Although everyone was used to this kind of thing, Ravel, who had just arrived, still felt ashamed of her bad Unii-chan. Unii-chan, you're really bad? Yubelina and the other peerages, as well as the sister-in-law Sama peerages, were afraid that one day all the pretty girls in their homes would be harmed by their bad Unii-chan. Although she had only been living here for a few days, Ravel already understood this deeply. Tosca and the other women laughed sweetly, and Tenraku felt embarrassed for a while. He coughed lightly and stroked the girl's forehead. Ravel, your Unii-chan is a normal man, and it's natural to have some needs. Not wanting everyone to be tangled up in this kind of thing, Tenraku sat between Rias and Konako-chan and changed the topic. What's going on, Rias? The girls should have gathered together because something had happened, and Tenraku looked serious as he asked this question. You can take a look for yourself first. Rias opened 2 video recordings, which were records of 2 rating game matches. Although Tenraku's match had already ended, the matches of other young devils were still ongoing. One of the recordings was Sarayorg's match against Sephiroth, the problem child of the House of Glaciolabalas. Although Sephiroth had some personality problems, his strength was beyond doubt. He could at least rank among the top in the Underworld new generation devils. However, this guy had bad luck and ran into Sarayorg as soon as he appeared. With his poor mouth, he was quickly taken down by Sarayorg's side. The other recording was about Seekvera's match. What Tenraku didn't expect was that Seekvera's opponent was Diodora. Because Diodora still harbored a grudge against him and wanted to seek revenge after Tenraku cut off his bad root, his strength at this time was much stronger than his original fate line. However, as a genius girl of the House of Agars and one of the young kings of the new generation of devils, Seekvera was not someone to be trifled with. Her outstanding talent, coupled with the House of Agar's ability to manipulate time, in Tenraku's view, even if she couldn't beat him, she wouldn't lose to Diodora. The fact is, in the beginning, Seekvera and Diodora fought fiercely, evenly matched, and neither side could defeat the other. But later on, the situation suddenly changed. Diodora used a strange and powerful magic power to quickly defeat Seekvera. The video was clear and the sound was very clear. Because she was friends with Tenraku, Diodora cruelly attacked the heavily injured Seekvera. Then he turned to the camera and said something with his lips moving. Although Diodora did not make any sound, Tenraku instantly understood his meaning. Kamiya Tenraku, I'm waiting for you. Tenraku narrowed his eyes and exuded a faintly sharp aura. The girls naturally understood Tenraku's mood at this time, and the whole room fell silent for a while. Is Seekvera okay, Rias? Returning to his usual self, Tenraku asked. She's still recovering, but she's fine now. Tenraku, what are you going to do? Diodora's provocative behavior was very annoying. Not to mention Tenraku, even Rias and the other girls were very unhappy. What else do I need to say? That guy dared to come and provoke me and hurt my friend. Naturally, he must pay the price. With a cold smile on his face, Tenraku's eyes flashed with a chilling light. If Diodora could just leave him alone, Tenraku wouldn't bother with him. But since this guy was looking for death and kept pestering him, then Tenraku he would make sure that Diodora would regret being born in this world and he would put an end to everything. Rias, the second round of the competition should be starting soon, right? Thinking of something, Tenraku asked Rias. Yes, the first round of the competition has ended. According to Underworld's arrangements, the winners of the first round will officially start the second round of the competition in 3 days. Rias replied as she nodded to Tenraku. That's perfect. Please ask Surtsk-sama to arrange for me to have the first match against Diodora in the second round. That shouldn't be a problem, but we should investigate Diodora's strange magic power first, just in case. Although Rias had absolute confidence in Tenraku, she still suggested this just in case. That's office power, meow. At that moment, Kurika interjected. Oh, Offeyes? The expressions on Rias and the other girls' faces changed in surprise. If it really was Offeyes' power, this was no joke. That young master from the Astaroth family has already joined the Cows Brigade. It seems like he was lured in by that woman Kateria, Kurika said lazily, while she was playing with Konako-chan's hair. She didn't have much interest in these things, but she was now a member of this family, so she shared what she knew. I didn't expect Diodora to have already joined the Cows Brigade. I need to report this news to our older brother. Shocked, Rias prepared to contact Surtsk but was stopped by Tenraku. Don't worry, Rias. If even we can see it, Surtsk must have already noticed it as well. Then why? Rias didn't understand Tenraku's meaning. If Surtsk had already noticed, why was he allowing Diodora to do as he pleased? If Diodora dares to use Offeyes' power so openly, Cows Brigade must have some kind of plan. Surtsk and the others surely have their own plans. We should not get involved to avoid causing them trouble. Speaking seriously and confidently, Tenraku actually had no idea whether Surtsk had any plans or not. He simply didn't want Diodora to be caught. How dare he join the Cows Brigade? Tenraku didn't want to miss the opportunity to take him down. So, what should we do? Rias nodded, thinking that Tenraku made sense, and asked. We don't do anything. We just need to stick to our own plan. Rias, please ask Surtsk to arrange a match between Diodora and me. I will defeat him and expose his betrayal. Okay. After making their decision, Rias immediately contacted Surtsk, while Tenraku stretched and stood up with anticipation on his face. Although Tenraku is confident in defeating Diodora even with the power of Afais, it is important to know one's enemy to win every battle. Therefore, Tenraku plans to gather more information about Diodora's situation. Perhaps Kateria, who seduced him into joining the Cows Brigade, may hold some valuable information. Dang Tenraku walked into the Great Hall of Saints and Demons where the female magicians were being held captive. Translation note, the characters in the original text are distorted, possibly to avoid censorship. Kateria, please let me go. I'll do anything you ask. The hall was filled with the sounds of painful screams as several female magicians suppressed another female magician, while Kateria coldly placed her hand on the latter's forehead, using some sort of magic. Seeing the scene inside, Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. This Kateria, she's quite something. When Tenraku had Rainare and the others train Kateria, they only used whips and other tools to torture her body and mind, gradually corrupting and breaking her. Tenraku thought that was evil enough, but this woman was even worse, using magic to forcefully brainwash these female magicians. This brainwashing magic was no joke. Even in the Underworld, it was considered a forbidden magic, causing the victim to experience unbearable pain and agony, and was extremely cruel and evil. Moreover, if the victim's willpower was strong enough to resist, the magic would burn their brain, turning them into a mindless shell. Of course, once the brainwashing succeeded, the victim would become a completely loyal slave to their master. That's why even though it was considered forbidden magic, many people still used it in secret. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. These female magicians were Kateri's subordinates, who followed and served her. She was really ruthless to be able to do this. This cold-blooded and ruthless woman? But in truth, Tenraku quite liked this kind of bad woman. Another scream echoed through the hall as the female magician's eyes rolled back and she collapsed to the ground, convulsing in unbearable pain. Kateria nodded in satisfaction. There was no need to ask, she had successfully brainwashed another female magician. These magicians were already Kateri's subordinates and had no rebellious thoughts toward her, so it was normal for her to be successful. At least so far, she had never failed. Master. Kateria and the group of brainwashed female magicians noticed Tenraku standing to the side and quickly walked over, bowing and saluting. Kateria, you really are a heartless woman, treating your former subordinates like this. Tenraku smiled as he stroked Kateri's enchanting and seductive face. It is an honor for them to become tools and slaves of their master. I am only guiding them towards the right path. Kateria said with a self-righteous expression on her face, and then she added, Master, do you want to test their loyalty? As long as it is your command, they can do anything. A hint of curiosity flashed in Tenraku's eyes at the suggestion. Anything? Can they die for me? Yes, Master. With an evil and expectant smile on his face, Tenraku held the chin of a nearby female magician. Looking at Tenraku with only endless fanaticism in her eyes, the female magician did not hesitate and was prepared to cast a magic spell towards her own head. Tenraku, satisfied with her loyalty, of course, did not let her really die. Before the female magician was about to end herself, Tenraku stopped her. Not bad, I have felt your loyalty. From now on, you will be my tool and serve me. Work hard and live on. Extremely satisfied, Tenraku stroked the beautiful face of the female magician. Yes, Master. Distorted and crazed, the female magician looked at Tenraku with even more fanatical obsession. Kateria, is it you who brought Diodora into the Cows Brigade and gave him the power of Afais? Thinking about the main topic, Tenraku asked. Yes, Master. Although Kateria did not understand why Tenraku suddenly asked about this, she still truthfully replied. Tell me everything about your dealings with him. Following Tenraku's command, Kateria did not dare to hold anything back and told the whole story of how she contacted and lured Diodora into the Cows Brigade. Although I also granted him a fraction of the power of the great Afais, he was just a foolish man blinded by revenge and played around in the palm of my hand. In the end, Kateria couldn't help but sneer and ridicule Diodora. Kateria was well aware of the grudge between Diodora and Tenraku, but in her eyes, that fool was nothing more than a ridiculous clown in front of her master, not even worthy of a single hair of her master's. Diodora is indeed a foolish idiot, but because you gave him Afais power, he came back to seek revenge on me and even injured my friend, Tenraku said calmly with an expressionless face. Although Kateria had not recognized Tenraku as her master when she did those things, strictly speaking, she did nothing wrong. But since she brought trouble to her master, even if there was no fault, there had to be a fault. Kateri's expression changed as she heard this. Kateria knows she was wrong. As long as my master allows it, I will go and eliminate him now. Kneeling down on one knee, Kateri's eyes flickered with sharp coldness. Although Tenraku had not yet recognized her as his master at the time of her actions, strictly speaking, she had not done anything wrong. But since she had caused trouble for her master, she felt that she had to take responsibility for her actions. A smile appeared on Tenraku's face as he found himself liking this clever and ruthless woman more and more. I will handle Diodora's matter myself, so you don't need to take any action, he said. However, you did make a mistake, and you should be punished for it. Kateria, tell me, how should I punish you? Looking down at Kateria, Tenraku asked with a smirk on his face. Kateria was momentarily speechless, wondering how she could know how her evil master wanted to punish her. But as she looked into Tenraku's eyes, she instantly understood his intentions. Blushing, Kateria fell to the ground in a kneeling position. Master, please punish me as you see fit. Covering his forehead, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh deeply. This damn demoness? Tenraku cursed inwardly. Without saying much, he licked his lips and began his punishment. The scene of his corrupt and evil deeds continued for a long time until Tenraku was satisfied and left the Saints and Demons Hall. Kateria, who was exhausted and unable to move, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. It was only with the help of 2 female magicians that she managed to stand up again. This is the grace of the Master. As long as you serve the Master well in the future, you will also have a chance, Kateria said, wiping away the traces of the punishment with magic and pushing her glasses up with pride, scanning the female magicians with a haughty look. Her face was slightly red, but the eyes of the female magicians were filled with anticipation. Continue, turn them into the Master's tools as well, Kateria said coldly, her gaze falling on the female magicians who were still bound by chains and had not yet been brainwashed. Yes, Lady Kateria, the twisted and evil devils responded as they approached the terrified female magicians. 3 days later, it was finally time for the second round of the competition. Under Surtsk's arrangements, the first match of the second round was between Tenraku and Diodora. Tenraku, according to the coordinates sent by Oenai-san, older brother, you can directly teleport to the dedicated space for the match. We will all be cheering for you in the spectator arena. Ria said as she looked at Tenraku and his peerage standing in another teleportation formation. Senior Tenraku, do your best. Oniai-chan, make sure to teach that despicable guy a lesson. Tujao Konako cheered Tenraku on, while Ravel clenched her fist with a frustrated expression on her face. Whether it was ruining Oniai-chan and sister-in-law Sama's engagement ceremony or hurting Oniai-chan's friends, Ravel had a strong dislike for Diodora. Don't worry, I will definitely teach that guy a lesson. Tenraku smiled lightly as he nodded, and then gave Yubelina a signal. Yubelina pointed her magic staff at the magic formation and in an instant, they were enveloped in a shimmering light and disappeared without a trace. Underworld, within the rating game's dedicated space arena. Emerging from the teleportation formation, Tenraku and the girls looked around at their surroundings. The arena this time was located somewhere in the Underworld. The sky was dim and purple, and the terrain was jagged. It didn't look particularly special, but there was a rather large temple standing on high ground not far away. Kamiya Tenraku, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Diodora spoke with a gentle smile on his face as he appeared out of thin air with a radiant glow around his body. He acted as if he and Tenraku were good friends. Oi, Diodora, we don't have a good relationship. Don't act so disgustingly, it's creepy, Tenraku said with a disgusted expression on his face as he was truly repulsed by the other party's hypocritical demeanor. Kamiya Tenraku, you still manage to make me hate and detest you so much. Today, I will kill you, you will die here. Diodora laughed heartily as his face twisted with a sinister expression. He discarded his false disguise, and his snake-like eyes were filled with intense resentment. Kill me? With what? Don't tell me you think you can kill me. That's a nice joke. With a cold smile on his face, Tenraku inwardly cursed the fool but didn't pay any attention to Diodora's threat. Naturally, Tenraku's disdainful expression was clearly seen by Diodora, which made him grind his teeth in anger and the fury in his heart began to soar to new heights. It was the same kind of gaze, the same gaze he received when they first met. Even though Tenraku was nothing more than a useless waste who couldn't even awaken his bloodline at that time, he dared to look down on him, a genius who stood high above. Kill him? Kill him? Today, I must kill him. Everyone, come out. With Diodora's sharp shout, teleportation magic circles suddenly flashed in the air, and devils wielding long-handled axes flew out one after another. Tenraku-sama, those are the badges of the former Great Satans of the Cows Brigade. The expressions on Swollen and other girls' faces changed, and Yubelina, who recognized something, spoke with utmost seriousness by Tenraku's side. Naturally, Tenraku recognized them too. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, followed by a look of intense anger. Diodora, what are you planning? This is a match observed by the Great Satans. Are you colluding with the terrorists of the Cows Brigade? Are you betraying the Underworld? Whether it's the Great Satans or any family, none of them can be relied upon. As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I betray the Underworld? Kamiya Tenraku, today is the day you die. Seeing Tenraku in such a frustrated state for the first time, Diodora felt an immense sense of pleasure in his heart and burst into laughter. As he watched the increasing number of devils in the air, Tenraku couldn't help but darken his expression. Diodora, do you really think these small fries can take me down? Of course, these small fries alone won't be able to kill you, but all they need to do is drain your power and exhaust you. Kamiya Tenraku, I'll be waiting for you in the temple, waiting for you to come to me exhausted, and then I'll kill you. Unconcealing his true intentions, Diodora knew that with Tenraku's personality, even if he knew all this, he would still come looking for him. Even though he was already twisted and insane, Diodora had become smarter after his previous 2 failures. First, he would let the members of the Chaos Brigade consume Tenraku's strength, and then he would use Afai's power to kill a weakened Tenraku. It was a perfect plan. Attack! With a cold and bloodthirsty demeanor, Diodora waved his hand as he gave the order to attack, and the devils in the air simultaneously took action, hurling large fireballs from their long-handled axes toward Tenraku and the girls below. In a flash, Tosca stood in front of everyone, quickly activating her sacred gear, the inherent barrier, and unleashed a powerful barrier to protect everyone. Boom, 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 the earth trembled, accompanied by a series of explosions. However, it was a given that Tosca, with her current strength, could easily fend off attacks from these small fries. Tenraku-sama, what should we do? Yubelina asked with a solemn expression on her face. A raiding game had unexpectedly brought forth the reactionary forces of the Chaos Brigade and the former Great Satan's faction. This was no small matter. Isn't it obvious? We must deal with Diodora. That fool gave me a legitimate reason to radiantly eliminate him? Tenraku's lips curled upward as he spoke. He no longer showed the furious and brooding expression he had earlier. Not only was he not furious and brooding, but he had also been anticipating this kind of development all along. Regardless of the irreconcilable conflicts he had with Diodora before, Tenraku couldn't simply kill him without consequences, given that Diodora was a genius of the Astaroth family and the next in line to inherit the family. It would bring considerable trouble to both Tenraku and the Phenex family. But now, things were different. That fool had given Tenraku a legitimate reason to radiantly eliminate him. There was no reason for Tenraku to spare him now. Just as Tenraku was about to say something, a magic barrier suddenly unfolded, and Azazel's projection appeared in front of him. Hey, kid, how are things going over there? It seemed that the venue outside of the dimensional space had also fallen into chaos due to the Chaos Brigade's attack. Azazel casually greeted Tenraku while effortlessly slapping away an enemy devil attempting to attack him. What can we do? Diodora has colluded with the Chaos Brigade, and we are also under attack. Azazel, you should have known about the Chaos Brigade's actions beforehand, right? Sorry. We used you and your peerage as bait. But I'm sure you were also looking forward to this situation, right? TCH, let's forget about that for now. Is Rias okay? Your girlfriends are also fighting the enemies of the Chaos Brigade, but the dimensional space you're in has been subjected to a special barrier by the enemy, preventing reinforcements from reaching you for now. You'll have to handle it yourselves. That's not a problem, but I have no intention of letting that Diodora guy off the hook. Surtsks also said that since Diodora has sided with the Chaos Brigade, he is an enemy of the entire Underworld. You can deal with him however you like. That's great. After ending the communication with Azazel, Tenraku's lips curled into a cold and merciless smile. Now, he had no more lingering concerns. Activating the ability of his demonic sword creation, a pitch-black and sharp demonic sword materialized in Tenraku's hand. Tosca, release the barrier. My peerage, let the battle begin. Boom. 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 Within the dimensional space, battles were erupting in the air and on the ground, causing complete chaos throughout the venue. Surtsks, it seems like you have quite a lot of problems on your side in the Underworld. I sincerely apologize, Odin-sama, for putting you in danger amidst the conflicts in our Underworld. On the elevated platform, the old man Odin stroked his beard as he surveyed the chaotic venue, while Surtsks next to him wore an apologetic expression on his face. Several enemy devils flew towards them, intending to attack the two, but they were instantly obliterated into ashes by Graphia, who stood nearby with a cold expression on her face. Odin-sama, we have prepared an escape route. Please follow me. Surtsks prepared to lead the guests to safety, but Odin chuckled and said, that fallen angel brat wasn't as polite as you, Surtsks. Rosewise, go and assist them as well. Hi, yes, Odin-sama. Decisively, Rosewise transformed into her Valkyrie form, took to the sky, and joined the battle group. This is a rare opportunity, so I would also get moving now. Otherwise, my body will become sluggish. Raising his hand, a mass of water gathered around him as a golden spear slowly emerged from within the water and Odin grasped it in his hand. Spear of Eternity Gungnir. A vast divine power spread out with Odin as the center, and a tremendous energy blade shot forth from the tip of the spear, obliterating hundreds of enemies in the air with a resounding boom. Surtsks, I'm going to have some fun as well, oh ho ho ho. Jumping up, the old man Odin, wielding the long spear, flew into the battlefield. Odin-sama is truly. Sighing, Surtsks couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought to himself that this old man was still so full of energy despite his advanced age. Graphia, you go too. Make sure to protect Odin-sama's safety, Surtsks ordered as he looked at Graphia by his side. Hi, yes, Surtsks-sama. Graphia replied, and in a flash, she disappeared. Surveying the entire battlefield, Surtsks' face remained calm and undisturbed. Just as planned, despite the apparent chaos, everything was under their control. Azazel commanded the battle, Sirafal and Ajuka guarded their respective territories, and everything proceeded methodically. Just as Surtsks was about to join the fight, a magic formation appeared in the sky, and a man with long hair wearing a cloak materialized from that magic formation. Unlike the other enemies, this man emitted astonishing fluctuations of magic power. So, the mastermind finally shows up. A smile appeared on Surtsk's face as he murmured to himself, while the man in the air also spoke. A despicable false king of demons, Surtsk's Lucifer. My name is Shilba Beelzebub, the legitimate inheritor of the blood of the great Satan Beelzebub, the true king. Boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks, the sky resounded with explosions of lights, and then the figure of Tenraku holding a demonic sword descended in a stream of golden light. Tenraku-sama. The sound of air breaking followed behind Tenraku as Yubelina and the other women also gathered at his back. Most of the devils that were teleported here were of low-class and middle-class levels, so they were no match for Tenraku and the women. In a short time, they were all slaughtered. However, seeing the devils continuing to fly out of the teleportation formation, Tenraku couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although they were all small fry, this never-ending stream was getting annoying. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Tenraku's mind. This was no longer a raiding game, but a war. If Diodora could collude with enemies and seek allies, he could do the same. With a slight smile on his lips, Tenraku raised his hand and released a large group of figures from the Saints and Demons Hall. They were Rainare, Middled, Kala Warner, 3 fallen angel girls, and dozens of brainwashed female magicians. Rainare, who had been specially trained by Tenraku, possessed the combat power comparable to that of an ultimate class devil after using the forbidden move, Black Evil Dragon King. Although Middled and Kala Warner were not as powerful, they were close to the level of high-class devils. As for the other female magicians chosen by Tenraku, they were all elite fighters, so dealing with a group of small fry would be a piece of cake for them. Rainare, handle those small fries. After giving instructions to Rainare, Tenraku dissipated his demonic sword and led Yubelina and the other women toward the temple. Yes, my master. With bloodlust in her eyes, Rainare ignited the dark curse flames on her body as she replied. Sounds of explosions and screams came from behind him, but Tenraku, Yubelina, and the other women paid no attention to it and quickly arrived at the temple. Swoosh. The sound of breaking air came, and a group of figures covered in robes blocked the path of Tenraku and the women. At the same time, Diodora's voice filled with anger sounded from the air. Damn you, Kami-ya Tenraku! You dare to nurture traitors from fallen angels and the Cows Brigade? I simply use any power available to me, unlike some who betray the Underworld and collude with the Cows Brigade. As long as I can obtain the power to kill you, what does it matter if I betray the Underworld? Kami-ya Tenraku, I'll be waiting for you in the main hall, but before that, let my peerage entertain you. I have promoted all my pawns to queens and made a few modifications to them. You and your peerage can enjoy yourselves. HHHHH. Diodora's high-pitched laughter echoed in the air, while the figures in front of Tenraku and the women revealed their main bodies from under their robes. They were 15 peerage girls under Diodora, who were once renowned as nuns or saintesses. Among them, Semiria, the silver-haired girl who had fought Yubelina and the others before, stood at the forefront as the queen. However, whether it was Semiria or the other girls, they all seemed abnormal at the moment, lacking emotions and looking at them with empty gazes. Rather than humans, they resembled mindless puppets. Tenraku furrowed his brow slightly as he saw this. He didn't know much about magic, but luckily, he had a capable peerage. Tenraku-sama, their minds have been controlled by a mind-controlling magic and sealed, leaving only their instinct to fight. Yubelina explained the situation to Tenraku with a hint of pity in her voice. It was a forbidden magic similar to brainwashing magic, capable of sealing a person's consciousness and eliminating negative emotions such as fear and nervousness, leaving only the instinct to fight. Although it allowed the recipients to unleash their power to the fullest, it also caused them great harm. Clearly, the cold-blooded and twisted Diodora cared only about revenge and didn't care about the lives of his peerage girls. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a sense of pity as he looked at the girls. They were a pitiful and unfortunate group of saintesses. Although he sympathized with these girls, there was no other choice since they were enemies. Malaya, Burant, Shuriya, Eni, Li, Isle, Nell, Myra. With a stern gaze, Tenraku called out the names of the girls in his peerage, the pawn girls. While the pawn pieces were relatively weak compared to other pieces in their normal state, once they were in the enemy camp recognized by the king, they could be promoted to any piece other than the king and could freely convert between them. This was an incredibly powerful ability. Hi, yes, Tenraku-sama. After receiving permission from Tenraku, the girls simultaneously unleashed an astonishing aura, elevating their ranks to queen. Crackling. Boom, boom, boom. With a single touch, the peerage girls from both sides began to move, selecting their opponents and engaging in battle within the main hall. Having experienced the previous battle, the girls were somewhat familiar with each other. Although the saintesses had their restrictions lifted, Swollen, Carlamine, and the girls had been diligently training, and their strength was no longer comparable to what it was before. With empty eyes, the enemy's queen, Semiria, leaped toward Tenraku, but Yubelina snorted coldly before activating defensive magic to protect her king. However, just as Semiria's attack was about to reach her, the girl suddenly stopped. AHH. A glimmer of light appeared in her previously empty eyes, and Semiria clutched her head, screaming in agony. Tenraku-sama, save us, please save us. In a painful struggle, it was evident that she was resisting the magic inflicted upon her. Semiria, who was on the ground, pleaded to Tenraku. Both Tenraku and Yubelina were somewhat surprised. It seemed that this girl possessed willpower far beyond ordinary people, as she could temporarily regain control of herself. Tenraku-sama? Yubelina looked at Tenraku, her eyes filled with an inquiry. Although she sympathized with the other side's plight, if her master ordered their elimination, she would not hesitate to act. Without answering, Tenraku approached Semiria, who was once again under the control of magic. He easily blocked her attack and delivered a punch to her abdomen. Ugh! Letting out a painful and relieved groan, Semiria's body went limp as she fell into Tenraku's embrace. Tenraku frowned as he looked at the girl in his arms. Despite her changed appearance, he had already recognized Semiria as the silver-haired saintess he had saved in the past. He didn't expect that she had been captured by Diodora again. She must have endured a lot of torture under that already twisted person, Diodora, over the years. Yubelina, go and help the others as well. Try not to harm them, but prioritize your own safety. With a decision in his heart, Tenraku took Semiria into the Saints and Demons Hall. He told Yubelina what to do before proceeding toward the inner temple hall. Hi, yes, Tenraku-sama. Yubelina bowed to Tenraku's departing figure as a smile formed on the demoness's face, and she joined the battle. Dong, dong, dong. Tenraku walked towards the main hall at a leisurely pace when suddenly a sound broke through the air, and a figure landed beside Tenraku. Rainare, didn't I ask you to take care of those enemies outside? Without even looking, Tenraku spoke while walking. They're just a bunch of small fries. It's so boring. Middled and Kala Warner are enough. Rainare lazily stretched her body while she spoke, sounding uninterested. Without saying much more, Tenraku and Rainare arrived at the main hall. It was spacious, with no decorations and only a figure seated on a raised platform in the center. It was Diodora. Kami ya Tenraku? Ignoring Rainare beside him, Diodora stared intensely at Tenraku, his gaze filled with coldness and resentment. Diodora, you look really ugly now. Betraying the underworld, colluding with enemies, there's no turning back for you. Tenraku retorted calmly, facing Diodora's cold and resentful gaze. Who is responsible for making me like this? It's you? It's all because of you? Standing up, Diodora roared with a ferocious expression. He knew that there was no turning back for him now, so this time he had to kill Tenraku, the person who took everything away from him and caused him so much harm. In the beginning, their animosity was not significant. It was simply because Diodora, a pure-blooded devil, and a genius from the Astaroth family, looked down on Tenraku, a worthless individual unable to awaken his bloodline. However, when the two fought, Diodora suffered a crushing defeat, and his fragile self-esteem was severely shattered. Of course, Tenraku's elimination of Diodora's flaws deepened his hatred towards Tenraku, further distorting his already darkened heart. But Tenraku never regretted his actions. Even if given another chance, he would make the same choice. Moreover, since they had reached the point of being mortal enemies, he didn't mind being even more ruthless. Due to the elimination of his flaws, Diodora's skin became as fair as a woman's, his voice delicate like a woman's, and combined with his inherently feminine temperament and cheeks, if he were to wear women's clothing, no one would recognize him as a man. Well, he couldn't really be considered a man now. He must have endured a lot over these years. Despite his strong desire to toy with women, he couldn't indulge himself. Every time he wanted to engage in perverted and unconventional means to play with women, it only reminded him of his own inadequacy, leading him into deep anger and inferiority. A devilish smile formed on Tenraku's face as he snapped his fingers. Rainare. He. Naturally, Rainare understood the intentions of her wicked master. She giggled and positioned herself in front, casting a disdainful and provocative glance toward Diodora on the raised platform before passionately kissing her master. The two of them immersed themselves in the kiss, while Diodora on the platform had bloodshot eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation in his heart. It was deliberate, these two despicable individuals did it on purpose. Kami ya Tenraku, you've gone too far? You shall all perish? Burning with anger, Diodora unleashed a massive magic array, and instantly, a surge of violent darkness energy rushed toward Tenraku and Rainare. Honglong? With a deafening roar, the figures of Tenraku and Rainare were engulfed in a cloud of dust on the elevated platform. Diodora gasped heavily, his breathing coming in ragged bursts. His exhaustion wasn't due to physical fatigue but rather from the sheer anger he was feeling at this moment. He had lost the most crucial part of being a man, rendering him incomplete. Not only could he no longer toy with women, but he himself had also become more like a woman. It was a perpetual source of pain in Diodora's heart. Kill those two wretched lovers. He must kill them. His eyes turned bloodshot as his murderous intent and fury soared high in the sky. It was akin to a raging beast constantly roaring. Despite nearly reaching the point of explosion, Diodora forced himself to remain calm. He understood that mere anger wouldn't be enough to kill Kami ya Tenraku. He had realized this long ago. Although his previous strike carried immense hatred, Diodora knew Tenraku wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, as the dust settled, the figures of Tenraku and Rainare reappeared in front of his eyes. They were unharmed as they were enveloped in a sturdy barrier, still entwined in their passionate kiss. Diodora's anger threatened to drive him into madness once again, but he trembled and restrained himself. Wait on the side for now. As their lips finally parted, a long strand of saliva still connecting them, Tenraku gently caressed Rainare's increasingly enchanting face. Yes, my master. With a lingering desire in her heart, Rainare walked to the side with a wicked smile on her face and her hands clasped in anticipation. Diodora was just a fool who dared to defy her magnificent master. Let him witness the ridiculousness of his revenge and its pitiful outcome. Come, Diodora. You've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, I'll play with you to your heart's content. Summoning the armor of the twin heavenly dragons, Tenraku beckoned to Diodora, signaling that their long-standing enmity would be settled today. Although the outcome had been predetermined from the beginning. Kami ya Tenraku. Diodora leaped into the air with a twisted grin on his face. Regardless of success or failure, this would be his final act of revenge. Boom, boom. Inside the grand hall, Tenraku and Diodora clashed fiercely. Knowing Tenraku's strength, Diodora held nothing back and unleashed his full power from the start. His body was enveloped in a violent surge of magic power as he continuously unleashed magical attacks against Tenraku. Originally, Diodora was nothing more than a high-class devil at best, but the power of Aphais had forcefully elevated him to the level of a great Satan. However, this increase in power came at a price. By accepting Aphais' power excessively, his body was constantly ravaged by the overwhelming force, causing him excruciating pain and torment. Nevertheless, Diodora, who had long since become mad and distorted, paid no heed to the consequences. As long as he could exact his revenge and kill Kami ya Tenraku, he was willing to be devoured by Aphais' power. Look, Kami ya Tenraku? This immense power, the power of the dragon god of infinity, Aphais. Diodora was consumed by boundless madness as he spoke with sinister laughter and brimming with confidence. He finally saw its hope of revenge. However, in contrast to Diodora's demented madness, Tenraku within his armor wore a mocking and pitiful expression on his face. This pitiful fool blinded by revenge was unable to see the real reality. Let me show him a little more seriousness. Muttering softly, Tenraku threw a punch toward Diodora. In such a situation, the wise course of action would be to dodge quickly or at least employ defensive magic. However, Diodora, whose mind had been clouded by his newfound power, felt invincible at this moment. He met the punch head-on, merely wrapping it with a layer of magic power. If it were someone like Sephiroth, who had trained his body to the extreme, it might have been passable. But for Diodora to think he could withstand the steel fist of the twin heavenly dragon's armor with just his puny flesh fist, was he looking for a way to die? And thus, boom, letting out a miserable scream, Diodora was sent flying, his entire arm grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle. Tenraku inwardly cursed the fool, while Diodora screamed in a mix of shock and anger. My hand, my hand? After suffering a big loss, Diodora's ferocity was fully unleashed. With only his remaining hand, he aimed it at Tenraku and activated his magic power, disregarding everything else. Buzz! A massive magic formation unfolded, and a surge of energy, seemingly capable of destroying everything, rushed toward Tenraku. Tenraku used one of his arms to block the incoming energy flow as he instantly activated the power of the white dragon sovereign in that arm. Divide, divide, divide. Through reduction, the rampaging energy flow was devoured by Tenraku. A fierce grin formed on his lips as an even more violent energy flow burst forth from Tenraku's hand, counter-attacking Diodora. Letting out a piercing scream, Diodora's body was instantly engulfed and overwhelmed by the energy flow. The ferocious and violent energy flow didn't stop there. It broke through the temple, tearing a seemingly infinite rift in the ground within the dimensional space. Diodora, do you understand now? Even with the power of Aphais, you are still no match for me. Tenraku spoke calmly as he looked at Diodora, who was covered in blood and was kneeling on the ground. With his head tilted back as if his mind had gone blank, a brilliant gleam suddenly burst from Diodora's hollow eyes. I don't believe it. Diodora slammed his palm onto the ground as he shouted, and a scarlet magic formation unfolded beneath Tenraku's feet, followed by a booming explosion. Tenraku was unharmed by this attack and he continued to steadily walk toward Diodora. With each step, explosions occurred under his feet, but he remained unscathed. Seeing Tenraku getting closer, Diodora was overwhelmed with fear. He shouted and continuously retreated while desperately casting defensive magic in front of him. 10, 100, 1,000 magic formations in the blink of an eye. A dense array of magic formed a solid wall in front of Diodora. This is the ultimate defense formation composed of tens of thousands of defensive magic. Even you cannot. Feeling somewhat at ease, Diodora laughed, but Tenraku had already thrown a punch before he could finish speaking. Boom! The red and white merged iron fist directly blasted a large hole in the defensive formation, striking Diodora. The entire defense formation crumbled and dissipated, and Diodora's eyes bulged as he clutched his stomach in disbelief while he continued retreating. Impossible, this is impossible. Approaching Diodora, Tenraku dissipated the facial armor, revealing a disappointed expression on his face. I had some expectations for you, Diodora, but you're really weak. Tenraku's words struck Diodora's heart and his face began to turn pale. A cold smile formed on Tenraku's lips, and with a swift motion, he slapped Diodora, sending him flying with a violent crash against the stone wall of the grand hall. Diodora coughed up blood, his eyes filled with hysterical madness. Ignoring everything, Diodora unleashed the power of Aphais, devouring his own body, even willing to be consumed himself. Shouting, he lunged at Tenraku once again. Kami ya Tenraku? Boom, die, boom, I don't believe it. Boom, boom. He kept attacking, only to be repelled each time. Once, twice, thrice. Eventually, Diodora lost count of how many times it had happened. Although he was filled with anger and determination, although he was insanely desperate and relentless, the gruesome reality told him he couldn't win, no matter how hard he fought. That deep sense of powerlessness, that icy feeling of despair, finally broke Diodora. Covered in blood, he screamed towards the sky, then weakly fell to his knees. He had sacrificed so much for revenge, but what injustice is this? What injustice in this world? Why? Tenraku wore a devilish, cold smile on his face as he watched Diodora, who had completely collapsed and lost his will to fight. He grabbed Diodora by the neck and lifted him up. Now, do you understand, Diodora, the gap between us is as vast as the sky and earth. Though it was cruel, Diodora had made Tenraku an enemy, and Tenraku wouldn't show any mercy to his enemies? You monster, you monster. Diodora struggled weakly and was consumed by hatred or resentment, but at this moment, nothing else mattered to him and he only felt deep fear towards Tenraku. This monster? I'm not the monster, you are the monster. You are ugly, weak, and twisted, and now you would be despised by the whole underworld. Shaking his head, Tenraku threw Diodora aside. Hong long. A sound echoed as Diodora screamed and crashed into the shattered stone wall, buried in the rubble. What a boring revenge it was, even though he had held some expectations for Diodora. Removing his armor, Tenraku ascended to the high platform and sat down. Master, this guy is completely broken now, Rainare said wickedly as she dragged Diodora, who was looking like a dying dog at this moment, out of the ruins. I'm giving him to you. I'm too lazy to bother. Tenraku casually waved his hand as he yawned. What a pitiful guy. Rainare licked her lips with bloodlust as she conjured a spear of light. Please spare me, Kamiya Tenraku. I will never dare to oppose you again. Spare me. Diodora pleaded desperately as he felt his life being threatened. All the talk of revenge, of power, was all bullshit. In this moment of life and death, Diodora finally understood. He just wanted to survive. I have already handed you over to Rainare. You better beg her. Shrugging his shoulders, Tenraku spoke with a helpless expression on his face while Diodora, clutching at a lifeline, quickly turned to Rainare. Spare me, fallen angel. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Please spare me. Cough, cough, cough. Coughing up blood incessantly, Diodora pleaded, abandoning his dignity. It was his last shred of dignity, and Diodora felt as if his soul was screaming. But to stay alive, he could only flatter and beg before the fallen angel standing before him. How pathetic it was. Rainare wore a gentle smile on her face as she stepped on Diodora's deformed face and pressed down with force and spoke, very well, I'll spare you. Despite suffering from endless humiliation, Diodora felt a surge of excitement rise in his heart upon hearing Rainare's words. It was as if he had survived a disaster. Thank you, Ugh. Just as he was about to thank Rainare, in the next moment, he looked at the spear of light that pierced through his heart, and his face filled with disbelief. You fool! Did you really think you could survive after opposing my master? Just go and die. The gentle smile on Rainare's face turned sinister and cruel as a pitch-black curse flame burst from her hand, instantly engulfing Diodora along with the spear of light. In a tragic scream, amidst endless agony and regret, Diodora turned to ashes, bringing an end to his miserable life. Master, how did I do? Flying up to the high platform, Rainare embraced Tenraku's neck and asked. You gave him hope, and then you gave him despair. Rainare, you truly are a wicked woman. Tenraku replied as he caressed Rainare's face. Isn't that what our master loves about me? Giggling playfully, Rainare then sealed Tenraku's lips with a kiss. The two depraved individuals lost themselves in their indulgence, until after a while, Tenraku patted Rainare's perky buttocks. Let's continue this later, we still have guests waiting for us at home. A glint of curiosity flashed in Rainare's eyes when she heard Tenraku's words, but she didn't ask any further. She obediently released Tenraku and stood by his side. Are they not coming out even after all this time? Suddenly, a magic formation unfolded in the air, and a figure appeared. It was a handsome man dressed in noble attire, with pointed ears resembling those of an elf. He exuded a cold and unruly aura. I am Kruzuri Asmodeus, the one who inherits the blood of the true Asmodeus. With inherent arrogance, the self-proclaimed Kruzuri Asmodeus coldly stared at Tenraku as he spoke. So, you are a prominent figure from the old Great Satan's faction. Diodora has already joined your ranks, hasn't he? Why didn't you stop us earlier? Tenraku had already detected their presence earlier, and it was because of this that he had entrusted Diodora to Rainare for disposal just to see their reaction. He had initially thought that they would intervene, but their indifference when Diodora turned to ashes surprised him. Useless waste like him deserves to die. As blood relatives of the false king of demons, Beelzebub, how could we truly accept him? We merely used him. A trace of disdain flickered in Kruzuri's eyes as he spoke in a light tone. Nodding his head, Tenraku felt some sympathy for Diodora. Betrayed by his own allies, he had ended up being used. What a tragic individual. Perhaps he should thank Tenraku after all, as he had at least put an end to Diodora's miserable life. Then, why did you come to me instead of causing trouble for the current Great Satans? Although Tenraku considered himself someone significant, he didn't have any connection with the old Great Satan's faction, so he was curious as to why one of them sought him out. Kamiya Tenraku, I came to rescue Kateria Leviathan. She is our true comrade. So, you wanted to save Kateria, but is it really just because of your comrade's sake? Understanding the other party's objective, Tenraku wore a smirk on his face. Kateria Leviathan is the one I admire. I will definitely rescue her from your clutches. I see. A look of realization crossed Tenraku's face as he thought to himself that this person was indeed a pursuer of Kateria. However, my friend, you are a little late. The cat area you admired has long been devoured by me, not even bones remain. Nevertheless, as he observed the other's cold and proud demeanor, the mischievous soul within Tenraku began to stir with a wicked fascination. With a wave of his hand, Tenraku released Kateria from the Saints and Demons Hall. Cruisery? Kateria? Kateria was slightly surprised to see Cruisery in the air, while Cruiseray's expression turned joyful as he was about to fly over. Don't move. Pulling Kateria into his embrace, Tenraku held her neck with one hand, wearing a devilish smile on his face. After a moment of confusion, Kateria immediately understood her evil master's intention. Cruisery, save me in a plaintive and fragile manner, Kateria struggled and called out, as if truly being held hostage by Tenraku. Rainare cursed the woman silently, while Tenraku sighed inwardly. Ah, women, they truly are natural drama queens. If Tenraku didn't know the truth, he would have believed it, not to mention Cruisery, who was already concerned and infatuated with Kateria. Looking at Kateri's pitiful and helpless appearance, Cruiseray's heart was breaking. The usually proud and strong Kateria had shown a vulnerability that was unlike her. Just how much torment had she endured in the hands of that bastard Kamiya Tenraku? Let her go? Cruisery unleashed a magical formation aimed at Tenraku as he spoke with a furious expression on his face. What a terrifying magic power. Even I can't easily withstand such an attack. However, if you don't care about Kateri's life, then go ahead and attack her along with me. Although both of them had borrowed power from Aphi's, Cruisery was much stronger than Diodora. Tenraku could sense the astonishing magic power emanating from him. But with Kateria in his grasp, Tenraku felt confident and fearless. Ugh. Tenraku increased the force in his hand, causing Kateri's face to turn pale as she let out a painful groan. Release Kateria? With a low and unpleasant tone, Cruisery ultimately dispelled his magic power. I can release Kateria, but it depends on what you can do for me. Wearing a smug smile on his face, Tenraku relaxed the pressure in his hand, allowing Kateria some relief. What do you want? Feeling frustrated and threatened like never before, Cruisery had to suppress his anger for the sake of rescuing Kateria. I do fear facing an opponent like you, but it would be excessive to make you sacrifice yourself. How about one arm? If you disable one of your arms, I'll let Kateria go. Tenraku stated his conditions, and his actions at this moment were no different from those of the villains. But then again, he had never been a good person, and occasionally, it seemed quite enjoyable to play with the feeling of threatening an opponent. You despicable person? Though he had done similar things in the past, Zirakure felt quite frustrated when it happened to him. Make your choice quickly. You desire Kateria, don't you? It seems like a profitable deal to trade only one arm for Kateri's freedom, don't you think? Or perhaps your affection for Kateria is just empty words. Tenraku's tone turned cold as he looked at Cruisery with a mocking expression on his face. Cruisery struggled to make a decision with a gloomy expression on his face. Losing one arm would undoubtedly weaken his strength, but if it truly meant getting Kateria back, it would be worth it. However, he was hesitant as he couldn't make sure that Tenraku would keep his word. It's a pity, Kateria. It seems you hold such little importance in Cruiseray's heart. Knowing exactly what the man in front of him was hesitating about, Tenraku whispered sinisterly into Kateri's ear. Each word struck at the heart of his enemy, making Tenraku marvel at his own potential for villainy. Sure enough, Cruiseray's expression changed when he heard Tenraku's words, and Kateri's eyes filled with pain, followed by a cold and emotionless expression. Cruisery, do it. You don't need to worry about me. Kill Kamiya Tenraku. No, Kateria, I. Realizing that his hesitation had caused a misunderstanding with Kateria, Cruisery felt a pang of urgency in his heart. Explaining anything now would be meaningless, and Cruisery glared at Tenraku with a lot of hostility in his eyes. If you dare to deceive me, I will not spare you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as Cruisery raised his hand, and his entire left arm was instantly thrown away. He actually disabled his own arm. What a ruthless character he was. Cruisery, you. Clap, clap, clap. Kateri's face was filled with disbelief, while Tenraku and Rainare applauded with admiration. Excellent, excellent. I didn't expect you to go this far for Kateria. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. From now on, Miss Kateria is free to do whatever she wants. Tenraku released Kateria, and she, now free, quickly flew down from the platform, seemingly not wanting to spend another moment with this devil. Cruisery, why did you do such a thing for me? Why? Kateria, don't you understand my feelings now? I. Unleashing his magic to seal the wound, Cruisery slowly descended to the ground. As he looked at Kateri's moved and pained expression, he felt that everything he had done was worth it. Noble, beautiful, and alluring, Kateria had always been the perfect woman in Cruiseray's eyes. He had been relentlessly pursuing her, but the previous Kateria had only been focused on reclaiming the throne of Leviathan, completely disregarding his adoration and pursuit. Unexpectedly, this time, by a twist of fate, he won Kateri's heart. Cruiseray's heart was filled with immense excitement when he thought of this. Forget about sacrificing an arm, even if it meant giving up his life, what did it matter as long as he could have Kateria? Although he was a cold-blooded and ruthless devil, it had to be said that he was also a passionate man. Not wanting to disturb them, Tenraku and Rainare on the platform watched them with great interest. This was much more entertaining than those soap operas on television. Moreover, the most thrilling scene was about to unfold, and both of them were filled with anticipation. Cruisery, you know, before reclaiming the throne of Leviathan, I don't want. Understanding Cruiseray's affection for her, Kateria still hesitated as she spoke. Kateria, are you still going to reject me? I will help you seek revenge, I will help you reclaim the throne of Leviathan, I'm willing to do anything for you? Clasping his remaining right hand, Cruisery spoke with excitement on his face. Are you truly willing to do anything for me? Are you even willing to die for me? Trembling, Kateria murmured the question. I'm willing, Kateria. Without hesitation, Cruisery sincerely replied. Cruisery, you overwhelmed with emotion? Kateria took step by step towards Cruisery, and then, in that case, go die for me? With a cold smile on her face, Kateria unleashed a wave of magic from her hand, striking Cruisery. Kateria, why? Cruisery stared in disbelief at the empty cavity in his chest, his face pale, and he kept stepping back. He couldn't understand this, he couldn't comprehend why Kateria would suddenly attack him, why she would betray him. He had sacrificed so much for her? Let me tell you why, Cruisery. The Kateria you admire had long ago submitted to me, Tenraku said, walking down from the platform with Raineray, his arm around Kateri's waist. Master, did I perform well? Kateria obediently nestled in Tenraku's embrace as she asked. Not bad, not bad. It was a splendid performance, Tenraku replied with a mischievous smile on his face as he gently caressed Kateri's beautiful cheek. Indeed, it was an incredibly magnificent performance. Wow. Cruisery couldn't believe that Kateria had already submitted to Kamiya Tenraku, and had been deceiving him all along. He became infuriated and spewed out a mouthful of blood. You wretch! With bloodshot eyes, Cruisery shouted in anger. This despicable woman, this liar? His deep love for Kateria had turned into boundless hatred. Not just him, anyone would find such heartless betrayal intolerable? What's wrong, Cruisery? Weren't you just saying you would die for me? Regretting so soon? It seems your sincerity was nothing but empty words, Kateria said with a cold and disdainful expression. You were the one who betrayed me first? Cruisery howled in rage, on the verge of madness. Kateria had betrayed him first, yet she dared to speak such words. What a cruel heart she had! However, compared to Cruiseray's furious frenzy, Kateri's eyes were filled with nothing but irony. Betrayal? Cruisery, that's why you're so naive, she said mockingly. Whether it's you, me, or that guy Shilba, we all gathered together and used each other for our own purposes, but my love for you. Although Kateria spoke the truth, Cruisery couldn't accept it. His love for Kateria was absolutely genuine. Kateria laughed, tears almost streaming down her face as she lay in Tenraku's embrace. But in the next moment, she wore that endless cold and cruel expression again. You, a cold-hearted and ruthless person like you, dare to talk about love? Don't make me laugh. And besides, even if you truly love me, so what? I don't love you at all. Kateria spoke with an indifference tone, and it was as if she were a lofty queen that sent shivers down Cruiseray's entire being. You? Staggering and retreating a few steps, Cruisery couldn't help but give a bitter smile. In the past, he had been completely clouded by that love, but now he finally saw clearly what a cold-blooded and heartless woman she was. And what do you love? Feeling increasingly weak, Cruisery couldn't help but shout, demanding an answer. His genuine feelings were treated as worthless, and he wanted to know what this cold-blooded and heartless woman truly pursued, what she loved. Is that even a question? I love supreme power, I love immense strength, Kateria replied in a tone of endless indifference. But her tone changed as she gazed infatuatedly at Tenraku. Of course, I also love my magnificent master, who can grant me everything. This woman didn't miss any opportunity to please herself. Closing his eyes, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh deeply at the sky. However, this feeling didn't seem bad either. He gently caressed Kateri's cheek and then decisively sealed her lips with his own. It was a reward for making him so pleased. Wow! Watching the two passionately entangled, Cruiseray's heart felt like it was being twisted with a knife. He spewed another mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, dead. Already critically wounded by Kateri's sudden attack and overwhelmed by the consecutive shocks, this young nobleman, who had been devoted to restoring the glory of the former great Satan Asmodeus, was ultimately killed by anger. Truly pitiful and lamentable. Tisk. Raineray disdainfully curled her lips and conjured a flame that burned Cruiseray's body to ashes. Gazing at Kateria, who was still enjoying her master's affection, Raineray's expression couldn't help but darken. She had underestimated this woman. To win her master's favor, she had gone to such lengths. Gritting her teeth with hidden resentment, Raineray grew vigilant and silently vowed to work harder in the future. She was the perfect tool for her master and would never let anyone take her place. Kateria, you're a bad woman too. After a long while, Tenraku looked at Kateria in his arms and spoke. This cold, wicked woman had truly performed a splendid act for him. Master, don't you like me this way? Kateria responded with a mischievous laugh. On the side, Raineray's eye twitched as she forcibly suppressed the urge to stab Kateria to death. This damn woman even dared to use her lines? Let's go and see how Yubelina and the others are doing. With both pitiful and unfortunate enemies eliminated, there was nothing else to stay for, so Tenraku stretched lazily and led the two women out of the temple. Lord Tenraku. Seeing Tenraku emerge, Yubelina and the other women approached him. The battle had already ended, and unsurprisingly, Tenraku's peerage had emerged victorious. Although the unleashed Saintesses had greatly increased in power, they still fell short against Yubelina's group. Despite sustaining some minor injuries, they all recovered under Maya's treatment. Observing the unconscious saintesses, bound together by magic, Tenraku nodded. He currently didn't have the time to consider how to deal with them. With a wave of his hand, he transported them all into the Saints and Demons Hall. Next, Tenraku and his group exited the temple, and from the sounds of battle continuing outside, it looked like the fighting still raging. Although their numbers were many, they were nothing more than mere small fry. Tenraku had Kateria, Rainare, and Ubelina's group join the fight, swiftly tipping the balance in his favor. The Devils of the Cows Brigade were forced into a hasty retreat, scattering in all directions. Haha. Finally able to catch their breaths, Middled, Kala Warner, and the female magicians slumped to the ground with relieved expressions on their faces. As their subordinates, they could be considered elites, but facing enemies several times stronger than them had given them a hard time. While Middled and Kala Warner fared relatively well, the female magicians had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Some were on the verge of death with severe wounds. Although a few deaths seemed inconsequential, as Tenraku's tools, he naturally wouldn't let them die without help. Activating the sacred gear smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, Tenraku released radiant light that enveloped the female magicians. Those with minor injuries quickly recovered, and the severely wounded on the brink of death were also brought back to life. Thank you, Master. Kneeling on the ground and overwhelmed with gratitude, the group of brainwashed female magicians grew increasingly fanatical toward Tenraku. Tenraku nodded his head as he looked at them. He had always been one to reward merit and punish failures. They had all performed well this time, so they would be rewarded when they returned. Before long, all the enemy devils had been eliminated. Kateria, Rainare, and Ubelina's group descended from the sky. You all can go inside first. Tenraku gathered the three fallen angels, Kateria, and the female magicians into the Saints and Demons Hall. Then, he turned to Ubelina. Ubelina, activate the teleportation formation. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Hong hong hong. A massive pillar of light shot up into the sky, causing hundreds of devils and fallen angels to vomit blood and be thrown away, with Shilba Beaslybub at the center of all this chaos. Too weak, all of you are too weak. Shilba, unharmed and filled with immense power, had a disappointed expression on his face as he looked at his surroundings. Step back, none of you are his match? Surtsk spoke as he calmly floated into the air, stopping the devils and fallen angels who wanted to continue their attack. Shilba Beaslybub, you shouldn't have brought disaster and war to the underworld. Sighing, Surtsk spoke. Surtsk, it was you hypocritical kings who took away the throne that rightfully belongs to us. Don't worry, once I kill you, I will bring peace to the underworld, true peace under absolute control and obedience. Shilba Beaslybub replied with a low, cold laughter filled with hatred. Our underworld doesn't need the rule of a tyrant. Shilba Beaslybub, as the current great Satan of the underworld, I will never allow you to destroy this hard-earned peace. Surtsk's gaze turned cold as well, and he emitted an overwhelming aura. Humph, let's see if you can stop me, you insignificant hypocritical king. Shilba unleashed a magic spell and charged toward Surtsk. Once he killed Surtsk and the other three hypocritical kings, such as Sephiroth, the control of the underworld would return to their hands. Then they would restore the glory of their ancestors and gain supreme power. Honglong? With a loud bang, Surtsk unleashed the raging power of destruction, causing Shilba, who was flying towards him, to be thrown away. Surtsk's expression was cold, and it was far from his usual gentle and kind demeanor. He appeared as a monster, a creature capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart at any moment. With his 5 fingers, Surtsk condensed a scarlet power of destruction energy sphere in his hand, then waved his hand to throw it. Against the wind, the scarlet power of destruction energy sphere instantly enveloped Shilba Beaslybub, who had just stabilized his position. What is this? Completely caught off guard by Surtsk's immense power, Shilba Beaslybub was both shocked and furious. He continuously unleashed magic to try to break free from the sphere that surrounded him. But it was futile. I am someone who possesses the true bloodline of Beelzebub. Why can't I break free from this thing? Roaring in frustration, Shilba couldn't accept it. However, his devil's intuition warned him of extreme danger at this moment, leaving no room for him to waste words. Then let me show you the power of Eyes. Clamping his teeth together, the image of a devouring serpent appeared on Shilba's palm. His magic power surged madly, and then he unleashed a magic array, instantly releasing a violent energy flow. Boom! The violent energy flow bombarded the energy sphere, causing it to tremble, but it still couldn't be shattered. This is impossible. Shilba was shocked and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even the power of Eyes was ineffective against Surtsk's power. The stronger he became, the stronger the power of Eyes he could handle. Shilba's own magic power combined with the power of Eyes made him comparable to, or even surpassing the true great Satan's Beelzebub. Yet, he still couldn't break the energy sphere released by Surtsk. How could a mere hypocritical king be so terrifyingly powerful? Disappear, Shilba Beaslybub. Surtsk's cold voice resounded in the area, and then the entire energy sphere burst open. The power of destruction's raging magic power twisted and struck Shilba, destroying every single cell in his body. Ayah! A fierce and agonizing scream followed, and then the scarlet energy sphere suddenly contracted. Shilba Beaslybub vanished just like that, consumed by the power of destruction. These descendants of the old demon kings were really pitiful. They were determined to restore the glory of their ancestors and reclaim the throne and rights that should have been theirs. However, Kateria Leviathan became someone's tool and plaything, completely conquered in body and mind. Cruzari Esmedus fell into the hands of a woman, deceived by love, and died in great frustration. Shulba Beelzebub had a slightly more valiant end, but he was mercilessly killed by Surtsks, and not even a single cell of him was left behind. With the loss of these important leaders, it can be said that the old faction of the Great Satans within the Cows Brigade is now non-existent. Ah, it's all been taken care of. Surtsks, your power is truly terrifying. Azazel appeared, flashing before them, and chuckled as he spoke. Azazel, how is the plan progressing? Surtsks asked as he worded to restrain his magic power. The plan is going smoothly, it's our victory. With the leaders gone, the remaining riffraff won't be able to make any waves. Azazel replied, and Surtsks nodded in agreement. However, suddenly, both of them changed their expressions. Hey, this is no time for jokes. You actually appeared in person. Seeing the figure that appeared in the sky without any warning, Azazel exclaimed with a surprised expression on his face. The person who appeared was a cute, innocent-looking girl dressed in Western attire, floating in the void while hugging her knees. Although she didn't emit any aura of a powerful being, Azazel and Surtsks were extremely cautious and vigilant. This little girl is the infinite dragon god Aphiz? As they remained wary of Aphiz, she also looked toward them. Azazel, long time no see. In the sky, a magic array unfolded, and Tenraku, Ubelina, and the other women teleported out of the alternate space. Whiz, whiz, whiz. A series of sounds breaking through the air rang out, followed by a barrage of magic power light arrows flying toward Tenraku and the women. Tenraku quickly activated the ability of his sacred gear, creating a barrier to protect everyone. With a crisp sound resembling raindrops on a glass, all the light arrows were completely blocked by the shield put on by Tenraku. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Tenraku prepared to take action against the audacious attacker. However, when he saw the opponent clearly, both sides paused simultaneously. It's you? What left Tenraku speechless was that the one attacking him and the others turned out to be none other than Rosewise, the Valkyrie from Northern Europe. Rosewise, although I saw you in a sorry state after you got drunk last time, there's no need for you to kill me to keep that secret, right? Suppressing his killing intent, Tenraku looked at Rosewise on the other side and smiled as he spoke. And no, it's not like that. I thought another enemy had teleported in. Apologies, I almost injured you all. Being reminded of her embarrassing incident by Tenraku, Rosewise's face flushed, but she still admitted her mistake sincerely. Being reminded of her embarrassing incident by Tenraku, Rosewise's face flushed, but she still admitted her mistake sincerely. Oh well, it wasn't intentional so don't worry. But by the way, Rosewise, your Valkyrie battle outfit looks quite good. Tenraku replied casually as this was really not Rosewise's fault and then he looked at her Valkyrie battle outfit and couldn't help but praise her. Naturally blessed with beauty, her magnificent battle outfit only accentuated Rosewise's noble and beautiful appearance. Even Tenraku couldn't help but admit that he was attracted to her. Of course, this is the pride of all Valkyries? With a proud expression on her face, Rosewise suddenly realized that Tenraku's words seemed somewhat ambiguous, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. And no, that's not what I meant. Ugh, I'm going to battle. Feeling flustered and unsure of what to say, Rosewise let out a whimper and fled in a disheveled manner. Ha ha ha, she's truly a pure and interesting Valkyrie. Tenraku silently thought in his heart as he burst into laughter, feeling light-hearted. The battle outside had reached its conclusion, and Tenraku asked the Ubelina and others to lend a hand, while he went to meet up with Rias and the others. Rias, are you all okay? Tenraku asked upon finding Rias and her group of girls. We're all fine, but Gasper got injured. Asia is treating him, Rias replied while wiping the sweat off her forehead. After eliminating the nearby enemies, Rias dispelled the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, scale mail armor she had on and was further relieved when she saw Tenraku and wiped the sweat off her forehead. They immediately joined the battle after being attacked by the Cows Brigade. The strength of Rias and her girls was unquestionable, but what surprised Tenraku was Gasper's contribution this time. He assisted everyone with his ability to use Evil Eye, making the enemy devils suffer greatly. However, this drew the attention of the enemy, and he ended up getting injured. Although he was a hybrid, Gasper was still a vampire, with a constitution far superior to that of an ordinary person. Under Asia's treatment, he quickly recovered and was now full of energy. Gasper, well done, Tenraku praised as he patted Gasper's head. Although Gasper was once a timid boy, he was slowly changing himself. If he continued to persevere, he would surely grow in due time. I will continue to do my best, Lord Tenraku. Gasper nodded vigorously, filled with excitement and gratitude. He was finally able to contribute and help everyone, and Gasper's heart was filled with joy. Older brother and Azazel seemed to have not finished yet. Tenraku, let's go and help them, Rias suggested after taking a short break. All right. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aphiz, if we defeat you here, will peace finally come? Azazel's voice targeted Aphiz as his eyes flashed with a hint of danger. That's impossible. I am invincible, Aphiz replied with a blank expression on her delicate face as she looked at Azazel. She wasn't being arrogant or conceited, she was stating a simple fact. Yea, Azazel shrugged in response, admitting that what Aphiz had said was the truth. Whether it was him or Surtsks, even if everyone present here joined forces and fought against Aphiz, they would still be no match for her. This so-called dragon god of infinity was indeed a game-changer. Afais, what is your purpose, and why did you become the leader of the Chaos Brigade? Surtsk questioned with a deep voice. The world, a peaceful world. I want to return to the Fissure of Dimensions, my homeland, and enjoy a peaceful world. That's all. Afais looked towards the sky, finally showing a trace of emotion on her face, seemingly longing, seemingly lonely. For Afais, the Fissure of Dimensions was her true home, while this real world was a cage that confined her wings. No matter the cost, she had to return there. Having exchanged glances, Surtsk and Azazel now knew some of Afais' motives. The Fissure of Dimensions was currently under the control of the true Red Dragon God Emperor. If Afais wanted to return there, she would inevitably have to contend with the true Red Dragon God Emperor. If these two legendary dragon gods were to engage in battle, the world would be devastated by their power and nothing would remain alive. Although it was still too early to worry about such things, it was crucial to prevent it. Just as Surtsk and Azazel were preparing to say something, Tenraku and Rias, along with her group of girls, flew over from a distance. Ani-sama. Rias, Tenraku-kun. Stopping in front of Surtsk and Azazel, Rias couldn't help but be astonished when she saw Afais on the other side. A child? Dressed in a cute outfit, appearing to be only around 7 or 8 years old, Rias wondered why such a young child would be there. Moreover, whether it was her imagination or not, both her powerful older brother and Azazel seemed wary of this little child. Rias, that's no ordinary child. That's Afais, the leader of the Chaos Brigade, Tenraku explained, observing the innocent and harmless-looking Afais. Oh, Afais, the dragon god of infinity? Rias couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she heard Tenraku's words. Not only Rias but Akeno and Zenovia also displayed an expression of disbelief. Being at the top of the world with the power of infinity, shouldn't the legendary dragon god be more majestic and awe-inspiring? Yet, here stood a pure and innocent-looking adorable little girl, making everyone uncontrollably want to hug and cuddle her. Of course, the girls could only think about it in their hearts, as no one dared to act on those thoughts. They didn't want to bring disaster upon themselves. While the girls were on high alert and nervous, Tenraku flew forward. Tenraku, don't go, Tenraku-kun. Not knowing what Tenraku intended to do, the girls were taken aback, and Surtsk quickly tried to stop him. Hey, kid, if you act recklessly, even you won't come out unscathed. Azazel, on the other hand, wore an expression of curiosity on his face but kindly offered a warning. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Signaling that they need not worry, Tenraku flew in front of Afais. Drake, Albion, I sense their presence in you. Afais spoke as she looked at Tenraku. I'm Kamiya Tenraku, the current host of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign, Drake and Albion. Tenraku introduced himself with a beaming smile and then raised his hand, producing an oversized lollipop. Here, try this. Not just Rias and her girls, but even Azazel almost fell from the sky when they saw Tenraku's action. What was this guy doing? He actually offered a lollipop to Afais, the dragon god of infinity. She must be angry, surely she would be furious. Everyone seemed to be able to envision Afais unleashing her wrath, and they tensed up, preparing for battle at any moment. However, what shocked everyone was that Afais actually took the lollipop, and she took a bite. It's delicious. Her gem-like eyes sparkled as Afais honestly expressed her evaluation. If it's delicious, then have some more. From now on, we'll be friends. A radiant smile appeared on Tenraku's face, and at this moment, he seemed like a mischievous rogue. But instead of deceiving a child on the street, he was trying to win over the dragon god of infinity. Afais? Friends? Afais seemed to not fully grasp the concept of friendship, but she couldn't be bothered to think about it. Summoning a black snake into her hand, Afais handed it to Tenraku in front of her. Is this my gift? Tenraku asked with an amused expression on his face, and Afais nodded. It's for you. It's all I have. Although it was just a small portion of power that Afais casually extracted from her body, Tenraku had no doubt that the magic power contained within the black snake was enough to instantly elevate a low-class devil to the level of a great Satan. Of course, if a low-class devil were to accept Afais' power, the only outcome would be their body exploding and dying. I don't need your power, Afais. Didn't we agree to be friends? Tenraku chuckled and shook his head as he declined Afais' power. It wasn't that he looked down on it, but his ambitions went far beyond that. A hint of perplexity appeared on her face, but Afais didn't dwell on it, and with a grasp of her palm, she retracted the black snake back into her body. I'm going back, seemingly no longer interested in staying here, Afais said, and then vanished without a trace. She left just like that, without any hesitation. Shrugging his shoulders, although Tenraku hadn't achieved his goal this time, he wasn't particularly disappointed. He had acquainted himself with Afais for now, and he could deal with the rest next time. Turning around, Tenraku was surprised to see that everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. What are you all looking at me for? Feeling uneasy under everyone's gaze, Tenraku couldn't understand why they were all looking at him like that. He had only given Afais a lollipop. Was that really so strange? Tenraku, could it be that you have some peculiar hobbies that you've been hiding from us? Chiron, the Red Dragon Emperor, seems to have a liking for that type. You should be careful too. Always stay with Oni-san, elder sister, and don't give him a chance. Tenraku-san. Akeno had an evil smile on her face, and Tujao Kuruka added fuel to the fire. Even Asia looked at Tenraku with a worried expression on her face. They must think I'm a Lilicon, right? They must be thinking that? Don't jump to conclusions about me, I don't have any strange hobbies. Tenraku knocked on Akino's forehead as he spoke, not pleased with the situation. Even if he did have such a hobby as a lilicon, he absolutely couldn't admit it. Tenraku-kun, that offense is very dangerous. You acted a bit recklessly just now. Surtsk interrupted everyone as he spoke up. I was just thinking of winning over offense, Surtsk-sama. Knowing that Surtsk was helping him change the topic, Tenraku rubbed his nose and replied, winning her over? After hearing Tenraku's words, Surtsk, Rias, and the other people present showed puzzled expressions on their faces. Offense is pure and innocent, and she is ignorant of the ways of the world. Although she was used by the Cows Brigade as their leader, in reality, she was only responsible for granting power and being exploited. On this point, Kurika, who was once a member of the Cows Brigade, should be well aware, right? It's about right, meow. Tenraku explained, and Kurika nodded beside him. However, what Kurika didn't say was that even within the Cows Brigade, offense was also seen as a dangerous existence. Having invincible power but being too naive, although she seemed quiet most of the time, no one knew what she would do the next moment. So, for the sake of their safety, even daring individuals like Kurika didn't dare to approach offense easily. It's obviously unwise to be enemies with such an invincible being, so I thought about winning over offense. Just like how the Cows Brigade can utilize her power, we can do the same. Utilize offense power. Not to mention Rias and the other girls, even Surtsk showed a shocked expression upon hearing Tenraku's words. I was just making an analogy, there's no need to go to that extent. As long as we don't make her our enemy, it's enough. It may be difficult for others, but precisely because offense is pure and innocent, she provides us with possibilities. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Tenraku coughed lightly and quickly tried to remedy the situation. HHH, only you would come up with such an idea. Although it doesn't seem very reliable, I'll support you as the Governor General? With a hearty laugh, Azazel patted Tenraku on the shoulder as he spoke. Also chuckling lightly a few times, Tenraku thought to himself that he wasn't just thinking about it, he really intended to do it? Leaving offense with the Cows Brigade would be a waste. It would be better to bring her over to his side. Having invincible power yet being pure and innocent, offense seemed quite dangerous to others, but in Tenraku's eyes, she was simply amazing. She is just like a blank canvas that could be freely painted on. If offense came to his side, whether through brainwashing or training, he would be the one in control of that infinite power. It wouldn't be bad to have a dragon god of infinity as a pet. His mouth curled up slightly as Tenraku had evil thoughts. Although this idea seemed a bit crazy, that guy Issei Hayudo in the original story could do it, so he could do it too? Of course, to achieve his goal, he would need to do some things, but Tenraku wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time. As the battle concluded, the remnants of the old great Satans dispatched by Surtsk and Azazel were completely eradicated. Tenraku, Rias, and their group of girls returned to the human world. The attack by the Cows Brigade had a significant impact on the Underworld, but that had nothing to do with Tenraku. Although Tenraku managed to take down Diodora, not only was he not punished, but he also received commendations for eliminating the traitors in the Underworld. The Astaroth family even sent a special envoy to express their gratitude and apologies to Tenraku. It felt a bit awkward to have the opponent's family expressing gratitude and apologies, but it also felt good. If Diodora had known about it in the afterlife, he would surely be furious. Well, speaking of which, Diodora didn't even have a coffin, so he died in a pitiful state. In a large room in the Saints and Demons Hall. Master. Indulging in his fallen state, Kateria screamed loudly, and then her eyes rolled back as she collapsed, trembling all over. Taking a deep breath, Tenraku sat up, supporting his waist. Besides Kateria, there were many unconscious female magicians lying around him, all of them in a state of undress. It was a filthy scene, and without even asking, anyone would know what this guy had been up to. Being a master wasn't easy. In order to reward his tools, Tenraku had gone all out. It was fortunate for him that he was the one in charge, otherwise, anyone else would have been drained long ago. Snapping his fingers, an invisible domain enveloped the surroundings with Tenraku at the center. It was the forbidden move of the evil eye time domain. After going wild with his tools for several days and nights, if things had gone normally, even if Rias and the others were tolerant, they would have rushed in to capture him. However, within the time domain, Tenraku could adjust the flow of time, perfectly solving this problem. Although Tenraku had been fooling around here for several days and nights, outside, only a few minutes had passed. To think that I would use the power of sacred gears for something like this. I'm becoming more and more corrupted. Letting out a sigh, Tenraku wore a melancholic expression. His path as a conqueror destined him to fall into this state. If he was going to fall, then he might as well embrace it. Tenraku dressed and walked out of his little paradise. He had already rewarded his tools, so now it was time to visit those saintesses. The Saints and Demons Hall had numerous rooms, and before long, Tenraku arrived at the place where the saintesses were being kept. Due to the use of forbidden magic, the saintesses suffered tremendous physical and mental trauma, leaving them with severe after-effects. They were still unconscious, and their brows were furrowed and it looked as if they were in great pain. Activating the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, Tenraku waved his hand, releasing several shining orbs of light to heal the injuries of the saintesses. Although the pain on their faces eased slightly, the saintesses still did not wake up. I can only heal their physical injuries, but not their mental trauma. Tenraku muttered to himself with a slight frown on his face, and then it seemed like he had made a decision deep in his heart. If that's the case, then let's give it a try. Spirit power surged as Tenraku once again activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing. However, this time the situation was somewhat different. As Tenraku continuously poured out spirit power, an illusory figure slowly materialized in the air. With hands pressed against the chest, radiating a beautiful and holy aura, exuding a loving radiance reminiscent of the Holy Mother, this figure faintly resembled Asia. This was the forbidden move of the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing. Due to the immense talent brought about by the sacred gear Plunder, almost all the sacred gears Tenraku had obtained had their forbidden moves developed by him. However, the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing was an exception because its forbidden move was inherited and shared by Tenraku. The one who truly developed this artifact sacred gear forbidden move was not Tenraku, but Asia. The smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing was suitable for a host with a kind heart and a pure soul, and it had high compatibility with Asia. Having experienced numerous battles together, watching everyone fighting so desperately, Asia yearned to become stronger in her heart, hoping to help and protect everyone. Her desire was so strong that the artifact sacred gear responded to her expectations. Not long ago, Asia finally developed her own forbidden move. Compared to its normal mode, the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing in the forbidden move state greatly enhanced recovery abilities. Although it couldn't achieve the extreme of resurrecting someone, as long as one hadn't died, they could be saved. Not only could it heal physical injuries, but it could also restore spiritual damage. In a sense, the healing effect of this sacred gear had surpassed even that of the Tears of the Phoenix. Tenraku named the forbidden move he developed for Asia as the Guardian of the Holy Mother because of its incredibly strong recovery capabilities. In the instant of being attacked by an enemy, it could swiftly heal the injuries, serving as a defensive technique of protection. With Asia's current strength, as long as she used the Guardian of the Holy Mother, attacks from high-class devils would be unable to harm her. In Tenraku's words, even attacks from Demon King level beings could be blocked with this move. Returning to the main topic, as per Tenraku's intention, the phantom-like image resembling the Holy Mother flew out and gently caressed the Saintesses still in a coma. Then, it transformed into a radiant light that enveloped the Saintesses, quickly healing their spiritual traumas. Before long, the radiant light dissipated, and the healing was complete. The previously comatose Saintesses' eyes twitched, and one by one, they gradually woke up. Where is this? Rubbing her forehead, Semiria, the silver-haired Saintess, sat up and looked around with a bewildered expression on her face. Due to just having awakened, her mind was still in disarray. This is my territory, Saintess Mrs. Having regained some clarity, the Saintesses who heard the voice quickly looked over and saw Tenraku sitting on the side, smiling at them. My Lord Tenraku? Blushing, the Saintesses quickly stood up, straightening their clothes as they greeted Tenraku. My Lord Tenraku, thank you for saving us. We are truly grateful. Now that they had more or less understood the current situation, Semiria, leading the group of Saintesses, expressed their gratitude to Tenraku. They were well aware of the extent of the injuries they had suffered, both physically and mentally. If there had been no one to treat them, they might have never woken up. And the one who saved them was undoubtedly Tenraku before their eyes. I just did what I could. You don't need to worry about it. Shaking his head, Tenraku casually replied with a seemingly indifferent expression on his face. Although it may be just a casual act for Lord Tenraku, it is a great kindness to us. Biting her lip, Semiria continued, My Lord Tenraku, I wanted to ask about the battle and Lord Diodora. It seemed that these Saintesses were concerned about what lay ahead. Tenraku couldn't help but wear a playful smile as he said, The battle is already over. As for your king, Diodora, he has been eliminated by me for colluding with the Cows Brigade and betraying the Underworld. For the peerages, their king was everything to them. The king is the master they would follow and serve their entire lives. Learning that their king had passed away was undoubtedly a devastating blow to any peerage. However, he has been eliminated. Diodora has been eliminated. Dead. That devil has finally died. He. That's fantastic. Upon receiving the news of Diodora's death, the Saintesses covered their mouths with tears streaming down their faces. However, these were not tears of sadness, they were tears of overwhelming joy. The devil who had destroyed everything for them had finally perished? Although they had somewhat anticipated this outcome, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The death of Diodora had brought tears of joy to his peerage. That guy Diodora was truly pitiable? Not wanting to interrupt, Tenraku remained silent until the Saintesses had vented their emotions. Then he spoke again. Diodora is dead. From now on, you are free now. What are your plans? Upon hearing Tenraku's words, the Saintesses ceased their tears, but they all wore expressions of endless confusion on their faces. Oui. Feeling dejected, the Saintesses hung their heads. Although the devil was dead, where should they go from here? As members of Diodora's betrayed peerage, they were naturally wanted by the Underworld. Returning there was not an option. Should they go back to the church then? Hey, although they were once renowned nuns and Saintesses, they were now nothing more than stains on the church. If they foolishly returned, they would likely be immediately judged and executed. Although it sounded heartless, the so-called church was such a place. After much thought, the Saintesses couldn't help but sorrowfully realize that they were now homeless. If you have nowhere to go, I can take you in. With a slight smile on his lips, Tenraku naturally understood the situation these Saintesses were in, so he made a proposition. Lord Tenraku, can you really take us in? Feeling surprised and excited, the Saintesses simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes fixed on Tenraku. Of course, taking you in is a simple matter for me, but it does come with conditions. Tenraku replied while shrugging his shoulders. He naturally wouldn't be so purely kind-hearted, rather, these Saintesses had value that he could exploit. However, the Saintesses didn't mind at all. Lord Tenraku, I'm willing to do anything for you? Me too, if it's for Lord Tenraku. Lord Tenraku, I'm also willing to follow you. As expected, all the Saintesses were willing to follow Tenraku. It wasn't just because they were grateful for his salvation, but they had long admired being able to serve a master like Yubelina. To be able to follow the man before their eyes would be the greatest honor for them. Having the resolve to follow me is just the basic requirement, but it's not enough. Before making a decision, take a look at this. Snapping his fingers, Tenraku manifested several copies of the gods and demons scripture. Then, he curved his finger, and one of the copies flew into the hands of each Saintess. With a hint of curiosity on their faces, the Saintesses began flipping through the pages. But soon, shocked expressions appeared on their beautiful faces. Lord Tenraku, do you want to become a god? Feeling utterly shocked, Semiria, leading the group of Saintesses, looked at Tenraku with disbelief. Although they had only read a few pages, how could they not understand what this meant? Well, is there something wrong with that? I want to become a god, a supreme god surpassing everything? If you want to follow me, you must offer your bodies, souls, loyalty, and love, as well as your belief to me. Tenraku spoke with such a domineering arrogance that his figure seemed to expand infinitely at this moment, causing the Saintesses to retreat a few steps in awe. Did a human, a devil, really possess such ambition to become a supreme god, surpassing everything? Lord Tenraku, if we can't agree, how will you deal with us? It took a while for Semiria, who led the group, to regain her composure and bite her lip as she asked this question. Since the moment they opened the gods and demons scripture, they had learned things they shouldn't have known. The other Saintesses quickly realized this as well, and their faces turned pale. If they couldn't agree, would they be? Don't worry, since I saved you, I won't be a villain. I welcome those who are willing to follow me and believe in me. But if you can't accept it, I will erase your memories and let you leave. Of course, if you choose to leave, whether you're pursued by the church or wanted by the underworld, it has nothing to do with me. After all, I'm not a philanthropist who specializes in doing good deeds. Tenraku smiled in response, taking in the Saintesses' reactions. He didn't deceive them, everything Tenraku said was the truth. He would be pleased if these Saintesses chose to follow him and believe in him, but if they chose to leave, Tenraku wouldn't mind. For Tenraku, who already had tens of thousands of believers, it would be a simple task to cultivate a few outstanding and devout Saintesses. Just like that girl named Susan, Tenraku occasionally manifested himself to train her in this regard. The Saintesses, who received Tenraku's answer, sighed in relief, and their gratitude towards Tenraku grew even stronger. Regardless of the choices in their hearts, no one liked being forced. Now, tell me your choices. Clapping his hands, Tenraku spoke again. This was a difficult choice for the Saintesses, and Tenraku didn't rush them. After a long silence, Semiria finally gave her answer. Lord Tenraku, I'm willing to follow you. Taking a slight breath, Semiria spoke with a firm expression on her face. Oh, and the reason? Tell me, I'm curious. Is it because I saved you twice that you're willing to abandon your belief in your own god? A mischievous smile curved on Tenraku's lips, and the other Saintesses looked at Semiria with astonishment in their eyes. These Saintesses probably still don't know that God is dead. Semiria's choice indicates that she has already abandoned her belief in her own god. Even Tenraku was slightly surprised by her. Being chosen as a Saintess means being brainwashed and nurtured by the church from a young age, with unwavering willpower and devout belief. Just like Asia in the past, it was after learning about the death of God that her belief collapsed, and Tenraku took advantage of the opportunity to introduce her to his cult. Under normal circumstances, these Saintesses would never abandon their beliefs, even if it cost them their lives. For them, loyalty and love for the deity are far more important than their own lives. However, Semiria's response brought joy to Tenraku. It is because Lord Tenraku saved me multiple times, a debt I can never repay. As for the god, I have long abandoned my belief in him. Semiria continued with a series of mocking remarks. The god I believed in my moments of helplessness, in my moments of despair, when I prayed to him time and time again, he never responded to me, nor did he save me. I have been told that all the pain we suffered is a trial from the deity. What a bunch of liars, all of them. Thinking about everything she had experienced, the beautiful face of the girl was filled with intense hatred. In those countless moments of despair, she had seen through the lies of God. Empathizing with her, the other Saintesses also showed signs of indignation on their faces. They had all believed in the deity so firmly, believing that he could save the world and everything in it. But in their most painful and desperate moments, the deity failed to save them. If the deity has already forsaken me, why can't I forsake him? Lord Tenraku, I am willing to follow you and believe in you. With her hands pressed against her chest, Semiria knelt before Tenraku. Due to her disappointment and resentment towards the deity, this beautiful Saintess had fallen and willingly embraced the embrace of the evil god. Now, what about your choices? Feeling pleased, Tenraku looked at the other Saintesses as he spoke. We are also willing to follow you, believe in you, Lord Tenraku. Following Semiria's lead, the other saintesses made their choices and knelt down with their hands pressed against their chests. If anyone from the church were to see them, they would surely be furious and denounce them as wicked heretics, fallen demonesses, and the like. But the girls no longer cared. This was revenge against the god who couldn't meet their expectations. Alas, the god of the Holy Bible, because he died and couldn't respond to the expectations of his believers, was resented and abandoned. Tenraku naturally wouldn't foolishly explain for the deceased god of the Holy Bible. On the contrary, he loved seeing this development. Feeling the surge of belief in his spiritual sea, Tenraku couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, these former saintesses provided a belief power that far surpassed that of ordinary devotees, both in quality and quantity. Lifting Semiria's chin, Tenraku revealed a tender smile, resembling that of a benevolent father. "Welcome home, my suffering children." Radiating a holy radiance, the saintesses stared blankly at Tenraku, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. They had endured so much pain and hardship, but they had finally found after the events in the Underworld, Tenraku and the girls returned to their normal lives. They attended school during the day and Tenraku engaged in mischief with Rias and Ubelina in the evenings. Their days were fulfilling and joyful. Tenraku assigned Kateria and the female magicians to go out and spread the word, recruiting more and more believers for him. In the past, Ubelina and Swollen were responsible for these tasks, and the familiars helped distribute flyers. However, as a peerage, Ubelina's primary duty was to serve Tenraku, and they didn't have much time for these activities. Previously, they had to do everything themselves because there was no one else available. But now that they had many resources, Tenraku no longer wanted his peerage to waste time on such tasks. He entrusted everything to Kateria. As the number of believers continued to grow, Tenraku started considering establishing his own church. It was not just about recruiting believers, he also needed to continuously brainwash them to make them more devout. When the numbers were small, Tenraku could handle it himself and occasionally manifest miracles to show them his divine power. But as the number of believers grew, it became impossible for Tenraku to do it all alone. He needed someone to do it for him. That's where Semiria and the others came in. Tenraku had plans to recruit them and make use of their role as saintesses. After all, saintesses were supposed to dedicate themselves to the Lord and spread the message of love and greatness to the believers. Currently, 15 saintesses, including Semiria, were undergoing baptism and transformation in the Saints and Demons Hall. Once they completed the process, they would be able to fulfill their purpose and value. And of course, Asia was also part of this plan. www. Inside the student council, Tenraku sat in the chair reserved for the student council president, while Sana leaned against his chest, her arms wrapped around him. They were deeply engrossed in each other's embrace. If other students at the school were to witness this scene, their hearts would surely break. The perfect and unapproachable President Sama was engaging in such acts. Tenraku and Sana had an agreement that they could be intimate like a couple when they were alone together. Tenraku wouldn't waste such an opportunity, so he often made his way to the student council room whenever he had the chance. The President Sama had not been fully conquered yet, so Tenraku had to keep making efforts. Watching the intoxicated expression on the girl in his arms, Tenraku's fingers moved, tearing apart her clothes. He eagerly prepared to explore the mysterious and enticing areas, but Sana suddenly pushed him away and regained her senses. "That's enough." Blushing and panting heavily, Sana held her clothes tightly as she glared at Tenraku with intensity. "It's always like this. Sana, I think we can go further now," Tenraku suggested with a disappointed look on his face. Haha. Sana laughed coldly and didn't respond. This time, he wanted to go further, and the next time, he would want to go even further. She had seen through this greedy guy. "Sana, how long are we going to continue sneaking around like this? Rias has already noticed. Why not be honest with her?" "No, I haven't made up my mind yet. Give me a little more time." If she confessed now, Rias would definitely take the opportunity to tease her. She had initially promised not to compete for her wedded, but now, Sana and Tenraku had ended up like this. Although she knew that the day of exposure would come sooner or later, Sana could only hold on for now. Every day she could delay was a day gained. If Sana is not ready, then let's wait a bit longer. Sighing, Tenraku could only reluctantly agree. He could take her now if he wanted to, but that would be boring. So he would wait. After all, she was in his hands, and he wouldn't let her slip away. Watching Tenraku's frustrated expression, Sana felt a mix of anger and amusement. This guy already had so many women, yet he was so impatient. However, this also indicated that Tenraku did care about Sana, even though he didn't show it. In the depths of her heart, the young girl felt a hint of happiness. "Just this once, I can help you." As if acting on impulse, Sana said. At first, Tenraku didn't understand, but when he realized her intentions, his face couldn't hide his surprise. "Sana, are you serious? I regret it. I didn't mean what I said earlier." Her expression turned cold, and Sana turned her head away. She regretted saying those words in a moment of weakness. But now, she had no choice. As the despicable guy pointed out, she was Sana Satrai, the next in line to lead the Satrai family. She had to take responsibility for everything she had said. How did Rias do it? Having never undergone the bride training and not being proficient in these matters, Sana could only endure her embarrassment and ask. With a mischievous smile, Tenraku whispered something in the girl's ear, causing Sana to open her mouth in disbelief. Rias actually. Sana couldn't believe it. Did Rias really do such shameless things? Was she the same proud Rias that she knew? What's wrong? Can't Sana do it? Then let's try something simpler. Tenraku's expression was full of disappointment, but that instantly stimulated Sana. No need. If Rias can do it, I can too. As a rival since childhood, Sana, equally proud, would never admit that she could lose to Rias. But when she saw Tenraku's smug expression, the girl immediately realized that she had been tricked. Her gaze turned cold, and her anger soared. Sana sank her teeth into Tenraku's shoulder. Ah! I'm sorry, Sana, I'm sorry? Grinning in pain, Tenraku screamed loudly, receiving the punishment he deserved. If you do it again next time, I won't let you off. I won't dare. Finally feeling relieved, Sana let go of Tenraku, and he could only whimper in pain. Are all these women dogs? It really hurts? Sana, be more gentle later. Don't bite so hard. Rubbing the bitten area, Tenraku complained, while Sana's lips twitched, almost unable to resist taking a few more bites. With a cold snort, Sana stood up. Although this guy had deliberately tricked her, she wouldn't go back on her word. Despite some regret, if Rias could do it, she could do it too. With a flushed face and some hesitation, Sana knelt down in front of Tenraku under his expectant gaze. After a long while, Sana ran into the adjacent restroom, feeling nauseous, while Tenraku had a satisfied look of reminiscence. Even the pure and virtuous President Sama had been defiled by him. Lord Tenraku? Island Nell ran out of the classroom and jumped onto Tenraku while shouting his name. Let's go home. Tenraku rubbed the cheeks of the two lowly girls and smiled as he spoke. Since Island Nell were in a lower grade, they were assigned to the middle school section, so Tenraku and the others would often come to pick them up after club activities to go home together. As usual, everyone chatted and laughed along the way. Island Nell enthusiastically told Tenraku about their day at school, such as pranks they played on a sensei, some girls wanting to be their little sisters and annoying boys confessing to them. Tenraku listened with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. These two little troublemakers were mischievous at home, let alone at school. Sana even complained to Tenraku once, saying that they had gathered a group of little lowly girls who caused chaos in the middle school section and asked him to control his own peerage. Don't cause trouble at school for everyone. Tenraku lightly tapped the heads of the two lowly girls as he spoke. Okay, the two sisters obediently replied like well-behaved children. Although they promised beautifully, Tenraku knew very well that they were just appeasing him. When they got to school, they would do whatever mischief they wanted. Tenraku was somewhat troubled by these two mischievous little lowly girls, but he let it slide. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, they could play however they liked. The distance from Kyoha Academy to the Kamiya family wasn't far, so it didn't take long for Tenraku and the girls to arrive home. However, just as they were about to reach home, a dimensional disturbance? The surrounding pedestrians and buildings suddenly disappeared, and the whole world became dim. Tenraku and the girls instantly entered a battle-ready state. Red Dragon Emperor and all the esteemed misses, greetings. A voice echoed out in the surrounding, and Tenraku and the girls looked towards the source, only to see two figures floating in the air. It was Baikao and a golden-haired man wearing glasses. Baikao, I didn't expect you to survive under those circumstances. I must admit, I'm quite surprised, Tenraku said with narrowed eyes and with a smiling expression on his face. Tenraku knew better than anyone how powerful his strike with the heavenly pillar was. Under normal circumstances, that monkey should have been obliterated and had no chance of survival. Oh, my life is harder than a rock. That level of attack can't kill me, Baikao boasted proudly while carrying a gold-banded stick. Is that so? Then who almost got taken out last time and was saved by me in the end? The one speaking this time was the golden-haired man next to Baikao. He pushed up his glasses and spoke disdainfully. Arthur, can't you give me a break? Baikao yelled in frustration, feeling exposed. Ignoring the monkey's desperate attempt to save some of his already shattered pride, the golden-haired man looked down at Tenraku and the girls below. Then, he gracefully performed a knightly greeting as he spoke. Nice to meet you all. I am Arthur Pendragon. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pendragon, could it be the king of knights? Rias and the girls seemed surprised by the self-proclaimed Arthur Pendragon, and it was as if they had realized something. Yes, my ancestor was indeed the king of knights, Arthur Pendragon, and this sword is the Holy King's sword Caliban? Arthur confirmed, nodding, as he drew a longsword emitting a holy light from his waist. Not only Rias and the girls but even Tenraku took notice of it. The Holy King's sword Caliban, also known as the Sword in the Stone, is a legendary weapon said to be capable of cleaving even space itself. No wonder Baikao survived in such dire circumstances. With this person's help, everything made sense. So, what business do you have in stopping us? Are you here to avenge Baikao? Tenraku asked. I have no intention of being your enemy, nor do I seek revenge for Baikao, Arthur replied. Even though I suffered a great loss last time, I will definitely seek revenge against you. But I will handle it on my own and won't stoop to such shameless actions. I have someone else in mind for this encounter, Baikao sneered, while Tenraku let out a light hum. Someone else? Tenraku furrowed his brow when he heard Baikao's words. Just then, a magic array unfolded in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. Seeing the newcomer, Tenraku couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Oh, it's you, Vale. In the sky, Vale stared coldly at Tenraku below. Here we meet again, Vale. I heard from Azazel that you managed to escape last time. I didn't expect you to join the Cows Brigade as well. The battle between the two heavenly dragons has ended, so why are you appearing before me now? Facing Valis' gaze, Tenraku asked. The battle between the two heavenly dragons may have ended, but our fight is far from over. Vala spoke with a cold expression on his face as an imposing aura emanated from him. Oi, Vala. Although I understand the frustration of a loser, someone who clings on even after losing is quite repulsive. Even with the power of the White Dragon Sovereign, you couldn't defeat me. Do you think you have any hope with your current state? Dangerous glints flickered in Tenraku's eyes as he sarcastically smirked. Even for the usually proud Vala, being mocked like this would usually provoke anger. However, to Tenraku's surprise, Vala remained remarkably calm. Indeed, losing the power of Albion was a great setback for me. But in order to defeat you, I awakened a completely new power. A completely new power? Now, let me show you. With a cold smile on his face, Vala activated a magic array. Suddenly, a barrage of countless light arrows shot down toward Tenraku and the girls below. Spread out! Shouting loudly, Tenraku and the girls leaped into the air. As a series of explosive sounds echoed, the ground they had been standing on turned into a wasteland. A cold gleam flashed in Tenraku's eyes as he became infuriated. Instantly, he unleashed the power of his artifact Sacred Gear, the demonic sword creation. Forbidden Move Unlimited Blade Works. Countless swirling vortexes appeared in the air, and sharp demonic swords shot out like a torrent, fiercely attacking Vala and his companions in the sky. Why are you attacking us too? Baiko's scalp tingled as he yelled, but he didn't dare to be careless. He swiftly wielded his Rui stick, deflecting the incoming demonic swords like a windmill. On the other side, Arthur Pendragon also took action. With a fierce and imposing aura emanating from him, he unsheathed his long sword and swung it forcefully into the empty space ahead. Holy King Sword Caliban. The void was directly cleaved open, creating a massive rift. The incoming demonic swords flew into the rift and disappeared simultaneously. Compared to Baikao and Arthur, more than half of the demonic swords were aimed at Vala. However, Vala neither activated any magic nor dodged it. He simply stared expressionlessly at the demonic swords flying toward him. Disappear. His lips curled into a slight smirk as he spoke, and then an invisible ripple spread out from Vala as the demonic swords in the sky shattered one after another with explosive sounds. What kind of magic is that? The forbidden move of the demonic sword has been cancelled? Rias, Ubelina, and the other girls were shocked, and even Tenraku had a grave expression on his face. What was that eerie magic power just now? Tenraku's mind raced, and he had some guesses in his heart, but he needed to confirm them. Cloud of swords fall from heaven? With a single hand raised, Tenraku unleashed the power of the Aim no Murakumo sword. Suddenly, a purple light filled the dim barrier space, and a sharp sword beam descended from the sky with a piercing sound. Feeling the immense power contained within the sword beam, Baikao and Arthur were astonished and quickly flew to the sides. However, Vala, without dodging or evading, extended his palm and directly caught the sword beam in the sky. Under normal circumstances, Vala's action would have been suicidal. However, what shocked everyone once again was that the sword beam that hit Vala didn't harm him at all. It simply vanished. How is this possible? So, Vala, this is the power you awakened, isn't it? Rias and the other girls found it hard to believe, while Tenraku confirmed something and his expression turned grim. If he wasn't mistaken, Vala's awakened power was Sacred Gear Canceller. It could render all Sacred Gear powers into nothingness. It was as if it were a power specifically designed to counter Tenraku's abilities. It seems you finally understand my power, Kamiya Tenraku. In order to defeat you, I awakened the power of someone I despise the most. You have the ability to take and use Sacred Gear powers infinitely, while I possess the ability to nullify all Sacred Gear powers. Even though the battle between the two heavenly dragons has ended, our destinies are far from over. Vala's side, and Tenraku couldn't help but nod. Yes, indeed. Perhaps this is truly our destiny. Vala, I acknowledge that you have the qualifications to be my opponent once again. Upon hearing Tenraku's words, Vala's smile widened in the air, and he unleashed several magic formations once again. Well then, experience its power once more. Li. Thousands of light arrows flew toward Tenraku as Vala spoke. Cursing inwardly, Tenraku quickly activated the ability of his inherent barrier and erected a barrier. However, the previously sturdy barrier was incredibly fragile when it encountered the light arrows released by Vala. It was effortlessly shattered. Ching 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 ching. A demonic sword materialized in Tenraku's hand, and he swiftly wielded it to defend against the light arrows. However, after only a few strikes, the demonic sword shattered. Tenraku usually relied on his various powerful artifacts, sacred gears, and didn't carry any other weapons with him, as they were completely unnecessary. However, his once invincible ability had now become his greatest weakness, leaving him without even a single weapon to face Vala's attacks. With no way to avoid it and lacking weapons or magic, Tenraku sighed inwardly and prepared to withstand the onslaught of arrows. However, it was at that moment. Tenraku, a figure rushed forward and stood in front of Tenraku. It was Akeno. HNG. All the attacks landed on Akeno, and she screamed in agony, flying through the air before crashing into Tenraku. Akeno-senpai? Although they also suffered some damage, Rias and the other girls, who had activated defensive magic, weren't severely injured. Witnessing Akeno bravely blocking the attacks for Tenraku, the girls' expressions turned pale, and they hurried over. Tenraku, are you alright? Her entire back had become a blur, and Akeno, with a pale face, lay in Tenraku's embrace, but she smiled foolishly. Good, she finally protected Tenraku too. He felt his heart constrict, and an indescribable sensation instantly spread throughout Tenraku's entire body. How long had it been since he last experienced this feeling of heartache, regret, and the inability to protect the person he cherished the most? Ugh, it's a severe injury. Upon seeing Akeno's severe injuries, Asia couldn't help but cover her mouth and quickly activated her own sacred gear's power to heal Akeno. Rias, I'll leave Akeno to you. Tenraku handed Akeno over to Rias and the other girls with a blank expression on his face, and then he walked out step by step. Tenraku. Although Tenraku didn't say much, Rias and the other girls could keenly sense Tenraku's raging anger. Under the gaze of the girls, Tenraku walked to the front and looked up at Volley in the air, his eyes filled with cold and icy intent. Volley? A red and white battle armor emitted a soaring aura emerged from Tenraku, and that aura continuously rose higher and higher. At the same time, the jade jewel on his armor flickered madly. Boost, 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 divide, 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 divide. With a step, the earth cracked, and Tenraku's figure turned into a swift afterimage as he charged toward Volley in the air. Kami ya Tenraku? With a raised corner of his mouth and a fierce fighting spirit, Volley also shouted and shot down toward Tenraku. Boom! Ah! The two collided, instantly creating a dazzling sun in the sky. Violent air currents spread in all directions, and the entire barrier space cracked like glass, filled with countless fractures. After a long time, everything gradually calmed down. Tenraku fell back to the ground, his armor dissipated, and he panted with a pale look on his face. Volley still floated in the air but appeared extremely miserable. He was covered in blood, and his arm that collided with Tenraku's was hanging weakly to his side. Although he awakened the ability to nullify the effects of sacred gears, it also had its limits. Once it surpassed the limits, he would still be harmed by the power of the sacred gears. With a cold smirk on his face, Tenraku prepared to attack again, but Volley suddenly spoke. This will be the end for now, Kami ya Tenraku. What's the matter? Can't handle it after just getting started, Volley? Tenraku retorted sarcastically, slightly taken aback. The incident of injuring your woman was my mistake, but today I merely came to greet you and let you know that our battle is far from over, Volley explained. Kami ya Tenraku, I will become stronger and stronger, and you should also grow stronger. There will come a day when our final showdown will happen again. Volley deeply looked at Tenraku, then opened a transmission formation and flew into it. Meanwhile, Arthur Pendragon Longsword sheathed his sword and nodded to Tenraku and the girls below before following suit and entering the formation. Kurika, would you like to come back with us? Baikao, carrying a gold-banded stick, asked Kurika, who was still protecting Konako below. I'm not going back to that boring place with you. I want to live with my Chiron from now on, Kurika replied without hesitation, tightly embracing Konako. Well, that's truly a pity. I wish you and your sister's happiness. Amidst the sounds of rushing water, the bath echoed with the occasional splashing sound as Akeno lay by the edge of the bath, squinting her eyes with a contented expression on her face, while Tenraku gently wiped the girl's body with great tenderness. Tenraku, are you still angry with me? Akeno smiled as she noticed a persistent frown on Tenraku's face. I'm not, Tenraku replied expressionlessly. Akeno sat up and hugged Tenraku's neck, then kissed him directly. Are you still angry now? After a long kiss, Akeno asked with a smiling face, as if coaxing a sulking child. Don't think you can get away with it that easily. Tenraku's lips twitched, and he turned his head away with a cold snort. Tenraku, you're so heartless. You are acting like that even though I saved you. Knowing that the usual methods wouldn't calm Tenraku down, Akeno immediately changed her strategy. She pouted and looked aggrieved, while Tenraku, who already had a serious expression, became agitated. What do you mean by saved? Even if I had been hit, I would have been fine. Do you know how dangerous your actions were? It's so easy for you to say, but what about me? Am I not allowed to save you when I see that you're in danger? I would have been fine. Even when you were in danger because of Valis' power, I still wanted to save you even if I knew you would be fine. Even if it's dangerous, it's my problem. I don't need your help, Akeno. Whether to save or not is my decision. I don't need you to interfere in my decision, Tenraku. I will save you no matter what. You? With each retort, the two of them argued with each other, not giving in. Seeing Akeno's stubborn and determined look, Tenraku became so frustrated that he wanted to flip the table, but there was no table in the bath, so he had to suppress his frustration forcefully. Feeling annoyed, Tenraku turned away, not letting Akeno see his expression. He never feared powerful enemies. Through the trials and tribulations of his journey across the world, Tenraku had become incredibly strong in his resolve. But when Akeno fell into his embrace, he became afraid. Silence descended upon the atmosphere, and neither of them spoke again. It was only after a long time that Tenraku felt a soft touch approaching him as Akeno hugged him from behind. Akeno, even if you Tenraku was about to say something, but Akeno interrupted him directly. Tenraku, I beg you, don't take away this little right from me. I know I'm weak, and you've always been protecting me. But I also want to protect you, I want to help you. I will work hard to become stronger, so please don't reject me. Turning around, Tenraku looked at the girl, her face already streaming with tears, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything he had planned. It seemed that he had been too domineering all along, always thinking about protecting Akeno and the others, but never considering their thoughts. I'm sorry, Akeno. Tenraku spoke softly as he gently wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks. He truly wasn't a good man. He had let his beloved shed tears. Tenraku, you don't need to apologize. It's me who should apologize. I'm always so willful, even though I can't do anything well, I still like to pretend to be strong. Shaking her head, Akeno felt a wave of self-reproach when she heard Tenraku apologizing to her. Akeno also knew that her seemingly grand gesture of sacrifice was actually causing trouble for Tenraku, but she couldn't bear to see Tenraku in danger while feeling helpless herself. Even if it meant being foolish in her approach, she wanted to protect Tenraku. Just once would be enough. She felt like the softest part of her heart had been touched as Tenraku sighed and directly kissed her lips. The intensity of their passionate kiss grew. As they hungrily tasted each other, it was as if they wanted to merge into each other's bodies. After a long kiss, they gazed into each other's eyes and burst into laughter simultaneously. They realized how silly they were to argue and quarrel over such a trivial matter. They both looked like idiots. I'll forgive you this time, Akeno, but don't do it again next time, Tenraku said while gently stroking the girl's cheek. No matter how many times, I'll still do it. Even you won't be able to stop me? Akeno shook her head as she displayed a determined expression on her face. On this point, she would never back down. Then at least don't foolishly rush in like that. I don't need Akeno to be my shield, Tenraku retorted, feeling frustrated that his previous moment of vulnerability had been wasted. But I was just too worried at that time. Next time, I'll approach it differently. Akeno blushed, feeling both embarrassed and regretful. Looking back now, Akeno realized how foolish she had been at that moment. Instead of mindlessly acting as a human shield, she could have just used defensive magic to protect Tenraku. Her actions had worried everyone needlessly. Feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement, Tenraku gently rubbed Akeno's forehead. Akeno leaned against his chest, feeling the warmth of his embrace. The two of them enjoyed this tender moment. Akeno, let's go on a date tomorrow, Tenraku suddenly said as he caressed the girl's long hair. Date? Akeno raised her head, surprised. Yes, we've never been on a date before. Wouldn't you like to give it a try, Akeno? But we have school tomorrow. Anything related to school can be postponed. Our date is the most important thing. What do you think, my princess? Will you go? Tenraku asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Akeno's heart was deeply moved and she began to feel warm inside, unable to refuse and not wanting to refuse. Okay, Akeno nodded and accepted the invitation. Gazing into each other's eyes, their lips met once again. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom. That's great. Tenraku-san and Akeno-san made up, Asia exclaimed happily. Humph, we worried for nothing because of that guy, Tenraku. Irina pouted, trying to maintain its tsundere expression. Tenraku and Akeno are going on a date tomorrow. Has anyone else had a date with Tenraku? Zenovia's main focus seemed to be on the date as she looked at their companions. Hehe, I've had a date with Tenraku-san, Asia replied, her face filled with envy. It was nothing special, just hanging out here and there. It was tiring, Irina added with a proud yet dismissive tone, but anyone could see her satisfaction. The envy among the girls grew, and Zenovia, lost in thought, stroked her chin. Then she turned to Rias, who was standing nearby. Rias, have you ever had a date with Tenraku? After all, you're his legal wife, right? A flicker of panic flashed in Rias' eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Of course, I've had a date with him. It was similar to what Irina mentioned, Rias replied. I see. Zenovia didn't inquire further, and Rias secretly breathed out a sigh of relief. However, there was a hint of resentment in her heart. She hadn't had a date with Tenraku yet? Thinking about it, Rias and Tenraku had already done everything they should or shouldn't have done. Dating now seemed somewhat meaningless, to the point that even Rias herself had overlooked it. It was frustrating for her to realize this now. A romance without dates wasn't complete. That infuriating Tenraku. She would make him make up for everything he owed her. Rias, you guys go to school. Tenraku and I are going on a date, Akeno said with a beaming smile as she linked her arm with Tenraku's. Wearing a casual long dress and light makeup, Akeno looked stunningly beautiful after putting so much effort into her appearance. Even Rias couldn't deny that Akeno was truly attractive. But, so, you're going on a date with Tenraku. What's there to be so proud of? Rias Gremory, am not interested? Rias pretended to laugh while suppressing the strong sense of jealousy in her heart. No, she wasn't jealous at all. Not at all. Tenraku naturally caught a whiff of the sour jealousy emanating from Rias. He found it amusing, but he wasn't worried. He knew that once he satisfied Rias later in the evening, everything would be okay. After bidding farewell to Ravel and the others, who were heading to school, Tenraku and Akeno embarked on their date. Except for the final step, they had done everything they should or shouldn't have done. If regular couples go on dates to increase their fondness for each other, then Tenraku and Akeno had already reached the maximum level of fondness. There was no need for further increase. For them, this date was more about enjoying their time alone together than anything else. Tenraku, did you bring me here after the date to do some naughty things? Akeno couldn't help but smile mischievously as Tenraku brought her to the shrine. This place had already become their secret meeting spot, where they would occasionally spend time together under the pretext of cleaning the shrine. In this once solemn and sacred shrine, the two of them had engaged in numerous dirty activities. Akeno, do you think I only think about those things? Tenraku, with a black line on his forehead, sighed in exasperation. Aren't you? Akeno blinked innocently, curiously questioning him. I made an appointment with an important guest, and I wanted you to meet him. He should be here by now. Let's go inside, Tenraku replied, knowing well that Akeno was intentionally teasing him. Important guest? Although curious, Akeno didn't ask any further questions. The two of them entered the living room of the shrine, where a middle-aged man was waiting with his back turned to them. Even though it was just his silhouette, Akeno instantly recognized him and turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. It's you. Turning around, as expected, the middle-aged man waiting inside was none other than Akeno's father, Grail. It's been a long time, Akeno. Akeno, talk to him properly. Tenraku, watching the girl's resentful and pained expression, felt a pang of sympathy for this girl. But there were things that needed to be confronted and he gently patted Akeno's shoulder and left the room. Before their date, Tenraku had contacted Grail, who seemed to be involved in an important mission. But as soon as Grail received Tenraku's message, he rushed over without delay. Due to her mother's situation, Akeno had always despised her own bloodline and harbored hatred towards her father. Even now, she couldn't fully accept the power of thunder within her. Although it wasn't apparent in the past, over time, this hatred had severely impacted the girl's growth. While Gaspar was growing as part of Raya's peerage, Asia awakened the power of Forbidden Move, and Zenovia and Irina became powerful holy sword wielders, surpassing Akeno in terms of combat ability. Even Konako, after unlocking her heart knot and accepting the power of her Nikoshao lineage, had made significant progress. Under Kurika's guidance, she rapidly improved her monster technique and immortal technique, surpassing Akeno. Everyone was progressing, but Akeno, as the queen, remained stagnant, causing concern from everyone. Leaning against the pillar outside the door, Tenraku pondered to himself. I hope this time we can unlock Akeno's heart knot. If she can't accept the power of her own, she won't be able to continue growing. However, it was unlikely that Akeno's father alone could resolve this issue. As expected, soon the sound of a quarrel between the father and daughter came from inside. This is none of your business. Akeno, I am speaking as your father. What father? Where were you when Okasama was murdered? Why didn't you come back in time? Get out, just leave? After a while, Grail walked out with a dejected expression on her face. It was evident that the father and daughter, who had finally reunited, had ended up in a fight. Even this experienced and battle-hardened man was greatly affected and felt miserable. Tenraku couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, my father-in-law, you really aren't helpful at all. But seeing the pitiful state of the other man, Tenraku walked over to offer some comfort. Father-in-law, you should go back for now. I will try to persuade Akeno. Nodding reluctantly, Grail had no choice but to entrust his hopes to Tenraku. After seeing Grail off, Tenraku entered the living room, where he found Akeno sitting on the side, crying in pain. I'm sorry, Akeno, for not telling you and bringing him here, Tenraku said softly as he embraced the girl. Why did you bring him to see me? Why does Tenraku make me remember those painful things again? Akeno sobbed in agony. Because I want you to forgive him, Tenraku replied. But I can't forgive him, I hate him. Akeno, how long do you want to be stubborn? Everyone was saddened by what happened back then, but it wasn't your fault, nor was it your father's fault. You know that better than anyone? Realizing that the conventional methods couldn't unlock Akeno's heart knot, Tenraku raised his voice and his chilling gaze pierced through the girl as if it could see through everything. Covering her mouth, tears continued to stream down Akeno's eyes. Tenraku was right, she knew it wasn't her fault or her father's fault. She had always known that, but she was too weak and fragile. Her inner self was not as strong as she pretended to be on the surface. She couldn't accept the fact that her mother was gone. If she didn't release her pent-up emotions, she wouldn't be able to bear it. She would collapse. Just like Tenraku had said, she was a weak and stubborn person. Www. Holding Tenraku tightly, Akeno cried out in pain, her sobs tearing at her heart. But as Tenraku watched her like this, a smile appeared on his face. He continued to comfort the girl, allowing her to release the pain in her heart. After a long time, when Akeno gradually calmed down, Tenraku leaned closer to her ear and whispered, if you need strength, I am your strength. If you need courage, I am your courage. So don't restrict yourself anymore, Akeno. A shock ran through Akeno's body as she stared at Tenraku with tear-streaked cheeks and a beautiful smile bloomed on her face like never before. Tenraku, love main the room of the shrine, the clothes of the two were scattered around, and the lingering chaotic atmosphere in the air spoke of what had happened here. Akeno lazily nestled in Tenraku's embrace, unable to summon even the slightest bit of strength to move. After going through so much, they had finally taken this final step. Akeno, you finally belong to me completely. I've already belonged to Tenraku for a long time. Feeling the warmth and love between them, the two kissed again. After a long while, Akeno, stop restricting yourself. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. So, live on courageously. Your mother would want you to. Stroking the girl's beautiful hair, Tenraku spoke softly. Tenraku, you're so cunning, always saying things like that. Tears welled up in Akeno's eyes again as she continued. I will try my best to accept everything, face everything, and never run away again. But if Tenraku dares to leave me, to abandon me, I will definitely break down this time and show you. Looking at the girl's serious expression, Tenraku was both annoyed and amused. Silly Akeno, are you threatening me? How could I threaten Tenraku? I'm just a willful and weak woman. Since Tenraku wants me to become stronger, then take responsibility for me? This is truly the most unjust thing in the world. I brought it upon myself. Why? Is Tenraku unwilling? No, I am more than willing. I will never, ever leave Akeno or abandon her. Seeing Akeno finally show a satisfied expression, Tenraku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had dared to resist just now, who knows, Akeno might have gone berserk and attacked him. However, Tenraku was genuinely happy for Akeno, who had bravely faced her past and unlocked her heart knot. Akeno, want to go again? Seeing the beautiful girl in his arms, someone began to feel restless once more. I can't anymore. Don't mess around. The expression on Akeno's face changed as she replied in a flustered manner. Cough, trust me, Akeno, you can do it. Unable to resist any longer, Tenraku let out a low growl and transformed into a wolf once again. Soon, the room echoed with Akeno's painful yet pleasurable screams. After a long while, Tenraku carried Akeno out of the room and couldn't help but feel awkward as he looked at her resentful gaze. Even when it was their first time, he had been so ferocious. He truly was a scoundrel. But well, it couldn't be blamed on him. After all, Akeno was too tempting. Just like Rainare and Kala Warner, Akeno, with her fallen angel bloodline, was a genuine enchantress. She could effortlessly master many mystical skills, causing Tenraku to be unable to resist wanting more and more. Using the smile of the Holy Mother to heal Akeno's injuries and resting for a while, the girl finally regained some strength in her body. Akeno, take me to the Heimjima family. You should know about the way there, right? The Heimjima family? Tenraku, what do you want to do? Did you forget that already? I was bullied by your uncle back then. Now that Akeno has resolved her heart knot, it's about time for me to settle the score for the humiliation I suffered. Looking at the resentful expression on Tenraku's face, Akeno couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tenraku really knew how to hold a grudge, remembering something that happened so long ago. Although the Heimjima family was incredibly powerful, Tenraku had no worries about that with his current strength. Besides, it was time for them to settle the score with the Heimjima family once and for all. With these thoughts in mind, Akeno also agreed to Tenraku's plan. Expanding his scarlet dragon wings, Tenraku took Akeno and soared into the sky, and they quickly arrived above the Heimjima family's main residence. The Heimjima family was one of the prestigious families in the country, along with the Hyaki, Shinra, Kushihashi, and Doman families. They were collectively known as the Five Great Clans. They had been secretly guarding and controlling the country as practitioners among humans, serving the deities in their battle against foreign-shaped beings. Descending from the sky, Tenraku and Akeno landed in front of the main gate of the Heimjima family's main residence, immediately attracting the attention of two Heimjima family guards. My lord? No, who are you? Seeing Akeno beside Tenraku, the two guards seemed to have misunderstood something, but they quickly realized their mistake and shouted in a vigilant tone. Akeno, should I move or will you do it? Tenraku smiled and looked at Akeno as he asked this question. They were here to seek revenge, so there was no need for friendly explanations. Rolling her eyes at Tenraku, Akeno raised her delicate hand and conjured a ball of thunderlight in an instant. Crackling sounds filled the air as the thunderlight ball transformed into two ferocious beasts and pounced toward the two guards with a roar. Although the two guards were practitioners, their strength was at most equivalent to that of a middle-class devil in terms of devil levels. They were directly hit by Akeno's thunderlight attack and screamed as they were thrown backward. Tenraku couldn't help but nod in approval. Akeno had fully accepted the power of thunderlight within her, which was much stronger than pure thunder and lightning. Hand in hand, Tenraku and Akeno prepared to enter, but their steps were suddenly halted by a barrier that appeared out of nowhere. It was expected that such an important place as the Heimjima family's main residence would have protective barriers surrounding it. However, snapping his fingers, Tenraku activated the ability of demonic sword creation. A gray vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a gigantic demonic sword descending on the barrier. Boom! With a loud noise, the barrier protecting the Heimjima family's main residence flickered with chaotic light and cracks appeared on it like shattered glass. Then it dissipated along with the massive demonic sword. The barrier is gone. Who dares to attack the Heimjima family? Someone, quickly, get someone here! Rustling sounds filled the air as a group of people rushed out from inside, glaring at Tenraku and Akeno with anger. To Tenraku's surprise, the one leading the group was a young woman in her 20s. She had long, glossy black hair that resembled Akeno's, and their appearances were strikingly similar. Akeno, it's you? The initially cold-looking woman couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Akeno. Suzaku-ne-san, long time no see. With a wry smile on her face, Akeno stepped forward and bowed to the woman. Tenraku's eyes flickered with curiosity as he saw this scene. Akeno had mentioned her talented cousin before, who inherited the name Suzaku and became the current family lord of the Heimjima family. He didn't expect her to be here. Akeno, is she the fallen angel's offspring? Wasn't she erased? Why is she still alive? Damn fallen angel, has she come back for revenge on us? Other members of the Heimjima family were shocked when they heard Akeno's name, and their gazes toward her were filled with disgust. Although Akeno had resolved her heart knot, being called the fallen angel's offspring still made her pale. Narrowing his eyes, Tenraku stood in front of Akeno. If any of you dare to insult my Akeno again, I won't mind killing all of you here. Tenraku spoke while wearing a cold and cruel smile on his face. Terrifying killing intent emanated from Tenraku's body, causing those who had just insulted Akeno as the fallen angel's offspring to retreat in fear. Some attempted to act tough, but they found themselves unable to utter a single word. Who are you? Feeling shaken, the woman addressed as Suzaku's elder sister stared at Tenraku with utmost seriousness. Me, Kamiya Tenraku. You're that Kamiya Tenraku? After hearing Tenraku's name, Himejima Suzaku and the practitioners of the Himejima family displayed expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. If this guy who claimed to be Akeno's husband was indeed called Kamiya Tenraku, then there was only one person they could think of. The miracle child of the Phenex family, the sacred gear plunderer, the man who wedded the younger sister of the demon king Surtsk and the one and only heavenly dragon emperor. It could only be that Kamiya Tenraku? If there is no other Kamiya Tenraku, then it must be me. Seeming quite famous, even the practitioners of the human world had heard of him. Tenraku replied nonchalantly. Gasping for breath, even Himejima Suzaku couldn't hide her astonishment at this moment. So this was the renowned Kamiya Tenraku. Why has someone like you come to our Himejima family? With a wry smile on her face, Suzaku couldn't help but ask. Although she considered herself a genius, inheriting the name Suzaku at such a young age and becoming currently in charge of the Himejima family, she felt utterly outmatched compared to the person standing before her, giving rise to a deep sense of frustration within her. I'm here for revenge, Tenraku stated his objective in a casual tone. Revenge? The practitioners of the Himejima family were taken aback, and a glint of determination flashed in Himejima Suzaku's eyes. As the family lord of the Himejima family, she had the responsibility to protect her family. If the other party had truly come to seek revenge against the Himejima family, then she would fight to the death? Feeling tense and vigilant, just as the situation was about to escalate, an elderly voice resounded in the area. Suzaku, stand down. He is here for me. A path cleared through the crowd as an old man holding a staff walked out from within. Excellent, it's the former generation family lord? Seeing the old man, the practitioners of the Himejima family became overjoyed, and Himejima Suzaku secretly breathed out a sigh of relief, bowing to the old man, Otasama. Acknowledging his relative with a nod, the old man then looked down at Tenraku and Akeno. Akeno, you have grown up. Shuri would have been delighted to see you. Akeno's uncle spoke with a complex expression on his face. But my Okasama was murdered by you, uncle. She will never see anything again. Akeno retorted back with a mocking and cold smile on her face. Although she had resolved the hidden feelings in her heart and could face the past bravely, she wouldn't show any kindness to those who had killed her mother. Feeling a tinge of guilt, Akeno's uncle sighed and then turned his gaze toward Tenraku. Young man, you have finally come. I knew this day would come. I'm someone who holds grudges. Back then, you bullied me so miserably, but now I finally have some ability, so I've come to learn from you, senior. Due to their relationship, Tenraku and Akeno had to be separated in the past. Although it seemed like a good thing now, one wrong didn't make a right. Tenraku had made it clear back then that he would reclaim his lost dignity, so now he had come. This is a matter between you and me, it has nothing to do with the Himejima family. The expression on Akeno's uncle's face turned complicated as he spoke of this. I'm only here to learn from senior. I have no interest in others. Tenraku replied back. Nodding his head, Akeno's uncle spoke. Very well. I accept your challenge. A glint of determination flashed in uncle's eyes as he exuded a powerful aura. However, Himejima Suzaku's expression changed instantly. No, Otasama? It's too dangerous to fight against Kamiya Tenraku, even for someone as strong as you. This is a battle between me and this young man. No one is allowed to interfere, or they will face the consequences of our family's law, uncle declared with a stern expression on his face. Suzaku, do not forget your responsibility as the family lord. Even if I were to die at the hands of this young man, you are not allowed to seek revenge for me. Do you understand? Uncle's voice was unquestionable. With her lips tightly pressed together, Suzaku struggled internally but ultimately couldn't defy her father's command. I understand, Otasama. A flicker of relief passed through her eyes, and then Akeno's uncle leaped into the air, landing across from Tenraku. Come, young man. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. With a slight smile on his lips, Tenraku conjured a pitch-black demonic sword in his hand. He then turned to Akeno by his side and said, Akeno, wait for me over there for a while. Tenraku, be careful, Akeno cautioned, even though she knew Tenraku would never lose. She still cared and wanted to remind him. Then she stepped back to the side. Staring at the uncle in front of him, Tenraku narrowed his eyes. Although the man had aged significantly, his aura had become even stronger. However, no matter how much stronger his opponent had become, Tenraku saw him as nothing more than an equal. Let's begin, young man. Then, be very careful. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the battle between Tenraku and Akeno's uncle commenced. Sila. Tenraku launched the first attack, swinging his demonic sword, and releasing a sharp sword energy attack that shot forward. Ha! With his hands clasped together, the old man shouted loudly, and his spirit energy surged forth, forming a solid defensive barrier in front of him. Honglong? The barrier blocked the sword energy attack, causing a burst of dazzling light and thunderous explosions to appear in the surrounding. Thunder and lightning surged out from the old man as a center, rushing toward Tenraku from all directions. Barrier? Activating his innate ability, the inherent barrier, Tenraku's defense remained impenetrable, no matter how the thunder and lightning attacked him. Furrowing his brows, Akino's uncle immediately changed his tactic. He struck his staff against the ground. God's Maya-ho earth? Hong hong hong. The ground trembled, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, massive stone pillars rose from the ground, violently colliding with Tenraku, who was protected by his barrier. Not only that, but sharp soil spikes continuously shot out from the stone pillars, aiming to strike Tenraku. Chiang 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 chiang. With a cold snort, Tenraku, wielding the demonic sword, swiftly spun and shattered all the incoming soil spikes. 100 combo chaotic edge? Casually naming the attack, Tenraku unleashed a series of hundreds of sword strikes. The sharp sword energy crisscrossed and formed a massive net, descending with great force, shattering all the stone pillars and soil spikes into pieces. Some of the practitioners who were caught in the aftermath of the battle screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Akino's uncle, who stood at the center of the battlefield, struggled to withstand the onslaught of the raging sword energy. Is this as strong as you've become, young man? Akino's uncle inwardly smiled wryly. He had been using his full power from the beginning, but his opponent probably hadn't even utilized half of his true strength yet. Although this was a revenge match, Tenraku was starting to feel bored. This opponent, who had once pushed him to his limits, now seemed so weak in his eyes. Let's end this. No longer interested in playing with his opponent, Tenraku descended swiftly and swung his sword. With a crisp sound, Akino's uncle's staff was directly severed, and blood sprayed as he screamed and flew backward. Otosama? No one expected the mighty previous generation family lord to be defeated so easily, and the practitioners of the Himejima family were filled with shock, and Himejima Suzaku disregarded all obstacles as she flew into the battlefield. Cough, cough. Young man, I have lost. If you want my old life, take it, but please refrain from targeting the Himejima family any further. With a gruesome bloodstain slashed across his chest, Akino's uncle was helped up by Himejima Suzaku and spoke while wearing a weak smile on his face. Although he had expected his defeat from the start, he never imagined it would be so simple and thorough. Just how strong had this young man become? If you want to kill Otosama, you'll have to step over my dead body first. As Tenraku approached him step by step, Himejima Suzaku firmly protected her father behind her. Nonsense. Suzaku, have you forgotten my command? Step aside quickly. With a drastic change in expression, Akino's uncle sternly shouted. Losing his own life wouldn't matter, but as the family lord of the Himejima family, Suzaku mustn't come to harm. Otosama, I want. Clamping her lips tightly together, Himejima Suzaku stubbornly turned her head away, defying her father's orders for the first time in her life. You feeling panicked and infuriated, Akino's uncle coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, startling Himejima Suzaku. Otosama? Otosama? Observing the deep bond between father and daughter, Tenraku had a vein throbbing on his forehead. He thought, Akino's uncle and the others, do you have to make it so melodramatic? It feels like I'm the villain here? Well, from their perspective, he probably did look like the villain. Akeno, how do you want to deal with him? He was the one who ordered the assassination of your mother and relentlessly pursued you, wanting to erase you from this world. If Akeno wishes, I can kill him now. Tenraku turned to Akeno, who stood to the side. He had pushed her uncle to this point of humiliation, and honestly, he couldn't muster much interest in such a weak opponent. So he decided to leave Akeno's uncle's fate in the hands of Akeno, the true victim. Akeno, please don't let him harm Otosama. I beg you. With a complex expression on her face, Akeno walked forward, while Himejima Suzaku hurriedly pleaded. Tenraku, let it end here. Spare him. Letting out a light sigh, Akeno made her decision. You won't have any regrets? A faint smile curved Tenraku's lips as he confirmed. I am no longer bound by the past and hatred. Okasama wouldn't want me to seek revenge, right? Besides, the pain of losing an important loved one is something I can bear alone. I don't want Suzaku to end up like me. Shaking her head, Akeno expressed her newfound peace and let go of her hatred at that moment. Rather than being consumed by hatred and making others suffer as she did, her mother surely wanted her to live a good life. Akeno finally understood that. Akeno, thank you. Thank you. Tears rolled down Himejima Suzaku's face as she expressed her gratitude. Shouldering the weight of Akeno in her arms, Tenraku dissipated the demonic sword in his hand. Since this is Akeno's choice, let it be. If Akeno still desires revenge, Tenraku would not hesitate to help her kill Uncle, but Tenraku was also happy that Akeno was able to let go of her hatred. Uncle, our grievances with the Himejima family are now settled. I won't seek revenge against you anymore, but please do not disturb my life again. Akeno's expression was cold as she addressed her uncle while getting out of Tenraku's embrace, who nodded in dismay. He had truly been thoroughly defeated this time. Suzaku, I apologize for what happened today. Akeno's gaze fell on Himejima Suzaku, her face filled with remorse. No, it is we who should apologize, Akeno. Shaking her head continuously, Himejima Suzaku wore an expression of guilt on her face. As the current family lord, she was well aware of Akeno's situation. It was their own family members who had done such terrible things to Akeno and her mother, yet Akeno chose to forgive them in the end. Tenraku, let's go back. Not wanting to stay here any longer, Akeno leaned into Tenraku's embrace once again, appearing visibly exhausted. Hi. tenderly brushing the girl's forehead before he threw a bottle of tears of the phoenix to Hajime Suzaku before unfurling a pair of scarlet dragon wings behind him. Holding a keno, they soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from sight. This is... Recognizing the item thrown at her, Hajime Suzaku's expression lit up with joy. She quickly used the tears of the phoenix on her father, and the severe injuries on his body began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. Cough Suzaku, for the glory and position of the family, I ordered those terrible things to be done to Akeno and her mother. I have regretted and blamed myself for it my entire life. I am not worthy of begging for that child's forgiveness, but you are different. Your hands are still clean, and that child does not hold any hatred towards you, so. I understand, Otasama. Night, Kamiya family, Tenraku's room. Ah, the room echoed with the sound of the girl's embarrassed cries. Rias, will you still get jealous in the future? Caressing the girl's face beneath him, Tenraku asked with a mischievous smile on his face. Yu watching Tenraku and Akeno restraining her, Rias struggled incessantly, overwhelmed with shame and anger. Era, Rias, children who don't confess the truth will be punished, you know. Wearing that wicked smile on her face, Akeno lowered her head and sealed Rias' lips with her own. Woo. With wide eyes, Rias struggled desperately, but her efforts were in vain. Instead, the two devils became even more audacious in their torment. Asia's face turned crimson and she quickly covered her eyes to avoid witnessing those filthy scenes. Irina and Zenovia exchanged a glance and considered rescuing poor Rias, but they immediately dismissed the thought. They didn't want to become victims themselves. Apart from them, Yubelina, Tosca, Mai, Enai, Li, and several fallen angels were all powerless, either covering their eyes, burying their heads, feeling shy, or expressing sympathy each with their own reactions. On the other hand, Raineri's eyes gleamed as she watched Akeno, who was tormenting Rias together with Tenraku, her face filled with excitement. Truly, she was their kindred spirit. Hajime Akeno and Tenraku was becoming more and more fond of her. With an evil smile, Raineri supported herself and joined in the act. Poor Rias, this night was destined to be a nightmare for her. In a deserted factory in Kuok Town, two transmission formations suddenly unfolded in the air, and Tenraku and Rias Peerage and other members emerged from them. A small bat flew out from the darkness and landed in Rias' hand. It was Rias' familiar. What a good child. Well, take care of the ones behind. You go rest, Rias praised, and the little bat affectionately rubbed against Rias before disappearing with a burst of sound. As the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, even without looking, Tenraku and the girls could sense the menacing auras hidden in the nearby darkness, surrounding them with killing intent. Come out, we've already found you. Surveying the surroundings, Rias coldly shouted, and as her words fell, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness around them. The atmosphere became incredibly eerie in an instant, but it only frightened ordinary people. Except for Asia, who was a bit scared and hugged Tenraku tightly, the others showed no reaction on their faces. DNG. Footsteps sounded in the darkness, and under the watchful gaze of Tenraku and the girls, three men walked out from the darkness. Demon King's younger sister Rias Gremory, and the lord of the two heavenly dragons, Kamiya Tenraku. It's quite an honor for the two of us that you personally come here to deal with us. On behalf of the hero faction of the Cows Brigade, I thank you for thinking so highly of us. The man in the black coat standing at the front spoke with a sarcastic tone. You guys are from the hero faction of the Cows Brigade? Recently, you've been causing trouble in my territory, haven't you? Rias spoke with gritted teeth and an icy tone. It's no wonder Rias was so displeased. Ever since the last Underworld incident, these hero faction members of the Cows Brigade had emerged and continuously created chaos and launched attacks in the territory she governed. Many important strongholds of various factions had been destroyed. Lately, Rias had been quite annoyed with dealing with these matters. This is for the sake of our righteous cause. To purify the devils, and to save this city? With hearty laughter, the three men were delighted to see Rias' angry expression, and they even heard mocking voices echoing from the surrounding darkness. The expression on Rias' face darkened, infuriated by their audacity. They dared to call themselves heroes while purifying devils and saving the city. They were nothing more than brainwashed extras. Rias, no need to waste words with them, Akeno said with an evil smile as she walked out. With a flick of her finger, a thunderbolt shot out. HNG. The three men narrowly evaded the attack, but the enemies hidden in the darkness were struck down in great numbers. Ever since she untied the heart knot and embraced her true power, Akeno's strength had been increasing every day. Kill them! The leader of the men roared loudly, followed by a cacophony of wailing and howling as numerous resentful spirits, foreign-shaped beings, and even lost devils charged out from the surrounding darkness. Everyone, let's go! Yes, Rias, club president? Clad in the armor of the Red Dragon Emperor, Rias, along with Akeno, Zenovia, Irina, and Konako-chan, soared into the air and immediately engaged the enemies. You all go help as well. Yes, Lord Tenraku. With a casual wave of his hand, Tenraku smashed several resentful spirits that pounced on him. He instructed Yubelina and Rainere to assist Rias, then erected a barrier to keep the oncoming enemies at bay. Apart from Tenraku, Asia, Ravel, and Kurika, the maidservants Marion and Buren were the only ones who remained behind. There was no need to mention Asia. Her ability was to heal everyone's injuries, and no one would allow her to fight. Ravel could indeed fight. She wielded the flames of the Phenex quite skillfully. However, as a distinguished princess, she didn't like getting involved in battles and such, so Tenraku let her be. As for Kurika, the cat woman, she was simply lazy. Marion and Buren took out tables, chairs, and utensils, and they brewed hot tea for everyone. Despite the deafening sounds of battle outside, Tenraku and the girls enjoyed their tea comfortably within the barrier. It wasn't that they were carefree or ignorant, they simply had nothing to worry about. Although the number of enemies was large, it was only a matter of time before Rias and her group eliminated them. The resentful spirits, foreign-shaped beings, and lost devils were nothing more than disposable pawns being controlled temporarily. Akeno and Ubelina could easily wipe out large numbers of them with a single magic attack. The only troublesome ones were the 3 men from the Chaos Brigade's hero faction. By the way, it was worth mentioning that all 3 men were sacred gear wielders. The man clad in a black coat was the one fighting Rias. His sacred gear had the ability to manipulate a white flame that was incredibly intense and capable of easily melting steel. Even Rias didn't dare to touch it lightly. The man wearing sunglasses was fighting Zenovia and Irina. His sacred gear had the ability to control the surrounding shadows, allowing him to devour the opponent's attacks and reflect them through other shadows. Although his personal strength wasn't particularly strong, this peculiar ability made it difficult for Zenovia and the others to defeat him. The last man's sacred gear was a large bow. By inputting spirit energy into it, he could shoot out blue light arrows that were powerful and astonishingly fast. It could even unleash large-scale attacks by transforming one arrow into 100. Overall, while they couldn't compare to the level of Long Inus, the tools that destroy God, these sacred gears were considered quite impressive. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was incredibly intense, and the entire factory had been reduced to ruins. Within the barrier, Tenraku sipped his tea while observing the fight. In truth, opponents like these could be easily dealt with by Rias and her own group, and they didn't need Ubelina and the others' help at all. However, Rias mentioned that many of the hero faction members causing chaos before were sacred gear wielders. This piqued Tenraku's interest, prompting him to join in and have a look. Not bad, not bad. He had caught 3 of them in one go. Speaking of which, ever since he obtained Valis Light Wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, Tenraku hadn't acquired any other sacred gears. After all, sacred gears were precious and not something one could easily come across. He loved it when opportunities like these presented themselves. In no time, all the resentful spirits, foreign-shaped beings, and lost devils were completely eliminated by the girls. Although the 3 sacred gear users were still holding on, the battle was coming to an end. Damn you fallen angels, all of you can go to hell. Continuously evading the attacks of the light spears, the man leaped into the air and shot a dozen light arrows toward the 3 fallen angels. Fallen angels possessed the power of light, but they also feared it. Middled and Kala Warner quickly dodged, but Rainare sneered before she waved her light spear to deflect the incoming light arrows. Then, she counterattacked by throwing her light spear toward the man. His eyes widened, and the man, still in midair, had nowhere to escape. He could only watch helplessly as he was struck by the light spear. Letting out a cry of agony, the man was impaled through the shoulder by the light spear and ruthlessly pinned to the ground. Kill me, my lord will avenge us." Watching Rainare slowly descending, the man's mouth was bleeding, but there was no fear in his eyes. With a bloodthirsty and cold demeanor, Rainare stomped on the man's head, burying it in the ground. She thought to herself, "I don't care about any lords or peasants. If you didn't have any remaining value to the master, I would have killed you long ago." Meanwhile, on the other side, "Ugh, I really hate this sacred gear, Excalibur." Having lost her patience, Irina unleashed the power of her holy sword, Destruction, causing her Excalibur to transform into a massive beam of light, slashing fiercely toward the sacred gear wielder who controlled shadows. Shadow Veil? Feeling panicked, the man quickly conjured a layer of pitch-black shadow veil to shield himself. Silently, the enormous beam of light disappeared as it cut through the shadow veil, only to reappear from Zenovia's shadow on the side. Durandal? Startled, Zenovia swiftly countered the attack, parrying the strike of the beam with all her strength. Boom! A loud explosion followed, causing turbulent air currents. Zenovia and Irina were both blown away, flipping several times in the air before regaining their stability and landing on the ground. "Irina, do you want to kill me?" "Ha ha ha, sorry, Zenovia. It wasn't intentional." Zenovia roared in anger, while Irina scratched her head, wearing an apologetic expression on her face. "Holy sword wielders, although you are both formidable, you are useless against my abilities." With lingering fear in his heart, the man with sunglasses revealed a satisfied smile on his face when he saw that his abilities were working against his enemies. Although these 2 holy sword wielders were incredibly strong, his shadow could reflect any attack. As long as he kept them at a distance, he was invincible. "Is that so? Then let me try as well." Just as Zenovia and Irina were about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky. They couldn't help but look over, only to see Ubelina, who had finished annihilating the resentful spirit cannon fodder, flying over. Gathering several dark purple magic spheres, Ubelina waved her magic staff, and the magic spheres shot toward the man. Sneering, the man raised another layer of shadow veil to devour the incoming magic spheres. He didn't pay much attention to Ubelina's magic spheres, thinking they were inconsequential. However, as he was about to release the magic spheres from other shadows to attack his opponent, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from a distance, and the shadows controlled by the man splattered like ink. He himself turned deathly pale and vomited a mouthful of blood. No, it can't be. Filled with disbelief, the man collapsed to the ground, directly losing consciousness. Amazing, so there's a method like this? Well done, Ubelina. Thank you so much. Seeing the shadow-wielding man defeated, Irina and Zenobia expressed their surprise and gratitude while Ubelina nodded in response and showed a slight smile on her face. The opponent's shadows could reflect any attack, making it extremely tricky to defeat him using conventional methods. So she thought, if she could trigger an explosion within the man's shadows, perhaps it would cause him harm. She gave it a try, and unexpectedly, she succeeded. In the sky, a scarlet magic sphere collided with a massive fireball, and from the center of the explosion, the last sacred gear user crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. As the light faded, Rias, adorned in magnificent battle armor, appeared in front of everyone. Cough, cough, cough. You are worthy of the crimson-haired ruin princess. I can't complain about losing. So, you didn't kill me directly. You wanted to take my sacred gear, didn't you? I know about Kamiya Tenraku's ability. Coughing up some blood, the man lying on the ground spoke. That's right. Rias dissipated her armor and didn't deny it. Ha ha ha, well, that's a shame. Even if I take it to hell, I won't leave it for you. A crazed expression filled the man's face as flames ignited in his hand, ready to smash into his own chest. However, at that moment, Pili Pala, a thunderous lightning struck, directly hitting the man. A scream of pain followed, and the man's eyes rolled back as he passed out. Era, before having my Tenraku plunder your sacred gear, I can't let you die so easily. Hi, it's finally over. With the barrier dissipating, Tenraku stretched lazily and stood up. Tenraku, Master. Rias and her girls, unscathed, walked back and dragged the three unconscious sacred gear users in front of Tenraku. After nodding in agreement with her girls, Tenraku didn't hold back and activated his ability to plunder sacred gears. Although the three men were unconscious, they still subconsciously resisted when their sacred gear was being taken away. But apart from causing them more pain, it was meaningless. Tenraku effortlessly took possession of all their sacred gear. The three sacred gears were of average grade, and they didn't provide much power to Tenraku. But even a mosquito is meat, and Tenraku wouldn't despise it. Opening his hand, a white flame appeared in Tenraku's palm. This was the sacred gear of the man in the black coat, called Hands of White Flame. It could release white flames through the hands, and the stronger the host, the more terrifying the flame's power. As the flame dissipated, a large bow appeared in Tenraku's hand. This was the sacred gear of the man with the glasses, named Cyan Light Arrow. Pulling the bow like a full moon, with a swish, a green light arrow shot out from Tenraku, splitting into 100, then 1,000 fragments, exploding like fireworks in the sky above Kuok Town. After everything calmed down, the massive clouds that had been floating over Kuok Town had all disappeared, revealing the resplendent starry sky. Feeling satisfied, Tenraku nodded as this was also a decent sacred gear. It could be developed further and used as a good long-range weapon in the future. However, compared to Hands of White Flame and Cyan Light Arrow, Tenraku was most interested in the sacred gear possessed by the shadow-wielding man. This sacred gear was called Shield of the Dark Night Reflection. It could manipulate shadows, and absorb and reflect the enemy's attacks through shadows. However, sacred gear never had a fixed ability. Different hosts exhibited different abilities, and with enough creativity, many miraculous abilities could be developed. In Tenraku's eyes, this sacred gear capable of manipulating shadows had tremendous potential. For example, with a thought, Tenraku's shadow distorted, quickly connecting to the shadows of Rias and her girls. Raising his hand, Tenraku pinched his own cheek, and Rias and her girls followed suit, their faces filled with astonishment as they pinched their own cheeks. Isn't this the shadow imitation technique from the world of Naruto? I tried it, and it worked. Tenraku silently thought in his mind. Tenraku, Ani-ai-chan, being controlled to perform such an embarrassing action, Ubelina and the others blushed, while Rias and Ravel glared at Tenraku in anger. Ha ha ha, sorry. Laughing heartily, Tenraku released his control and then tried out other ideas. Moving through the shadows, using them as weapons to attack enemies, or even using shadows as infinite storage space, retrieving stored items anywhere with shadows. Indeed, nothing is impossible if you can think of it. This time, Tenraku had truly obtained an awesome sacred gear. In the Saints and Demons Hall, Tenraku lazily sat on the throne, resting his head on one hand, while several beautiful female magicians attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs on both sides. At a certain moment, a magic array unfolded, and the tall and seductive Kateria, along with several other female magicians, walked out and bowed to Tenraku on the throne. Master, we have gathered the information you desired, they said. Speak, Tenraku replied while raising his head. Since the collapse of the former Demon King's faction, the Cows Brigade has been almost completely controlled by the Hero faction, one of the magicians reported. The leader of the Hero faction is a man named Cao, who possesses a true Long Enus. His power is unfathomable, and it is said that he is a descendant of the Cao from the Three Kingdoms era. Under Cao's command, the Hero faction has been kidnapping and brainwashing a large number of sacred gear wielders, who are holders of powerful artifacts, another magician added. Recently, they have released these sacred gear wielders, allowing them to attack important strongholds of various powers around the world. Kateria, with a solemn expression on her face, conveyed the information she had gathered. As a former member of the Cows Brigade, she held a deep fear for the man named Cao. Interesting, is he trying to antagonize the entire world? Tenraku asked, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That man doesn't have ambitions to dominate the world. Although there is no concrete evidence, based on my understanding of him, I suspect he is conducting a simple experiment. Kateria hesitated before responding. Go on, Tenraku urged, showing some interest in this. If I'm not mistaken, that man intends to use this method to create a group of sacred gear wielders capable of achieving the forbidden move state, Kateria speculated as she pushed up her glasses. Tenraku couldn't help but glance at Kateria. Besides being blinded by ambition, this woman was actually quite shrewd. Although Tenraku had forgotten many details of the various plot lines after spending many years in this world, he still had an impression that Cao's objective, as Kateria guessed, was to create a group of sacred gear wielders capable of reaching the forbidden move state. If the chance of being a host for sacred gear was 1 in a million, then the probability of reaching the forbidden move state with a sacred gear was even rarer, and it was only 1 in 10,000. This required not only effort, opportunity, and luck but also the innate talent to control sacred gear, a talent not possessed by everyone, unlike Tenraku who effortlessly achieved the forbidden move with his sacred gear plunderer ability. Ordinary sacred gear wielders found it difficult to reach the forbidden move of sacred gear. Although Cao's methods seemed crude, they were actually very effective. By letting those who possessed sacred gear act as guinea pigs against the powerhouses of major factions, miracles were often created when their lives were hanging by a thread. Even if dozens or even hundreds of people were sacrificed, as long as one of them reached the forbidden move of sacred gear, it would be a profit. Those who could do such things were either great heroes or outright villains. However, whether Cao was a hero or a villain, it had nothing to do with Tenraku. What concerned Tenraku was the benefits he could gain from it. Those sacred gear wielders were just a group of experimental guinea pigs for Cao, but to Tenraku, they were all excellent delicacies that could enhance his power. However, Tenraku was not in a hurry. Cao wanted those test subjects to reach the forbidden move of their sacred gear, and Tenraku shared the same desire. After all, obtaining a sacred gear in the forbidden move state would provide a much greater boost in power than a regular sacred gear. Keep a close eye on the situation of those sacred gear wielders, and report to me immediately if there's any news, Tenraku commanded Kateria after pondering for a while. Yes, master, Kateria replied with a smile as if she could guess Tenraku's thoughts. Kateria is tall and seductive by nature and she became even more enchanting under Tenraku's influence. As Tenraku looked at this damned enchantress, a surge of restlessness ignited within him. You all did well this time. Come forward and receive your rewards, Tenraku said as he bent his finger with a smiling face. Kateria and several female magicians blushed before they obediently knelt down on the ground and crawled toward their wicked master. The next day, in the early morning, Tenraku yawned as he opened his eyes. Zenovia and Irina lay on his left and right sides, tightly embracing Tenraku's waist. Asia, like a kitten, nuzzled against Tenraku's chest, with a cute stream of drool running down from the corner of her mouth. Although he had already been intimate with Rias and her female companions, Tenraku wasn't so ferocious that he slept with all the girls every night. Even though he didn't have any objections with that, the girls couldn't withstand being tossed around by him every day. Ubelina and Rias often spent the night with Tenraku alone, while the other girls brought their partners to share the bed. The most common combination was the pair of bishops, Tosca and Mai, and the pair of twin sisters, Enai and Li, who were both pawns. Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner, the 3 fallen angel girls, formed another group, while Zenovia, Irina, and Asia, the 3 former members of the church, made up yet another group. Of course, with Akeno joining them, there had been some slight changes recently, but overall, it was more or less like this. After rewarding Kateria and the others last night, Zenovia, Irina, and Asia were the ones who came to sleep with him. Zenovia's life goal was to have children with her holy lord Sama, while Asia wanted to dedicate her body and everything to her master. Irina, though she protested on the surface, was actually more honest than anyone else when it came to her body. Moreover, at the wicked request of someone, Zenovia and Irina even offered their battle outfits, while Asia presented her saintess attire. After a night of madness, all the battle outfits and the saintess attire were reduced to tatters, scattered on the floor of the room. But the girls had grown accustomed to it. It wasn't the first or second time this had happened. Just as Tenraku was considering whether to engage in some morning exercises, there was a sudden sound of the door opening, followed by Rias walking in. "Are Rias? Ugh, Rias ne Sama." Zenovia and the other girls also woke up by the sound, and upon seeing Rias entering the room, their faces turned red with embarrassment and they hurriedly buried themselves under the sheets. Although they had seen each other's bodies before, being suddenly stared at by Rias like this was still extremely embarrassing. "Rias, you didn't want to come over last night, so you couldn't resist it anymore, right?" Tenraku lazily sat up and teased Rias. Who couldn't resist it? We have an important guest visiting, and you all are still lazing around. I came here specifically to call you? Rias' face flushed as she spoke with a somewhat annoyed expression. An important guest? Tenraku realized the situation and felt a bit embarrassed. But he was still puzzled. Who would come to visit him at a time like this? After getting ready with Asia and the other girls, Tenraku stepped out of the room and saw the so-called important guest in the living room. It was Old Man Odin. In addition to Odin, there was also his Valkyrie guard Rasius and Tenraku's cheap father-in-law Barakiel. Azazel had mentioned that Barakiel, acting as a temporary guard and guide, had been accompanying Odin on visits and sightseeing recently. So Tenraku didn't find it strange to see his cheap father-in-law and Odin together here. "Oh, young man, you finally came out," Odin greeted, but his tone was filled with indescribable envy. Rias and Ubelina blushed, and Tenraku's mouth twitched as he inwardly cursed Odin for being insatiable. Meanwhile, Rasius, standing beside him, was extremely embarrassed and even landed a few punches on Odin's head. "Odin-sama, the Valkyries are already in tears. Please stop doing things that embarrass us any further," Rasius reprimanded. "Oh come on, I was just joking. Rasius, it's because of that uptightness that you haven't been able to find a man," Odin said as he casually ruffled his own hair. He enjoyed teasing his Valkyrie guard like this. As expected, the innocent Valkyrie instantly felt as if the whole world was mocking her, and tears welled up in her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. "With you I'm just a Valkyrie without a boyfriend. With you." Tenraku couldn't help but feel speechless at Odin's twisted sense of humor. He gestured for Swollen and the others to help the injured Valkyrie up, while he took a seat opposite Odin. "I apologize, Lord Odin, and father-in-law, I didn't know you were coming here," Tenraku said. "Oh, it's we who have rudely intruded. I heard that you were here, so I just came by casually to take a look." Odin stroked his beard and laughed. Barakiel also nodded in acknowledgement, but when he looked at Akeno, who had her head lowered, a hint of sadness appeared on his face. Tenraku's cheap father-in-law didn't know that Akeno had already forgiven him, and repairing their strained relationship after such a long time was not something that could be done overnight. However, Akeno's heart knot had been untied, and it was only a matter of time before father and daughter reconciled. Tenraku had no intention of interfering further in this. He believed that everything would naturally fall into place. "Has Lord Odin's visit to the Underworld concluded?" Tenraku asked. "More or less. Next, I plan to visit the gods of this country. There are some things I want to discuss with them. After all, we haven't had much communication so far." Odin nodded in response before speaking about his future plans. The old man's actions were akin to a state visit, representing the Northern European gods' visit to the devils, angels, fallen angels, and the entire Eastern gods, conveying a message of peace and friendship. It can be said that it held great significance for the entire mythological system. However, these matters didn't concern Tenraku much. After casually chatting with Odin, Tenraku had Marion and the others prepare a sumptuous feast and warmly entertained Odin. Aside from his slightly lecherous demeanor, Odin was actually not a bad person. He was approachable and didn't carry the air of a god king. But Tenraku had to be on guard against Odin's lecherous behavior. Rias and the girls were clearly aware of it too as they all changed into tightly wrapped clothes, resolutely not giving the old pervert any opportunity to take advantage of them, much to Odin's disappointment. After finishing the meal, they rested for a while and Odin, Rasius, and Barakiel also planned to leave. "Tenraku, my boy, thank you for your hospitality," Odin said before leaving. "I asked Michael and Serdzx to arrange a meeting with the gods of this country in a few days. If you're interested, you can join us." Since Odin extended the invitation, Tenraku decided not to be impolite. Although he wasn't particularly interested in it, he couldn't reject Odin's well-intentioned offer. Then, for now, goodbye, Tenraku, and you lovely little girls." Odin waved his hand and walked towards his own dedicated divine vehicle. Rasius and Barakiel bid farewell to everyone before leaving as well. However, just as they were about to depart, Akeno suddenly came out. "Please wait a moment," Akeno said, and Barakiel immediately stopped in his tracks. "Akeno, you." Barakiel hesitated, his expression filled with anticipation but also apprehension. Seeing her father's appearance, Akeno felt a mixture of sadness and relief. She took a deep breath and finally decided to say what she wanted to say. "Father, Otasama, please take care of your duties as a guard," Akeno said. Although it was a simple expression of concern, it sounded like the most beautiful voice in the world to Barakiel, and he was filled with joy and excitement. "Yes, Akeno, I will." Despite being a seasoned warrior, Barakiel was as happy as a child who had just received candy. With an excited expression, he looked deeply at Akeno before turning around and leaving. Kua Academy, Kendo Club. In the middle of the dojo, Murayama was engaged in an intense battle, while Tenraku, Kiryu Aika, and the other Kendo Club girls watched their duel from the sidelines. As the main forces of the Kendo Club, both Murayama and her opponent displayed remarkable swordsmanship. Apart from Kiryu Aika, the dark horse who rose to prominence later, there were only a handful of members in the Kendo Club who could match their skill. They fought fiercely, evenly matched, and neither side was able to defeat the other. As their stamina was starting to wane, they exchanged a determined glance, seemingly deciding something. "Hiya!" With a cry, both girls leaped into the air and swung their wooden swords downward. "Sila!" Amidst the astonished expressions of the other girls, two crescent-shaped sword energy attacks shot out and collided in midair, cancelling each other out. Both girls landed back on the ground with pale faces wearing wry smiles on their face. They hadn't expected that even with such a move, they still couldn't emerge as the victor. Wow, amazing, amazing. Murayama and Katace are incredible. They can actually use sword energy? The girls from the kendo club surrounded Murayama and Katase as they spoke, their voices filled with astonishment and praise. Nicely done, Murayama, Katase. You're almost catching up to young miss here. Kiryu Aika also approached to congratulate the two girls. However, rather than congratulating them, it seemed more like she was boasting about herself. The happy atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by an urge from Murayama and Katase to swing their swords and cut Kiryu into pieces. You've all been working hard, Murayama, Katase. From now on, you can learn to use sword energy together with Kiryu and me, Tenraku said with a smile, shaking his head at Kiryu's antics. Yes, club president? Murayama and Katase beamed with joy at Tenraku's praise. Club president. Oui, Murayama and Katase's faces turned slightly red as they intertwined their fingers and looked at Tenraku with expectant eyes. What is it? We can now use sword energy, too. Could you fulfill one of our wishes, club president? That was not the agreement, right? It was that you either defeat Kiryu and become the number one in the kendo club, or land a hit on me with your swords, Tenraku said while rubbing his chin and looking mischievously at the two girls. While that was the agreement, Kiryu's talent is too exceptional. No matter how hard we try, we can't catch up to her. And as for landing a hit on the club president, it's even more impossible, Murayama and Katase said in unison. Yes, the club president's requirements are too high. We simply cannot achieve them. Club president, please lower your expectations, just a little bit. Murayama and Katase wore expressions of distress, and the other girls immediately chimed in to support them. If the requirements were lowered even just a little, it would benefit all of them. Until now, only Kiryu had the opportunity to have her wish fulfilled. She constantly flaunted her experiences with Tenraku in front of them, causing them to feel jealous. What are you all doing? What are you doing? Rules are rules. How can you just change them like that? Disperse, all of you, disperse. Kiryu Aika waved her hand repeatedly, trying to drive everyone away. She didn't mind at all since her wish had already been fulfilled, and she could occasionally sneak some private time with the club president. Moreover, the shameless arrow-mouth girl thought, lowering the requirements will allow all of them to have their wishes fulfilled. Where will I find my sense of superiority in the future? Although she thought this way, Kiryu Aika forgot one thing. Kiryu, are you trying to become our enemy? Do you want to be enemies with all of us? Kiryu, let's go out together and have a chat about life when we go home. Kiryu. With each person's words, everyone stared at Kiryu Aika with cold smiles, causing her to shudder. Threats? These were blatant threats. Ha, calm down, everyone, let's all calm down. I was just joking, and I also think that club president should lower the requirements. Club president, maybe you can change it again? Kiryu Aika hastily tried to make amends, sweating profusely. Tenraku glanced at the spineless arrow-mouth girl with disdain, finding some truth in what Murayama and Katase had said. It was indeed difficult for them to either defeat Kiryu Aika or land a hit on him. Lowering the requirements seemed like a reasonable option. Then let's lower it a bit. From now on, whoever can use sword energy will have a chance to have their wish fulfilled. But this is the lowest requirement, and it won't be changed again in the future, Tenraku said after considering the matter. Yeah, the girls cheered in excitement. Although learning to use sword chi was challenging, it was much easier compared to the previous requirements. Alright then, Murayama, Katase, what are your wishes? As long as they're not excessive, I will fulfill them, Tenraku said with a smile as he looked at Murayama and Katase. Club president, with a look of joy on their faces, Murayama and Katase were about to express their wishes. However, the quick-witted girls beside them covered their mouths and pulled them aside. Hey, what are you all doing? Murayama, Katase, this is something we fought for together. You wouldn't selfishly think only of your own wishes, right? That's right, Murayama, Katase, don't forget our efforts as a team. Then what do you suggest? We can't expect the club president to fulfill everyone's wishes, right? Hey, have you all forgotten? The school trip is coming up soon. If you continue like this. The girls murmured among themselves for a while, then they walked back together, holding Murayama and Katase. Murayama, Katase, have you decided on your wishes? With his strength, Tenraku naturally heard every bit of the girl's little secret, but he didn't expose it. Club president, our wish is for you to join us on the school trip, Murayama said with a frustrated expression, and both girls expressed their wishes. School trip? I've heard about it. This year's school trip is to Kyoto, right? But the school trip is only for the second-year students. The first-year and third-year students can't go, right? Tenraku responded with a frown on his face. Although the majority of the Kendo Club members were second-year students, there were also many first-year and third-year students, including Tenraku himself. That's our other wish. Please solve all the problems and let all of us go on the school trip together. We just need you, the club president, to join us. The girls smiled at each other mischievously and even winked at Tenraku playfully. Tenraku couldn't help but feel speechless. It was no longer about the school trip, but they just wanted to have fun together as a group. However, considering it as a wish, it wasn't too excessive, so Tenraku didn't refuse. If that's your wish, then I'll agree to it. Upon hearing Tenraku's response, the girls cheered once again. Murayama and Katase had joyful smiles on their faces. Although they couldn't fulfill their individual wishes separately, they made an agreement that during the school trip, they would have one day exclusively for President Sama. Thinking about it, the two girls couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Looking at the girls' joyful expressions, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. Initially, he had only taken on the role of the club president to pass the time, but now he found himself fully immersed in it. Although it could be troublesome at times, having such a lovely group of club members felt pretty good. Location: Student Council Room. Haha, you bastard, are you done yet? Sana, with her clothes disheveled, pushed Tenraku away with embarrassment on her face and anger in her heart while she gasped for breath. I won't stop until you agree, Sana. With an audacious look on his face, Tenraku sealed the girl's lips once again. When Tenraku proposed taking the kendo club on the school trip, Sana immediately rejected the idea, criticizing him for his absurdity. According to her, there was no precedent for such a thing in the school. Since he had already promised the club members, Tenraku couldn't go back on his word. So, he could only resort to a bit of shamelessness and pressure the president Sama. If she didn't agree to his request, he would tear his clothes and hers and do something outrageous. Although it was a bit shameless, Tenraku had no other choice. They continued this back and forth for a while until Sana pushed Tenraku away once again, gasping for breath. I agree. Are you satisfied now? With her lips numb from the bastard's repeated kisses, the embarrassed President Sama had no choice but to surrender. Ha ha ha, I knew you were the best, Sana? Laughing loudly, Tenraku once again sealed the girl's lips. Woo woo woo. With wide eyes and a mix of embarrassment and anger, Sana couldn't believe that this bastard was doing it again. The President Sama of the academy was suffocated by anger and met an untimely demise. In the evening, the Kamiya family, Tenraku, Rias, and the group of girls were enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Midway through the dinner, Tenraku brought up the topic of the upcoming school trip, prompting surprised expressions on the faces of Rias girls. Are you taking the kendo club with you on the school trip? Well, I agreed because the cute club members requested it. Tenraku replied while eating. Rias, her expression tinged with a hint of incredulity, couldn't resist chiming in, but your kendo club has over 100 members, right? Not just second years, but also first and third years. Won't Sana object to such a reckless decision? Sana is quite easygoing. I made a request to her, and she agreed. Cough cough cough. Tenraku replied somewhat guiltily, and Rias and Akeno, who heard the conversation, started coughing. Sana is a person of principles. It's not so easy for her to agree to something that goes against the rules just because you made a request, right? With a glance at each other, the two girls knew there was something fishy without even asking. Observing Tenraku, who was busy eating with his head down, the clever girls didn't press further. Akeno had an evil look in her eyes, while Rias had a gentle smile and a sparkling look in her eyes. Speaking of which, Tenraku had been spending an unusual amount of time with Sana lately. It's about time to find an opportunity to talk to Sana. Rias silently made up her mind. Although Tenraku promised to take his own club members on the school trip, they still had to wait for the school to arrange a suitable time. In the meantime, Tenraku and the girls continued their normal school life. Inside the classroom, the teacher stood on the podium, droning on about a subject from a textbook. Tenraku, seated near the window, rested his head on the desk, appearing drowsy. Of course, although he closed his eyes, Tenraku wasn't actually sleeping. He was familiarizing himself with the abilities of the sacred gears he had recently obtained. If someone sitting next to him paid close attention, they would notice that Tenraku's shadow under the desk was constantly changing and distorting in an eerie manner. However, Tenraku was surrounded by Rias, Akeno, and Rainare from all sides, and they wouldn't allow anyone else to see this strange sight. Look, what is that? It looks like a horse-drawn carriage flying in the sky. It's falling in this direction. A cry of surprise came from outside, and everyone in the classroom was drawn to it. Tenraku also stood up and looked out the window, and the expression on his face changed. In the sky not far away, a grey horse with 8 legs was pulling a dilapidated palace and flying towards them. Then, with a loud crash, it landed on the school playground. Tenraku, Rias, and the girls recognized what it was. It was Odin's horse-drawn divine chariot. Rias, standing up, Tenraku jumped out of the window, and Rias and the girls followed suit with serious expressions on their faces, spreading their devil or fallen angel wings and chasing after him. They left behind a stunned teacher and a group of boys and girls in the classroom. They flew away. Rias and the others flew away. The playground of Kyoah Academy had descended into chaos. 8 legs? That horse actually has 8 legs? It's a monster. It's a monster? This is the real world. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. The horse-drawn carriage that fell from the sky created a huge crater in the playground. The grey monstrous horse stood calmly in the middle, snorting, while the boys and girls who gathered to watch were dumbfounded and wore expressions of disbelief on their faces. Sana? Kamiya Tenraku, Rias. When Tenraku and Rias girls arrived at the playground, Sana also flew over with her peerage. As expected, the appearance of Tenraku and the girls caused another wave of chaos. Just the pitch-black devil wings behind Rias and the girls were enough to stimulate the nerves of these ordinary boys and girls. Hey, things have really gotten lively now. Kamiya Tenraku, Rias, well, leave that side to you. Well, focus on restoring order at the school. In order to divide the tasks, Tenraku and Rias group approached Odin's divine chariot, while Sana quickly set up a barrier with Shinrit Tsubaki and isolated the scene. Then, they activated a large-scale memory erasure magic, causing everyone at the school to forget what they had just witnessed. Tenraku, you kids really caused a lot of trouble this time, Odin said with a wry smile as he stepped down from the divine chariot. Odin-sama, what exactly happened? Tenraku furrowed his brows and asked. The magnificent divine chariot was now in tatters, clearly indicating that it had been attacked. We'll discuss all that later. For now, you should focus on treating Barakil. Odin shook his head and replied. Tenraku and the girls then saw Rasius supporting Barakil as they walked down from the divine chariot. However, Barakil looked extremely miserable, covered in blood and heavily injured, with a huge wound on his chest. Tenraku's expression changed, and Akeno beside him couldn't help but exclaim, Father. Occult Research Club room. Don't worry, Akeno-ne-sama, Barakil is fine now. Asia wiped away her sweat and smiled at the nervous Akeno. Thank you, Asia. Akeno finally breathed a sigh of relief and held Asia's hand gratefully. Then, she helped Barakil up. Father, how are you feeling? Akeno asked. Thanks to the treatment from your companions, I'm all right now, Akeno. Barakil smiled, although still a bit weak. Seeing the caring expression on Akeno's face, Barakil felt that all the injuries he had suffered were worth it. Meanwhile, in another room. Now, Odin-sama, can you finally tell us what exactly happened? Tenraku asked as Odin and Rasius came out, having changed their clothes. Tenraku, as you can see, we were attacked, Odin replied, sitting down. Was it the so-called heroes from Chaos Brigade? Tenraku raised an eyebrow. This time, it wasn't the heroes from the Chaos Brigade. It was an issue within our own ranks, Odin sighed and continued. The one who attacked us was Loki, the god of mischief, Loki. Tenraku's eyebrows furrowed, and Odin sighed again before saying, I wanted to establish communication with devils, angels, fallen angels, and all the major god systems, and promote peaceful coexistence. But Loki, that stubborn guy, has a different agenda. He wants to trigger Ragnarok and eliminate all the gods of other god systems. Odin's shocking words left Ria's group in disbelief. He wants to trigger Ragnarok? Is he crazy? In a way, that guy is indeed a madman, Odin replied. Because of this, he also sees me as a traitor to the Nordic god system, so he took action against me to try to eliminate me. Tenraku finally understood. This was like a political struggle within the Nordic god system. Odin advocated for peace and openness, while Loki was a conservative who believed in war. Due to his dissatisfaction with Odin's actions, Loki tried to eliminate him in secret. Tenraku wasn't interested in these matters that belonged to other people's business. As for Loki, the enemy who wanted to trigger Ragnarok and destroy all other god systems, Tenraku didn't pay much attention to him. Everyone knows how to boast, but they should also know their own worth. By the way, who injured father-in-law? His strength is on par with Azazel. It's impossible for that Loki alone to inflict such severe injuries on him, Tenraku asked, realizing something. It was done by the demonic wolf Fenrir. Loki summoned that monster as well, and that fallen angel kid accidentally got bitten by its god-slaying fangs while trying to save some civilians, Odin replied and Tenraku nodded, understanding the situation. Looking at Barakil, who was talking with Akeno, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected his father-in-law to be a strong and compassionate fallen angel. The attack incident had come to an end. Tenraku had no interest in getting involved in these political struggles, which seemed like power struggles within the god systems. The subsequent matters would naturally be handled by Surtsks and the others. He had thought that there would be no more trouble for him, but ironically, he was still caught up in this troublesome event in Sama. Surtsk-sama. Oh, Azaz, didn't see you there. Tenraku greeted the three people in the room as he received their summons. The other two seemed fine, but Azazel twitched his mouth, feeling a sense of imbalance in the surroundings. This brat addressed Surtsks and Odin with honorifics, so why is he using his name directly here? Tenraku-kun, I apologize for calling you at such a time, but we do have some important matters we would like your help with. Surtsks gestured for Tenraku to sit down and began speaking. Please, go ahead, Surtsk-sama. Tenraku nodded, but he didn't immediately agree. He still held a glimmer of hope that he could avoid all this. You are already aware of the attack on Odin-sama. However, when Loki was repelled, he proclaimed that he would appear at the upcoming meeting of the gods. This meeting is crucial for establishing important exchanges between the Nordic god system and the Eastern gods. We cannot allow Loki to disrupt it. Surtsks explained, and Tenraku recalled that Odin had indeed mentioned that Surtsks and Michael were helping to arrange a meeting with the gods of this country, and Tenraku had been invited to attend as well. I wonder, Surtsk-sama, what is it that you want me to do? Though he already had some guesses in his mind, Tenraku still held on to a sliver of hope. Haha kid, what we want you to do is restrain Loki during the meeting and prevent him from causing any disturbances. Azazel slapped Tenraku's shoulder forcefully and laughed as he spoke. Although Tenraku had anticipated this, he didn't expect it to be this task and the expression on his face immediately turned bitter. I've heard that Loki is not easy to deal with but he is also not that powerful. Both the devils and fallen angels have many experts. Why should I be the one to restrain Loki? Tenraku-kun, while it's true that we have candidates among the devils and fallen angels who can restrain Loki, we are currently completely occupied with the affairs of the hero faction. So, we can only rely on your help, Tenraku-kun. Even if Surtsk-sama says so, I also have various difficulties on my side. Dealing with just Loki alone was already troublesome enough, and there was also the more dangerous demonic wolf Fenrir. Who knows if Loki had other helpers? Tenraku really didn't want to get involved in this mess. It wasn't just about the danger, the key question was, what did he gain from it? Even if Loki wasn't a good person, Tenraku had no conflicts or contradictions with him. Even if he took out Loki, Tenraku wouldn't gain much. Tenraku didn't want to involve himself in such a thankless task. Being leaders of major forces, Odin, Xerxes, and Azazel were all astute individuals. They naturally could see why Tenraku was unwilling to take action. They couldn't help but shake their heads with a smile. Tenraku-kun, you. Shaking his head helplessly, Xerxes put away the smile on his face. Tenraku-kun, after the incident with the old Mu faction last time, all of Diodora's peerage members disappeared. It seems you have hidden them, haven't you? They were my spoils of war, and I have the right to deal with them, don't I? Why was this matter suddenly brought up? Tenraku felt a sudden pang in his stomach. Although they didn't necessarily have any evidence, lying in front of these big shots would be a foolish act. So, Tenraku could only admit it with a heavy heart. Indeed, with Tenraku-kun's achievements, there is no problem with allowing you to handle Diodora's peerage. However, according to the rules of the Underworld, the pieces inside them are valuable assets and need to be reclaimed. Xerxes nodded, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Haha, I understand, Xerxes-sama. Just say what you want to say. Rubbing his head, Tenraku naturally knew that Xerxes' true intention was not Semiria and the others or the devil pieces. So, he decided to confront him directly. Then, it'll be straightforward. Tenraku-kun, you must have noticed it too, right? Those girls can no longer use the pieces to enhance their abilities. Indeed, because I took out their kings, the functionality of the pieces stopped. After losing the properties of the pieces, the strength of Semiria and her group had greatly diminished, and Tenraku also felt regretful about this. To activate the full functionality of each piece, the king's information needs to be registered on the chess stele in the Demon King's territory. When the king dies, the functionality of the pieces also ceases. It is a measure to prevent someone from killing the king and seizing the peerage. As long as Tenraku helps restrain Loki this time and ensures the smooth progress of the gods' meeting, as a reward, I will register that set of pieces under Tenraku's name and let them become Tenraku's peerage as well. Xerxes proposed a reward that did stir some interest in Tenraku, and his eyes lit up. Can a king have multiple peerages? Thinking of something, Tenraku couldn't help but ask. If a king could have multiple peerages, he could find a way to obtain more sets of pieces in the future? Tenraku-kun, don't be too greedy. This is just a rare exception. And even if I register that set of pieces under your name, those peerages can only be your private strength, and if you want to participate in a rating game or any other formal competition, you can only use your original peerage. Knowing exactly what Tenraku was thinking, Xerxes shook his head as he spoke. Although a bit disappointed, it was still good to have an extra peerage. At least in Tenraku's impression, it seemed that no one could currently have two peerages at the same time. Since Xerxes-sama has said so, I can't refuse to help this time, but... Looking towards Azazel, Tenraku smirked. Azazel, you have to give me some benefits too. Why should I give you anything? Azazel was first stunned, then he shouted dissatisfiedly. I don't care. Since you're here too, if you don't give me some benefits, I won't do it. Sneering repeatedly, Tenraku resorted to being shameless. If he had to risk his life dealing with such a dangerous enemy, he would be a complete fool if he didn't seize the opportunity to gain some benefits. Ahem, Azazel, why don't you show your appreciation as well? Cute little brat, this meeting is also of great significance to your fallen angels. Xerxes cleared his throat, while the old man Odin patted Azazel's shoulder with an expression that said, it's up to you. Azazel's eye twitched. He was truly being driven crazy by these guys. It's my misfortune to run into you, you little brat. Take it. With a grumpy scold, Azazel threw a staff-like object at Tenraku. Catching the scepter Azazel threw, Tenraku couldn't help but examine it. It was about a meter long, adorned with exquisite runes along its shaft. At one end, there was a pink bud, with emerald leaves underneath. What surprised him was that both the bud and the leaves were alive, as if they were growing on the scepter itself. What is this? Tenraku asked, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. This is the sacred gear, Aqua's divine scepter, the weapon of the legendary goddess of water, Aqua. If this sacred gear is developed to its fullest, you can even obtain the abilities of the goddess of water, Aqua, Azazel explained, wearing an expression of pain as if it cost him a fortune. This is a high-quality item, and I'm giving you a good deal, kid. But doesn't it look like something meant for women? Tenraku retorted. Don't you have any women in your harem who excel in water magic? By utilizing the same water magic, this thing can amplify the power of magic several times over. Seeing that Tenraku, the greedy guy, still seemed unsatisfied, Azazel grumbled irritably. Smirking sheepishly, Tenraku didn't press the matter further. As Azazel had said, it was indeed a nice sacred gear, although not quite suitable for Tenraku himself. However, he could give it to Undine, as the Water Elf Queen. She was the most fitting candidate for this sacred gear. Odin-sama, shouldn't you also show some appreciation? After all, I'm mainly helping you resolve your troubles, Tenraku said, collecting Aqua's divine scepter and giving a mischievous smile to the old man Odin. You old man, I've even brought out a sacred gear. You can't be stingy, Azazel chimed in with an evil grin on his face. The old man Odin, who had just tried to extort them, became agitated. You little devils, I don't have anything, absolutely nothing. He sniffed and glared, shaking his head continuously. Odin-sama, please don't be so modest. Your Gungnir, the spear of eternity, looks impressive, Tenraku said with a suggestive tone. Oi, oi, that's my life, you might as well take my old life. Odin bellowed angrily, his temper flaring up. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding, Tenraku laughed, knowing that Gungnir was important to Odin. He was just teasing the old man. It wasn't every day that one could tease the Lord of the Gods of Northern Europe and get away with it. Azazel finally felt a bit of satisfaction since he had been threatened earlier. You have some conscience, kid, Odin said, his expression softening slightly as he scolded Tenraku. Although Tenraku's intentions were indeed to resolve Odin's troubles, both Xerxes and Azazel had given their approval. If he didn't offer something in return, it would be hard to justify his actions. Lost in thought, Odin suddenly brightened up. Tenraku, you really like beautiful women, don't you? Well, they're okay. After all, as a young man, I have abundant energy, Tenraku replied, feeling a bit awkward as the old man suddenly brought up beautiful women. Hey kid, what do you think of Rossius? She's not bad. Rossius is beautiful and has a good demeanor. Although she's a bit old-fashioned in her personality, there are certain aspects of her that are quite lovely. Oh, I didn't expect you to hold Rossius in such high regard, young man. Not bad, not bad. Tenraku, as long as you help us resolve Loki's troubles, we can arrange something with Rossius. Whispering in Tenraku's ear, Odin murmured for a while. Odin-sama, Rossius has always been dedicated to serving as your guardian. Isn't it a bit unfair to sell her off like this? Tenraku couldn't help but give Odin a disdainful look, despite feeling somewhat tempted by his proposal. This old man's conscience is truly rotten to the core. Nonsense, how could I sell Rossius? I'm doing this for her own good, Odin retorted. With her conservative personality, she can't even find a boyfriend. Keeping her by my side would be a waste of her youth and talent. So, I reluctantly made this decision for her sake. You little brat, don't misunderstand me, Odin explained with a stern expression that almost convinced Tenraku. For her own good, huh? I think you simply want to free yourself from Rossius's control so that you can freely ogle beautiful girls in the future. You're incorrigible? Tenraku silently looked down on Odin as H thought in his heart while despising him 100,000 times over. But the proposal did spark some interest in him, so he decided not to expose Odin's true intentions. Odin-sama, I misunderstood you. I didn't realize how magnanimous you are, Tenraku said, pretending to be impressed. As long as you know, you little brat. I've given you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not depends on your own abilities, Odin remarked. Of course, I will do my best, Tenraku replied. Two figures, one a mighty god king and the other a rising star, Tenraku and the old man Odin, reached a dirty deal through their exchange of words. Xerxes and Azazel, who were watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but facepalm at their embarrassing conversation. They decided to pretend they hadn't heard anything. With the decision made to have Tenraku deal with Loki, Xerxes, under the title of Demon King, instructed Rias and Sana's peerages to join the battle. On Odin's side, Rossius was chosen as their representative. All the women possessed considerable strength, but they would primarily serve as assistants. The true powerhouse was still Tenraku. The god of mischief Loki, the demonic wolf Fenrir, and possibly other formidable opponents made this battle unlike any other. Even Tenraku couldn't afford to be careless. In the following days, Tenraku and the women didn't attend school. Instead, they focused on preparing for the upcoming battle. While they didn't expect significant power gains in just a few days, they aimed to maintain their peak condition. After several days, the day of the Divine Summit finally arrived. As the sun set behind the western mountains, darkness enveloped Kuok town. A high-end hotel, chosen as the meeting place for the gods, was heavily guarded by layers of barriers. Angels, fallen angels, devils, and powerful servants of the gods patrolled the area, ensuring maximum security. Tenraku-kun, Rias, we're counting on you, Xerxes instructed, then entered the meeting venue with Graphia and the attending gods. Observing the gloomy sky, Tenraku's expression grew serious. Let's get ready. Inside the hotel, the divine conference had already begun, while Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls were stationed on the rooftop of the hotel building, ready for action. The night wind howled, bringing a chilling sensation that couldn't be ignored. Teams of guard servants patrolled the sky. At a certain moment, Tenraku, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly opened them and exclaimed, "They're here." As soon as Tenraku spoke, the sky above the hotel distorted and a pitch-black rift tore open. Under the gaze of everyone, a silver-haired cloaked man stepped out from the black hole, standing on top of a gigantic wolf's head. It was none other than Loki and the demonic wolf Fenrir. Attack! Upon seeing the enemy's arrival, hundreds of guard servants ascended into the sky and launched an assault on Loki and Fenrir. With a cold smile on his face, Loki snapped his fingers. Immediately, Fenrir beneath his feet opened its massive jaws and let out a roaring growl, roar. The tremendous sound wave caused ripples in space itself. Countless guard servants vomited blood and were sent flying back, while the barrier protecting the hotel building flickered with chaotic light, and was on the verge of collapsing. What a terrifying monster. Just one roar had such tremendous power? Rias, Sana? Tenraku shouted, and Rias and Sana immediately took action, activating the large-scale teleportation magic they had prepared in advance. A massive barrier-shaped magic unfolded in the air, enveloping Loki, Fenrir, Tenraku, and the girls. Loki seemed to be aware of what was happening, but he merely smiled indifferently without offering any resistance. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and everyone enveloped by the barrier disappeared without a trace. When Tenraku and the girls opened their eyes, they found themselves in a spacious open field. This was a specially created space to deal with Loki. After all, fighting such a powerful enemy in the human world would cause massive destruction even in the aftermath of the battle. What a young bunch of faces. State your names. Your courage alone is worthy of praise, Loki said, looking down from atop Fenrir's head. Kami ya Tenraku. Rias Gremory. Sana Satrai. Tenraku, Rias, and Sana stated their names, while the other girls stood guard with extreme vigilance, led by the three. Originally, Gasper wanted to join the battle after hearing about it from Azazel. However, his evil eye had little effect against enemies much stronger than him and would only be a burden. So Tenraku decided not to let Gasper participate this time and instead allowed him to continue his training with the Grigori. In addition, even Ravel, who was not skilled in combat, was left at home. I see. Demon King Sertx Lucifer's younger sister, Demon King Seraphal Leviathan's younger sister, and the renowned miracle child of the Phenex family who possesses the power of 2 heavenly dragons, Loki said, acknowledging Tenraku, Rias, and Sana as the rising stars. Although they were just small fries, Loki had heard of Tenraku, Rias, and Sana. However, despite their reputation, Loki didn't pay much attention to them. After all, they were still just kids. When Loki had gained his fame, their parents were probably still unknown. Loki-sama, we don't really want to be your enemies. How about you retreat now? That way, everyone can live in peace, Tenraku suggested, though he knew the chances were slim. Humph, that's impossible. I will eliminate that damned traitor Odin and make the angels, fallen angels, devils, and the gods of the Eastern god system witness the might of the Northern European gods. If you dare to obstruct me, you will also become my enemies. Loki coldly rejected Tenraku's proposal without hesitation. Loki Dano, please cease your rampage. The gods of Northern Europe, including myself, seek peace, not war, and ruin. Rasius, adorned in her magnificent Valkyrie battle attire, protested loudly against Loki. A mere woman has no right to speak of the matters of us gods, Rasius. You, like Odin, are a traitor to the Northern European god system? Loki arrogantly dismissed Roswice's protest, completely ignoring her. Fenrir, tear her apart? He commanded, directing his demonic wolf to kill Rasius without hesitation. Roar, scatter. With a mighty roar, Fenrir lunged toward them, and Tenraku and the girls quickly leaped away, avoiding the attack. Loki, even though you are a powerful god and Fenrir is a notorious demonic being, do you really think you can overpower us so easily? Tenraku's expression turned dark as he realized that there was no avoiding the battle. You're not entirely wrong. Even a swarm of ants can bite and kill an elephant if they gather in large numbers, Loki chuckled. Let me show you, my beloved children. With a triumphant smile, Loki's gaze turned cold as he swiftly unleashed 2 summoning magics. Appear, SKLL and Heitai. Under the vigilant eyes of Tenraku and the girls, the space on either side of Loki distorted. Accompanied by a deep growl, 2 giant grey wolves, resembling Fenrir, crawled out from within. It was shocking enough to face one Fenrir, but now there were 3. Tenraku and the girls were taken aback by this unexpected development. Loki, with a smug expression, spoke, these are the offspring of the giant women from the Steel Forest who transformed into wolves and mated with Fenrir. Though they may be inferior to their parents, the most important god-slaying fangs are still intact, and they should be enough to bury those gods and you devils. You've brought forth these terrifying monsters as well. Loki, you truly are capable of anything? Tenraku's expression grew grim. Little brat, do you think it ends here? Loki laughed mockingly. Appear, Gigantes dragon? Once again, amidst Loki's laughter, he began to unleash multiple summoning magics. To the disbelief of Tenraku and the girls, a gigantic 5-headed snake-like grey Gigantes dragon emerged slowly from the magical formation in the sky. The dragons were slender and each head was dozens of yards in size. They emitted an aura of grey ruin and produced ear-piercing dragon hums as they flew and circled in the air. The Gigantes dragon wait, this aura? Even Tenraku couldn't help but have a drastic change in his expression. However, he quickly noticed something. This wasn't the true Gigantes dragon. It seems you've already noticed. Yes, these are just mass-produced Gigantes dragon. While they may not compare to the main body, each one possesses the strength of a top-class devil among you devils, Loki declared with pride. Now, do you understand, little brat? This is the difference between you and me, Loki sneered. Fenrir, SKLL, Heitai, and 5 mass-produced apocalyptic Gigantes dragons. What can you do to stop me? Although Loki was arrogant and full of pride, it had to be said that he had the capital to back it up. As a well-known Northern European deity, Loki's strength was undeniable. He ranked among the top tier even among the gods. Moreover, Loki excelled at creating and summoning various powerful demonic beings. The notorious demonic wolf, Fenrir, and the Gigantes dragon, one of the 5 dragon kings, were all creations of Loki's hands, as told in legends. Without a doubt, the enemy Tenraku and the others were facing this time was more terrifying than any they had encountered before. Taking a glance at the girls behind him, Tenraku quickly assessed the strength of both sides. While they still had the numerical advantage, their overall strength was not much better than the enemies. Loki, not to mention the demonic wolf Fenrir, was comparable to the fully empowered heavenly dragons. Though the demonic wolves Skll and Hatai were relatively weaker than their parent Fenrir, they still possessed the power of demon kings. Especially dangerous were their god-slaying fangs, which could ignore any defense. In addition, the 5 mass-produced Gigantes dragons were not to be underestimated either. The enemy's strength far exceeded expectations, and even Tenraku couldn't help but wear a grave expression on his face as he looked at the enemies in front of him. If they couldn't allocate their forces properly, even if they managed to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Rias and Sana, along with their respective peerages, would fare better, but the other girls with relatively weaker abilities might not survive. And Tenraku couldn't accept the loss of any one of them. His mind racing, Tenraku quickly formulated a battle strategy. Rias, Sana, lead your peerages to deal with the demonic wolves Skll and Hatai. Yes? Ubelina, lead the peerages to face the 5 Gigantes dragons. Don't engage them directly, just hold them back for now. Middled and Kala Warner, you'll join in as well? Understood? Yes, my master. Tenraku issued the orders, and the girls responded in unison. Having Rias and Sana lead their peerages to deal with the demonic wolves Skll and Hatai might seem like a waste, but it was necessary to create an advantage in strength. They had to eliminate the enemy while ensuring the safety of every girl. Though Ubelina and the others were Tenraku's top-notch peerages, it was still a bit challenging for them to face the mass-produced Gigantes dragon, which were comparable to top-class devils. While it might be difficult at first, holding them back wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, once Rias and Sana finished dealing with their opponents and came to support them, the tide of the battle would immediately turn. As for the remaining formidable enemies, Loki and the demonic wolf Fenrir, I'll take care of Loki and Fenrir. Rasius, Rainare, you'll support me? Understood? Yes, my master. Tenraku gave all the battle instructions, and the girls, following Tenraku's lead, executed them without hesitation. The clever girls understood that the key to this battle lay with Tenraku. As long as Tenraku emerged victorious, they would all achieve a resounding victory. But if Tenraku lost, even if they defeated their own opponents, they would be annihilated by Loki and Fenrir. It was a destined brutal battle, either they would live together or die together. However, all the girls trusted Tenraku completely. Boring struggle. Attack? Tear them apart? Even with such a display of tremendous power, Loki couldn't scare away a group of inexperienced novices. This annoyed Loki a bit. With a cold expression, Loki commanded his demonic beings. Hugh, leaping nearly 100 meters high, the demonic wolves Skll and Hatai lunged at the group while roaring. In the sky, the 5 Gigantes dragons began their actions, spewing lightning and fire, each one emanating a fierce aura. Everyone, let's go! With a cold determination in her eyes, Rias and Satrisana led their respective peerages, intercepting the incoming demonic wolves in midair. At the same time, Ubelina and the other girls took to the sky, clashing with the airborne Gigantes dragons using sword chi and magic. Explosions resounded in the battle scene and occasional bolts of lightning and fireballs fell to the ground. Step by step, Tenraku approached Loki and Fenrir, with Rasius and Rainara closely following behind him on the left and right. Drake, Albion, go to Rias and Sana's side. Partner, aren't you planning to use the power of the 2 heavenly dragons? I plan to use several other sacred gear to deal with that big guy. Go now, Rias and the others need your power more than I do. Now that you've made up your mind, partner, let's go over to Princess Place. Drake and Albion were sent to support Rias and Sana, and Tenraku also began to take action. Spirit chi surged within his body as 6 blood-red Megatama appeared in Tenraku's eyes. The Megatama slowly rotated around his pupils as a samurai giant enveloped Tenraku and stood up slowly. Purple energy swirled around the samurai jinet, obscuring the sky. The samurai giant carried a purple light giant sword at its waist, and behind it floated a huge illusionary mirror. It was none other than the sacred gears from Tenraku's collection, Yat no Kagami 8 Tamirror, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds, and Yasakani no Magadama 8 Shaka Curved Jewel. The Yasakani no Magadama 8 Shaka Curved Jewel could summon the projection of the legendary god Susanoo. The stronger the host, the more powerful the summoned projection would be. When combined with the Yat no Kagami 8 Tamirror and Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds, these 3 sacred gear could unleash a power no less than the Longinus. Except for Rias and a few other girls like Asia, the other girls were seeing Tenraku in this state for the first time, expressing various emotions like shock, fanaticism, or admiration. Floating in the crystal on the giant's forehead, with a single thought from Tenraku, the giant grabbed Rasius and Rainare and placed the 2 girls on his shoulders, one on each side. Rasius, Rainare, I will focus on dealing with the demonic wolf Fenrir. You help me hold off Loki. Tenraku's voice came from the giant's mouth. The demonic wolf Fenrir was a monster comparable to the heavenly dragons in their prime. Even Tenraku dared not be careless in front of him. In addition, he became larger after transforming into a giant, which reduced his speed and agility. To prevent Loki's sneak attacks, Tenraku still needed the assistance of the 2 girls. Understood. Rasius replied quickly after regaining her composure. This pure Valkyrie blushed and her heart pounded like a deer, lost in her own thoughts. On the other hand, Rainare licked her lips with a fanatical and wicked expression on her face. The cursed flames of darkness ignited all over her body, and then condensed and transformed into a seductive armor of darkness. It was the forbidden move of the sacred gear Black Evil Dragon King. Moreover, with a whooshing sound, 3 pairs of pitch-black wings unfolded behind Rainare. Under Tenraku's guidance and continuous development of their sacred gears, Rainare, a woman corrupted by darkness, had evolved into a 6-winged fallen angel. Tenraku nodded in the crystal space, but relying solely on Rainare to hold off Loki would still be challenging. Thinking of something, Tenraku snapped his fingers. Water converged, and the figure of the Undine Queen emerged, holding Aqua's divine scepter in her hand. Undine, assist Rainare and Rasius together with me. Yes, Master. Under Tenraku's intention, a passage opened in the crystal space, and Undine Queen soared and landed on the giant samurai's head. Everything was ready, and the battle could begin. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of Tenraku's mouth as he looked at the enemies in front of him. The god of mischief Loki, the legendary demonic wolf Fenrir. Let's see who will tear others apart. All display and no competence. Fenrir, bury them? Loki disregarded the combination of Tenraku and the girl's fight or power, maintaining a cold and indifferent tone. Raising his hand, he commanded Fenrir beneath him. Roar! Fenrir let out a resounding roar, brimming with overwhelming momentum and fierce hostility, as it pounced toward Tenraku and the girls. With its colossal size, immense strength, and razor-sharp claws that disregarded any defense, even the robust warrior would be torn asunder upon Fenrir's impact. Yaden no Kagami 8 Tamirur? Tenraku's voice reverberated loudly, followed by a dazzling burst of light as a colossal illusory ancient mirror materialized before the giant warrior, colliding forcefully with the charging Fenrir. Boom! The deafening impact reverberated through space, causing tremors. Illusory ripples spread across the Yaden no Kagami 8 Tamirur, forcefully propelling Fenrir's massive body backward. Fenrir emitted a pained howl as its sharp claws left several 100-meter-long marks on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Attack! Tenraku seized the advantage and called out to the girls. Ha ha ha, perish, perish. Rainare's bloodthirsty laughter resonated as she condensed giant spears of pitch-black light, aiming them at Fenrir and Loki. These spears carried a terrifying power of curses. With a flash of determination in her beautiful eyes, Rasius joined the fray. With both hands, she created numerous large magic arrays, instantly releasing countless light arrows. Undine Queen, standing strong against the wind, refused to lag behind. Waving her staff, she sent out numerous water bullets. Boom, 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 the sky became filled with light arrows and water bullets, engulfing Fenrir and Loki in a cloud of dust and mist. However, as a whirlwind swept through, Fenrir and Loki emerged unscathed once again. You're incredibly foolish to believe you can defeat me and Fenrir with such attacks, and you're far too feeble? Far too feeble? Loki taunted with a cold and disdainful attitude. Humph, what about this? Tenraku's command spurred the giant warrior he was in to take several steps forward, fiercely swinging its purple glowing giant sword at Fenrir and Loki. Sensing the danger, Fenrir instinctively evaded, while the purple sword crashed into the ground with a thunderous roar. The tremendous shockwave sliced through the air, directly splitting a distant mountain in two. Witnessing the power of Tenraku's strike, even Loki on Fenrir's head couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This little brat? Boom, 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 hong hong, hoo. Lightning flashes, towering flames, explosions, and beastly roars filled the air, transforming the extra-dimensional space into a complete battlefield filled with chaos. Everyone Asia clasped her hands together, taking refuge within a protective barrier while continuously praying for everyone's safety. Though the terrifying monsters struck fear into the heart of the girls, brave Asia showed no signs of retreat. She vowed to fight alongside everyone in her unique way. With her sacred gear capable of unleashing the forbidden move, Asia could even provide healing to her comrades from a distance. She stared intently at their battles, swiftly activating her abilities whenever someone got injured. Thunderlight? Akeno elevated her finger high and struck the demonic wolf SKLL with a potent thunderlight. Although SKLL felt the pain, the powerful thunderlight failed to cause significant damage to it. Instead, it further provoked its ferocity. Letting out a fierce roar, the demonic wolf SKLL lunged at Akeno, but a disc of light soared through the air and struck SKLL with a thunderous crash. Howling in agony, SKLL crashed into the ground, heavily injured by the strike. Wiping the sweat off her forehead, Akeno prepared to express her gratitude to the person who aided her when she heard Kurika's voice from beside her. Chiron, did you see? Elder sister's technique is much more potent than that useless thunderlight. Useless thunderlight? Akeno's eyes twitched, and she suppressed the words of gratitude she was about to utter. Ne-sama, Akeno Ne-san is our comrade. Don't speak ill of her. Konako-chan tugged at Kurika's clothes and gave Akeno an apologetic look as she spoke. Well, let's forget it for now. The battle takes precedence. For Konako-chan's sake, I won't argue with this woman this time. Akeno silently thought in her heart and attacked Skull again. As thunderlight erupted once again, Akeno plunged back into the fray, with Kurika and Konako-chan following closely behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Satrai-sana and her peerage engaged in an intense battle with the demonic wolf HTI. As the king, Satrai-sana, and the queen, Shinrit Sabeki, took the offensive, the other girls from her peerage provided support from the sidelines. Though they couldn't match Rias and her group in terms of raw power and destruction, the girls compensated with tactics and cooperation. Hong Long? With a thunderous crash, Satrai-sana struck a magic bullet into the head of the demonic wolf HTI. Dazed and seeing stars, HTI stumbled, and Shinrit Subaki swiftly rushed forward, drawing her long sword and slashing viciously at T's side, leaving deep bloodstains on its body. Roar! In excruciating pain, HTI regained its senses and raised its sharp claws to strike at the detestable humans. With a change of expression, Shinrit Subaki swiftly evaded, but Hanakai Momo, who stood beside her, was a moment too slow and got scratched on the chest by the sharp claws, screaming in agony as she was sent flying. Momo? Springing up, Nimura Ruriko caught Hanakai Momo and quickly retreated with her heavily injured comrade. Momo, hold on. Asia, please help us. Witnessing the deep, bone-revealing gash on Hanakai Momo's chest, Nimura Ruriko grew extremely anxious and called out to Asia, who was nearby. Her plea received an immediate response as a shimmering light flew over, enveloping Hanakai Momo and rapidly healing her wounds. Ruriko, don't worry about me. Go help Sana-sama and the others quickly. Hanakai Momo spoke to Nimura Ruriko with a pale look on her face. Biting her lip, Nimura Ruriko hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, Momo, rest and replenish your magic power. Don't push yourself. Creating a simple barrier to protect her companion, Nimura Ruriko gave one last instruction before swiftly returning to the battlefield. Boom, 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 hoo. In the sky, Yubelina and the other girls engaged in a fierce battle with 5 mass-produced Gigantes dragons. With lightning flashing and winds howling, Middle and Kala Warner relentlessly fired their light spears, while Carlamine and Ceres unleashed rapid sword energy attacks. Marion, Burint, and Shuria executed guerrilla tactics with their magic assaults, and even Myra swung her fine iron rod in a relentless onslaught. Taking advantage of the chaos, Isle and Nell climbed onto the back of one of the Gigantes dragons. The two sisters grinned, brandishing their magical chainsaws and mercilessly hacking away at the Gigantes dragon. Die, die, dismember you, dismember you. Flesh and blood splattered as the chainsaws buzzed, and under the ferocious hacking of the two lowly girls, the entire tail of the Gigantes dragon was severed. The Gigantes dragon felt excruciating pain in his back and was about to give chase as it turned around and glared furiously at the two tiny figures on its body. HHH hello, Mr. Dragon. Maintaining a stoic expression and concealing their chainsaws, the two sisters waved at the Gigantes dragon. Roar! Fortunately, without its formidable tail, the Gigantes dragon wasn't feeling so great at the moment, but it was still enraged and it opened its enormous mouth and spewed a massive fireball at the two sisters. Boom! The ground trembled as the controlled samurai giant, Tenraku's creation, clashed with the colossal Fenrir. Their clash of blades stirred up a tempest, with the samurai giant wielding its purple great sword, determined to slay the vicious demonic wolf. Fenrir, agile and evasive, awaited the opportune moment to strike a deadly blow. Sela the purple sword cut through the air as the giant took a step forward, bringing down another strike. This time, Fenrir didn't dodge. It leaped into the air, pouncing directly onto the giant's sword. Clang! The clash of weapons resounded as Fenrir sunk its sharp god-slaying fangs into the purple greatsword. Capable of slaying gods and demons, Fenrir's bite rendered any defense useless. With a powerful exertion of force, the greatsword shattered into countless pieces. Ha ha ha! Before Fenrir's god-slaying fangs, your sacred gears are nothing more than toys. Continue, Fenrir. Kill them. Kill them all. Loki's laughter echoed in the surroundings, his voice filled with arrogance. Fenrir, beneath him, grinned with a savage, almost human-like expression on its face. Thump thump thump! Fenrir's limbs moved in unison as it charged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the giant samurai. You won't succeed. Tenraku controlled the giant samurai construct, making it continuously retreat. Rainare and Rossius launched attacks, but neither the cursed light spear nor the powerful magic arrows could stop Fenrir's advance. It was about to pounce and kill. Water roar! With a subtle movement of her rosy lips, the Undine Queen atop the giant samurai opened her eyes and a massive magic formation materialized in the air, followed by a torrential outpouring of water. The torrential water wave was violent and was capable of engulfing anything, and the gigantic Fenrir was also swept away, tumbling backward, and Loki, perched atop its head, appeared disheveled and enraged. Damn woman! Fenrir, attack that brat! Ill deal with those interfering women! Loki, seething with fury, commanded Fenrir before swiftly ascending into the air. With a gleam in his eyes and a slight smirk on his lips, Tenraku's plan aligned perfectly with Loki's actions. Rainare, Rossius, Undine, keep Loki occupied. Ill focus on Fenrir. Yes. Acknowledging Tenraku's orders, the three women ascended into the sky, encircling Loki from different angles. Tenraku smirked coldly as he activated his spirit power. With a flicker of light, another purple great sword materialized in the giant samurai's hand. Come on, Fenrir. Let's continue our battle. Skll, the demonic wolf, bellowed in anger. As a noble descendant of Fenrir, it possessed a combative nature, thirsting for blood and reveling in cruelty. It had no qualms about tearing through the throats of angels and gods, just like its formidable father. Yet today, it found itself besieged by a group of cunning female devils. These shameless devils relied on surprise attacks and encirclement tactics, which made them unworthy opponents in Skll's eyes. Baring its teeth and panting heavily, the deep wounds across its body only fueled its ferocity. Skll sensed its own power waning, its life force dwindling. If this continued, these female devils would undoubtedly drag it to its demise. As a worthy descendant of its brave wolf warrior father, it held no fear of death. But it refused to accept it, even if it meant taking down just one of them. SKLL was determined to sink its teeth into these despicable female devils and fight to the bitter end. Zenobia, Irina, understood. In SKLL's eyes, the two sword-wielding female devils leaped into the air, their blades poised to strike. SKLL almost felt a surge of joy. Finally, these cowardly devils dared to engage in direct combat with it. It would tear them apart? This time, it would surely tear them apart? SKLL, fueled by its desire to tear the two female devils apart, was abruptly overwhelmed by a deep sense of impending danger. Excalibur, Durandal, the holy swords, raised high, radiated with divine light. In SKLL's horrified gaze, the two colossal spirit chi/energy swords descended upon it, aiming for a fatal strike. Hue, agony engulfed SKLL's being. It felt as if its formidable body was being torn apart, its ferocity reaching its peak. Just as SKLL braced itself for a fight to the death, another female devil hurled a scarlet energy ball at it. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated and SKLL's body crumbled inch by inch. This was the final consciousness of the demonic wolf SKLL. Lily HNG. On the other side of the battlefield, the demonic wolf HTI unleashed a barrage of magic spheres from its blood-stained maw. Urit Subasa and Meguri Tomo, already heavily injured, had withdrawn to receive treatment from Asia. Shinrit Subaki, Kusaka Reya, Nimura Ruriko, and Hanakai Momo, who had returned to the fray, persisted in their fight. However, the odds were stacked against them. Yet, their fighting spirit remained unyielding. Their king stood tall, and hope burned within their hearts. Sana Satrai, adorned in silver-white battle armor that accentuated her graceful figure, floated in the air, observing the battle between her peerage and the demonic wolf HTI below. She remained still with a composed demeanor. Sana Satrai, the energy has accumulated sufficiently. Albion's voice resounded, and a flicker of anticipation appeared in Sana's cold gaze. Thank you, Albion. Expressing her gratitude, Sana issued a command to her loyal peerage. Everyone, retreat. Without hesitation, the girls swiftly obeyed the order. Shinrit Subaki and her companions, except for Sana Satrai, evacuated the battlefield in an instant. Wearing a resolute expression on her face, Sana raised her hands towards the sky, channeling the stored energy from Albion. Then, with determined resolve, she descended forcefully, targeting the demonic wolf below. Hue! Boom! A piercing scream of agony echoed through the air. Even the formidable HTI couldn't withstand such overwhelming energy. In a cataclysmic explosion, its entire body was reduced to ashes. Sana-sama? Sana Satrai landed on the ground with a pale look on her face and Shinrit Subaki and the girls crowded around her, brimming with excitement. She is truly worthy of being their king, their beloved Sana-sama. Quickly restore your magical power and go support the others. Roar! A mass-produced Gigantes dragon soared through the sky as it charged toward Ubelina. In response, Ubelina swiftly waved her magic staff, deploying hundreds of magic arrays before her. Boom! 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 Brilliant light erupted as the magic arrays detonated, creating turbulent and scorching air currents which were as sharp as blades. Even the heavily armored Gigantes dragon recoiled in pain when it came in contact with it and was forced to retreat. Ubelina, with her magnificent magic robe fluttering in the wind, repelled the malevolent dragon. However, no joy filled her heart for her achievement. As the queen of Tenraku, she could confront a mass-produced Gigantes dragon single-handedly, but her peerage members would require at least 2 or 3 people, if not more. As the battle raged on, her sisters sustained constant injuries. Particularly Isle and Nell, the audacious and reckless duo, who, despite inflicting severe damage on a Gigantes dragon, were badly burned in the dragon's counterattack. They had to withdraw from the fight and seek treatment from Asia many times. In the midst of strategizing, Ubelina suddenly noticed Swollen and Isabella flying toward the Gigantes dragon. Swollen, Isabella, what are you doing? Ubelina's expression changed, and she hastily used communication magic to shout at the two girls. Ubelina, if we keep waiting for reinforcements, some of our sisters will be lost. It's better to take the initiative. And besides, we are Tenraku-sama's peerage. It's not right to rely solely on Ria-sama and the others to deal with all the enemies. Swollen and Isabella's voices reached Ubelina through the communication magic, infuriating her. Have you forgotten Tenraku-sama's orders? Come back immediately? Although they were only mass-produced Gigantes dragons, each of these possessed the power of a top-class devil. If Swollen and Isabella charged in recklessly, they would not only fail to eliminate the enemy but might end up being crushed to pieces. Tenraku-sama will definitely punish us later, but we are prepared for that. Ubelina, if you don't want us to die, then let everyone cover for us. Determined voices echoed out in Ubelina's ears before Swollen and Isabella abruptly cut off the communication. Ubelina's expression turned grim. She was both angry and worried, but there was no time to waste. She immediately issued orders to her peerage, as well as Middled and Carte-Bun. Everyone, cover for Swollen and Isabella. Boom, boom, boom. Sword chi/energy, magic, thunderlight, fireballs. The girls launched their attacks without hesitation, providing cover for Swollen and Isabella. Having infiltrated the midst of the Gigantes dragons, Swollen and Isabella exchanged a glance, then simultaneously unleashed their magic power. Their overwhelming magic power enveloped them like a battle aura, trailing long streams of energy and swollen shot toward one of the Gigantes dragons. Swoosh! The Gigantes dragon detected the incoming girl and unleashed a torrent of thunder and lightning which were as thick as a water barrel on her. Despite the excruciating pain, Swollen gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. With a powerful punch, she struck the head of the Gigantes dragon. As an exceptional rook, Swollen possessed tremendous strength. Even the Gigantes dragon was left dazed from the impact, its scales and blood scattering in all directions. Isabella? Understood. Coordinating their actions, Isabella unleashed her own barrage of powerful attacks, shaking the ground with their might. With their high attack and defense attributes, each punch they landed was equivalent to a cannonball. The Gigantes dragon's scales shattered, and flesh and blood flew, causing the entire battlefield to tremble and crack. However, defeating a Gigantes dragon was no easy task. Its steel-like body continuously rolled and fiercely lashed out at Swollen and Isabella. Spurting blood from their mouth, the two girls were sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing onto the ground. Despite feeling as though every bone in their bodies was on the verge of shattering, they had come this far. Would they really give up now? No? Ignoring the excruciating pain, they tapped into their magic power once again. The ground cracked as they dragged their long energy tails and charged at the Gigantes dragon. Hong Long, dazzling light and towering flames surged into the sky. With a mighty strike from the two girls, the entire head of the Gigantes dragon exploded. Peng Long. With its head gone, the Gigantes dragon's body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay lifeless. We did it, Swollen. We did it? We did it. Their faces were pale and blood was dripping from the corners of their mouths, but at this moment, Swollen and Isabella were filled with an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. Although it was incredibly dangerous, they had succeeded. By eliminating one Gigantes dragon, dealing with the remaining would become much easier for the rest of their peerage. They just needed to hold on a little longer until Ryu-sama and the others arrived with reinforcements. Struggling to stand up, just as the two girls were preparing to take further action, a magical communication suddenly unfolded in their ears and Yubelina's urgent voice broke through. Swollen, Isabella, quickly get out of there. Almost instinctively, they looked up, only to see a massive wind orb descending from the sky, about to engulf them. Unable to dodge, in the blink of an eye, Swollen and Isabella were swallowed by the gigantic wind orb. Boom, hong, hong. On the other side of the dimensional gap, Tenraku controlled the giant samurai and engaged in a fierce battle against the demonic wolf Fenrir. Suddenly, a jolt ran through Tenraku's heart, and he couldn't help but look in the direction where Yubelina and the others were fighting. Roar! Seizing the opportunity during Tenraku's distraction, Fenrir leaped and bit off the giant samurai's left arm, which held the sword. Thump, thump, thump. Wounded, the giant samurai took a few steps back, and even Tenraku couldn't help but grunt a little in pain. Fenrir seized the moment to pursue Tenraku with a cruel and bloodthirsty expression in his eyes. He leaped once again, intent on biting off the giant samurai's entire head. Fenrir, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Overflowing with anger, Tenraku controlled the giant samurai, steadying its posture with the remaining hand and raising that hand towards the sky. A dazzling light flashed, and a huge golden ring materialized on that hand. It was one of Tenraku's numerous sacred gears, Lejun's golden dragonfly, Sela. Tenraku controlled the giant samurai to project the golden ring, which split into 5 pieces mid-air, tightly locking onto Fenrir, who was leaping towards it. Roar! Roar! Fenrir, with his neck and limbs restrained by golden shackles, roared and struggled relentlessly against them. However, even the great sage equal to heaven himself was restrained by these chains, so Fenrir wasn't getting out of them no matter how much he struggled. He had to admit defeat. There was no way to break free from these golden shackles with strength alone. With a cold snort, Tenraku activated his spirit power to regenerate the giant samurai's bitten-off arm, then raised his colossal fist, which was the size of a house, and struck Fenrir. Boom! Even solid steel would be shattered by this punch, but Fenrir, relying on his sturdy head, withstood the blow and snarled fiercely at Tenraku. Oh, you're still conscious? Tenraku chuckled coldly and controlled the giant samurai to unleash a barrage of punches on Fenrir. Boom! 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 Each punch landed on Fenrir's body with a resounding impact, but Tenraku aimed only for Fenrir's head, leaving the rest untouched. After a dozen punches, even the ferocious Fenrir was left dazed, seeing stars and feeling disoriented. Just as Tenraku was about to continue his assault, a scream of agony came from the side. Turning his head, Tenraku saw Rasius being hit by Loki's magic and falling from the sky, crying out in pain. Controlling the giant samurai form, Tenraku caught Rasius and observed her severe injuries, and the look in his eyes turned cold as he looked. Damn you, Loki! Tenraku silently cursed in his mind. Loki was a well-known god, and it seemed that relying solely on the Valkyrie to deal with him was somewhat challenging. Not only was Rasius severely injured, but Rainare also looked pitiful. She was covered in blood, and her black evil Dragon King armor was in tatters. Compared to them, Undine fared a little better. As the Water Elf Queen, she could resist most physical and magical attacks. However, even she had a pale face at the moment as she continued defending herself with Aqua's divine scepter. Rainare, Undine, come back? Opening a pathway, Tenraku had Rainare and Undine Queen fly into the crystalline space within the giant samurai's forehead, and he also placed the heavily injured Rasius inside. Rest for now, leave the rest to me. Tenraku spoke as he activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing. Tenraku released 2 radiant lights to heal Rossius and Rainery's injuries. As for the exhausted Undine Queen, her magic power directly returned to Tenraku's body as she disappeared. Kami-ya Tenraku, I admit that I underestimated you. Hovering in the air, Loki surveyed the battlefield in the alternate space with a gloomy expression on his face. Fenrir was restrained by the opponent's sacred gear. SKLL and Haidai were eliminated, and the other mass-produced Gigantes dragon also fell one by one under the attacks of the Devil Girls. Such losses would even make Loki feel heartache. So you finally realized that, but isn't it too late, Loki? With a cold smirk on his face, Tenraku's voice resounded from the giant samurai's mouth. You brat, don't get too cocky. Loki unleashed his magic while feeling enraged and humiliated. The entire alternate space trembled, and massive meteors trailed by blazing flames fell from the sky one after another. Boom, 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 ah. The towering giant samurai was the first to be struck by 2 meteors. It staggered, almost falling, while Rias and her group, who were fighting against the Gigantes dragon, had to stop and dodge the meteor attacks in chaos. Ha ha ha, die, all of you, die. After I kill you all, whether it's Odin or Surtsks, anyone who opposes me will be eliminated. With a mad expression on his face, Loki laughed heartily while floating in the air. Boom! Controlling the giant samurai, Tenraku shattered 1 meteor with a punch, but there were still dozens or even hundreds of meteors in the sky. If they were allowed to fall, the entire alternate space would be destroyed, and Rias and the other girls would undoubtedly suffer major injuries. Tenraku couldn't allow that to happen. A flash of blue light passed through Tenraku's eyes and a colossal divine bow appeared in the giant samurai's hands. It was the sacred gear that Tenraku had recently obtained, the Cyan Light Arrow. Drawing the bowstring and channeling his power into the Cyan Light Arrow, a green light arrow shot into the sky. The arrow was soon divided into countless more arrows, and the dense swarm of light arrows intercepted all the falling meteors, instantly turning the sky into a symphony of explosions. Boom, 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 impossible? Loki exclaimed with a twisted expression on his face. Nothing is impossible. Go down, you good-for-nothing god. The divine bow dissipated from the giant samurai's hands, and Tenraku controlled the giant samurai to slap Loki. Quickly, Loki unleashed thousands of defensive magic spells to protect himself. However, they proved ineffective against the giant samurai's onslaught and shattered like glass. Boom! Ah! With a loud crash, Loki was sent flying into the ground. He coughed up blood and his figure no longer resembled the lofty image of a god. Impossible, impossible, why are you so strong? Loki couldn't accept this reality. He was the legendary god of mischief Loki. How could he lose to such a little brat? Tenraku didn't bother answering such a foolish question. He activated the ability of his inherent barrier, instantly trapping Loki within a sphere of a barrier. Controlling the giant samurai, Tenraku lifted the barrier sphere in his hand. Loki, you have already failed in your plans. Prepare to face the punishment you deserve. Tenraku spoke indifferently as he gazed at the form of miserable Loki trapped within the barrier sphere. Both Loki and Fenrir were captured, and the mass-produced Gigantes dragons were gradually eliminated under the assault of Rias and the other girls. It could be said that they had successfully completed the mission without encountering too much danger. However, Kami-ya Tenraku, you better kill me now. Otherwise, I will curse you and curse your women. Even if I'm sealed for 1,000 or 10,000 years, one day, I will come out and seek revenge against all of you. Loki's voice resounded with bitterness as he glared at Tenraku from within the barrier sphere. Loki, are you serious? Narrowing his eyes, the giant samurai held the barrier sphere closer to Tenraku. What do you think? Loki replied with a cold and malicious smile on his face. He was a god who would seek revenge for any slight. From now on, Tenraku and his women would be his targets of vengeance. Odin might not kill him, at most, he would seal him for thousands of years. But one day, Loki would come out and seek revenge against these people? I understand. Then, nodding, Tenraku's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as he spoke. You can die now. With a swoosh, black and white flames ignited within the barrier sphere. It was the white flames of Hands of White Flame and the cursed black flames of Vritra. Originally, Tenraku only intended to hand Loki over to Odin and Surtsks without doing anything further. But this guy still harbored thoughts of revenge against Tenraku and his women. So, why keep him alive? He must be killed. Loki's endless and agonizing screams were instantly drowned in the intertwining black and white flames. Even Loki didn't expect Tenraku to turn on him so quickly. But now, it was too late for regrets. It was a pitiful end. The once great god was reduced to ashes. If one were to delve into the cause, one would realize that Loki died because of his loose tongue. Tenraku-san, you killed Loki-sama. Rasia stared at Tenraku with disbelief in her eyes. Although Loki was known as an evil god, he held a high position in Nordic mythology. Only a few gods like God King Odin had the authority to deal with him. Rasius couldn't believe that Loki had been killed by Tenraku just like that. He cursed me and my woman and threatened to seek revenge. Why would I keep him alive? Don't worry, Rasius. I will explain everything to Odin-sama and the others. Tenraku shrugged nonchalantly while looking at Rasius. Rasius tried to speak, but no words came out of her mouth. It would probably take her some time to accept this reality. On the other hand, Rainery had a satisfied smirk on her face. The only regret for her was that she didn't get to personally kill that guy. There were only 1 or 2 mass-produced ultimate-class Gigantes dragons left. It was only a matter of time before Rias and Sana finished them off. Tenraku didn't need to help them anymore, so he shifted his gaze to Fenrir once again. To Tenraku's surprise, while he was busy dealing with Loki, Fenrir had managed to bite off several of the golden locks that restrained it. It truly lived up to its name as the god-slaying Fangs demonic wolf. If given more time, it might have been able to escape. However, there was no room for what-ifs in this world. With a cold smile on his face, Tenraku activated the ability of his sacred gear, Shield of the Dark Night Reflection. Instantly, the shadow beneath the feet of the giant samurai distorted and merged with Fenrir's shadow. Fenrir's body stiffened and was instantly immobilized. It struggled desperately, causing faint cracks to appear in the nearby void, hinting at its imminent collapse. Tenraku had to admit that it was a terrifying monster. Even he wouldn't stand a chance against it if he didn't have various sacred gear abilities. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fenrir. Such a monster could only bring calamity. Since he had already killed Loki, he decided to get rid of Fenrir as well. Controlling the giant samurai, Tenraku picked up a purple glowing giant sword and swung it toward Fenrir's head. Fenrir let out a painful howl as blood sprayed and a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on its head, and one of its eyes was blinded. The bloody wound and the lone eye gave Fenrir a fierce and vicious look. Tenraku couldn't help but feel amused. He had never seen such a sturdy creature before. It was astonishing that even this much damage couldn't kill it. However, if 1 strike wasn't enough, he would deliver 10 strikes. If 10 strikes weren't enough, he would deliver 100. He wanted to see how long this monstrous wolf could endure. As the purple sword was raised, Tenraku was about to continue his assault when suddenly a magic formation appeared in the air, and a figure teleported out from it. Sir Tenraku, please stop. Arthur Pendragon? Tenraku frowned as he looked at the golden-haired gentleman who had suddenly intruded on his attacks. Sir Tenraku, could you hand Fenrir over to us? Arthur Pendragon greeted Tenraku and asked. Although we may not be enemies, we are not exactly friends either. Give me a reason. A hint of amusement appeared on Tenraku's lips as he spoke, but he didn't directly refuse. I am willing to exchange this holy sword of control with you, Sir Tenraku. Arthur Pendragon took out a long sword from his waist and continued. I heard that your comrade, Miss Shadow Irina, possesses 6 Excalibur fragments that can be merged into a complete holy sword. If she also merges this holy sword of control, she will have a fully powered Excalibur. I'm willing to exchange this sword. What do you think, Sir Tenraku? Tenraku couldn't help but be tempted by Arthur Pendragon's proposal. Although it seemed like he would be at a loss, exchanging a damaged holy sword for Fenrir, which held no value in Tenraku's hands, but allowing Irina to possess a complete Excalibur would greatly enhance her strength. So Tenraku agreed without thinking about it too much. Alright, I agree. He didn't care about what the other party wanted to do with Fenrir. But if they dared to become his enemies, he could simply finish them off completely next time. Thank you, Sir Tenraku. Upon hearing Tenraku's agreement, Arthur Pendragon showed a pleased expression on his face as he thanked him. With the legendary demonic wolf Fenrir in their team, their strength would greatly increase. Even the heroes would think twice before provoking them. Under Tenraku's gaze, Arthur Pendragon drew the holy sword of control. As he infused it with spirit chi/energy, the entire blade emitted a dazzling light, and Arthur Pendragon then inserted the sword into Fenrir's forehead. Although it was impossible to fully dominate a powerful creature like Fenrir, it only required changing some of its will. Under the influence of the holy sword, Fenrir, who had been restless, gradually calmed down. In its single remaining eye, a hint of fondness appeared as it looked at Arthur Pendragon. Tenraku couldn't help but nod in approval. As the name implied, the Holy Sword of Control had the power to control all things. It was the strongest among the 7 fragments of Excalibur. Afterward, when this sword was fused using the alchemical formula left behind by Valper Galilei, Irina would have a complete Excalibur. Not only would it greatly enhance the girl's power, but it would also be convenient to have her help in brainwashing people by simply stabbing them a few times. It was truly a handy tool. Once the ritual was completed, Arthur Pendragon withdrew the sword from Fenrir's forehead, sheathed it, and tossed it to Tenraku. After examining it, Tenraku nodded in satisfaction, honoring their agreement. He raised his hand and dispelled the restraints on Fenrir. Sir Tenraku, I look forward to our next encounter. Farewell for now. Arthur Pendragon bowed again, activated teleportation magic, and disappeared with Fenrir. Tenraku-sama? The voices of Rias and the other girls, who had finished dealing with their opponents, sounded as they flew towards Tenraku. As the giant samurai's form dissipated, Tenraku and the girls regrouped. After counting their numbers, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although several girls were severely injured and in a coma, no one had died. They were either being treated by Asia or had used the tears of the phoenix. They would wake up with some rest. With the completion of the mission to confront the evil god Loki, it was their victory. After taking a short break, when Tenraku and the girls emerged from the dimensional space, the meeting of the gods had just ended, and when they learned that Loki had been killed by Tenraku, Odin, Surtsk, Azazel, and even Michael were incredibly astonished. The others were fine, but Odin's expression was incredibly complex. Although Loki's actions were extreme, he was still a part of the Nordic mythic god system. Loki's death was undoubtedly a huge loss for the entire Nordic mythic god system. However, at this point, Odin didn't say much. Moreover, Loki's ideology was too dangerous. Perhaps his death was also a good thing for world peace. Poor Loki, his death was truly in vain. Not only did no one avenge him, but he was also given the label of sacrificing himself for the sake of peace. Let's hope his soul finds tranquility in heaven. Amen. With a groan, Isabella opened her eyes. Her consciousness still felt a bit hazy as she shook her head and sat up. She remembered how she and Swollen rushed into the enemy camp and defeated a Gigantes dragon, but their strength was depleted, and she was struck by an attack. And now, she had miraculously woken up, which meant she hadn't died yet. You are finally awake, Isabella. A voice sounded and Isabella snapped back to reality. Tenraku-sama. Seeing Tenraku sitting on the side, Isabella quickly stood up and saluted him. Yubelina and Swollen were also present here, but they stood behind Tenraku with flushed faces and with their heads lowered. She wondered what had happened. Come here. Patting his lap, Tenraku wore a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. Although Tenraku seemed no different from usual, Isabella couldn't help but tremble inside. She and Swollen had acted against Tenraku-sama's orders and acted on their own. Now it was finally time for punishment. Clamping her lips together and feeling anxious, Isabella obediently walked over and sat on Tenraku's lap. When she had made the decision to do so with Swollen, she had already prepared herself. So no matter what punishment she would face next, she wouldn't regret it. Even if given another chance, she would make the same choice. While Isabella was lost in her thoughts, Tenraku had already lifted her chin. Do you know, Isabella, when Yubelina and the others found you and Swollen, you were barely clinging to life? If it weren't for the devil piece buying you some time, you would already be two lifeless bodies. Isabella knows she was wrong. Tenraku-sama unable to meet Tenraku's gaze directly, Isabella whispered. Oh, so you know you were wrong. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? His lips curved upward as Tenraku's smile grew even warmer as he asked this question. We shouldn't have acted against your orders and acted on our own, Tenraku-sama. Biting her lip, Isabella replied. As peerage, not obeying their master's orders was considered a severe offense, despised by other devils. Thinking that she and Swollen might be disliked by Tenraku-sama because of it, Isabella couldn't help but feel fearful. However, upon hearing the girl's response, Tenraku shook his head. No, Isabella. That's not where you went wrong. Although I need absolute loyalty and obedience from you, I don't dislike you having your own will. In fact, I quite like it. The problem wasn't that you disobeyed my orders and acted on your own, it was that you failed to protect yourselves and almost ended up dead. You are my peerage, and your body, soul, loyalty, and love all belong to me. It is the greatest betrayal to die without my consent. Now do you understand, my lovely yet foolish Isabella? Caressing the girl's cheek, Tenraku's voice echoed in Isabella's ears. Unable to hold back, she covered her lips, and tears welled up in her eyes. Tenraku-sama, aye. So Tenraku-sama was angry about this, angry that she and Swollen had failed to protect themselves? A wave of profound gratitude washed over her heart. Tenraku-sama loved them so much. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within her. How could she only understand this now? The mix of gratitude and guilt intertwined fiercely in Isabella's heart, fueling a strong impulse, a desire to sacrifice herself for her master right now. Crying won't help, Isabella. When you do something wrong, you need to receive punishment. Have you realized that? Wiping away the tear at the corner of her eye, Tenraku spoke. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Without the previous anxiety and unease, Isabella, at this moment, felt nothing but anticipation. This was her sin, and she had to be punished. Otherwise, she would never forgive herself. During your coma, Swollen has already finished her punishment, and because of your relationship, Yubelina has also been punished. Afterward, you two should apologize to her properly. Now, turn around and lie down properly. Under Tenraku's command, Isabella turned her body and obediently lay on Tenraku's lap. Although this action made her feel extremely embarrassed, Isabella was meticulous in her obedience. All of this was to receive punishment from Tenraku-sama, to cleanse herself of her sins. Repent sincerely, Isabella. The punishment begins. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku lifted his hand and harshly slapped the girl's buttocks. A whimper escaped Isabella's lips as she felt the intense pain rush through her, leaving her mind blank. However, everything was far from over. Her punishment had only just begun. Spank, spank. After a long while, Isabella weakly remained on Tenraku's lap, her face flushed as she continued to pant. Although she was in immense pain and embarrassment, the girl wore a smile of relief because her sins had finally been cleansed. Tenraku flipped her over and pulled Swollen into his embrace as well. They exchanged a glance but immediately averted their gaze. Although Isabella hadn't witnessed Swollen's punishment, she presumed it must have been similar. The punishment is over. Now it's time for your reward. Tenraku's voice sounded, and both Isabella and Swollen looked at him in astonishment. They had made mistakes and received punishment from Tenraku-sama, so why were they being rewarded now? I have heard from Yubelina. It was because of your efforts that you bought time for the other comrades and successfully held on until the reinforcements from Rias and Sana arrived. Well done, Swollen, Isabella. Though it was just a simple praise, tears filled the eyes of Swollen and Isabella once again. Tenraku-sama, their determination hadn't been denied. Their efforts had truly helped everyone. Overwhelmed with emotions, the girls felt that everything they had done was worthwhile. Watching his two adorable peerage members, Tenraku's face also broke into a smile. He caressed Swollen's cheek and then kissed the girl's lips. Mwah! As their lips parted after a long kiss, Swollen was already intoxicated, and Tenraku bestowed the same reward upon Isabella. Swollen, Isabella, from now on, both of you will serve me together. It was about time to indulge in these two lovely rooks. Tenraku leaned close to the girl's ears and spoke. Yes, Tenraku-sama. They weakly nestled in Tenraku's embrace and replied with foolish expressions on their faces. With a slight smile on his lips, Tenraku didn't say anything more. He lifted the two girls and headed towards his bedroom. Tonight was a night belonging to Swollen and Isabella. Ubelina was about to leave the room, but then she heard Tenraku's voice again. You come in too, Ubelina. Demonstrate for Swollen and Isabella. Ubelina blushed, but she also followed them inside. Woo Odin-sama is so outrageous. How could he abandon me? Woo in the Kamiya family's living room, the pitiful Valkyrie Rasius wiped away her tears in sorrow. After the meeting of the gods, Odin, the old man, returned to the Nordic mythology camp, but Rasius was left behind. No, to be precise, she was fired. Rasius, my dear, you are an excellent woman of war, but staying by this old man's side is a waste of your youth and talent, Odin had said when he left. So, from now on, you are free to pursue your dreams and life. Recalling those words from Odin, Rasius couldn't help clenching her fists in anger. What does he mean by wasting my youth and talent? What does he know about the efforts I put into this job? All right, Rasius-san, we have arranged a job for you at school. Don't be sad anymore, Rias comforted her while patting Roswice's shoulder. Woo really? Yes, we have arranged it according to your expectations. But Rasius-san, do you really want to be a teacher instead of a student? You're about the same age as us, right? Don't judge me by my appearance. I skipped grades and finished school in my home country. Although I'm still young, I can be a great teacher, Rasius replied confidently. However, the reality of being fired weighed heavily on her, making Valkyrie feel even more downcast. Since Rasius-san has decided to stay here and develop, how about taking a look at this? Rias handed her a stack of documents with a sly smile on her face. As Rasius finished reading the documents, her expression turned incredulous. No way, the insurance payout is so high, and the basic salary is completely different. Can devils really make this much money? Not only that, but if Rasius-san joins our underworld and becomes a member of the Gremory family as my peerage, there are even more special benefits? Rias teased. Oh my, I can't believe. The living room echoed with Roswice's astonished exclamations, while Tenraku and the other girls smiled and watched Rias' performance. Poor Rasius, as the personal guard of the god King Odin, she should have been a white-collar professional. However, after seeing the benefits Rias offered, she realized just how stingy that old Odin was. Unable to refuse such treatment and benefits, and considering that it was the despicable Odin himself who had fired her, she didn't think anyone would object to her joining the underworld. Thus, under the influence of Rias' sweet words, Rasius agreed to become Rias' peerage. Welcome to our team, Rasius, Rias said with a beaming smile as she handed Rasius a rook piece. Their address to each other became more intimate. Rasius was an excellent soldier from Nordic mythology, and if it weren't for the agreement between Tenraku and Odin, it would have been difficult for her to become such an outstanding member of Rias' peerage. Well then, everyone, please take care of me from now on, Rasius said as she accepted the devil piece and integrated it into her body. With a dazzling light, Rasius transformed into a reincarnated devil, growing a pair of devil wings on her back. As a high-ranking Valkyrie, she was suitable to be used as a mobile artillery with the attributes of a rook. Just imagining Rasius firing magic pulse cannons in battle made even Tenraku feel excited. Having fought together before and now becoming Rias' peerage, the girls in the house welcomed Roswice's addition. And to facilitate future actions together, Rasius naturally moved into the Kamiya family's residence. Rias, can I be your peerage too? Meow. Suddenly, Kurika's voice rang out from the side. Tenraku and the girls couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Kurika, who was lazily reclining on the sofa, while Enli attentively massaged her shoulders and legs. These two silly and adorable Nikomata had completely become Kurika's devoted little sisters, admiring and idolizing her. Tenraku allowed it because Kurika had indeed taught them many techniques. Kurika, are you serious? Rias asked, furrowing her eyebrows. I'm serious, meow. Since Chiron is already your peerage, I might as well become your peerage too, Kurika replied lazily, finding a comfortable position. Of course, if you don't want to, then forget I said anything, meow, she added. I'm willing, of course. However, I only have a pawn piece left, Rias smiled faintly, not refusing such a good opportunity. In terms of strength alone, Kurika would definitely rank among the top 3 in this household. Even Rias herself, without using the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, wasn't confident in winning against her. Although this woman had a dark past, there was no doubt that she loved Konako, and through their time together, Rias had come to trust her. Pawn is pawn, I don't mind, meow. Let's form a contract now, Kurika replied indifferently as she sat up. Kurika excelled in various monster techniques, immortal techniques, magic, and even physical combat. She belonged to the versatile type, and the influence of the piece's attributes on her wasn't significant. Moreover, although the pawn piece was the weakest in its normal state, once it entered the enemy's camp and reached a king's judgment, it could promote to bishop, knight, rook, or even queen. It was like a bug that could surpass any piece except the king. Since both sides had no objections, Rias didn't say much either. She took out the pawn piece and formed a contract with Kurika. Kurika had a high level and possessed formidable strength. She also had the bloodline of the Nikoshao clan. It took Rias 4 pieces to successfully convert her into her own peerage. Please take care of me in the future, meow, my king, Kurika said with a smile, adjusting to the changes in her body. Yes, please take care of me too, Kurika, Rias replied. With the addition of 2 powerful peerage members, Rias was extremely delighted. Now, considering the lineup of her peerage alone, she surpassed both Tenraku and Sana. Now you're happy, right, Chiron? Kurika chuckled as she gently stroked Konako-chan's forehead. Yes, Ne-sama, Konako nodded vigorously with her face beaming with happiness. Underworld, Grammary main residence. I heard that Rasius-san used to be the guard of Odin-sama. It's really delightful that Rias can have such an excellent peerage member, Venelana remarked. The pleasure is all mine. Rias is a very generous employer, Rasius replied. Then I'll rely on Rasius-san to take care of our Rias in the future, as well as Kurika-san. Please help Rias like Konako-chan does, Venelana requested. No problem, meow. In the luxurious hall, Venelana, Rasius, and the other women enjoyed their tea and chatted. Since Rias had just formed contracts with 2 new peerage members, she brought them home to introduce them to her parents. It was a customary practice in the Grammary family. Isle and Nell were playfully wrestling on Tenraku's lap, while Tenraku leisurely sipped his tea. As the future son-in-law of the Grammary family, Tenraku was considered a half-owner of the place. When Rias returned, Tenraku naturally followed. However, this time they were only back temporarily, spending 1 night before returning to the human world. So, Yubalina and Ravel stayed behind at the residence, while Isle and Nell, the 2 little lolies, insisted on coming down to play. Tenraku-kun, I heard Surtsk's talking about your recent achievements. You actually defeated Loki. Tenraku-kun, you're getting more and more impressive. Venelana's voice suddenly sounded in Tenraku's ears and he couldn't help but be taken aback, but Venelana was still conversing happily with Rasius as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Was that a transmission of magic power? Although Tenraku didn't know what his future mother-in-law wanted to do, he replied in his mind. And, you flatter me. It was just luck. Tenraku-kun, your modesty is also quite adorable. But what I really want to say is that there seem to be more and more women around you. Even Rias queen, bishop, and 2 knights have been eaten by Tenraku-kun, right? Cough, cough, cough. No wonder she used magic power transmission. She wanted to talk about this with him. Caught off guard, Tenraku choked on his tea, causing a fit of coughing. Tenraku-sama, are you okay? Isle and Nell hurriedly patted his chest and wiped the corners of his mouth. Even Rias and the other women looked at him with concerned eyes. I'm fine, I'm fine. Carry on. Tenraku gestured to the women that he was okay. However, he was sweating profusely in his heart. Seeing Venelana smiling at him, he could only force a reply, and, even if I have more women, I will never let Rias down. At times like this, finding any excuse would be foolish behavior. So, Tenraku directly made his promise. As expected of Tenraku-kun. No wonder you can deceive so many girls. You're quite cunning, Venelana chuckled. I believe in Tenraku-kun, but while it's normal for outstanding boys to be popular with women, if Tenraku-kun were to neglect our Rias because of that, Okasama won't let you off easily, Venelana said in a relaxed tone. Although Venelana seemed to be joking, Tenraku didn't feel a hint of jest in her tone. He quickly reassured her repeatedly that he would never neglect Rias. Although Tenraku didn't think he would let Rias down, it didn't diminish the wariness of his future mother-in-law. Speaking of which, the women in the Grammary family were not easy to handle. Whether it was the flaxen-haired Madam of Extinction, the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation, or the crimson-haired Ruin Princess, they were all formidable. Just listening to their titles was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many, just like that queen prohibited from contact. Their nicknames alone were sufficient to intimidate a group of people. Madam, Surtsk-sama and the others have returned, a servant reported, and not long after, Surtsk, Grafia, and a black-haired young man, Sereorg, walked in. Everyone greeted and exchanged pleasantries, and then Tenraku and Sereorg bumped their fists together. Sereorg, why did you come here? The fruits from the Bale territory are ripe, so I brought some over for uncle and aunt. Since you're here, you can also take some back later, Sereorg explained. Hey, Sereorg, I didn't expect you to understand these social courtesies. I thought you were just a musclehead, Tenraku teased. Kami ya Tenraku, don't underestimate me. I'm the type that's rough on the surface but delicate on the inside, Sereorg declared. Wow, that really surprises me, Tenraku chuckled as he spoke. You and I have become quite good friends. Joking around is no problem at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Sereorg said, Kami ya Tenraku, I've already asked Surtsk-sama to arrange a match between us. I've been looking forward to fighting against you for a long time. I've been looking forward to it too, but let's make it clear, I won't go easy on you. Don't feel embarrassed when I bring you down, Tenraku replied. If you went easy on me, it would actually trouble me. Let's fight with all our might and see who's stronger, Sephiroth exclaimed. Agreed. Tenraku was indeed excited about having a match against Sephiroth. As former Underworld 2 cripples, it could be considered their destined encounter. Afterward, they all enjoyed a lavish dinner together. Sephiroth took his leave after dinner, as he had to return to the Baal territory with the ripe fruits. Surtsks, too, had other matters to attend to. Only Tenraku and the women of the Grummery family remained, planning to return to the human world the next day. In the luxurious and spacious bathhouse, Tenraku relaxed by himself in the hot spring. While he usually bathed together with Rias and the others at home and even had occasional water battles with the girls, he felt it would be better to behave himself in the Grummery family's residence. After soaking for a while and letting out a yawn, Tenraku thought it was time to go to sleep. However, with a click, the entire bathroom plunged into darkness. His gaze focused, but in the next moment, a smile appeared on Tenraku's lips. Graphia-san, couldn't you choose a different way to make an entrance? And why did you choose this place? I would be discovered in other places. A cold voice seemed to croak from everywhere, followed by a beautiful figure emerging from the darkness. Standing above the water, looking down at Tenraku, it was Graphia herself? Discovered by whom? What aren't you telling me, Graphia-san? Tenraku narrowed his eyes, trying to discern something from her expression. I cannot tell you yet. You are still too weak, Graphia replied with an expressionless look in her eyes. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unless Graphia herself volunteered the information, it was indeed difficult to glean anything from the icy maid's face. Graphia-san, even you wouldn't be able to guarantee victory over me. Do you still see me as weak? Is that how you perceive me? Tenraku rubbed his forehead and could only helplessly say, you can currently surpass me in strength, but it's still not enough. Far from it. You must become stronger, even stronger, Graphia declared. Even if you say that, Graphia-san, it doesn't mean much to me. If you won't tell me anything and just want me to become stronger, then what am I to do with that? Is there some formidable enemy lurking around? Tenraku questioned. And besides, just because someone is an enemy of Graphia-san doesn't necessarily make them my enemy, right? Why should I go all out for something so vague? Although Tenraku was curious about Graphia's situation, her continuous evasiveness left him dissatisfied. You won't tell me, huh? Well, I'm not interested. Tenraku spoke in a serious tone. Seeing Tenraku's reaction, Graphia's cold face twisted into a sinister smile as she spoke. Kami ya Tenraku, he is not only my enemy but undoubtedly yours as well. That much, I can guarantee. Strive to become stronger, and when you reach a realm beyond the Demon King, I will tell you everything. Staring at the beautiful yet icy woman before him, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. It seemed that she had no reason to deceive him, and simply making him stronger wouldn't benefit her in any way. Moreover, given Graphia's status and position, she had no need to resort to such tactics. In other words, there really might be an unknown and powerful enemy lurking in the shadows? Lost in thought for a moment, Tenraku eventually nodded. I will work hard to become stronger, but Graphia-san, please keep your promise and tell me everything when the time comes. I will keep my promise. However, we don't have much time left. Take care of yourself, Kami ya Tenraku, Graphia replied with a deep gaze, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. The radiance returned to the bathhouse, but apart from Tenraku's pensive and serious expression, everything seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Rias, Akeno, aren't you afraid of being discovered by your mother? Tenraku asked, opening his eyes and looking at the two girls who had snuggled into his blanket. Okasama already knows. It's all your fault, Rias said, blushing as she bit Tenraku's shoulder in annoyance. As someone who had been through a similar experience, Venelana could naturally see that Rias and Akeno had already been corrupted by someone. She had even called them over for an intimate conversation about it, and now Rias was too embarrassed to show her face. It's not just my fault, is it? Rias seems to enjoy it every time too, Tenraku replied. I don't care, it's all your fault? Rias pouted. Yes, it's all my fault, my princess, Tenraku teased, finding Rias' spoiled behavior quite cute. Era, Tenraku seems to only care about Rias. Have you already grown tired of me so quickly? Akeno said with a pitiful expression on her face as she lay on Tenraku's other side. I have already grown tired of you, silly Akeno, Tenraku said, pretending to be indifferent. Ugh, you despicable Tenraku. After we return to the human world, you're going to leave us and have a good time all by yourself, Akeno whimpered, enduring the waves of unfamiliar sensations. What good time? I'm taking the members of the Kendo Club on a school trip. It's only for a few days, Tenraku replied, releasing the girl and responding irritably. Is it really just a school trip? Do you think we don't know about your affairs with the Kendo Club members? Ria sneered. You're interested in Kiryu Aika, right? That second-year girl who is said to be beautiful, cute, and fond of discussing explicit topics. Tenraku, you seem to like that bold type, don't you? Mocking laughter filled the room as Rias made sarcastic remarks, and even Akeno looked at Tenraku with a sorrowful gaze. How could Tenraku be unsatisfied even with them by his side? He was such an unfaithful man. Cough Rias, Akeno, you will always be my favorites, Tenraku said, sweating profusely. He realized that Rias and Akeno had known about his escapades all along. Don't you say the same thing to Irina and Asia? Rias said. To prevent Tenraku from causing trouble with other girls during these days when we're apart, we've decided. Rolling over, Rias and Akeno pressed Tenraku from both sides. What have you decided? Tenraku asked weakly, feeling a bit intimidated by their imposing demeanor. After exchanging glances, the two girls revealed devilish smiles. We are going to drain you? In an instant, the room was filled with screams and moans, a sight too disturbing to behold. The next day, Tenraku bid farewell to the Gremory couple and returned home through the transmission formation with the girls. Asia, Irina, I won't be going to school today. You can go, Rias said. Ugh, me neither, Akeno whimpered. After greeting everyone, Rias and Akeno went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Is Rias Oni-sama and Akeno Oni-sama alright? Asia asked, looking worried at the exhausted state of her two elder sisters. Don't worry, Asia. They're fine. They just need some rest, Tenraku reassured her while stroking Asia's forehead. Last night, Rias and Akeno had given their all to drain him, but unfortunately, they couldn't completely drain him and instead ended up exhausting themselves. Well, for Tenraku, it was still a very enjoyable experience. Asia, why don't you get ready? Well, go to school later and meet everyone, Tenraku suggested, remembering that Asia had expressed her desire to join the school trip when she heard about it. Of course, Tenraku wouldn't refuse her request. Additionally, Rainare would be joining them this time. Rainare had no interest in the school trip whatsoever. She saw herself merely as a tool, always ready to follow her master and be conveniently used whenever he needed her. Nodding her head, Asia happily ran back to her own room to prepare. Kyoa Academy, Student Council. Kamiya Tenraku, this school trip for your kendo club is an exceptional case among exceptional cases. Kyoto is the territory of a powerful nine-tailed fox, and if any issues arise, you will be held fully responsible, Sana Satrai said in a cold tone, speaking as if it were a routine matter. Even though they had already engaged in those kinds of activities privately, whenever someone else was around, Sana always acted coldly toward Tenraku. Women truly were complex creatures, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nevertheless, he replied, rest assured, they are my club members, and as their club president, I will ensure their safety. I will also have several members of my peerage participate in this school trip. If there's anything, you can command them, Sana added casually, pushing up her glasses. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor, she did care about Tenraku to some extent. Tenraku couldn't help but find it amusing. Of course, he wouldn't reject the goodwill of the young girl. Rasius-sensei, although you've just taken up your position and it's a challenging task, I believe in your abilities. I entrust the safety of the students during the school trip to you. Sana directed her gaze toward Rasius, who was standing beside her. Yes, leave it to me, Rasius replied eagerly, full of enthusiasm. When she visited the Gremory household before, she had mentioned her desire to establish a school in the Underworld to teach Nordic mythic magic, with devil women serving as Valkyries. The current teaching experience could be considered a rehearsal for her. Although Tenraku didn't know much about Rasius, they had fought together once before, and Sana believed she was a reliable Valkyrie. Finally, Sana turned her attention to Azazel, who was stifling a yawn. Azazel-sensei, I ask that you fulfill your duties as a sensei seriously this time and not abandon your students halfway, Sana said. Azazel was also a sensei at Kyoa Academy, but he was often absent, occasionally helping other sensei with their classes in a casual manner. He would sometimes say things like, I feel like going out for a walk, continue with your self-study, halfway through a class, making it difficult to have high expectations of him. Hi, understood, Azazel replied, his tone somewhat sarcastic. However, his thick-skinned nature, honed over thousands of years, prevented any awkwardness as he casually waved his hand in response. Sana was quite helpless when it came to Azazel, a fallen angel, and the Governor-General. Fortunately, she had made other arrangements, so even if Azazel dropped the ball again, it wouldn't cause any major trouble. Having given all the necessary instructions, Rasius and Azazel left to join the other sensei, while Tenraku asked Asia and Rainare to wait outside, staying behind alone with Sana in the student council room. Kamiya Tenraku, what else do you want to do? Sana maintained a forced calmness, although she already knew what Tenraku had in mind. Sana, don't you already know what I want to do? Since we're going to be away for a few days, let's finish everything we need to do in the upcoming days in one go. Tenraku licked his lips and took step by step toward President Sama. After happily leaving the student council, Tenraku brought Asia and Rainare to the designated meeting point. Club President Sama, and Asia-senpai and Amano Yuuma-senpai, wearing the school's uniform sailor outfit, over 100 girls from the kendo club were ready to go. Besides their individual bows, each of the girls also carried a wooden sword. It was Tenraku's request that they carry their swords with them at all times, even during the trip. Additionally, their group consisted almost entirely of beautiful girls, making them stand out wherever they went. Carrying the wooden swords was also a safety measure to prevent any perverted individuals from acting on their impure thoughts. If anyone dared to cross the line, the girls would make sure they understood the consequences. Since the kendo club participated in the school trip as a club, their gathering location was separate from the other classes. Tenraku gave the excited girls some instructions and asked them to stay in place and not wander off until the school made the necessary arrangements for their departure. Chattering happily, Tenraku casually chatted with his club members while Asia and Rainare were surrounded by many of the girls. Both Asia, known for her kindness and gentleness, and Rainare, who transformed into a Mono Yuma, were idolized figures in the school. Although there were many girls in the kendo club who admired them, it wasn't too much of a problem for Asia. However, if those girls who admired Rainare, thinking she was the innocent and lovely Yuma-senpai, were to find out that she was actually a dark and twisted person, it would undoubtedly be heart-wrenching for them. They didn't have to wait long before a staff member came to inform them that they could set off. Tenraku nodded and led the girls to the train station. The destination of their school trip was Kyoto. They could easily reach it by taking the Shinkansen from Kyoto town. The Kendo Club, with a considerable number of members, was assigned a separate section in one of the train cars, but it was adjacent to the other classes. Oh, Issei-kun, long time no see. Tenraku greeted Hayudu Issei, who was also participating in the school trip. Hahaha, so it's Tenraku-kun. It's been a while. Hayudu Issei's expression froze, and he awkwardly greeted Tenraku in return. Beside Hayudu Issei were Motohama and Matsuda. Unexpectedly, these two guys had returned to school as well. Although Tenraku wasn't interested in their circumstances, he casually exchanged a few words with Hayudu Issei before leading the girls to their designated train car. Hayudu Issei let out a long sigh after Tenraku finally left. He used to think that Tenraku was just an annoying handsome guy who was always surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. But ever since Issei awakened his powers and fought against various monsters, every time he saw Tenraku, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him which would fill him with terror and suffocation. Although Hayudu Issei didn't understand the reason behind this, his instinct told him that it was better to keep his distance from Tenraku, Asia-senpai, Yuma-senpai, and so many cute girls from the Kendo Club. Sigh, I'm so envious of that guy. Damn that lucky bastard. I hope he dies. I hope he dies. Motohama and Matsuda's voices filled with envy as they watched Tenraku's back. Hayudu Issei inwardly cursed these two guys for their lack of appreciation. He was about to reprimand them, but someone beat him to it. Ah, who hit me? Rubbing their heads, Motohama and Matsuda turned around, only to see Kiryu Aika and several girls from the Kendo Club glaring at them with a dark expression on their faces. Kiryu, you crazy woman? Why did you hit us? Motohama and Matsuda were infuriated to see Kiryu as the culprit. Motohama, Matsuda, were you two just bad-mouthing our club president Sama? Kiryu Aika asked with a cold smile on her face. We were just expressing our opinions. What's it to you? Feeling a twinge of guilt in their heart, Motohama and Matsuda immediately became defiant. Hihi, what's it to me? It'll make you regret it. As the train departed, Kiryu Aika, with a flash of radiance on her glasses, swiftly made her move. In an instant, she struck out with lightning speed, drawing her sword back slowly amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Motohama and Matsuda clutched their stomachs, their eyes bulging, as they collapsed to the ground. Hayudu Issei, standing nearby, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He hadn't even seen how Kiryu made her move. Although he had heard that Kiryu joined the Kendo Club and became a key member, this seemed a bit too much. You two worthless scumbags. If you dare speak ill of our club president Sama again, I'll chop you to death. With a look of disdain on her face, Kiryu Aika glanced at the two guys on the ground, then menacingly threatened them. She then left with several other girls. To be called worthless scumbags and scrawny guys? Motohama and Matsuda were infuriated, their faces turning green. Kiryu, if you have the guts, don't walk away. Issei, give us some Oppai boost quickly. I want to blast that woman with Oppai power. Struggling to their feet, Motohama and Matsuda shouted. Twitching at the corners of his mouth, Hayudu Issei thought to himself, can't you two stop embarrassing yourselves? Can't you see how everyone is looking at you with disdainful eyes? He didn't want to get involved with the fierce girls from the Kendo Club, so Hayudu Issei turned his head, pretending not to know these two guys. Oh, Lord, please save my soul and guide me with your radiance. On the seats of the train, Asia devoutly prayed, pressing her hands to her chest. As a faithful believer, no matter where she was, Asia would diligently repent and pray to purify her body and mind. After a long while, when Asia finished her prayer, Murayama, Katase, and some girls from the Kendo Club curiously gathered around her. Asia-senpai, were you praying just now? Are you a devotee of a religion? You can say that. I believe in my lord. Wow, you look so amazing. Can you tell us about the god you believe in, Asia Senior? I want to know too. Sure, the god I believe in is the greatest god in this world. He bestowed his radiance upon me in my darkest moments. Asia passionately and reverently narrated to the girls how great and radiant her god was, capturing their attention and eliciting occasional gasps of admiration. Meanwhile, Tenraku sat next to them, smiling as he watched Asia spread her faith. Interested students also gathered around to listen to Asia's teachings. After a few hours, the group finally arrived at their destination, Kyoto. So, this is Kyoto. As they walked out of the station, the girls couldn't help but cheer. As an ancient city with a rich history, Kyoto was home to numerous famous landmarks. Before their trip, Tenraku had heard Rias talk about many places to visit, and he planned to explore them in the coming days. According to the school's arrangements, all the students would be staying in nearby hotels. Tenraku instructed the girls to pick their rooms and settle their luggage while he accompanied Asia and Rainare to a specially arranged room on the top floor. Hard-working Asia took it upon herself to tidy up the room, while Rainare yawned and headed into the bathroom to freshen up. Tenraku grabbed a can of cola from the fridge and drank it while sending a few messages to Rias and the other girls. Asia, take a break too. Observing Asia sweating from her busy work, Tenraku couldn't help but smile and speak. Asia was the type of virtuous wife and mother who took care of everyone around her, both at home and outside. Unlike Rainare, who had a twisted darkness inside her, and couldn't handle household chores and the like. If you asked her to kill or commit arson, she would oblige, but when it came to housework, she would just laugh it off. I'm not tired at all. I'm already happy enough to be able to travel with you, Tenraku-san. Shaking his head, Tenraku smiled at Asia's contented expression. This pure-hearted girl was always so easily satisfied. Even if you're not tired, you should rest. Go wash up and change your clothes. Well, go out for sightseeing later. Tapping the girl's forehead playfully, Tenraku chuckled. Brightening up, Asia didn't refuse and entered the bathroom to freshen up. In no time, she changed into new clothes and emerged with Rainare. Feeling satisfied, Tenraku nodded and prepared to set off. However, as soon as he opened the door, several figures collapsed into the room, having eavesdropped outside. What are you all doing huddled here? With a vein pulsing on his forehead, Tenraku looked at the collapsed figures of Murayama, Katace, and Kiryu Aika. Club President Sama, oui. Caught red-handed, Murayama and Katace avoided eye contact, their faces flushing with embarrassment. On the other hand, Kiryu Aika crawled up excitedly and asked, Hihi, I didn't expect Club President Sama to share a room with Asia-senpai and Yuuma-senpai. Club President Sama, do you have any naughty plans with the two senpais? What did she mean by plans? They had already done everything they should have done. Naturally, Tenraku wouldn't answer such a question. Instead, he sternly knocked Kiryu Aika's head. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. We're going out to have fun. If you want to come along, feel free. Closing the door, Tenraku, accompanied by Asia and Rainare, left the room. Naturally, Murayama, Katace, and the others followed suit. Kiryu Aika paced back and forth, her eyes sparkling as if she had thought of something. A devilish smile appeared on her face. Kyoto was the territory of the nine-tailed fox Ikai. Although ordinary people were unaware of the existence of Ikai, fox culture thrived in this area. Fox masks, fox figurines, fox plush toys. The shops on both sides of the street were filled with fox-related merchandise. Rainare yawned out of boredom, and Tenraku couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. However, these adorable little foxes struck a chord with the girls. Both Asia and the members of the Kendo Club were delighted by them. Looking left and right, Asia ended up buying a large pile of cute fox-shaped bracelets, intending to bring one back for everyone at home. As long as the girls were happy, Tenraku didn't mind accompanying them on this outing. Club President Sama, I heard there's a highly effective shrine ahead. Shall we go and check it out? One of the girls from the Kendo Club bounced over with her face filled with anticipation as she proposed to Tenraku. Speaking of shrines, Tenraku couldn't help but think of the place where Akeno and he often caused mischief. Such seemingly sacred places could have hidden dirty secrets behind them. Club President Sama, Club President Sama? Seeing Tenraku lost in thought, the girl called out twice more. Ah, the shrine, right? Let's go. If you want to go, we can go together. Snapping back to reality, Tenraku quickly concealed his embarrassment and replied with a smile. Club President Sama is the best? I'll go call the others? The girl bounced away to call the others with a cheerful look on her face, while Tenraku wiped off the imaginary sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Although someone like him, with his dirty tendencies, wasn't worthy of visiting a sacred place like a shrine, as long as he didn't mention it, no one would know. Soon, the other girls gathered together, and the group set off toward the legendary shrine. In order to gather feng shui spirit chi/energy, shrines were usually built on mountaintops. Looking up from below, one could see a dense staircase that seemed to have no end in sight. Under Tenraku's guidance, the girls from the Kendo Club had physical fitness far superior to ordinary people. The challenge posed by the stairs was no match for them. Even Asia, who appeared delicate, effortlessly climbed up without showing any signs of fatigue. Are the women from the Kendo Club monsters? Motohama, Matsuda, and Issei Hayudo were drenched in sweat, panting, and sprawled on the stone steps halfway up the mountain. They also wanted to visit the shrine at the mountaintop, but they became exhausted halfway and had to stop to rest. Although they were 3 boys, the girls from the Kendo Club easily surpassed them just a moment ago. The contemptuous gazes from Kiryu and the other girls as they passed by had hurt them deeply. Not to mention Hayudo, Issei and the others, but not long after, Tenraku and the group of girls had already reached the mountaintop. An ancient and solemn shrine appeared before everyone's eyes. On both sides of the shrine's entrance, there were stone statues resembling foxes. The shrine didn't enshrine ordinary gods but rather fox immortals, the kind with 9 tails. An ancient and solemn shrine appeared before everyone's eyes. On both sides of the shrine's entrance, there were stone statues resembling foxes. The shrine didn't enshrine ordinary gods but rather fox immortals, the kind with 9 tails. True shrines tended to reject devils, fallen angels, and other foreign beings. However, that insignificant rejection had no effect on Tenraku and Rainare. Even Asia could endure it easily. They followed everyone around, taking pictures and exploring the shrine, and even paid their respects to the fox immortals. Tenraku naturally had no interest in fox immortals or anything of the sort, nor would he pay his respects to them. If anything, he might as well have the other party pay their respects to him. After the girls had their fill of fun and the day was growing late, Tenraku gathered the Kiryu Aika and the others to prepare to return to the hotel. However, Ikai, someone suddenly screamed, and everyone noticed that many strange individuals wearing fox masks like priests had appeared around them. Not only that, but many bird-like figures with black wings and bird-like heads, wielding steel forks, flew out from the nearby forest. Leaving aside the fox priests, those beings flying in the sky looked exactly like the Ikai called Karasotengo that often appeared in animations. The continuously appearing fox priests and Karasotengo surrounded the crowd at the shrine. Many people were frightened and screaming, but the girls from the Kendo club remained relatively calm. They had witnessed Tenraku, Rias, and the others fighting against Kakabile and were aware of the existence of devils, angels, and even Ikai in this world. Thus, the sudden appearance of these Ikai didn't make them panic like the others. Tenraku-san Asia grabbed hold of the hem of Tenraku's clothes nervously, and Tenraku gently stroked the girl's forehead to reassure her. Issei, there are so many Ikai. What should we do? Motohama and Matsuda, who were also in the crowd, were both nervous and slightly excited. There are too many enemies. Don't act recklessly. I'll transfer some Oppai power to you, and well seize the opportunity later. With a serious expression on his face, Hayudu Issei whispered, and Motohama and Matsuda nodded in agreement. Just at that moment, the fox priests surrounding the crowd made their way for someone and an angry young girl walked out. You bad people, give back Okasama? She exclaimed. She wore a Maiko outfit, and despite looking like an elementary school student, she had long golden hair, golden eyes, fox-like ears, and even furry tails on her back. She was a little fox girl. Although everyone knew she was Ikai, many couldn't help but be enchanted by her cute appearance. Young lady, we haven't seen your Okasama. Are you perhaps mistaken? Tenraku asked, somewhat bewildered by the girl's intense gaze. Stop lying, you wicked devils and fallen angels, she shouted. Capture them and make them return Okasama? Completely ignoring Tenraku's explanations, the girl commanded her subordinates. Yes, Haim-sama, princess, they responded angrily. Feeling enraged by something, all the fox priests and Karasotengo began attacking Tenraku and the others. Tenraku waved his hand casually and sent several of the approaching fox priests and Karasotengo flying. These Ikai only posed a scare to regular people, but they were weak in Tenraku's eyes. Rainare, who had been bored until now, suddenly perked up. With a bloodthirsty smile, she transformed into her fallen angel form amidst the astonished cries of the surrounding people. She conjured a spear of light and prepared to attack the fox girl. Rainare, no killing, Tenraku calmly intervened. There must have been a misunderstanding, and killing someone wouldn't resolve it. Besides, this was the territory of Ikai, and if things escalated, it could become a major issue between the Ikai and the Underworld. Well, of course, those were just noble reasons. If the girl weren't such an adorable little fox, Tenraku probably wouldn't bother with all this. Rainare pouted, losing interest just as quickly as she had gotten excited. However, she had to obey her master's command, even if she wasn't happy about it. The spear of light in her hand transformed into a metallic war spear, and Rainare used her restrained power to stab back the attacking Ikai. With screams resounding, the whole shrine was in chaos. However, the Ikai only attacked Tenraku, Rainare, and a few others, leaving the ordinary people unharmed. Kiryu, this is a rare opportunity. You should also practice, Tenraku said, creating a barrier for Asia and addressing Kiryu Aika and the other girls from the Kendo Club. Huff Huff Club President Sama, those are Ikai. We won't stand a chance against them, Kiryu Aika replied, shaking her head. While she was usually bold, she didn't dare to fight against Ikai. I said that you can do it, Tenraku responded, cutting off her protest. He kicked Kiryu Aika out without further ado. She stumbled, and seeing a Karasotengo flying towards her with a steel fork, Kiryu Aika was almost scared to death. However, in dangerous situations, people often unleashed unexpected strength. Almost instinctively, Kiryu Aika swiftly drew her wooden sword and coated it with spirit chi/energy before slashing toward the Karasotengo. Ouch! The Karasotengo was caught off guard as it had treated Kiryu Aika as a regular human and was struck down. It clutched its chest and rolled on the ground. Is this Ikai? It's not that impressive after all. With a look of astonishment on her face, Kiryu Aika never expected to defeat Ikai so easily. With a smirk, Kiryu Aika instantly lost all fear. Those despicable Ikai dared to scare her just now. Now it's your turn to perish? Mobilizing her spirit chi/energy, Kiryu Aika charged into the midst of the enemies. With swift movements, she knocked down several fox priests and Karasotengo. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. However, Kiryu Aika's actions finally alerted the other Ikai, and they stopped treating her as a regular human. Several Karasotengo wielding steel forks flew towards her with loud cries. Clang! Clang! Kiryu Aika continuously parried the attacks from the Karasotengo, but after a few moments, her arms began to feel numb. The more she fought, the more startled she became. It was completely different from the feeling of cutting vegetables earlier. Sila. A sharp sound echoed as a Karasotengo threw its steel fork toward Kiryu Aika. Unable to dodge it, her face turned pale, and she thought, I'm done for. The invincible genius sword princess is about to meet her end. Instinctively closing her eyes, Kiryu Aika waited for the pain to come. But after waiting for a while, she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she realized that her club president had somehow come in front of her and had blocked the attack. "Wow, Club President Sama?" she exclaimed in a voice filled with gratitude and began nuzzling against Tenraku. Seeing this mischievous arrow-mouth girl causing trouble on his body, Tenraku almost couldn't resist kicking her away again. Did everyone say that? Ikais aren't necessarily stronger than humans. In fact, some Ikai are even weaker than humans. As long as you don't get carried away like someone just now, you can all fight against Ikai as well, Tenraku declared. This is a rare opportunity for practical combat. You should all give it a try. I will protect you, so you don't need to worry about your lives being in danger, he continued. Moreover, those who perform exceptionally well in battle will receive additional rewards from me. The Fox Priests and Karasu Tengo present were relatively weak Ikai, and Tenraku had spontaneously decided to let the girls practice their skills. Although he didn't expect them to gain much strength from this battle, fighting against Ikai would temper their resolve. They wouldn't be afraid of encountering these foreign creatures again in the future and would have the courage to fight. Yes, Club President Sama? After witnessing Kiryu's battle just now, the girls were no longer as afraid. They were all eager to give it a try. Furthermore, they were all greatly anticipating the rewards promised by their club president. Everyone, let's go together. Gripping their wooden swords in their hands, the girls of the Kendo Club charged forward and immediately engaged the Fox Priests and Karasu Tengo in combat. Although the Fox Priests and Karasu Tengo were weak in Tenraku's eyes, they were not opponents that ordinary people could easily deal with. However, under Tenraku's guidance, the girls of the Kendo Club were not ordinary people either. With 3 to 5 girls cooperating with each other, they could easily take on a single Ikai. Murayama and Katace, who had learned to use chi/energy, could even handle one on their own. Due to their lack of experience, the girls initially faced some difficulties, but they didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Afterward, Asia would help treat their minor wounds. Moreover, after personally fighting against the Ikai, the girls realized that Ikai weren't as terrifying as they had imagined and their confidence soared, and their morale increased. Feeling satisfied in his heart, Tenraku nodded and instructed Rainare to keep an eye on them. If anyone was in danger, she should rush over to help. His attention then turned to Kiryu Aika, who was still clinging to him. "Kiryu, have you had enough fun?" Tenraku asked, his face darkening as he looked at this mischievous arrow-mouth girl who took advantage of the situation. "Haha, Club President Sama, I was just really scared earlier," Kiryu Aika said, trying to justify her actions with a forced laugh. "Humph, so you no fear now? If you get carried away again, no one will come to save you?" Tenraku said with a cold smile. "All right, go and join the others in battle." With a disdainful snort, Tenraku lifted Kiryu Aika and threw her into the battlefield amidst her surprised exclamations. "Princess Sama, what should we do now?" a fox priest asked while standing behind the little fox girl. The addition of those human girls to the battle was making things difficult for their side. That despicable devil has actually influenced those humans to use them as shields? Subdue them. The little fox girl gritted her teeth and spoke in a voice filled with anger. Feeling somewhat troubled, the fox priest had no choice but to carry out Princess Sama's orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, hey, did those women from the Kendo Club make a mistake? Those opponents are all Ikai? Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudu Issei wore expressions of utter disbelief as they watched the girls fighting against the Ikai. When they first encountered monsters, they were almost scared to death. They were chased for half the street and barely managed to turn the tables when they were in dire straits. Now, looking at the girls' performance and thinking back to their own embarrassing appearance back then, the 3 of them felt ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Are all the girls nowadays so ferocious? Don't they leave any room for the boys? Issei, let's join the battle too. Yes, Issei, we're supposed to be heroic men. How can we lose to a group of women? Motohama and Matsuda clenched their fists, their male pride stung. Watching the 2 excited guys, Hayudu Issei couldn't help but feel speechless. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Indeed, we can't let those girls fight while we hide in the back. But when we join the battle, make sure to wear masks so that our classmates don't recognize us. If they were recognized as Oppai Brave while transforming here, their school life would be over." Hayudu Issei solemnly instructed them, and Motohama and Matsuda nodded in understanding. Taking advantage of others' inattention, the 3 of them sneakily ran to the side and quickly put on the fox masks they had bought from a roadside vendor. "Oppai, grant me power." With their fists clenched, they shouted in unison and a pillar of pink light shot up into the sky, and then 2 massive Oppai quickly grew on Hayudu Issei's flat chest. Feeling the power of the mighty Oppai, Hayudu Issei became excited. He shot 2 beams of light toward Motohama and Matsuda, and 2 gigantic Oppai appeared on their chests as well. What is this? The commotion during their transformation caught the attention of both the battling Ikai and the girls. Everyone stopped and stared as Hayudu Issei, Motohama, and Matsuda emerged wearing masks. At the moment darkness descends. It is the time for our appearance. We are the righteous allies, the messengers of radiance. We are Oppai Brave. Striking strange poses and delivering Chuyunibyo lines, Hayudu Issei felt incredibly embarrassed as he saw his classmates and the Ikai staring at them in astonishment. He blamed Motohama and Matsuda for insisting on this shameful act, and he could only pray silently, "Please don't recognize me, please don't recognize me." Then, he charged into the battlefield alongside Motohama and Matsuda. You despicable monsters, taste my Oppai beam, Juju. With their massive Oppai on display, Hayudu Issei and the others continuously unleashed Oppai beams. Although their moves seemed a bit obscene, they were highly effective, causing a wave of screams among the Ikai they attacked. With their massive Oppai on display, Hayudu Issei and the others continuously unleashed Oppai beams. Although their moves seemed a bit obscene, they were highly effective, causing a wave of screams among the Ikai they attacked. What obscenely magical power! Capture them, quickly capture them! With flushed faces, the little fox girl and her Ikai subordinates shouted, and more than half of the Ikai camp rushed toward the three of them. Frowning, Tenraku silently turned away and covered Asia's eyes. Tenraku-san, what's wrong? Don't look, Asia, it's something dirty. Oh, with the addition of the Oppai trio, the already weakened Ikai side was in a more precarious situation. Moreover, reinforcements arrived for Tenraku's group. Tenraku-sama, we've come to help. With a few leaps, several figures descended. They were Yurit Tsubasa, Meguri Tomo, Kusaka Reya, and Hanakai Momo from the Satrai-sana peerage. These four girls were second-year students at Kyoha Academy and also participated in the school trip. They were originally playing below with their classmates but quickly rushed over when they noticed the abnormality at the shrine. Tenraku greeted the girls, and the four of them joined the battle. As members of Satrai-sana's peerage, Yurit Tsubasa and her companions were undoubtedly powerful. In no time, they defeated a large portion of the Ikai camp. Princess, the enemies are too strong. With our current power, we can't defeat them. Damn it, everyone retreat. Although they were unwilling, the little fox girl knew that continuing the fight would be meaningless. She glared fiercely at Tenraku, then swiftly retreated with her subordinates. We won? The girls cheered after repelling the enemy, and Asia quickly attended to the injured classmates. Yura, please take care of the aftermath. Erase the memories of the others, except for the members of our kendo club. Yes, Tenraku-sama. While Yurit Tsubasa and the others handled the aftermath, Tenraku approached Hayudu Issei and his friends. After the battle, the three Oppai brave individuals wanted to make a quick escape, but they were surrounded by a group of kendo club girls led by Kiryu Aika. And now, do you think we wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing masks? Hayudo, Motohama, Matsuda? Take off the masks immediately. You've mistaken us for someone else. You've mistaken us? Stop pretending, you jerks. Sisters, beat them up. With punches and kicks, the three unfortunate guys cried out in pain. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Matsuda threw away his mask and stood up. So what if it's me? What do you ungrateful women want? The three of them tried to help in the battle, but they ended up being attacked by this group of ruthless girls. Matsuda was seething with anger. This was completely unfair. We want you three perverted guys to hand over the method to increase breast size. Kiryu Aika fiercely kicked Matsuda to the ground and said menacingly, that's right, hand it over. Several perverted guys like you have larger breasts than mine. I will unleash heaven's wrath on you for this. A few other girls joined in with ferocious expressions on their faces, and without exception, they were all unfortunate in the breast department. They thought it was something important, but it turned out to be about this. Hayudu Issei and the others felt speechless, while Motohama, who was beaten up, quickly interjected, it's Issei's ability, it has nothing to do with us. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Yeah, that's right. If you want to blame someone, blame Issei. Matsuda also chimed in, betraying Issei without any hesitation. Betraying Issei seemed quite effortless for them. When they saw all the girls glaring at him, Hayudu Issei's face turned green. Motohama, Matsuda, you two backstabbing bastards, I'll kill you. Hayudu Issei couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine as he was stared at by a pair of greedy and excited eyes. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but even if I do, you cannot use it. Although he felt that his explanation was futile, Hayudu Issei still tried to clarify his situation. Hayudu, do you want to die? Do you really want to die? Hayudu, be a good boy and hand over the method. As long as you give it to us, we'll let you go. Hayudu, stop being obsessed with the perverted path. This power belongs to us girls. Give it back to us. Hand it over. Hand it over. Looking at these fierce girls, Hayudu Issei felt like he was facing the most terrifying devil in the world. Who was the one being obsessed here? It was them. No matter how he tried to explain, these bewitched girls just wouldn't listen to anything. Hayudu Issei was at a loss for what to do. He began to sweat profusely and was afraid that one of these uncontrollable girls would slice him with their wooden blade. However, at that moment, enough, all of you. That is Issei's unique ability. Even if he teaches it you cannot use it. Tenraku walked over, and upon hearing his words, the girls immediately let out cries of disappointment. Why is it like this? While the girls were utterly disappointed, Hayudu Issei, on the other hand, stared at Tenraku with disbelief. He had explained for a long time, and no one believed him. But just one sentence from Kamiya Tenraku, and they all believed him? These detestable women? Everyone, disperse. Those who are injured, go and let Asia treat you. I have something to discuss with Issei and his friends. Yes, Club President Sama. The girls naturally had absolute trust in their club president. Since Hayudu's ability was of no use to them, they lost interest and their gazes towards Motohama, Matsuda, and Hayudo were filled with deep contempt. Perverted? Disgusting? Obscene? Hayudu Issei's eye twitched, and he sneered inwardly. They were the perverted ones, and it was a pity that they didn't realize it. He wondered who those girls were earlier, acting like they were obsessed with his ability. Jealousy? It's all jealousy? Tenraku-kun, we. Seeing Tenraku looking at him without saying a word, Hayao Issei felt immense pressure. Even Motohama and Matsuda were cowering and dared not meet Tenraku's gaze. Hayao Issei held nothing but contempt for his two foolish friends, who bad-mouthed others behind their backs but turned into cowards when facing them directly. They were truly embarrassing. Issei-kun, thank you for your help earlier. As a reward, I'll share some information with you. A faint smile appeared on Tenraku's lips as he spoke. The shocked expressions on Hayao Issei's and his friends' faces didn't escape his notice. Issei-kun, thank you for your help earlier. As a reward, I'll share some information with you. A faint smile appeared on Tenraku's lips as he spoke. The shocked expressions on Hayao Issei's and his friends' faces didn't escape his notice. Let's see, this seemingly peaceful world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Humans, who think of themselves as the rulers of the world, are actually extremely weak. In the future, when you fight against those monsters, you should assess your own abilities. Remember, there are always people stronger than you, and there are many existences in this world that you can't even imagine. Although he only provided them with some basic knowledge, it was enough for them to digest it for a long time. Tenraku had only casually shared this information, and what the brave trio would do in the future was not his concern. It was already late, and after treating the injured girls with Asia, Tenraku returned to the hotel with the girls. Club President Sama, what about our reward? As soon as they returned to their room in the hotel, the girls couldn't help but ask for their rewards. After all, their club president had promised them before. Tenraku found it amusing to see the expectant looks on the girls' faces but naturally wouldn't go back on his word. With a snap of his fingers, to the girls' surprise, Tenraku used his ability, Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth, to condense several magnificent demonic swords in the air. This is your reward, everyone. You all did well this time. Tenraku smiled as he spoke before he waved his hand, and the demonic swords in the air fell into the hands of the girls. As true swordswomen, they couldn't do without swords. Their swordsmanship was already sufficient to handle real blades. So, taking this opportunity, Tenraku gave each of them a specially forged demonic sword. The girls were delighted as they played with their new demonic swords. Although it was their first time holding them, they felt comfortable and familiar, without any awkwardness. The girls had no idea that these demonic swords were specially crafted by Tenraku to perfectly match their individual characteristics. Whether it was the size, weight, or curvature of the blade, they were all perfectly tailored to their attributes. Furthermore, only Tenraku in this world possessed the ability to create these demonic swords with such familiarity. After all, he was the one with the power of demonic sword creation sword birth. By the way, with Tenraku's continuous development of sacred gears, these created demonic swords would not dissipate even if they were separated from Tenraku. They could maintain their existence unless destroyed by a stronger weapon during battle. In a sense, they were no different from real demonic swords. Of course, forging these demonic swords that could persist required much more power compared to the temporary ones used in battle. However, for the current Tenraku, it was a piece of cake. Club President Sama, what if we bring these swords outside and they get confiscated by the police? A girl timidly raised her hand, but when she saw everyone looking at her disapprovingly, she quickly lowered her head. Don't worry, Kugitsu-san. These are the things I'm giving you, and no one can confiscate them. Tenraku reassured the timed girl with a smile on his face. Kugitsu had a valid point, and naturally, Tenraku had already considered it. With another snap of his fingers, the demonic swords in the girl's hands turned into glowing orbs and then transformed into sword-shaped marks that attached themselves to the girl's arms. When you need the sword, you can summon it, and when you don't, it will attach itself to your body. Now, it's time for all of you to rest early. I have other matters to attend to. After telling the girls to rest early and patting their hands, Tenraku left the girls' room with Asia. Considering the previous Ikai attack, Tenraku also applied a special barrier to the girls' room before leaving. Azazel, Rasius, were you also attacked? In a room on the top floor of the hotel, Tenraku looked at Azazel and Rasius with some surprise. In addition to the two of them, Urit Tsubasa, Meguri Tomo, Kusaka Reya, and Hanakai Momo were also present. It was similar on our side. Are your club members all right? They got some practice, and although they suffered minor injuries, they're fine now. Keek, you seem to care a lot about those little girls. Are you planning to train them all into your exclusive Sword Princess squad? I have a slight idea, but let's talk about it later. After chatting casually with Azazel, Tenraku asked about the specific situation on their side. Just like Tenraku and his group, Azazel and Rasius were also attacked by Ikai. Rasius was attacked by a sudden Ikai while shopping at a 100-yen store, while Azazel, according to his own words, Azazel was communicating with the geisha in the Hanamaki district of Kyoto when suddenly, one of them held a blade to his neck and demanded the return of the Fox Lord. Now, do you have any information on why those Ikai attacked us? Tenraku asked. Well, the details are not very clear, but it seems that a prominent figure among the Ikai has been kidnapped, so they regard all foreign devils and fallen angels as enemies. I've already informed the Underworld, and Sephiroth should be coming soon. The four great demon kings of the Underworld each had their own domains of responsibility, and Sephiroth was in charge of diplomatic affairs. The widespread Ikai attack on foreign devils and fallen angels in Kyoto had become a serious diplomatic issue, so it was not surprising that Sephiroth would come. Tenraku felt nothing strange about it. Hello, Red Dragon Emperor-sama and everyone? With her energetic voice, Sephiroth arrived through a transmission formation, still dressed as the cute magical girl as usual. Sephiroth-sama. Tenraku, Asia, and others also greeted Sephiroth. At first, Tenraku wasn't very familiar with Sephiroth, and due to Satrai-sana's relationship, this Demon King had some reservations about Tenraku. However, after discussing magical girl topics a few times together, their relationship had become quite close. Of course, if Sephiroth were to learn about the things Tenraku had done to her beloved Sana, their relationship might change immediately. After Sephiroth arrived, Tenraku and Azazel explained the attacks to her again, and then they discussed for a while. For now, let's leave it at that. Tomorrow, Red Dragon Emperor-sama, you can carry on with the school activities with everyone. I will go and negotiate with the Ikai to clear up the misunderstanding. We'll discuss the next steps after the negotiation. Being experienced in these matters, Sephiroth quickly made a decision. Okay. Tenraku and the others nodded as they naturally had no objections. Sana's peerage will come with me. Let's go to the Ikai side now. Sephiroth-sama, isn't it a bit late now? I came all the way here at this late hour. If they dare not to receive us, I'll use my magic wand to blow them all up. In the early morning, Tenraku rubbed his eyes and let out a yawn, waking up from his sleep. Asia and Rainare had already awakened, with Asia kneeling beside him in prayer. As for Rainare, well, she was prostrate underneath, giving her master a morning bite. On one side was the pure saintess, and on the other side was the wicked demoness. Although the scene seemed strange, Tenraku had become accustomed to it. It actually feels quite nice. After lingering for a while, Tenraku, Asia, and Rainare walked out of the room. Kiryu Aika and the others had been waiting for them for a while. Since the Kendo Club didn't need to participate in activities with other classes, Tenraku didn't rush. After having breakfast with the girls, they leisurely started their day's activities. According to the school's schedule, they were supposed to visit Kiyomizu Temple, Ginkakuji, Silver Pavilion, and Kinkakuji, Golden Pavilion, which were some of the most famous temples here. Tenraku accompanied the girls as they visited each one. The girls looked here and there in the temples, taking pictures, and the atmosphere was lively. Since the girls were used to regular training, they didn't need as much rest as others after visiting a place. By late morning, Tenraku and the girls had already covered all the places on their sightseeing itinerary. Club President Sama, another Ikai has appeared. Just as Tenraku was thinking about the next destination, a Kendo Club girl ran over and spoke with an anxious expression on her face. The surrounding pedestrians fell to the ground. Asleep, and Tenraku naturally noticed the presence of Ikai. But when he saw Rasius walking alongside the Ikai, he knew that there wouldn't be any trouble this time. Assuring the girl not to worry, Tenraku turned to Rasius and asked, Rasius, is everything resolved? Yes, the misunderstanding has been cleared up through negotiations with Sephiroth-sama. The Ikai princess who attacked you yesterday also wants to apologize to you. Sephiroth-sama and Azazel-sensei are already waiting over there. I came to invite you all. Rasius nodded, and then the beautiful woman with fox ears who had appeared with her spoke up. I am a kitsune who serves the ruler of yokai. I apologize for what happened yesterday. Our princess wishes to apologize to all of you, so please come with us. Where are we going? To the Ikai's stronghold. Tenraku asked. Yes, to Rin Ikai, where the Kyoto Ikai resides. The Demon King and the Governor General of the Fallen Angels are already waiting there. Knowing Tenraku's identity, the kitsune woman replied with a respectful expression on her face. Tenraku felt a slight interest in this Rin Ikai, but he hesitated about whether to take his club members with him. After all, it was filled with Ikai, and it might frighten the girls. But when he turned around and saw the excited and curious expressions on the girls' faces, Tenraku realized he had been overthinking. Very well, lead the way. Yes, please follow me. Led by the kitsune woman, Tenraku and the girls passed through a barrier gate and entered Rin Ikai, where the Kyoto Ikai resided. In the Rin Ikai, the sky was dim, the buildings were ancient, and the streets crisscrossed with each other, making one feel as if they had traveled back to the distant Edo period. There were all kinds of yokai here. There was a one-eyed Ikai, Kappa with plates on their heads, and Tanuki walking upright. The streets and the buildings on both sides were filled with strange and bizarre creatures, causing the girls to exclaim in surprise. Oops! Kiryu Aika, who was looking around, stepped on a stone, and the stone let out a miserable cry, startling her. A stone monster? Surprised to see a stone with eyes, a nose, and even a mouth, Kiryu Aika exclaimed while Murayama and the other girls curiously gathered around her and the stone monster. You, a human, injured me with your step. The stone monster glared angrily at Kiryu Aika and spoke. But you're a Ikai. How could you get injured from just a step? When I say I'm injured? You must compensate me? Kiryu Aika couldn't help but burst into laughter at the audacity of the stone monster, who was demanding compensation from her. How do you expect me to compensate you? Give me your panties? I want panties? Pee panties? Why do you want my panties? Kiryu Aika held onto her skirt, and she and the other girls wore astonished expressions. Were Ikai now turning into perverts? I want to eat them. All of you, as her accomplices, must give me your panties to eat. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Jumping around on the ground, the stone Ikai arrogantly shouted. Okay, this wasn't just a pervert, but a grand pervert yokai with an ego? Get lost, you perverted Ikai? Kiryu Aika kicked the stone monster away with a dark expression on her face. You dared take advantage of me? You really don't want to live. The stone yokai spoke with an angry expression on its face, but his running away exposed his true feelings. Red Dragon Emperor-sama, these ikai like to play pranks. Please don't mind them. Feeling a little embarrassed, the kitsune woman who was leading the way spoke to Tenraku. It's alright, they're just interesting little fellows. Tenraku smiled nonchalantly while seeing all of this. Led by the kitsune woman, Tenraku and the girls soon arrived at a very spacious and ancient residence. Oh, you've arrived. Oh, everyone. In the solemn and spacious hall, Azazel and Sephiroth, sitting in guest seats, greeted everyone. Yurit Tsubasa, Meguri Tomo, Kusaka Reya, and Hanakai Momo were also seated nearby. On the main seat above the hall sat the young ikai girl who had attacked Tenraku and the girls yesterday. However, today she was not wearing the Maiko outfit but had changed into a princess-style kimono with a Sengoku-era design, giving off an elegant and stunning vibe. Princess-sama, I have brought Red Dragon Emperor-sama and the others, said the kitsune woman, bowing to the princess. You've worked hard. You may leave now, the princess replied with a nod. Yes. With a loud bang, the kitsune woman transformed into a ball of foxfire and disappeared. Under the gaze of everyone, the fox girl descended from the main seat and stood in front of Tenraku. Hello, Red Dragon Emperor-sama. I am Kuna, the daughter of Yasaka, the ruler of the Kyoto Ikai who resides in the surface and underworld. The girl introduced herself. I deeply apologize for my actions yesterday. I attacked you all without understanding the situation. Please forgive me. She bowed deeply, her voice filled with sincere remorse. However, instead of directly answering, Tenraku looked behind him at the girls. Princess-sama has already apologized. What is your response? He asked. Isn't it obvious? We forgive her, of course. Princess-sama is super adorable. Kiryu Aika exclaimed. Yes, a true princess. It's my first time seeing one, Murayama added. The girls exchanged words, their eyes sparkling. It was clear that, like Tenraku, they were also judging the girl in front of them based on her cute appearance. The girls exchanged words, their eyes sparkling. It was clear that, like Tenraku, they were also judging the girl in front of them based on her cute appearance. Did you hear that, Princess-sama? We have forgiven you, so there's no need to worry about yesterday's incident. Tenraku turned back and smiled. Thank you all. The girl expressed her gratitude with a touched expression on her face. But then, a blush appeared on her face, and she seemed a little shy. Red Dragon Emperor-sama, you can just call me Kunu. You don't have to address me as Princess-sama. Then I'll call you Kunu, and you don't have to call me Red Dragon Emperor-sama. Just call me Tenraku. Kami ya Tenraku, he replied. Ah yes, Tenraku-sama. Having become more acquainted, Kunu invited Tenraku and the girls to take their seats as beautiful foxes serving as attendants brought out delicious food to treat everyone. Kunu, what exactly happened here? Was your mother kidnapped? Tenraku asked after tasting a few dishes. It's like this. Kuna's face showed a hint of sadness as she recounted the events. It turned out that Kuna's mother, Yasaka, was the current leader of the Kyoto Ikai. A few days ago, she had left the main residence to meet with an envoy from Mount Meru. However, Yasaka had not returned, and there was no sign of her. When they found a dying Karasu Tengo who had traveled with her, they learned that Yasaka had been kidnapped. Yasaka is the current nine-tailed fox and the leader of the Kyoto Ikai. There shouldn't be many people who can kidnap her. Tenraku frowned and looked at Azazel. Hey, looks like you've already guessed. That's right, it was those bastards from the Cows Brigade again, Azazel said after taking a sip of wine. Those despicable guys always cause trouble. I hope I catch them soon, so I can show them the power of the magical girl Leviathan. Sephiroth clenched her fist and expressed her anger. Because the Cows Brigade had been carrying out terrifying attacks worldwide recently, Sephiroth's workload had increased several times. This Demon King was quite annoyed by it. Tenraku-sama, please lend me your power to rescue my mother, Kunu pleaded. I've heard about Tenraku-sama's abilities. With the power of the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Sovereign, you would be able to defeat those bad people and save my mother. No matter what price Tenraku-sama asks for, I'm willing to pay. Please, help me. Kunu approached Tenraku again, tears streaming down her face. She even disregarded her own status and kneeled on the ground. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Tenraku shrugged helplessly and lifted Kunu back up. Since it's Kunu's request, I will agree, he said. Oh really? Kunu's face was filled with joy as she looked up. Of course, it's true. It's a promise from the Red Dragon Emperor, Tenraku replied with a light smile. Immediately, Azazel's teasing voice could be heard from the side. Hey, kid, you agreed so easily. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Cuteness is justice. I simply couldn't refuse the adorable request of a princess, Tenraku replied. And even if I didn't agree, wouldn't you take action anyway? Although we don't know the purpose behind the Cows Brigade kidnapping Yasaka, it's obviously not a good thing. Letting them continue their mischief wouldn't be beneficial to anyone, Tenraku stated frankly, while Azazel chuckled lowly, wearing a look of admiration on her face. Pursuing girls was pursuing girls, but this kid always came up with these grand reasons. However, it was cunning of him to do it in a way that didn't seem insincere or repulsive. These innocent girls hardly had any defense against his advances. As expected, despite her blushing face, the princess' gratitude towards a certain someone was undeniable. Thank you, Tenraku-sama. Thank you. Although Tenraku agreed to help Kuna rescue her mother, it wasn't an urgent matter since they still didn't know where the enemy was. According to Azazel, Yasaka-san was likely not in immediate danger and was still within Kyoto region. As the powerful nine-tailed fox who had ruled over Kyoto since ancient times, Yasaka played a vital role in maintaining the balance of various energies in the land. If she were to leave or be killed, Kyoto would undergo a drastic change. However, since there were no abnormal signs in Kyoto at the moment, it meant that Queen Yasaka was still alive somewhere, and there was a high possibility that her kidnappers were still in the city. After discussing among themselves, they decided that the Ikai side would first search for the enemy's traces, and the devils and fallen angels would lend their assistance. Sirafal would stay here for the next few days as well. Until they found any leads on the enemy, Tenraku and the others would continue with their school trip activities. After spending a long time in the city, when the group returned to the human world, it was already dark outside. Alright, everyone, go rest for today. You don't need to worry about the Ikai matter. We'll continue our activities tomorrow, Tenraku said while clapping his hands and addressing the Kendo Club girls. Yes, Club President Sama? The girls responded. For the girls, it had been an incredibly exciting day, and it was likely that they would be too excited to sleep tonight. After parting ways with the girls, Tenraku returned to his hotel room on the top floor with Asia and Rainare. After freshening up, Tenraku lay down on the bed and opened his communication device to chat with Rias and Akeno. After a while, Asia and Rainare came out, dressed in different clothes. Rainare was wearing an extremely provocative outfit on her body, always trying to please her evil master. But what surprised Tenraku was that Asia was dressed the same way. Tenraku-san, don't look, Asia said, feeling extremely embarrassed at this moment and covering her own body. It was obvious that Rainare had convinced her to wear such clothes. The pure-hearted Asia would never do something like this on her own. Back at home, Akeno and the others often teased Asia, making her wear extremely provocative outfits. Although the girl initially refused, they would always convince her by saying that Tenraku would like it. Even though she was embarrassed, she would eventually give in. Asia was simply that kind of innocent girl. With the same attire, Rainare seduced Tenraku to indulge in his desires with her. And Asia, well, she wanted to be thoroughly corrupted by him. Come here, Tenraku commanded in a low voice, wearing an evil smile on his face. Rainare wickedly pushed Asia into Tenraku's embrace and joined in herself, teasingly licking her lips. The room soon echoed with the moans of the lost girls. Rainare wickedly pushed Asia into Tenraku's embrace and joined in herself, teasingly licking her lips. The room soon echoed with the moans of the lost girls. Worthy of Club President Sama. That's Yuma-senpai's voice. Oh, this time it's Asia-chan. Kiryu Aika panted at the door with a flushed look on her face, unable to contain her excitement. Besides Kiryu Aika, Murayama and Katase were also there. Although the two girls weren't as exaggerated as Kiryu, they were still extremely shy, sitting on the ground, feeling completely drained. It was too embarrassing. It was all Kiryu's fault for dragging them here. They wanted to leave, but they also wanted to keep listening. Time passed, and with Rainare's loud scream, the room finally fell quiet. Is it over? The three eavesdropping girls were already lying weakly on the ground. They exchanged glances, and they could see the deep embarrassment and shock on each other's faces. It had been several hours. Their club president Sama was too fierce. Did Yuma-senpai and Asia-chan break down? However, just at that moment, the door to the room opened, and Tenraku appeared before the three girls. Murayama, Katase, go rest early. We'll continue our activities tomorrow, Tenraku said, stroking the foreheads of the two girls. Yes, Club President Sama? The two girls instinctively replied. After releasing the two girls, Tenraku's gaze fell upon Kiryu Aika. As for Kiryu, a cold smile appeared on his face, and Tenraku didn't say much. He directly grabbed the girl and pulled her into his own room, slamming the door shut. As if the entire world had quieted down, Murayama and Katase could only hear their own thumping heartbeats. Their faces were as red as blood, and after swallowing hard, it took them a while to regain their senses. Kiryu had been dragged inside. Murayama, what should we do? Murayama and Katase looked at each other and exchanged a silent agreement not to mention Kiryu, as if they had selectively forgotten about her. Supporting each other, they stood up and left the room, still feeling a bit disoriented. However, they hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard the screams of a girl coming from the room. This time, it was Kiryu. The next day, in the morning. Oh, good morning. Greeting each other, the girls, already washed and dressed, came out of their respective rooms. Murayama, Katase, did you not sleep well last night? One of the girls asked, noticing their tired faces with dark circles around their eyes. Well, we didn't get much sleep, they nodded in response, feeling guilty in their hearts. Not only did they not sleep well, they didn't sleep at all last night. Hehe, we were so excited yesterday seeing so many Ikai with Club President Sama that we couldn't fall asleep for a long time. As for Kiryu, isn't she in the same room as you? Kiryu said she wanted to sleep a little longer. I see. Well, let's go have breakfast first and forget about that girl. Yeah, you go ahead. Keeping the fact that Kiryu wasn't in the room to themselves and seeing that no one pursued the matter, Murayama and Katase heaved a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and could see the embarrassment on each other's faces. They didn't know what had happened to Kiryu, but she must have been bullied by Club President Sama last night. While the two girls were shyly lost in their thoughts, on the top floor of the hotel, in Tenraku's room, with devotion and purity, Asia continued to pray to her beloved master, while Rainare, by his side, continued to indulge in serving her master. However, this time, Kiryu Aika was also present. After a long while, the two demonesses finally sat up and sensually licked their lips. He, Club President Sama, did I do well? Kiryu Aika, wearing her glasses, giggled as she spoke. Not bad. Tenraku's mouth twitched as he commented honestly. Although Tenraku knew that this arrow-mouth girl was different from ordinary girls, wasn't she adapting to the situation a bit too quickly? Is Yuuma Senpai's real name Rainare? What is the relationship between her and Club President Sama? It's really surprising to see the true nature behind her cute and innocent disguise. Please take care of me from now on. Kiryu Aika examined Rainare and spoke with a shining look in her eyes. After last night and what just happened, they were no longer underclassmen and seniors at school, but true comrades? I am just a tool for my master. You are welcome to join us. Rainare smiled warmly, welcoming Kiryu Aika. Although she didn't want to admit it, this woman had an evil potential that was not inferior to their fallen angel powers. Rainare secretly labeled Kiryu Aika as dangerous. A tool? Club President Sama, do you still enjoy playing with this kind of scenario? Kiryu Aika looked at Tenraku in disbelief. A tool is just a tool. How about trying it yourself? Tenraku's lips curled up as he lifted the girl's chin. Hey. Club President Sama, please treat me as a tool from now on and use me to your heart's content. Gasping for breath, Kiryu Aika's eyes were filled with excitement, as if something strange had awakened within her just now. If that's what you desire, I will satisfy you in the future, Tenraku replied, his lips twitching once again. Since this arrow-mouth girl actively requested it, then in the future, he would indulge her to the fullest? Club President Sama, is Asia-chan also your tool? Kiryu Aika turned her gaze to Asia, who was beside them. No, Asia is my devotee, and I am her god. Tenraku shook his head in response. Asia-chan's god Sama? Kiryu Aika widened her eyes in surprise, even she was taken aback at this moment. Asia's belief in God turned out to be their Club President Sama? No wonder Asia was praying to Club President Sama. She thought. Feeling a boiling sensation throughout her body, with tools and devotees and whatnot, it was all too wicked. Her Club President Sama was truly wicked? But why did she feel even more excited? It was already late morning when Tenraku and the girls, including Asia and Kiryu Aika, finally emerged from their room. After a leisurely breakfast, he gathered everyone together. Our destination today is the Tenriji Temple of Arashiyama. Let's set off. Yes, Club President Sama? Accompanied by the girls, Tenraku boarded a tram at Kyoto Station heading towards Arashiyama. He chose a seat in the middle, with Asia on his left and Kiryu Aika on his right. Isn't Kiryu clinging a bit too much to Club President Sama? How annoying? She even holds Club President Sama's hand. I really want to sit next to Club President Sama too. Kiryu seems a bit different. Is it just my imagination? Didn't you hear what everyone was saying about you? Behave yourself. Tenraku scolded the arrow-mouth girl who couldn't sit still next to him. They're just jealous. With a disdainful snort, Kiryu Aika looked smug but then immediately adopted a pitiful expression as she looked at Tenraku. So, you lost interest in me right after we finished? Club President Sama is so heartless. Tenraku couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this arrow-mouth girl. He closed his eyes and ignored her, letting her do whatever she pleased. They rode in silence, and soon they arrived at the foot of Arashiyama District Mountain. The maple leaves covering the mountainside were breathtaking, resembling a sea of burning flames in the distance. After sightseeing along the way, Tenraku and the girls finally reached the entrance of the Tenryuji Temple on the mountaintop. Translator Tenryuji Temple roughly translates to Heavenly Dragon Temple. Tenryuji Temple, Drake, Albion. Is there any connection between this place and you two? After all, two heavenly dragons resided within him, so he asked with curiosity, seeing the similarity between their names. I don't know. It seems like Albion and I fought here before, but I can't remember it clearly. We've fought in countless places. The voices of Drake and Albion echoed in Tenraku's mind, but he didn't pay much attention. He was merely asking casually. Just as he was about to lead the girls into the temple for a visit, Tenraku was surprised to see a familiar face in front of the temple's gate. Kunu? Wearing the Maiko outfit from their first meeting, Kunu had hidden her cute animal ears and tail. The girl seemed to be waiting for someone, and her eyes brightened when she saw Tenraku and immediately rushed towards him. Tenraku-sama? Kunu, are you waiting here for someone? I heard that you and the others were coming here today, so I especially waited here for you, Tenraku-sama. You were waiting for me. Is there something you need? Well, Tenraku-sama, you promised to help me rescue Oka-sama, but I haven't been able to repay you anything, so. If you don't mind, let me show you around with Tenraku-sama and everyone. Blushing, Kunu thought that this was the only way she could repay Tenraku, even though it seemed insignificant. It's great to have your help, Kunu. I'm counting on you. Yes, Tenraku-sama. With Tenraku's agreement, the girl's face lit up with joy. The entire Kyoto was like Kunu's domain, and she was familiar with every place there. She took Tenraku and the girls to visit all the interesting places and even treated them to famous local delicacies. Compared to the other classmates who were aimlessly wandering in the mountains, they were quite lucky. At noon, Tenraku and the girls planned to have lunch at a tavern at the foot of the mountain. Rossius and Azazel were also here with their respective students, but what a mess. Let go of me. I want to drink more. Rossius was going crazy in the tavern, with several girls holding her tightly to prevent her from falling, while a group of boys drooled on the side. Azazel, did you let her drink? Finally, you're here. Hurry up and deal with her. She got drunk after just one drink, and now she won't stop. Rossius was the type who gets drunk easily, and her alcohol tolerance was nothing to boast about. Azazel probably didn't expect this to happen. Tenraku had a headache seeing this, but Azazel finally found a savior when he saw Tenraku approaching them. You girls dine here. I'll take Rossius-sensei. He told the Kendo Club girls, then Tenraku found a staff member and requested a room. He carried the heavily intoxicated Rossius and headed upstairs. Oh no, my phone is broken. Mine too. Damn it. Who took a drunken photo of Rossius-sensei? Downstairs, a chorus of male voices wailed in despair, while Tenraku carried Rossius into their room upstairs. You guys go ahead and eat downstairs. I'll take care of Rossius-sensei first. After instructing the girls, Tenraku entered the room with Rossius in his arms. I still want to drink. I'm not drunk. I've been drinking with that old man, Odin, since I became his attendant. Yes, you're not drunk. While soothing Rossius, Tenraku carried her into the bathroom, her body emanating a strong scent of alcohol and stained with dirt. Tenraku unfastened Rossius's clothes and prepared to give her a bath. Why are you taking my clothes off? Rossius grabbed Tenraku's hands as she spoke while her beautiful eyes glared at him. How can I give you a bath if you don't take off your clothes? Stop being difficult and let go. Tenraku replied with the utmost composure he could. Well, I guess you're right. Then go ahead and undress me. After tilting her head in thought, Rossius released her grip on Tenraku's hands. A faint smile appeared on Tenraku's face, and without hesitation, he began to unfasten Rossius's clothes, removing each piece, including her underwear. It must be said that Rossius, as a Valkyrie, had an amazing figure. Her skin was fair, her curves exquisite, and her body was devoid of any excess fat. Furthermore, her long and slender legs made Tenraku's mouth go dry. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Tenraku filled the bathtub with hot water and threw Rossius inside. He picked up a towel and started washing her body. With her eyes closed, Rossius allowed Tenraku to do as he pleased, while she continued to ramble in her drunken state. Ugh, I'm starting to remember. That rotten old man Odin, I put so much effort into supporting him, but he acted like an idiot during the journey, saying stupid things like, hey, little elder sister, hey, alcohol, hey, breasts. He doesn't behave like a proper person at all. The other Valkyries of Valhalla call me an old man's servant. I have to take care of that old man's life with just a meager salary. It's all his fault. It's because of him that I don't have a boyfriend. No boyfriend. No boyfriend. Woo 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 woo. As she spoke, Rossius burst into tears, her body moving uncontrollably, causing water to splash everywhere in the bathtub. To be continued. Tenraku couldn't help but sympathize with the Valkyrie, who had no boyfriend, so he made up his mind to help her. Who said you don't have a boyfriend? Aren't I your boyfriend? Tenraku gently caressed Valkyrie's beautiful cheek and smiled as he spoke. You're my boyfriend? I don't believe it. You're lying. Rossius looked at Tenraku, still hugging him tightly, and said defiantly, why don't you believe me? I really am your boyfriend. With a persistent smile and narrowed eyes, Tenraku refused to believe that he couldn't handle a drunk Valkyrie. I don't believe it. Unless you prove it to me, Rossius demanded while she continuously splashed the water. How do you want me to prove it? A glint appeared in Tenraku's eyes as he asked. I want you to kiss me. Otherwise, you're not my boyfriend. Hugging Tenraku again, Rossius made her demand, and upon hearing it, Tenraku chuckled. Oh, that's easy. Just wait, I'll prove it to you right away. Without any hesitation, Tenraku lifted Rossius's chin and sealed her lips with his. Woo woo woo. Rossius's eyes widened as she instinctively struggled, but it was all in vain. Before long, the fallen couple separated, panting heavily, and a silver thread still connected their lips. How is it, Rossius? Do you believe me now? I am your boyfriend. Wiping his lips, Tenraku smiled as he asked this question. Yes, I believe you. You are my boyfriend. Woo woo woo. I'm finally no longer a Valkyrie without a boyfriend. Woo woo woo. With a silly smile on her face, Rossius burst into tears again. Finding a boyfriend had moved her to tears. Being a Valkyrie was truly challenging. Although Tenraku felt somewhat shameless in his actions, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Including Rossius in his harem was a decision Tenraku had made long ago. Such a beautiful, talented, and lovely Valkyrie should not be given to someone else. That would be foolish. With the deal with Odin and arranging for Rossius to become part of Rhea's peerage, he had intended to gradually conquer and enjoy the pleasures, but occasionally providing some benefits seemed nice too. Be good, turn around, let me wash your back. Accepting the setup that Tenraku was her boyfriend, Rossius became extremely cooperative, doing whatever he asked. What should have been a quick task ended up taking a long time in the bathroom. Only they knew what they did in there. After placing the now sleeping Rossius on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Tenraku gently pecked her delicate cheek and left the room. Feeling pleased and humming a tune, he soon realized when he reached downstairs that Everyone had disappeared. This is mist. Tenraku suddenly found himself enveloped in a warm and slippery mist. When he regained his senses, he realized he was no longer inside the tavern but in a dim and unfamiliar space. Hong Long? A loud noise echoed through the air and Tenraku focused his gaze and saw Azazel, clad in golden armor, engaged in a fierce battle with a young man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, wielding a war spear. The sacred gear Plunder within Tenraku's body was stirring like never before. Although he only caught a glimpse from a distance, he instantly recognized what that war spear was. It is one of the most powerful tools that destroys God. Long Inus, the true Long Inus, also known as the Holy Spear of the Setting Sun, and the identity of the young man fighting Azazel was unmistakable. It was none other than Cao, the leader of the hero faction. Hong Hong Hong. Explosions resounded in the area, and without needing to ask, Tenraku knew they were under attack by the Chaos Brigade. Rainare had already unleashed the forbidden move of Black Evil Dragon King in her battle against a man wielding a demonic sword. As for Asia and the others, they were being attacked by a group of demonic beasts. Hermes boots. 2 pairs of golden wings spread beneath Tenraku's feet as he shot toward Asia and the others. A demonic sword flashed in his hand as Tenraku struck with a single slash, unleashing a torrent of immense sword chi/energy that cut through the demonic beasts attacking the girls, reducing them to scattered flesh. Tenraku-san? Lord Tenraku? Club President Sama? Seeing Tenraku's arrival, Asia, Kuno, and the girls from the Kendo Club expressed their relief and joy. Are you all right? Yes, we're fine. Tenraku-san, those are the enemies from the Chaos Brigade. Lord Tenraku, that bad person took Okasama away? Asia quickly explained the situation to Tenraku, while Kuno pointed angrily at Cao, who was still battling Azazel in the air. Don't worry, Kuno. I promise I'll rescue your Okasama. It's dangerous here. You all should seek refuge in my Saints and Demons Hall. With a wave of his hand, Tenraku transported Asia, Kuno, and the girls from the Kendo Club into the Saints and Demons Hall. Lai. A series of sonic booms followed, and a group of Chaos Brigade enemies descended upon Tenraku, surrounding him. There were about 10 or so men and women surrounding him. Red Dragon Emperor, we will be your opponents? I'm sorry, but you don't qualify as my opponents. Although these Chaos Brigade members had decent strength, Tenraku didn't consider them a threat to him. With a snap of his fingers, Kateria and dozens of female magicians appeared in front of them and Tenraku spoke. I leave them to you. Without further explanation, Tenraku gave his command. Yes, master. With a cold smile, Kateria and the female magicians engaged the enemies in battle. Despite being suddenly summoned without a clear understanding of the situation, as tools and servants, they only needed to follow their master's orders. How? As Tenraku advanced toward the center of the battlefield, several enormous demonic beasts pounced at him. However, he effortlessly cut them into pieces with a few swings of his sword. The severed demonic beasts didn't leave behind bloody corpses but dissipated into black mist, which showed that they were not genuine creatures but were made from black mist. Searching around, Tenraku soon found a short young boy on one side of the battlefield. A massive black shadow loomed beneath the boy's feet, constantly giving birth to various strange-shaped demonic beasts that broke free from the shadow. Searching around, Tenraku soon found a short young boy on one side of the battlefield. A massive black shadow loomed beneath the boy's feet, constantly giving birth to various strange-shaped demonic beasts that broke free from the shadow. Dozens, if not hundreds of shadows were being produced at any given moment and their numbers continued to increase. That was obviously not magic but the ability of a sacred gear. In Tenraku's memory, there was only one sacred gear capable of producing such a large quantity of demonic beasts. A tool that destroys God Long Inus, demonic beast creation annihilation maker. Moreover, the mist that had transported him to this unfamiliar space was likely also an ability of a sacred gear. If his guess was correct, it was also one of the Long Inus sacred gear, Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost. True Long Inus, demonic beast creation annihilation maker, and Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, 3 legendary Long Inus sacred gears had appeared all at once. This was truly a super event. Hong Long? With a loud crash, Azazel, wearing his golden battle armor, landed next to Tenraku in a disheveled state. Azazel, you didn't let yourself be defeated so easily, did you? You brat, it was just a momentary slip-up. Tenraku teased, while Azazel grumbled as he stood up. There was a black hole in his sturdy golden armor, illustrating the sharpness of the weapon that had pierced it. Hovering in the air, Cao looked down at Tenraku with great interest and spoke. Nice to meet you too, Kamiya Tenraku. Why did the members of the Chaos Brigade suddenly attack us? Tenraku asked, facing Cao. We planned to conduct an experiment in Kyoto, and since you all would become obstacles, we intended to eliminate you before the experiment began, Cao replied. I see. After receiving Cao's answer, Tenraku nodded and then turned to Azazel beside him. Azazel, you entertain this leader of the hero faction. Kid, don't you want to have a showdown with such an opponent? I'm sure you're eager to get your hands on that holy spear he wields, Azazel remarked. Of course, I want it, but it's not realistic to obtain it right now. So, I plan to obtain something nearby that I can get my hands on, Tenraku replied. In that case, go ahead. I'll keep him occupied for you. HHHH. Understanding Tenraku's intention, Azazel burst into laughter and soared into the sky once again, engaging Cao. Hong Hong? Hong Hong Hong? Although neither side had unleashed their true abilities, the battle was still incredibly intense. Azazel dealt with Cao while Tenraku made his way toward the boy who was creating demonic beasts. Any sacred gear was like a delicious dish to Tenraku, capable of enhancing his abilities and increasing his power. And the Longinu's sacred gears were undoubtedly the rarest and most delicious among them. Even Tenraku couldn't afford to miss any of them. The boy who created demonic beasts naturally noticed Tenraku approaching him and commanded his creations to attack Tenraku incessantly. Swish, swish, swish. Tenraku continuously sliced through the oncoming demonic beasts with his sword. But as the battle progressed, demonic beasts that have similar power to high-class devils and even top-class devils began to appear. These demonic beasts were capable of using magic and unleashing powerful electric and fiery flames. Furthermore, because these demonic beasts were not genuine living beings, they had no sense of fear. Even if their companions were slain, they continued to rush forward, undeterred. Hue, hong hong hong. With explosive crashes, Tenraku was eventually engulfed in a barrage of magical attacks. Amidst the swirling dust and scorching flames, when the vision cleared, Tenraku emerged unscathed, still donning his heavenly dragon armor. Raising his hand, Tenraku unleashed energy waves akin to laser beams from his hand and swept away the nearby demonic beasts. However, more demonic beasts quickly surged forward and replaced the beasts that were slain by Tenraku. Undoubtedly, the power of the Longinu's sacred gear seemed endless, but that only further solidified Tenraku's determination to obtain them. Let's try that move. Muttering to himself, dozens of scarlet and silver small flying dragons flew out from the jade jewels on Tenraku's armor. Each of them was palm-sized, resembling miniature versions of the heavenly dragons. Boost, 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 divide, divide, divide. The small flying dragons circled around Tenraku. The scarlet ones were responsible for attacking, continuously unleashing powerful energy waves, while the silver ones took on the defensive role, constantly reducing and absorbing the enemy's attacks. Hong hong hong, hong hong hong. Explosions echoed, and any demonic beast that approached Tenraku met a fate of annihilation. Even several members of the Chaos Brigade who attempted to ambush Tenraku were turned to ashes by the energy waves expelled by the scarlet small flying dragons. Without wasting any time, Tenraku arrived in front of the young boy. Staring coldly at him, the black mass beneath the boy's feet writhed, and a gigantic demonic beast emerged, surpassing all the previous ones in size. Roar! The tremendous sound wave emitted by the newly summoned demonic beast was overwhelming, and the powerful aura emanating from the demonic beast felt like a storm crashing upon Tenraku. There was no doubt that this was a monster on the level of a demon king. The boy appeared young, and Tenraku had long noticed that he didn't possess the strength of a demon king. However, with the power of the Longinu's sacred gear demonic beast creation annihilation maker, he managed to create a demonic being that surpassed his own strength. Although Tenraku didn't know the cost behind this ability, he had to admit it was extremely terrifying. If the boy could already summon a demon king level monster, who knows what he would be capable of summoning in the future? 10 such beasts? 100 demonic beasts with such power? Even more? With a flash of determination in his eyes, Tenraku would not allow such a dangerous Longinu's sacred gear to remain in the hands of his enemy. Opening its large maw, the demonic beast condensed a massive sphere of light and then spewed it toward Tenraku with a sizzling sound. Divide, divide, divide. Unfurling his azure wings, Tenraku unleashed the power of the White Dragon Sovereign, continuously reducing the incoming attack and eventually devouring it entirely. With a swift advance, Tenraku's fist struck the demonic beast, causing it to expand and burst like erupting magma. Even if it was a Demon King level monster, it was just a matter of one punch for Tenraku in his current state. If the boy could summon 10 or 100 of these demonic beasts, then Tenraku would only have a chance to escape. But unfortunately for him, he didn't have that opportunity anymore. What's your name? Tenraku asked as he looked at the young boy before him with great interest. Leonardo, the expressionless boy replied calmly, but his face appeared somewhat pale after creating a demonic beast that surpassed his own power. Do you know what I intend to do? Tenraku asked. I know, the boy answered. It was no secret that Tenraku possessed the ability to plunder sacred gears. As a sacred gear wielder, it would be ignorant not to have heard of the sacred gear plunderer. The boy knew that Tenraku desired to take his own sacred gear, yet he did not run away. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but from the very beginning, he had lost the opportunity to flee. Tenraku's shadow pierced into his own shadow like a blackthorn beneath their feet. It might be a little painful, but endure it, Tenraku said, not being polite at all. He inserted his hand into the boy's chest and activated the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder. Don't let him succeed. The boy let out a miserable scream as his face distorted in pain. Meanwhile, several members of the Chaos Brigade flew towards Tenraku, intending to stop him from taking the boy's sacred gear. With a cold snort, Tenraku naturally wouldn't let those small fry disturb his plans. He instantly activated the Sacred Gear's forbidden move, Unlimited Blade Works, turning the attacking members of the Chaos Brigade into sieves amidst a chorus of agonized screams. However, the opponents didn't give up there. A cloud of mist surged forth, enveloping the boy, and it was as if the mist was attempting to teleport the boy to safety. But Tenraku wouldn't allow the other side to do as they wished. Scatter! A vast amount of spirit chi erupted from Tenraku, and like a raging gale, it instantly blew away the mist. At the same time, Tenraku activated the ability of his inherent barrier, trapping both himself and the boy within the barrier. The plunder continued, and there was no one who could stop him from accomplishing his goals. Amidst agonized screams, a jet-black jade jewel, as dark as ink, was extracted by Tenraku from the boy's body. The boy's face turned pale, and he collapsed, finally falling unconscious. A smile appeared on Tenraku's face as he looked at the jet-black jade jewel, and even someone like him couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Apart from the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear and the light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, he finally obtained the third Long Inu's sacred gear. Just as he was about to integrate the Long Inu's sacred gear into his own body, something unexpected happened. A golden war spear rapidly extended, shooting past Tenraku's back. The solid barrier was punctured effortlessly, like glass, and the spearhead continued its unstoppable assault towards Tenraku. His hair stood on end, and Tenraku had no doubt that if he were hit, he would die, even if it were him. Yata no Kagami 8 mirror? At this critical moment, Tenraku shouted loudly. In an instant, a radiant and ancient-looking mirror materialized behind Tenraku, exuding an otherworldly aura. The incoming war spear struck the divine mirror, but it made no sound. The surface of the Yata no Kagami 8 mirror transformed into a vortex, causing the attacking war spear to disappear into its depths. Well, kid, are you alright? Azazel asked. What do you think? Wasn't it your job to hold him back? Tenraku retorted to Azazel's voice descending from the sky, his tone devoid of good humor. That guy is an extremely difficult opponent. It's already impressive that I managed to hold him off until now, Azazel replied innocently. Although Tenraku knew what he said was true, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Cao, is attacking from behind the way you heroes operate? Tenraku coldly addressed Cao in the air. I didn't intend to attack you. I only wanted to prevent you from taking Leonardo's sacred gear, Cao replied, retracting the true Long Inus. Well, that's unfortunate. His sacred gear already belongs to me, Tenraku sneered and directly absorbed the demonic beast creation annihilation maker into his own body. Buzz! The entire space trembled as an immense aura surged from Tenraku's body. With each sacred gear he plundered, Tenraku's power increased by a fraction, and the higher the rank of the sacred gear, the greater the power it could bestow upon him. His power skyrocketed relentlessly, and now the amount of spirit chi contained within Tenraku's body, converted into magic power, was several times greater than that of other demon kings. But it wasn't enough. To reach that level, Tenraku needed at least 2 or even more Long Inu's sacred gears. Although I've always thought so, kid, you really are a monster, Azazel couldn't help but comment, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Tenraku. A monster? Perhaps I truly am a monster, Tenraku replied, his lips curling into a faint smile as he clasped his hands. Then, he looked up at Cao in the sky and said, Cao, let's have a battle. Let me witness the power of your true Long Inus. With a gaze as sharp as lightning and a soaring fighting spirit, Tenraku prepared for a fierce battle. However, Cao shook his head in the air. This will be the end for now, Kami ya Tenraku, Cao said. Tonight, we will conduct a grand experiment at Nij Castle in Kyoto, using the Nine-Tailed General. In order to stop us, I implore all of you to participate. At that time, I will have a thorough battle with you. Cao extended an invitation with his war spear. Very well, I will definitely come. Tenraku's eyes flashed with determination as he accepted the challenge. A layer of mist rose in the entire dimensional space, but it quickly dissipated along with Cao and the members of the hero faction. Rainare, Kateria, and the female magicians gathered back, bearing various injuries of different severities. While the others were relatively fine, Rainare was drenched in blood, with a deep gash visible on her chest. If it weren't for the protection of the Black Evil Dragon King's armor, this deranged and twisted woman would likely not have made it back. Who did this? Tenraku furrowed his brow and asked. A formidable white-furred swordsman. How about it, master? Are you concerned about me? Rainare replied, wearing a wicked smile despite her injuries. I'm merely concerned about my tool. Remember, without my orders, you have no right to die, Tenraku replied calmly, then activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, releasing a radiant light to heal Rainare's injuries. Ha, understood, my master, Rainare said. I will definitely survive before you use me up. The first encounter with the hero faction had come to an end. Although no clear winner had been determined, it was evident that the hero faction had suffered a great loss, with Tenraku seizing an important Long Inu's sacred gear. Shortly after the hero faction left, the dimensional space where the battle took place began to collapse. Fortunately, Azazel had left behind teleportation coordinates outside, and everyone was successfully transported out before the dimensional space completely crumbled. Valkyrie Rossius, who had been intoxicated, also woke up at this moment. While everyone fought against the enemies of the hero faction, she had been left sleeping heavily in the hotel. Although the alcohol had worn off, she still seemed a bit dazed and took a long time to recover. She even asked who had helped her take a bath and change her clothes. With a calm expression, someone said it was Asia who had assisted her. Rossius blinked her eyes, thinking to herself that it wasn't her who did it. However, the young girl ultimately chose not to speak up. Although she couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, she couldn't recall what it was. so Rossius could only give up and express her heartfelt gratitude to Asia. In the top floor room of the hotel, Tenraku, Azazel, Rossius, and the others were discussing their battle plan against the hero faction. We've received information that there are many terrorist members of the hero faction in Kyoto. It seems that the forces we've brought here are still insufficient, one of them said. The forces in other areas are also stretched thin. We can't gather any more reinforcements, added another. I just received news that a group of remnants from the old Demon King faction has caused a riot in Gremorous territory. Rias and her peerage have gone back to the Underworld to help suppress it, so they can't come here now, explained someone else. Well, it looks like we have to rely on ourselves then, Tenraku muttered. After much deliberation, they decided to divide their forces into 3 groups. Sephiroth would lead a portion of the Devil, Angel, Fallen Angel, and Akai forces to defend the outskirts of Kyoto, preventing enemy reinforcements and escape within the city. Sana Citri's peerage, including Sana, Urit Subasa, Meguri Tomo, Hanakai Momo, and Kusaka Reya, would join Sephiroth in this mission. Azazel would lead the remaining forces to patrol and guard the skies above Kyoto, ready to deal with any unexpected situations and the hero faction members who might cause chaos in various locations. The last group consisted of Tenraku and the girls, who would go to Nij Castle to stop Cao and his companions' experiment. Young man, although you have the greatest burden and are a bit short on manpower, I believe you'll find a way to handle it. We all trust in you. Azazel patted Tenraku on the shoulder and said with a teasing smile. Tenraku smirked, knowing full well that Azazel had included Kateria, the female magicians, and even another peerage that he had yet to use in his assessment. Otherwise, it would be foolish for him to confront Cao Cao's group with just Asia, Rossius, and Rainare, only to be overwhelmed. I will handle Cao, but remember that any captured sacred gears must be handed over to me, Tenraku stated, as many members of the hero faction possessed various sacred gears, which was his only requirement. I won't forget. Azazel chuckled. It was getting late, so after finalizing their plans, everyone immediately set their plans into motion. Azazel and Sephiroth left first to deploy their forces, while Tenraku had other matters to attend to before he could join them. By evening, Tenraku and the others would inevitably engage in battle with Cao and his group at Nij Castle. The entire city of Kyoto could become a battlefield. Kuno had returned to the capital to arrange the evacuation of Kyoto's residents and bring them to safety. As for the sensei and students who had come for the school trip, they were under Tenraku's care and arrangement. Leaving only a barrier behind would still pose a danger, so Tenraku had Rossius use sleep magic on all the sensei and students and then gathered them into the Saints and Demons Hall. Even the girls from the Kendo Club were no exception to this. Club president, I'm strong now too. I want to help. Kiryu Aika clung to Tenraku and insisted on joining. Although her enthusiasm was commendable, Tenraku couldn't help but respond. The enemies this time aren't like the Akai under Kuno. Do you really think you're that powerful? Any random opponent would crush you 100 times over. Just stay inside and behave. Without further ado, amidst the girls' protests, Tenraku tossed Kiryu Aika into the Saints and Demons Hall as well. That should do it. Let's set off, Tenraku said. It was already late at night, and Tenraku and the girls prepared themselves before heading to Nij Castle. With a pair of scarlet dragon wings spread behind him, Tenraku carried Asia and soared into the sky. Rainare transformed into her fallen angel form, while Rossius donned her Valkyrie battle attire, following closely on either side of Tenraku. Kuno, what are you doing here? Tenraku asked, halting in his tracks as he saw Kuno flying towards them. Tenraku-sama, please take me with you, the Kitsune princess requested, floating before Tenraku with a shimmering aura. Weren't you supposed to handle things with the Akai? Tenraku inquired. I've already asked Fox Immortal and Karasu Tengo to help. I want to go with you to save Okasama, Kuno explained. We'll be fighting the enemy soon, and it'll be dangerous for you to come along, Tenraku cautioned. I'll protect myself. Please, Tenraku-sama, Kuno pleaded. I'm really worried about Okasama. Her voice filled with desperation and tears welled up in her eyes as she mentioned her own mother. Tenraku-san. Tenraku sighed. You can come with me, but you must follow my orders later. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say, Tenraku-sama. Kuno replied excitedly, feeling relieved that Tenraku agreed. With Kuno, the little Kitsune princess who joined them halfway, the group of 5 continued their flight. Before long, they arrived above Nij Castle, and Tenraku and the girls landed on the ground. Since the evacuation of civilians had already been arranged, Nij Castle was empty, with no sign of anyone around. Tenraku raised his hand and suddenly Kateria, dozens of female magicians, and 15 battle saintesses led by Semiria all appeared in front of Tenraku. Master, Lord Tenraku. Having been informed in advance about the night's battle, the summoned girls showed no surprise. After saluting him, they all stood behind Tenraku. It's been a while, and there's still no sign of the hero faction. Could Cao be deceiving us? Rossius spoke up, standing next to Tenraku. No, they've already arrived, Tenraku said with a slight smile. As Tenraku's words fell, a hazy mist enveloped the entire sky, and figures began to materialize within the mist. They were members of the Chaos Brigade's hero faction? Led by Cao, there were hundreds of them, and Tenraku sensed that even the weakest among them likely possessed the strength comparable to a middle-class devil. Oi, isn't this a bit too grand? Tenraku silently thought to himself. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kamiya Tenraku. We needed some preparations, that's why you had to wait. Cao Cao's voice rang out as he carried the holy spear, smiling recklessly. Okasama? Before Tenraku could say anything, Kuno shouted loudly. Following the girl's gaze, Tenraku saw a beautiful woman dressed in a kimono standing next to Cao. With beast ears and a fox tail, she resembled a mature version of Kuno. It was Kuno's mother, Yasaka. Okasama, it's me, Kuno. Wake up? Kuno called out desperately. Yasaka's gaze was vacant, and no matter how much Kuno called her, she showed no response, and it was as if she had lost her soul. Kuno glared angrily at Cao. What have you done to my Okasama, you bad people? Sorry, little nine-tailed princess. We need to conduct a small experiment using your Okasama, Cao replied. Experiment? What kind of experiment? This time, it was Tenraku's voice. Well, there's no harm in telling you now. We plan to use the nine-tailed fox in charge as a medium to unleash a massive ritual and summon the legendary dragon god True Red Dragon God Emperor. Upon hearing Cao Cao's response, not only the group of girls, but even Tenraku himself couldn't help but show a shocked expression. They actually intend to summon the True Red Dragon God Emperor, otherwise known as the Great Red. Have these members of the hero faction lost their fucking minds? Cao, what do you want to achieve by summoning that dragon god? Tenraku asked with a frown. You know it too, right? Our boss, Aphies, wants to return to the dimensional rift, and to do that, we must find and defeat the True Red Dragon God Emperor, Cao replied with a relaxed smile. Humph, you use Aphies' purity and innocence as a puppet for your own purposes, Tenraku sneered. Well, you've seen through it. Indeed, whether we can actually summon the True Red Dragon God Emperor or not, this unprecedented summoning ritual alone can provide us with interesting data, Cao explained. Moreover, if we can summon that dragon god Sama, it would be great for us to conduct experiments on the impact of dragon eaters on the True Red Dragon God Emperor. Rubbing his chin, Cao continued. Of course, it will cause a lot of trouble for the Ikai in Kyoto and others, but that's unavoidable. After all, we are the so-called terrorists in your eyes. Doing such things is only natural for us. It sounds quite reasonable when he puts it that way. Tenraku found himself momentarily speechless. By the way, Kamiya Tenraku, are you interested in joining us? Cao suddenly changed the topic, leaving Tenraku and the girls puzzled. I heard that your hero faction only recruits humans as allies, rejecting devils, fallen angels, and even other races of terrorists. So why invite me, a devil? Tenraku asked. Kamiya Tenraku, do you know the purpose behind all my actions? I want to explore the limits of humanity, the weak yet tenacious race. That's why I have gathered a group of human companions, because it would be meaningless without humans, Cao explained. I have also looked into your background, and honestly, I am very interested in you. As a hybrid of a human and the great devil Phenex, it's incredible that your powerful devil bloodline is actually suppressed by a weak human bloodline. It's a truly miraculous phenomenon. It was the first time someone referred to his worthless attributes as a miracle, and Tenraku couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the moment. But Cao Cao's excitement grew, and he continued. Moreover, your sacred gear is also very special. It can seize other sacred gears infinitely. In the past, others thought you could only seize sacred gears, and although that ability was terrifying, it wasn't given much attention because having too many seized sacred gears would become a burden for you. However, I noticed some anomalies. From the data of your previous sacred gear seizures, it seems that each sacred gear you seize increases your strength. The higher the level of the sacred gear, the more obvious the power increase. While it was just a speculation before, seeing you seize Leonardo's demonic beast creation Annihilation Maker made me completely sure. Kamiya Tenraku, your ability not only allows you to seize other sacred gears and obtain their abilities but also to enhance your own power with them. Am I wrong? Cao stared intensely at Tenraku, his voice resolute. Except for Asia and the other girls who were already aware of Tenraku's secrets, everyone in the room displayed a look of immense shock on their faces, and it was as if they were looking at a monster. It was the first time someone had seen through him so thoroughly, and Tenraku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Azazel had said that the most dangerous aspect of Cao was not the true Longinus in his hand but Cao himself. Both his insight and analytical skills were unsettling. If this secret had been exposed before, many factions would have tried to hinder Tenraku's growth, causing him a great deal of trouble. But now he had no fear. Even if it was exposed, what would it matter? He already possessed the power to control his own destiny. That's right, that's also my ability. Any sacred gear can enhance my strength. That's why I keep seizing other people's sacred gears. Tenraku's lips curled upwards as he spoke, and many members of the hero faction behind Cao couldn't help but gasp in shock. Among them, many were sacred gear wielders. If before they were just extremely wary of Tenraku, who held the title of sacred gear plunderer, now they were completely terrified. This guy seemed like a natural-born monster designed to hunt them down. Just as I thought. Kamiya Tenraku, you are more like a human than a devil. The sacred gear you possess surpasses even the Longinus sacred gears. It's unimaginable what would happen if you were allowed to continuously plunder other sacred gears and grow. You might even become a god like in the Holy Bible. How about it? Join us, Kamiya Tenraku. If you sincerely join us in our pursuit of the pinnacle of humanity, you can take any of the sacred gears held by the hero faction. I can even give you my true Longinus without any problem. And, you like women, don't you? Your subordinates are all beautiful women. We also have many fine women in the hero faction, and they are all pure virgins. If you join us, I can introduce them to you. They shouldn't refuse to follow a strong individual like you who has infinite potential. Cao Cao's words were shocking, causing the female members behind him to blush simultaneously. Although they felt embarrassed, many of them started looking at Tenraku with intense and heated gazes. Cao, aren't you afraid of hurting the feelings of your subordinates with those words? Tenraku couldn't help but twitch his mouth and speak. Kamiya Tenraku, I have never regarded them as my subordinates. We have all come together as partners for a common purpose. We are all searching for the ultimate potential of humanity and seeking the meaning of our own existence. Don't misunderstand me as one of those mediocre villainous characters, Cao corrected with a serious expression. There was no hint of hypocrisy, and Tenraku had to admit that Cao possessed the aura of a conqueror and the talent to lead. Regardless of good or evil, everything he did followed his own faith. It was this faith and aura that infected those around him and made them willingly follow him in the exploration of the elusive limits of humanity. And as he had said, this group of faithful individuals was not to be trifled with like those mediocre villainous characters. As enemies, they were extremely troublesome. Taking a slight breath, Tenraku spoke up. Cao, although your proposal does make me somewhat tempted, it had to be said that Cao Cao's invitation was indeed very tempting. If Tenraku were to join them and seize their sacred gears, his power would skyrocket in a short period. However, Tenraku rejected it without even thinking twice. For most people, the concept of righteousness held little significance, but for those standing at the pinnacle, it became especially important. No matter how well a villain might perform, they would never be recognized by the world and wouldn't have much of a future. Moreover, Tenraku had his own family now, with a strong foundation. It would be foolish to give up long-term benefits for temporary gains and be short-sighted. Kamiya Tenraku, you are special. If you have any other conditions, we can discuss them. As long as you join us, sacred gears and women will be at your disposal. Even the entire hero faction can be used by you, helping you become the one and only god of humanity in history. Cao Cao's proposed conditions were incredibly generous, and it would be difficult for anyone to refuse such a situation. Asia, Rainare, and the 15 battle saintesses remained incredibly calm at this moment. To them, Tenraku was their master and god, and they would follow him regardless of the decisions he made. Kate Ree's gaze was intense, tinged with a hint of expectation. This ambitious woman hoped that Tenraku would agree. If he could use the power of the hero faction to achieve great success, her own ambitions could also be realized. Relatively speaking, Rasius and Kuno were the most nervous at the moment. They feared that Tenraku would succumb to temptation and accept the offer. If that were to happen, amidst everyone's gaze, a mixture of anticipation and unease, Tenraku finally spoke again. I have already said no, Cao. I will seize the sacred gears and conquer women on my own, even if I want to become a god. I don't need your help. Tenraku spoke with a wry smile on his face, causing the members of the hero faction to glare at him with anger. To reject the goodwill of their leader so shamelessly, did he really think so highly of himself? Kateria felt somewhat disappointed, but for some reason, she found this kind of Kamiya Tenraku even more reliable. He was worth betraying herself and dedicating everything to follow. Rasius and Kuno both heaved sighs of relief, especially Kuno. The admiration in her eyes towards Tenraku was evident. Well, that's a pity. However, even if you can't become our comrade, it will be a pleasure to have you as an opponent. Feeling a slight regret but also some relief, Cao once again revealed his unrestrained smile. Logically, he wanted Tenraku to become his comrade, but deep down, he might even prefer Tenraku as an opponent. I appreciate the compliment. To be honest, Tenraku didn't dislike a guy like Cao. He even had a certain fondness for him. However, when it was time to take action, he wouldn't hold back. Kamiya Tenraku, we are about to begin the summoning experiment of the true Red Dragon God Emperor. If you want to save the nine-tailed general, feel free to try and stop us. There's no rush, Cao. Why don't you introduce your comrades to everyone? Cao declared the start of the battle, and Tenraku responded with a smile. Glancing at the hundreds of comrades behind him, Cao felt somewhat troubled. There are too many people. It would be troublesome to introduce each one of them. We don't need to introduce all of them. Just a few most formidable ones will do, and it would be great if you could mention their respective abilities. As you can see, we are clearly outnumbered here, and apart from me, they are all women. Upon hearing Tenraku's words, the members of the hero faction and the group consisting of Rasius and the others were dumbfounded. Were they really going to do it like this? Even Cao wore a stunned expression, but he soon burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kamiya Tenraku, you are indeed an interesting person. Then let me introduce them. With a flick of his holy spear, Cao pointed to a young man standing beside him, dressed in a robe. He is George, a descendant of Faust who made a contract with the legendary devil Mephistopheles. He possesses one of the Longinus, the fog of extinction dimension lost. You have already witnessed his abilities. George reluctantly nodded to Tenraku and the group of women, his expression filled with frustration. Then, Cao pointed to another man with white hair who carried several long swords on his body. He is Siegfried, a synthetic warrior created by the church using the genetic factor of the hero Siegfried. He possesses a subspecies sacred gear called the Hand of the Dragon twice critical, as well as the demonic Emperor sword Gram and several other legendary demonic swords. Although his sacred gear is ordinary, his swordsmanship is exceptional. Even among the Chaos Brigade, the Holy King sword Caliban Arthur and the demonic Emperor sword Siegfried are considered on par. I believe your fallen angel subordinate has experienced their power. Cao introduced the man named Siegfried, and his face turned dark, but he managed to restrain himself from impulsively striking down Cao. He courteously greeted Tenraku and the others. She is Jeanne d'Arc, and don't think the name is a coincidence. She is the reincarnation of the famous Saintess Jeanne and possesses the sacred gear Holy Sword Creation Blade Blacksmith. Kamiya Tenraku, it seems you have a sacred gear called Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth. They are opposite existences. This time, Cao introduced a golden-haired exotic beauty, and even from a distance, one could sense her holy aura. Asia and the other women, upon hearing her name, couldn't help but reveal looks of astonishment. Saintess Jeanne, the senior they admired. Please pardon our leader's occasional foolishness, despite his imposing demeanor. I am Jeanne d'Arc, the reincarnation of the soul of Saintess Jeanne. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Stepping forward, Jeanne d'Arc gracefully introduced herself, and her gaze fell upon Tenraku. Your Excellency, the Red Dragon Emperor, I am very interested in you. If you change your mind and agree to join us, I might consider being your girlfriend. She winked playfully at Tenraku, releasing a wave of electricity in the air while Asia and the other women couldn't believe their eyes. This bold elder sister in front of them seemed different from their image of Jeanne. As for Tenraku, who felt a tingling sensation from the electric shock, he rubbed his nose and thought to himself that she was no saintess but a seductive woman. It's normal for the personality to change after reincarnation, even with the same soul as Saintess Jeanne, Cao explained briefly. Then he pointed to a tall man standing next to him, who was over 2 meters tall. He is Heracles, also the reincarnation of the soul of Heracles from mythology. He possesses the sacred gear prank of the giant variant detonation and can cause explosions with his attacks. This big guy has strong muscles but a simple mind. Dealing with him just requires a little bit of strategy. Cao's candidness touched Tenraku, and Heracles, who was called a musclehead by his leader, showed no signs of anger. He flexed his fists, which were the size of sandbags, and grinned. Cao, I want to fight that Red Dragon Emperor. Hand him over to me. No, Kamiya Tenraku is mine. Without any hesitation, Cao rejected the request and then turned around. While there are a few others with decent strength remaining, let's stop the introductions here. George, begin the experiment. Raising his hand, George instantly unfolded hundreds of various magic formations in front of him. The magical runes within the magic formations spun rapidly. Northern European style, devil style, fallen angel style, black magic, white magic, elf magic, these are all powerful spell styles, Rasius exclaimed in awe as she looked at the spells. Even Kateria and the women on Asia's side were amazed. However, Tenraku, who only had 6 senses for magic instead of the full 7, couldn't discern anything special and felt overwhelmed by the dazzling display. Under George's control, all the magic formations were interconnected and combined, forming an incredibly complex and gigantic magic formation. With Yasaka Princess, the 9-tailed fox, at its center, the immense magic formation was projected onto the ground. Boom, 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 the entire earth seemed to tremble, and the flowing water and spiritual energy of Kyoto surged toward them like a flood. Ah! Amidst the painful cries, all the gathered energy rushed into Yasaka Princess' body. Her figure radiated with brilliance as she grew in size, transforming into a massive golden fox. With slender shoulders, a graceful figure, and 9 golden tails dancing in the air, Yasaka Princess revealed her true form as a member of the Yukai race, the 9-tailed fox. However, before anyone could fully appreciate the transformation, the 9-tailed fox Yasaka Princess let out another cry of pain and raised a giant claw, swiping it toward Tenraku and the others. Spread out? Tenraku swiftly leaped into the air, carrying Asia and Kunu with him. Rasius and the other women, Rainare included, scattered to avoid the attack. With a loud crash, the spot where Tenraku had been standing was reduced to rubble by the 9-tailed fox's enormous claw. Okasama, mother. Kunu, held in Tenraku's arms, called out with tears streaming down her face. But Yasaka Princess, under the control of the dominating consciousness, could not respond. The magic formation to summon the true Red Dragon God Emperor and the offering are well prepared. Now, let's see if that Dragon God Sama takes the bait. Cao, I'll take control of this magic formation. Make sure no one disturbs me. A smile appeared on George's lips, and Cao waved his hand in acknowledgement. I understand. I won't let anyone disturb you. We've received information that the members remaining on the outskirts have already engaged Demon King Leviathan and the Fallen Angels Governor General. It's time for us to begin as well. Oh, following Cao's command, all the members of the hero faction sprang into action, their battle cries resounding as they rushed toward Tenraku and his group. Cao, I'll deal with you. Rainare, Rasius, you handle that Siegfried with the demonic Emperor sword. Semiria, all the pawns will be promoted to queens. The 15 of you will deal with Jean and Heracles. Kateria, I'll summon 200 demonic beasts for you. Lead your subordinates and the demonic beasts to take care of the remaining enemies. Tenraku quickly issued orders and activated the recently acquired Long Inu's ability, allowing a large shadow to spread beneath his feet. One by one, enormous demonic beasts roared as they emerged from the shadows. There were exactly 200 of them, and each demonic beast possessed the power of a middle-class devil, some even reaching the high-class devil level. Understood? Rossius and Rainere responded simultaneously, soaring into the air to confront the enemy's demonic emperor Sword Siegfried. Semiria exchanged a glance with her sisters and the 15 battle saintesses to restrain Jean and Heracles. Kateria quickly gathered her female magicians and the 200 demonic beasts, forming a battle formation to engage the incoming enemies. Amidst the cries of battle and explosions, Nijo Castle descended into chaos. Kunu, Asia, stay within the barrier and support everyone. Several barriers were deployed for Kuna and Asia, and Tenraku gave them further instructions. Due to the continuous development of sacred gear, even if there is some distance, Asia can still provide support to her comrades. And just in case, I have already cast conditional magic on all the women. If they suffer serious injuries, they can be immediately teleported back to the barrier for Asia to heal them. Tenraku-san, I will do my best to. Tenraku-sama, please save Okasama. I'm begging you. Asia nodded, while Kunu pleaded tearfully. Don't worry, I promised to save your Okasama, and I will definitely do it. Tenraku gently stroked the forehead of the young girl and didn't say anything more. He then concentrated and materialized the intersecting armor of the red and white heavenly dragons. With his dragon wings unfurled, he soared into the sky. Looking down, he saw that all the women had already engaged their respective enemies in battle. The energy of Kyoto continued to gather and flow into the body of Yasaka Princess, the gigantic golden fox. The nine-tailed fox roared in agony, causing destruction all around. Tenraku needed to put a stop to Yasaka Princess as well, but he didn't have any extra manpower left. He could only create another demonic beast. As one of the legendary Long Inus, the ability Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker could produce a variety of demonic beasts, whether they existed in reality or in fantasy. As long as the host had enough imagination, it could create any type of demonic beast. The strength of the created demonic beasts depended on the host's settings and the amount of input spirit power. Suddenly, Tenraku remembered something and a smile appeared on his lips as he loudly declared, "Come forth, Kurama." As Tenraku's words echoed, a massive demonic beast quickly took shape in the air and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. With beast ears and tails, 9 enormous tails fluttered and swayed in the air, revealing another nine-tailed fox. However, unlike the nine-tailed fox that Yasaka Princess transformed into, this one was entirely scarlet, as if its gigantic body was composed of solidified energy. With sharp fangs and a fierce aura, if any ninjas from Konoha were to see it, they would surely be astonished and shout, "Nine tails! Roar!" Roaring toward the sky, under Tenraku's command, the scarlet bitch fox dashed forward and leaped into the air, colliding with the golden fox with a thunderous impact. Roar! Boom, 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 they roared, clashed, rolled, and fought relentlessly. The native nine-tailed fox and the otherworldly version engaged in an epic battle that seemed to transcend dimensions. To think that you can already use the ability of Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker to this extent right after acquiring this sacred gear. Perhaps I have underestimated you, Kamiya Tenraku. Cao appeared next to Tenraku, observing him closely, and sighed. You may have underestimated me in more ways than one. Let's begin, Cao, are you really okay? By creating so many powerful demonic beasts, you must have consumed a significant amount of energy. I can't help but feel it's unfair to fight you like this. Don't worry, I still have enough power to deal with you. You're truly a confident and arrogant fellow. Just don't disappoint me, Kamiya Tenraku. Their eyes met, sparks flying, and then Tenraku and Cao simultaneously charged toward each other. Cao thrust his spear toward Tenraku in a lightning-fast motion, each spear thrust resembling a dragon. He launched dozens of spears in one breath. The speed was astonishing, leaving people speechless. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been defeated by Cao's spear before even seeing his movements clearly, but Tenraku was not a normal person. Tenraku swiftly evaded the dense barrage of spears, but before he could catch his breath, Cao swung his war spear, sweeping it towards Tenraku like 1,000 soldiers charging at him. A sharp and piercing sound filled the air as the war spear created a black fissure. The blade of the true Long Inus, the most powerful tool that destroys God, was so sharp that it could even cleave through space. Tenraku's scalp tingled as he quickly retreated to avoid this lethal strike. Then, his spirit chi surged, and he launched a punch towards Cao. Ha! A glint flashed in his eyes as Cao also thrust his spear. With immense momentum and a clash of forces, the war spear and the iron fist collided in midair. Boom! Surging waves of energy rolled, deafening the ears. Cao's arm numbed, and he was pushed back by the tremendous force. As for Tenraku, the armor on his entire arm shattered. Looking at his right hand, which was dripping with fresh blood, Tenraku furrowed his brows. In an instant, he activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, and his injured arm instantly healed, returning to its original state. Partner, that spear is too sharp. Even the armor of Albion and I can't withstand its attack. Kami ya Tenraku, don't engage him in close combat. Use the clones of Drake and me to deal with him. The voices of Drake and Albion sounded from the Jade Jewel, and even though they were usually proud and arrogant, they now exhibited an unprecedented seriousness in the face of the legendary tool that destroys God Longinus, true Longinus. In that case, let's use that move. Whispering to himself, Tenraku's spirit chi shifted, and the armor on his right arm quickly regenerated. Then, radiance shimmered as small scarlet and silver-white flying dragons, each the size of a palm, flew out from the Jade Jewel on the armor. Boost, 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 divide, divide, divide. With incredible speed, nearly 100 scarlet and silver-white small flying dragons blinked and hovered above Cao Cao's head, locking onto him and unleashing jets of energy waves. Hong, hong, hong hong hong, ha 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 die, die. With a bloodthirsty grin, Rainare unleashed clusters of pitch-black flames. Siegfried continuously dodged, while several other hero faction members who accidentally got hit by the flames screamed in agony, turning into ashes. Coming to a halt and looking at his fallen comrades, Siegfried's expression became grim. So, you're finally not running away anymore, you cowardly swordsman? Smirking, Rainare condensed a radiant spear filled with the power of curses and shot it towards Siegfried. Don't get too confident, you mere fallen angel. With a cold gaze, Siegfried instantly unsheathed the demonic sword at his waist, then with a loud roar, he shattered the incoming spear of light with a single slash. Lie lie lie. A sound of breaking through the air rang out as another volley of arrows approached from the other side. With extreme speed, Siegfried's demonic sword danced, clashing with and blocking all the incoming arrows. Evil fallen angel, Valkyrie of Northern Europe, it seems I need to get a little more serious, Siegfried said gravely as he glanced at Rainare and Rossius beside her. Rainare, this person is very dangerous. We need to cooperate with each other to defeat him, Rossius said as she landed beside Rainare. I don't understand this cooperation nonsense. I alone am enough to defeat him, Rainare replied, as the radiant spear transformed into a metallic and magnificent war spear before she rushed forward. Last time, that white-furred swordsman left her with heavy wounds. This time, she would make him pay back 100-fold. This dark fallen angel didn't understand the concept of teamwork at all, which frustrated Rossius. However, seeing Rainare already engaged in battle with Siegfried, she reluctantly followed suit. Clang clang, clang clang. On one side of the battlefield, two night girls were continuously attacking Jeanne d'Arc. They are quite capable juniors, but they can't win against their elder sister with just this level of skill, Jeanne remarked, effortlessly parrying the attacks of the two girls. The holy sword in her hand moved gracefully, taking advantage of the girls' openings to push them back. What about this? Exchanging a glance, the two night girls leaped into the air, revealing the 8-pawn girls who had already elevated their ranks to queens. Having prepared for this moment, the 8-pawn girls had already unleashed their attacking magic, which appeared in front of them. As their two companions stepped aside, all the magic was simultaneously cast, heading towards Jeanne. Boom, 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 electric currents surged, and flames soared into the sky. Jeanne's figure was engulfed in the explosions in the blink of an eye. Did it work? Holding their breath, the girls awaited the outcome. However, as the dust settled, their expressions turned grim. They saw several massive holy swords, acting as shields, guarding Jeanne d'Arc. Their attacks hadn't caused any harm to her at all. Well, you really didn't hold back at all, Jeanne said with a sly smile. Your powers are impressive, but your attacks are too direct. As long as I defend in time, it's easy to block them. Emerging from behind the giant swords, Jeanne walked forward with a relaxed smile and continued, as your senior, your elder sister will teach you a lesson. Attacks should be like this. A strange curve formed at the corner of her mouth as Jeanne snapped her fingers. Oh no, the two night girls seemed to realize something, but it was already too late. Suddenly, sharp long swords sprang from the ground, and the unsuspecting girls could only watch as they were struck. They cried out in pain as they were sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. In another area not far away, Semiria and two bishop girls were coordinating their attacks on Heracles. They maneuvered around the massive enemy, continuously launching magical assaults. Despite the powerful magic strikes hitting Heracles, he merely tilted his neck with a relaxed smile. Huff huff, why are our attacks completely ineffective against you? Semiria and the two bishop girls stopped, panting heavily, while questioning him. Hey, in my previous life, I was the god of great strength who completed 12 impossible trials. Although I have weakened considerably after being reborn as a human, some of my abilities remain. Your attacks, with this level, naturally won't be able to harm me. Alright, you've attacked for long enough. It's time for me to strike back. Heracles stretched his body, then raised his massive fist and launched it toward the girls. Pale-faced, Semiria and the two bishop girls quickly retreated, while the other two rook girls rushed forward. Boom! Three fists collided, creating an explosion in the air far more intense than expected. Then, the two rook girls cried out in agony as they were sent flying. O'Neill, Maria, catching their two companions and seeing the bloodstains on the corners of their mouths, Semiria's heart sank. O'Neill and Maria, as rooks, possessed high attack and defense capabilities, but they were injured in a single blow. Could they really handle such a monster? Cao mentioned it before, right? My sacred gear prank of the giant variant detonation can cause explosions simultaneous with the attacks. It's a sacred gear that suits my taste very well. Although it feels like I'm bullying you a little, this is war. Be careful, I'm coming again, Hugh. Roaring, the golden giant fox and the scarlet yokai fox continued their fierce battle, causing tall buildings and city walls in the surrounding area to collapse and crumble. Several members of the hero faction attempted to attack Scarlet's yokai fox, but they were easily defeated, slapped into the ground without any clue as to what happened. The nine-tailed fox was a powerful ikai on the level of a comparable dragon king. To restrain her, Tenraku had created a nine-tailed with demon king level strength, expending a significant amount of energy in the process. With a resounding clash, the two yokai foxes separated. Looking up, a massive fireball formed in the mouth of the golden giant fox. It was no ordinary flame, it was the yokai fire of the nine-tailed fox. Even from a distance, one could feel its astonishing heat. On the other side, the other nine-tailed fox opened its large mouth, compressing and condensing a sphere of Scarlet's energy, aligning with its own quirk. Let's call it a Bijdama for now. With a shout, the two colossal beasts simultaneously unleashed their fireball and Bijdama, which collided in midair. Boom! A tremendous explosion occurred, and the sky seemed to radiate like a blazing sun, illuminating both the sky and the ground as if it were daytime. Ah! Cries of agony echoed as several hero faction women in uniform attempted to attack Kateria but were easily defeated, each spitting blood as they were sent flying. Capture them. They are excellent tools, and the master will be pleased. Stretching her seductive waist, Kateria, wielding a magic staff, spoke in a nonchalant tone. Yes, Lady Kateria. With a cold smiles on their faces, two female magicians standing by stepped forward and knocked out the injured women on the ground one by one, dragging them back. Looking at those ferocious demonic beasts fiercely cooperating with her subordinates, Kateria's eyes flickered with excitement. Getting stronger and stronger, her wicked and magnificent master was getting stronger too. That's how it should be, that's how it should be. Devour and plunder all those sacred gears, becoming stronger and stronger. As long as her master could dominate the world, she would be able to fulfill her own ambitions? GGG. In the sky, Tenraku continued to battle Cao. Surrounded by nearly 100 small flying dragons, Cao evaded and defended against their relentless attacks, but as time passed, he began to show signs of struggling. Not good. His body becoming sluggish, Cao couldn't help but inwardly realize his mistake. Several energy waves shot toward him, and with a series of explosions, they engulfed Cao. Although he had timely activated his spirit chi for protection, Cao was still injured, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cao, if you don't show your true skills, you're going to die. Tenraku whistled as he taunted him. It seems that's true. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, Cao couldn't help but smile bitterly, but his eyes sparkled even brighter. Although it's not complete yet, there's no choice but to give it a try. Let me show you, Kami-ya Tenraku, my forbidden move. Having seemingly made a decision, Cao's true long inus emitted a dazzling light. Then, in the gaze of Tenraku, a sacred halo appeared behind Cao. Accompanying the halo were 7 bowling ball-sized spheres, evenly distributed and rotating around the halo. This forbidden move was indeed calm. It seemed to have few changes other than the addition of the halo and several spheres, but Tenraku beneath the armor showed a grave expression, not underestimating it in the slightest. This forbidden move was incredibly dangerous. This is my forbidden move, Heavenly Ring Holy King's Spear enveloped in brightness which brings the Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin. It's slightly different from the forbidden move of the previous wielder, Holy Spear of the Pure White Knight True Longinus Kturdmarang. However, the most interesting aspect of these sacred gears is that their evolution depends on the wielder. You should understand this better than anyone, considering your experience with various sacred gears, Cao spoke, his lips curling up. Even though there was no aura emanating from him at this moment, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. That's right. In that case, what abilities does your forbidden move possess? It seems to be related to those dazzling spheres behind you, Tenraku asked, pointing towards the cool-looking orbs. You're right. I call them the 7 treasures, and each treasure represents a unique ability. As for the specifics, you'll experience them firsthand in the upcoming battle, Cao replied. Now, let's eliminate these bothersome little creatures. Cao wore a mysterious smile as he flicked his war spear. Instantly, a dense swarm of spear shadows pierced through the air and its speed was several times faster than before. The small flying dragons released by Tenraku were each palm-sized, making them small targets. However, their speed was incredibly fast and agile, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to catch them. But Cao, with his unparalleled speed, effortlessly pierced through nearly 100 small flying dragons one by one. HNG. Like fireworks blooming, the sky was cleared of nearly 100 small flying dragons in the blink of an eye. Kami-ya Tenraku, I have a special gift for you. Make sure you don't die. Cao laughed heartily as he dashed towards Tenraku. At the same time, one of the spheres behind him detached and merged into his holy spear. One of the 7 treasures, the general treasure, Parina Yakaratana. Cao exclaimed, raising his voice, and thrust his spear toward Tenraku. Tenraku's hair stood on end as he instinctively sensed boundless danger. It felt 10 times stronger than the last time Cao had tried to stop him from seizing Leonardo's sacred gear. Yat no Kagami 8 Mirror? Without a chance to evade due to the overwhelming speed, Tenraku decisively summoned the Yat no Kagami 8 Mirror and activated his innate barrier ability. The ancient and fantastical mirror appeared in front of Tenraku, while the innate barrier enveloped his entire body. Coupled with the incredibly sturdy armor of the two heavenly dragons, this defense was impenetrable. Not even a nuclear explosion could harm Tenraku. However, the unbeatable Yat no Kagami 8 mirror shattered with a crisp sound, and the innate barrier crumbled like paper. When Cao Cao's holy spear struck Tenraku, the red and white intertwined armor of the two heavenly dragons exploded into pieces. Boom! Tenraku spewed out blood and his body plummeted, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater dozens of meters wide. This was the result of a single spear thrust. The power was unbelievably immense. All the combatants couldn't help but pause, their eyes wide open, as they looked in the direction of Tenraku and Cao in astonishment. That single spear strike undoubtedly possessed the power to kill gods and demon kings? So, what about Kamiya Tenraku, who was struck by that spear? Tenraku-san. Tenraku-san? Tenraku-san? Staring blankly in the direction of Tenraku's fall, Asia, who had snapped back to reality, desperately tried to run toward him, but she was blocked by the barrier, causing her to injure herself. However, the girl paid no attention to her injuries and continued to desperately attempt to escape. Tenraku was her first friend, and her first family. He saved her when she was in her most desperate moments, providing her warmth and belief, giving her hope to live again. If Tenraku died, she would undoubtedly collapse. Kuno, tears streaming down her face, tightly embraced Asia, while everyone else remained fixated on the direction where Tenraku had fallen. Under such a lethal strike, would he survive, or Siegfried and Rainier distanced themselves as a light spear approached, splitting open the air. Fallen angel, your master is already dead. Do you still wish to continue fighting? Siegfried asked, finding Rainier's reckless fighting style rather distasteful. Dead? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not dead yet, and that man will never die. Rainier replied coldly, spreading her wings behind her and once again lunging at Fried. Meanwhile, apart from the two giant foxes locked in combat, everyone else kept their eyes fixed on the direction where Tenraku had fallen. If Kamiya Tenraku had truly been killed by Cao, then the battle would have reached its conclusion. Feeling anxious and hopeful, they finally witnessed the outcome as the dust settled. Kamiya Tenraku was still alive. Though he was covered in blood, disheveled, and had a gaping hole in his chest, he had survived. Rossius let out a long sigh of relief, and Semiria and the other women regained a hint of color in their pale faces. Kateria, whose gaze flickered, calmed down, and a subtle smile appeared on her enchanting cheeks. She hadn't misjudged that man after all. What are you all staring at? Let's continue the fight. Kateria commanded. Yes, Lady Kateria? Since Tenraku was still alive, the battle had not yet come to an end. Regardless of disappointment or joy, a thunderous battle cry resounded, and everyone once again engaged in combat. HHH Kamiya Tenraku, you truly survived? Cao laughed heartily, floating in the air as he watched Tenraku's survival. Apart from the brightness of supremacy truth idea, the previous attack had been his strongest. Yet, Tenraku had managed to survive even such an onslaught. How many more surprises would this guy bring him? Gasping heavily for breath, Tenraku began to heal his wounds. He was certain that this had been the closest he had ever come to death. If it hadn't been for the last-minute use of the guardianship of the Holy Mother, an area that reduced damage and provided extreme speed healing, he might have been taken out for good. Even so, true Longinus had pierced through his body, and the power of sacredness carried by the Holy Spear had wreaked havoc on his body. Despite his attempt to use Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing to heal, he had barely managed to survive by using a tear from a phoenix. Cao had indeed given him quite a gift. A bloodthirsty and cold smile formed on Tenraku's lips. It was time to return the favor to Cao, but before that, with a swift movement, Tenraku returned to the barrier and held Asia in his arms. Tenraku-san, Tenraku-san, www. Tears streamed down Asia's face as she clung tightly to Tenraku, as if afraid of losing him again. Asia didn't understand the intricacies of battle, nor did she comprehend the true danger Tenraku had faced just moments ago. She could only sense that she had almost lost Tenraku, which left her panicked and on the verge of collapse. I'm sorry, Asia, for worrying you, Tenraku whispered softly, gently brushing his cheek against the girl's face. He used Asia's artifact, the sacred gear, to heal her wounds. This foolish girl had risked her own safety in an attempt to break through the barrier earlier, causing her to be injured. Tenraku-san is a god. You promised that you won't die. Absolutely, absolutely, Asia sobbed. Ah, I am Asia's god. I won't die. I promise, Tenraku assured her. After soothing her, Tenraku noticed that Asia was gradually calming down. He spoke again, this time addressing Kuno, who was nearby. Kuno, I entrust Asia to you. Yes, Tenraku-dano? The fox princess blushed and quickly replied, snapping out of her daze. Stepping out of the barrier, the gentle expression on Tenraku's face was instantly replaced by a cold and ruthless demeanor. The armor of the two heavenly dragons reformed around him, and then his dragon wings spread out as he soared into the sky. You've waited long enough, Cao. It doesn't matter, but I don't quite understand why you would be fond of such troublesome creatures as women. Is it merely because of their beautiful bodies? In the land of warmth and tenderness, heroes like you will only become obstacles and burdens on our path forward. Within the hero faction, many female members admired and expressed their love to Cao, but he ruthlessly rejected all of them. In Cao's eyes, women, as troublesome creatures, could be tolerated as companions, but engaging in romantic affairs with them was out of the question. So, you're the type destined to be alone. Let's save the topic of women for later. Right now, I just want to repay you for your earlier gift. HHH then come at me? Clenching his fist, Tenraku charged toward Cao, and Cao, shaking his war spear, laughed. Cao, you can no longer use that move you just used, can you? Instead of immediately attacking, Tenraku spoke. Oh, you've noticed, huh? Indeed, the attribute of the general treasure, Parinayakaratana, is a powerful destructive force that allows me to unleash the power to slay gods and demon kings in an instant. But the drawback is that I can only use it once when activating the forbidden move. I'll have to wait for some time before I can use it again. But don't worry, compared to such pure destructive moves, I excel in techniques. I still have many prepared techniques to deal with you. With a raised corner of his mouth, Cao replied. That's good. I'm ready to repay you in full. Just don't die too easily. With a bloodthirsty smirk, Tenraku swung his fist and charged at Cao. So fast? Watching Tenraku almost instantly closing in on him, Cao's eyes twitched, and he quickly used his spear to block. HNG. Cao felt a tingling sensation in his grip on the spear, and then his entire body was sent flying by the tremendous force. But before Cao could steady himself, Tenraku had already appeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha! A dense barrage of fist images came roaring towards him, causing Cao's scalp to tingle. He could only continuously dodge and block, unable to counterattack even with his spear. Go down? Once again, Tenraku flashed beside Cao, and his legs swept across Cao's abdomen. Blood spurted out, and Cao crashed to the ground with a loud HNG, leaving a trail of ruins several hundred meters away as he smashed through buildings. It's not over yet? Just as Cao was getting up, Tenraku's voice echoed again, and Cao saw Tenraku holding a giant energy ball, fiercely smashing it down toward him. His pupils contracted, and Cao had no doubt that if he, a human, took such a blow, he would be utterly shattered. Pearl treasure, Manaratana. In a life or death moment, Cao shouted, and a sphere of light flew out from behind him, quickly intercepting the descending energy ball. The energy ball thrown by Tenraku was much larger than the light sphere, but suddenly, a black vortex appeared in front of the light sphere, devouring and absorbing the massive energy ball. Then, space distorted, and another black vortex appeared behind Tenraku. The energy ball that had been swallowed by the vortex flew out and struck Tenraku with a loud HNG. Dazzling light and soaring flames appeared, but as the shockwave subsided, Tenraku's figure reappeared in an instant. Although there were black marks on the red and white battle armor, during the explosion, Tenraku had already used Albion's power to recover most of the energy, causing little damage to him. Clenching his fist, Tenraku looked again in Cao's direction. So, you can transfer attacks. What troublesome abilities you have. But, it's not enough? With a sinister smile on his face, Tenraku once again charged towards Cao. PPP. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the violent fist winds still tore through Cao's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. This guy? His eyes twitching, Cao fully understood that this was no longer a simple battle but a life or death struggle. If he didn't counterattack now, Kamiya Tenraku would undoubtedly kill him mercilessly. Elephant treasure, Hathiratana. Once again, a sphere of light flew out, but this time, it directly merged into Cao's body. A halo of light enveloped his entire being, and then Cao, trailing a long tail of light, soared into the sky. The 7 treasures elephant treasure, Hathiratana, granted Cao the ability to fly, but compared to ordinary flight magic, the speed of elephant treasure, Hathiratana, was 10 times, no, 100 times faster. Hermes boots? Not willing to let Cao escape, Tenraku instantly activated Hermes boots, and 2 pairs of golden and magnificent wings unfurled beneath his feet. With scarlet dragon wings, azure light wings, and golden divine wings, Tenraku's current appearance looked extremely cool and exaggerated. Stepping forward, the earth cracked under his feet as Tenraku turned into a stream of light as he shot into the sky. Fast, incredibly fast. Their figures were now completely indistinguishable, only 2 streams of light continuously interweaving and colliding. The entire sky was filled with explosive sounds. Cao? Kamiya Tenraku? Another collision occurred as shockwaves soared through the air and dazzling light pierced the eyes. It took a while for everything to gradually calm down. The armor shattered, and Tenraku floated in the air, gasping heavily. Such high-intensity combat was also taking a toll on him. However, when Tenraku looked towards Cao on the other side, he couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Because he saw 3 Cao cows, frowning at the 3 Cao cows in front of him, Tenraku couldn't help but feel puzzled. Many forms of magic and techniques could create clones, but clones were often weaker than the original and didn't serve many purposes besides weakening the original's power. Therefore, except for certain special cases, clones were rarely used in battles. However, what concerned Tenraku was that the 3 CAO cows in front of him emitted the exact same aura, and there was no sense of power reduction that usually accompanied the use of clone magic. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, Tenraku felt that he was facing 3 CAO cows, all of them being the real deal. This move is called Gahapatiratana, householder treasure, granting the ability to create clones, said one of the CAO cows, panting. A smug smile appeared on his face as he spoke while Tenraku, who heard the voice, showed a look of astonishment. Unlike ordinary clones, the clones created by Gahapatiratana, householder treasure, are both clones and the original. Everything about them is exactly the same as the original, explained another CAO. Right now, I don't know if I am the original or a created clone, but I know that I am CAO. How about that? Isn't this move great? Breathing heavily, one of the CAO cows spoke with a self-satisfied smile on his face. Tenraku, on the other hand, revealed a shocked expression. Clones that were both clones and the original, with everything being the same as the original? What a joke! In this world, there couldn't be such a convenient ability? If one CAO was already so formidable, wouldn't 3 CAO cows be invincible? There must be some limitations to your ability, like the duration you can maintain the clones, right? Tenraku asked, warily staring at the 3 CAO cows. That's right. Maintaining the existence of 3 clones at the same time consumes a considerable amount of spirit power. I can only fight for a third of the time I could before. But as long as I end the battle within that time, it's enough. Another CAO spoke, neither confirming nor denying. As soon as his words fell, the 3 CAO cows split up and simultaneously charged toward Tenraku from 3 different directions. Zzz. A holy spear attacked Tenraku, who swiftly evaded with extreme speed, causing sparks to fly as the spear scraped against his sturdy armor. However, before Tenraku could relax, 2 more holy spears came whistling towards him from the sides. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Tenraku transformed into a stream of light and shot up into the sky, but CAO had no intention of letting him escape. The 3 CAO cows also utilized the extreme speed granted by the elephant treasure, Hathiratana, dragging long trails of light as they pursued Tenraku. HNG. The battle escalated once again, far more intense than before, exceeding it several times over. Facing 3 opponents at once, Tenraku quickly found himself on the defensive. His armor shattered, and his body was marked with bloodstains from the strikes of true Longinus. If it were an ordinary opponent, Tenraku could handle fighting against 3 without a problem. But when facing a high-level expert like CAO, fighting against 3 at once was a nearly impossible task. Moreover, the 3 CAO cows, being one in mind and body, had a level of coordination that surpassed any familiar companions. Each attack was perfectly coordinated, resulting not in a simple 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 effect, but rather 3 + 3 + 3 = 9. Tenraku found himself in unprecedented danger once again. Ching ching, ching ching. The sound of clashing weapons was harsh to the ears. In Tenraku's hands, 2 demonic swords continuously blocked the attacks of 3 holy spears. In just a few breaths, the 2 sides clashed tens of thousands of times. However, before Tenraku could continue, the 2 demonic swords shattered with a bang. The demonic swords created by Tenraku's current strength were no inferior to true demonic swords, but fighting against the original and most powerful Longinus with it was already the limit. One of the CAO cows swung his holy spear, sweeping across the sky, and ruthlessly smashed into Tenraku's abdomen. Blood spewed out, and Tenraku's body crashed to the ground, rolling and tumbling. It collided with numerous buildings, leaving behind countless ruins. Finally, he was buried beneath the wreckage. However, it was not over yet. The raging spirit chi soared into the sky, causing giant rocks and debris to scatter in all directions. Tenraku's figure once again emerged, and his hands spun like wheels as he threw countless energy blasts at the 3 CAO cows in the air. With a tingling sensation, even the 3 CAO cows didn't dare to be careless in front of these attacks. Their holy spears moved like windmills, deflecting all the incoming energy blasts. HNG. The shockwaves surged, and the sky resounded with deafening explosions, but the 3 CAO cows managed to withstand it. After all the energy blasts were deflected, the 3 CAO cows immediately counterattacked. Their holy spears extended rapidly, and a torrent of spear shadows surged toward Tenraku below. Faced with the unyielding true Longinus, Tenraku could only dodge and evade continuously. Every spear thrust from the 3 CAO cows created huge craters on the ground, leaving the surrounding area pockmarked in no time. Finally seizing a momentary opportunity, Tenraku once again soared into the sky, gasping for breath as he floated in midair. This couldn't go on. If he waited for CAO to exhaust his energy, then he would be taken out first. However, as he looked at the 3 CAO cows once again approaching to attack him, a bloodthirsty smile appeared beneath Tenraku's armor. Although the situation was extremely critical, it completely awakened the ferocity hidden deep within Tenraku's soul. Come at me. Let's see who would have the last laugh. A crazy plan surged in his mind, and Tenraku spread his wings and charged toward the 3 CAO cows. Evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view, shield of the dark night reflection. With Tenraku at the center, an invisible field spread out, freezing the time of everything it touched. The shadow of Tenraku on the ground distorted, then split into 3 and struck the shadows of the 3 CAO cows respectively. The evil eye that stops the world forbidden Baylor view could freeze the enemy's time, while the shield of the Dark Knight reflection could affect the opponent's movements. These two Sacred Gear's abilities were advantageous against opponents weaker than Tenraku, but against opponents who were on par with him or even stronger, their abilities would be greatly reduced. For opponents like Cao, who was also protected by the power of the Holy Spear, the influence of the Evil Eye and the Shield of the Dark Knight reflection was minimal, and he almost recovered instantly. However, that split second was already enough. Gathering most of the spirit chi within him, Tenraku's fist struck one of the Cao cows. As expected, the Cao that was hit exploded in a violent burst. Although one Cao was eliminated, it exposed Tenraku's back to the remaining two. In the blink of an eye, the two remaining Cao cows swiftly made their move. With a PP sound, their holy spears pierced through Tenraku almost simultaneously. HH. Do you want to perish together with us, Kamiya Tenraku? But you only have one life, while we have three. Gasping heavily, the two remaining Cao cows also felt lingering fear in their hearts. However, under the power of the Gahapatiratana, householder treasure, as long as one of them survived, the existence known as Cao would not disappear. Then you can all die. With a triumphant smirk on his face, Tenraku firmly grasped the two holy spears that pierced him, and without hesitation, he unleashed the forbidden move of Aim no Mirakumo no Tsurugai Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds. Cloud of swords fall from heaven? The entire sky turned purple, and amidst everyone's horrified expressions, a massive purple sword beam descended from the void. Oh no! Panic-stricken, the two Cao cows attempted to escape. But it was already too late. HNG. Blinding light and deafening sound engulfed them as Tenraku and the two Cao cows were instantly swallowed by the raging torrent of energy. After a long while, the turbulent airflow gradually calmed down, and the figures of Tenraku and Cao reappeared. Gasping heavily, Tenraku's armor was shattered, and he had two gruesome blood holes in his chest. The power of sacredness from the true Long Inu spread crazily from those two holes, trying to devour and purify Tenraku's entire body. If it were anyone else, they would have long been defeated with such injuries. Even Tenraku couldn't help but wryly smile, still feeling the lingering fear from his own reckless actions. He took out a tear of phoenix and consumed it to eliminate the influence of the power of sacredness, and the visible wounds on his body quickly healed at a rapid pace. Although he had been reduced to such a sorry state, compared to the even more miserable Cao across from him, everything was worth it. One of the Cao cows was directly crushed into pieces by the fierce sword energy of Aim no Mirakumo no Tsurugai Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds, while the other Cao, though surviving, was heavily injured, covered in blood and flesh, looking utterly wasted. With a trembling arm, the only surviving Cao also took out a tear of phoenix and consumed it, gradually recovering from the horrifying injuries. Kamiya Tenraku, you really went all out, Cao gasped as he spoke, his face still pale. Tenraku asked, why do you also have a tear of phoenix? Hey, although it's a specialty of your Phenex family, you can still get some from the black market, albeit at a higher price. It cost me quite a bit to obtain it, but even at such a high price, it's worth it, especially in a life or death situation like this. Tenraku sneered, not commenting on Cao's words, but he decided that after this, he would suggest increasing the price of the tear of phoenix in their family by twice as much. Even if you've recovered from your injuries, what can you do now? You don't have much power left, Tenraku said as he looked at the extremely weakened Cao, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Tenraku's spirit power surpassed that of an ordinary demon king several times over. Although creating those demonic beasts consumed a lot of his power, and the previous battles also took a toll on him, as long as his body didn't collapse, Drake and Albion would continuously supply him with energy. In other words, as long as his physical body held up, Tenraku could continue fighting. But Cao couldn't. You're right. I don't have any power left, not even a single layer. At this rate, you will definitely take me out, Cao admitted. It's a lamentable predicament. While my body can still move, let me show you my ultimate technique. Even though he was pushed into a desperate situation, Cao's face showed increasing excitement upon it. He wanted to explore the limits of humanity, and now was the time to witness his own limits. With a trembling holy spear in his hand, Cao emanated a sharp aura, like a spear itself. At this moment, he was the spear, and the spear was him, achieving a perfect fusion of man and weapon. Swiftly retreating and creating distance between them, Tenraku quickly condensed his heavenly dragon armor, preparing for the final counterattack. Prey that fights back at the brink of death is often the most dangerous, and this guy, Cao, was finally going to unleash the legendary move, Brightness of Supremacy Truth idea. However, just at that moment, a tremendous roar resounded from below, and both Tenraku and Cao couldn't help but look over, only to see that the nine-tailed fox Tenraku had created was torn apart by the nine-tailed fox manifested by Yasaka Princess. Although the Biju version of the nine-tailed fox possessed comparable strength to a demon king, it was ultimately just a fake created by Tenraku's sacred gear. Its power weakened as the battle continued, and it was expected that it would be defeated by Yasaka Princess manifestation without the power boost from Tenraku. However, it happened at this very moment, and Tenraku couldn't help but curse inwardly. He didn't have the spare energy to take care of that situation now, as he needed to focus on dealing with Cao. However, at that moment, another unexpected change occurred. As the spirit chi gathered continuously in Kyoto, the golden fox manifested by Yasaka Princess had grown more than twice its original size, radiating a brilliant and painful light. Then, a massive crack appeared in the sky. We did it! Cao Cao's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw this. At the same time, George, who was manipulating the magic formation below, opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. Yes, they did it! They have successfully summoned the magic of the true Red Dragon God Emperor, Great Red. Almost everyone stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. Under the gaze of the astonished crowd, an immensely huge divine dragon flew out from the crack. Its entire body was scarlet, exuding a noble and fantastical aura, with 2 pairs of enormous dragon wings that covered the sky. The Great Red Dragon God Emperor? Such a massive and majestic figure made everyone feel insignificant in its presence. But something seemed off. Suddenly, Tenraku snapped out of his daze, while Cao beside him furrowed his brow. Then, Cao Cao's holy spear shook, rapidly elongating as it thrust toward the divine dragon in the sky. However, the spear didn't make contact with any physical entity. It passed through the dragon as if it were a mere illusion. In an instant, the entire scene fell into extreme silence. Cao, is this the Red Dragon God Emperor you wanted to summon? I can't handle it anymore. I'm laughing so hard. Tears were almost streaming down Tenraku's face as he laughed heartily. Kateria and the other women below also joined in, their expressions filled with contempt and mockery. The members of the hero faction couldn't help but blush with embarrassment, and even Cao in the air twitched at the corners of his mouth. They had put in so much effort, only to summon a mere illusion. What a joke! Cao, the experiment failed. A mist condensed and revealed George's figure. His tone was low and filled with disappointment. Let it go. We should have gathered quite a bit of useful data this time. Let's retreat. Cao didn't dwell on the failure any longer. He calmly spoke, accepting the situation. George used communication magic to relay the retreat order to all his comrades, while Tenraku swiftly moved and stood in front of the 2 of them. Cao, do you want to escape? While continuing to fight you would be great, I also have to consider my own comrades. Kami ya Tenraku, let's leave our duel for another time. Do you think that you can come and go as you please? It's not going to be that easy. Naturally, Tenraku wouldn't let Cao and his group escape so easily. With a spread of his dragon wings, Tenraku shot toward them. But suddenly, a layer of mist rose, and by the time Tenraku passed through it, Cao and George had disappeared without a trace. TCH, they escaped? With a cold gaze, Tenraku's face darkened as he spoke. At the same time, a dense fog enveloped the entire Nij castle, and one by one, members of the hero faction began to vanish. It was the work of that fog wielder. Tenraku couldn't stop it, he could only capture them one by one. Changing direction, Tenraku immediately shot downward Fallen Angel, Valkyrie. Let's call it quits for now, Siegfried said as he leaped, evading the attacks of Rainiere and Rasius. Siegfried possessed the sacred gear, Hand of the Dragon twice critical. He had already unleashed its forbidden move, Feast of the Azura and demonic dragon Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. Besides his normal arms, he now had 4 additional silver arms covered in dragon scales, resembling the legendary form of Azura. Do you want to escape now, you coward? Rainiere shouted, gripping a spear of light and charging forward. However, Siegfried unleashed 6 sword energy lights that blocked Rainiere's advance. By the time Rainiere reached the spot, Siegfried had already vanished into the mist. Damn it! Rainiere grimaced and punched the ground. Her anger was still not completely vented. They had escaped, and she cursed them for it. But when she saw some of the remaining members of the hero faction nearby, the twisted fallen angel smiled maliciously and rushed towards these unfortunate souls. On the other side of the battlefield, Jeanne d'Arc stood atop a giant dragon composed of holy swords. The dragon's mouth constantly took in and released countless sharp holy swords. 8 pawn girls and 2 knight girls shrieked and fell one by one, forming pools of blood beneath them. This move was called Holy Dragon of Judgment Stake Victim Dragon. It was a variant of the forbidden move that Jeanne developed from her holy sword creation. It seemed a bit too brutal to use against these adorable juniors. Not far away, Heracles also unleashed the forbidden move of his sacred gear, Malicious Wave of the Superman Detonation Mighty Comet. And missiles-like protrusions continuously emerged from all over his body and were launched, creating explosive sounds that turned the entire land into chaos. Except for Semiria, who held the position of queen, 2 rook girls and 2 bishop girls also fell into the pool of blood. Heracles, stop playing around. Everyone is retreating. Jeanne elegantly stretched her waist and called out to Heracles. I got it, let's go too. Heracles stopped his attacks, his interest waning. Although the strength of several saintesses was decent, they were far from being his match. After a battle, he couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Semiria, on the ground, gasped for breath, her beautiful face turned pale due to excessive magic power consumption. With tightly clenched lips, her eyes were filled with guilt and frustration. Even though Lord Tenraku trusted them so much, they had disappointed him. A wave of fog enveloped Jeanne and Heracles, preparing to teleport them away. However, at that moment, do you think you can leave? Tenraku's voice echoed in the surroundings, followed by a stream of light plummeting from the sky. Boom! The giant dragon formed by the holy swords directly exploded, engulfed in billowing smoke, with fragments of broken swords flying everywhere. Tenraku had arrived? In Tenraku's hands was Jean Dark, but she had completely fainted and lost consciousness. Tenraku swiftly moved Jean into the Saints and Demons Hall, then quickly released several clusters of shimmering light to heal the girl's injuries. Finally, he lifted the pale-faced Semiria from the ground. I'm sorry, Lord Tenraku. We have disappointed you. Tears streamed down Semiria's face as she apologized repeatedly. They were truly too weak and were unable to accomplish anything, unable to do anything well. They didn't deserve to be Lord Tenraku's peerage. You have done well, considering they were two core members of the hero faction and users of forbidden moves with sacred gears. If you feel dissatisfied, then strive harder to become stronger. I need your power, Semiria. As the armor on his face dissipated, Tenraku gently rubbed the girl's forehead as he spoke while Semiria's expression froze, and then more tears rolled down her eyes. If it were the former Diodora, regardless of the reason for their failure, they would have suffered severe punishment and torment. But Lord Tenraku not only didn't blame them but also comforted and acknowledged them. This gave rise to an impulse in Semiria, an impulse to immediately give her life for their king. Yes, Lord Tenraku? Although tears still flowed, a happy smile appeared on the girl's face. Indeed, being Lord Tenraku's peerage was their greatest honor. Tenraku allowed Semiria and the other girls to return to the Saints and Demons Hall to recuperate, then he turned his gaze to Heracles, who hadn't retreated yet. My anger could use some venting right now. You didn't take the opportunity to escape and stayed behind. Are you prepared? Locking onto Heracles on the opposite side, Tenraku's icy voice resonated from within his armor. Hey, prepared or not, it doesn't matter. I just want to have a good fight with a formidable opponent. To be able to push CAO to such a degree, Kamiya Tenraku, you won't disappoint me, will you? With a good-natured smile on his face, Heracles' gaze suddenly became as fierce as a beast. Lie. Hundreds of missiles emerged from Heracles' body and flew towards Tenraku, overwhelming him. Skill of no high order? With a cold sneer, Tenraku raised his hand and countless wind blades swept out, causing the incoming missiles to explode in midair with thunderous blasts. Just like that? Laughing heartily, Heracles became excited, and his massive body thumped as he ran towards Tenraku. With each step, the earth trembled, and when he reached Tenraku's proximity, Heracles leaped into the air, raising his enormous iron fist and unleashing a roaring attack toward Tenraku. Drag, full power? Understood. Stepping forward, Tenraku also threw a punch. Even if death awaited, it was a challenge of their own making. Right now, Tenraku just wanted to vent his anger. That bastard CAO ran away in the middle of the fight. Making a joke out of him, both sides unleashed their full power with a powerful punch. When they collided in midair, boom, a deafening explosion filled the sky, and the earth cracked, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. In the enormous crater, Tenraku remained standing in his original position, but Heracles was sent flying, spewing blood, and crashed violently onto the ground. So, this is the power that pushed CAO to the brink. Wow. Feeling shaken and relieved, Heracles couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. A wave of mist enveloped Heracles, attempting to take him away, but Tenraku also flashed over and instantly inserted his hand into Heracles' chest. In agonizing screams, but soon abruptly silenced, Heracles was carried away by the mist. However, looking at the jade jewel in his hand, Tenraku casually cut it with a word. He didn't care about the life or death of that big guy, but what he wanted was already in his hands. The mist in the air gradually dispersed, and the members of the hero faction had already retreated. Rainare, Rosius, and the women of Kateria had gathered around Tenraku. Master, how should we handle these prisoners? Kateria asked as she dragged over a dozen women dressed in uniforms. If you deliberately left them behind, then you already know what to do, don't you? Bring them back and brainwash them. Tenraku lifted Kateria's chin, understanding her intentions clearly. Yes, my master. Kateria smiled seductively and the female magicians bowed to Tenraku before taking the prisoners back to the Saints and Demons Hall. Who you? Just then, the ground trembled, and several loud roars echoed in the distance. Tenraku and the others looked over and saw that the spiritual energy of the entire Kyoto was still converging into the nine-tailed fox form of Yasaka Princess. Since the hero faction had left, the nine-tailed fox had gone completely berserk and was causing destruction everywhere. Tenraku-sama, please save Okasama? Save Okasama? Kuno and Asia ran over, and Kuno tearfully pleaded as she clung to Tenraku. Watching her Okasama in that frenzied and agonizing state, the young girl's heart was breaking with pain. Don't worry, Kuno. We will save your Okasama. Tenraku comforted Kuno by gently stroking her forehead, then turned to Rainare and Rosius who were standing nearby. Rainare, Rosius, I'll distract Yasaka Princess. You go and break the magic formation. Although the hero faction had left, the magic formation that gathered the spiritual energy was still active. If they didn't break it, Yasaka Princess would likely explode in no time. Yes? Without wasting any time, the two women took off and flew toward the destructive magic formation. Meanwhile, Tenraku activated his ability, Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker once again. Come forth, my Bidge Legion. This time, there was no need to hold back the output of spirit power, and a massive shadow unfolded beneath Tenraku's feet, and then 9 colossal beasts broke free from the shadows with a roar. 9-tailed Karama, 8-tailed Jayaki, 7-tailed Kome, 6-tailed Saiken, 5-tailed Kokuo, 4-tailed Son Goku, 3-tailed Isabu, 2-tailed Matatabi, and 1-tailed Shikaku. If the shinobi from a certain group of ninja planes saw this scene, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Even Kuno, who was standing beside them, covered her mouth in shock. So many tails, waving and swaying, it was a dazzling sight. Go! Tenraku curled his finger, and upon receiving the command, the 9 big creatures sprang into action. Opening their massive mouths, they condensed Bige Dama one after another and launched them. Boom, 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 a deafening noise and a towering blaze filled the air. Yasaka Princess, in her golden fox form, let out a pained cry as the 9 Bige attacked, one after another. Hoo-oo-oo, boom, boom, boom. It was a full-on war between monsters, with constant biting and tearing. Despite the ferocity of the rampaging Yasaka Princess, it was impossible for her to contend with 9 Bige creatures that were comparable to demon kings. In no time, the pitiful princess was overwhelmed by the gang of bullies. They grabbed her by the neck and bit her tail, continuously attacking her with acid and fire, causing the giant golden fox to lie helpless on the ground, wailing in agony. Woo-woo-woo Tenraku-sama, Okasama is so pitiful. Please make them stop bullying Okasama. Seeing her Okasama in such a pitiable state, Kuno couldn't bear it and desperately clung to Tenraku's arm, pleading. Rubbing his nose, Tenraku felt a little embarrassed. He thought he might have gone a bit overboard. Tenraku snapped his fingers, and the 9 bullies tormenting the princess finally ceased their actions. They only held Yasaka Princess tightly, preventing her from struggling. Without wasting much time, Rainare and Rasius located the core of the magic formation and destroyed it. Instantly, the convergence of spiritual energy ceased, and the forcibly infused aura within Yasaka Princess flowed back into the earth. The agonizing cries faded, and the colossal form of Yasaka Princess steadily shrank. Eventually, she returned to her human form and descended from the sky, caught in Tenraku's embrace. Looking at the scantily clad princess in his arms, Tenraku felt a slight awkwardness and quickly averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Kuno, who was beside them, exclaimed and rushed to cling to her own Okasama. Don't look! Blushing, Kuno glared at Tenraku with puffed cheeks. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Tenraku thought to himself, I didn't do it on purpose, but he couldn't be bothered to explain and handed Yasaka Princess over to Kuno. With this, the battle against the hero faction came to an end. The hero faction retreated, and Yasaka Princess was successfully rescued. After everyone took a moment to regroup, Kuno took the still comatose Yasaka Princess back to the capital city. Tenraku, along with Asia, Rasius, and Rainare, returned to their residence in the hotel. Shortly after Tenraku and the others arrived at the hotel, Azazel also teleported back. So, they managed to escape after all. From Azazel's words, Tenraku learned about the subsequent events. Cao had engaged in a fierce battle with Sephiroth, while the other members of the hero faction took advantage of the chaos to flee Kyoto. Having personally fought against Cao, Tenraku wasn't particularly surprised by the news of the hero faction's escape. These are the 2 captured sacred gears. I promised you before. Azazel threw the 2 comatose men in front of Tenraku as he spoke. Only 2? Tenraku raised an eyebrow. There were a few more initially, but it seems they knew about your abilities. To prevent you from obtaining their sacred gears, they chose to take their own lives. These 2 were the ones we managed to snatch. As he spoke, Azazel wore a frustrated expression. Tenraku couldn't help but admire those guys from the hero faction. They truly embraced death with open arms. Although he felt somewhat disappointed, Tenraku quickly regained his composure. 2 sacred gears were better than none. Without hesitation, Tenraku activated the ability of his sacred gear Plunder, and extracted the sacred gears from the bodies of the 2 men. He then integrated the 2 artifacts into his own body, feeling the surge of new powers, and a hint of excitement flashed in Tenraku's eyes. The names of these 2 sacred gears were Infinite Gravity and Demonic Words of an Angel. As their names implied, Infinite Gravity was a sacred gear that allowed manipulation of gravity. The stronger the user, the wider the range of influence and the greater the gravitational force it could bestow. It was particularly effective when targeting a single entity, making it a formidable sacred gear. However, what intrigued Tenraku, even more, was the Demonic Words of an Angel. It turned out to be an extremely rare mental manipulation type sacred gear, capable of influencing the mental state and even hypnotizing its targets. Whether it was for gathering believers or as a tool for training, this was an incredibly convenient sacred gear. However, there were some limitations to this sacred gear. It only affected individuals of the opposite sex, with minimal effects on the same sex. Furthermore, it could only hypnotize beings weaker than the host in terms of mental and physical strength. The latter restriction was somewhat normal, but the former limitation of affecting only the opposite sex left Tenraku speechless. Fortunately, most of his tools and believers were females, so it seemed he would have to continue focusing in that direction. Speaking of which, the hero faction had indeed provided Tenraku with quite a number of sacred gears, Prank of the Giant Variant Detonation, Infinite Gravity, Demonic Words of an Angel, and the precious Longinus class Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker, along with Jean D'Arc's creation of Holy Sword. That reincarnated saintess was currently held captive in the Saints and Demons Hall. Later on, he would have to seize her sacred gear as well. Letting out a yawn, Tenraku rubbed his slightly sore head and opened his eyes. Asia was sleeping on his chest like a cat, while Rainare and Kiryu Aika were lying on either side of Tenraku, holding onto his waist tightly. After the intense battle with the hero faction last night, he had another intense battle with Asia and the other girls. Asia was fine, she was the gentle and considerate type who willingly gave herself to Tenraku and never greedily demanded more. But Rainare and Kiryu Aika were different. Rainare, that crazy fallen angel, didn't get to have her way during the battle with the hero faction, so she vented her anger on her master, Tenraku, going all out even when she was at her limits, biting and screaming without stopping. Her fierce demeanor truly scared Tenraku. And it wasn't just Rainare, the insane fallen angel. Kiryu Aika, that shameless arrowmouth girl, was the same. Once she tasted the forbidden fruit and indulged in her fallen nature, she boldly declared that she wouldn't lose to Senior Yuma and was determined to completely exhaust her club president, Tenraku. Of course, although Rainare was crazy and Kiryu Aika was arrogant, after being thoroughly ravished by Tenraku, they became obedient. They thought they could turn the world upside down with just the two of them, but they were still far from it. After waking up the three girls and lazing around in the room for a while, when Tenraku and the girls came out, the other Kendo Club girls had been waiting for quite some time. Today is the last day of the school trip. Let's set off? Yes, Club President? Finally, the last day of the school trip was not disturbed by various incidents. Tenraku took the girls to visit famous places in Kyoto, creating many joyful memories along the way. In the evening, when Tenraku and the girls returned to the hotel, an unexpected guest was waiting for them. Are you the fox yokai who guided us last time? Yes, Red Dragon Emperor-sama. I have come again at the behest of Princess Yasaka. Has Princess Yasaka awakened? Thanks to the help of Red Dragon Emperor-sama and everyone, Princess Yasaka has awakened and recovered. She has prepared a feast in the temple and is waiting for you. Valkyrie-sama and Azazel-sama have already gone ahead. Would Red Dragon Emperor-sama and everyone be willing to grace us with your presence? Since it's princess invitation, we cannot be impolite. Nodding, Tenraku then looked at Kiryu Aika and the others. Do you want to come along? Well past this time, Club President. You and Asia-chan can go ahead. Although they were tempted, the girls ultimately shook their heads. They hadn't been much help in rescuing Yasaka Princess, and after a full day of playing, they were exhausted. Then rest in the hotel. Don't wander around in the evening. Well, return to school early tomorrow morning. Okay. After giving some instructions to the girls, Tenraku, Asia, and Rainare followed the female fox yokai and headed to the capital of the Ikai. Tenraku-sama, Asia Oni-sama? In the temple where they were previously received, Kuno happily ran towards Tenraku and Asia, embracing them. She had been worried and nervous about her Okasama before, almost never smiling. But now that her mother had been rescued, she finally let go of her worries and regained her cute and innocent smile. Following Kuno, a beautiful woman walked out with a group of fox yokais and Karasu Tengu as guards. It was Kuno's mother, Yasaka. My name is Yasaka, ruler of Kyoto Ikai and Kuno's mother. Thanks to the help of Red Dragon Emperor-sama and everyone, I am deeply grateful, said the elegant and noble Yasaka princess, bowing to Tenraku and the girls. Princess, you're too kind. We are all Kuno's friends, and helping friends is only natural, Tenraku replied with a gentle smile as he gently stroked Kuno's cute, animal-eared head. Blushing slightly, Kuno squinted her eyes, looking happy. Yasaka princess shook her head helplessly and smiled as well. Governor General Sama and Valkyrie Dano are already inside. Red Dragon Emperor Dano and the others, please come in, the fox yokai announced. Very well. Led by Princess Yasaka, the group entered the temple. As expected, Azazel and Rosius were already seated inside and greeted Tenraku and the others as they entered. During the rescue of Princess Yasaka and the defeat of the hero faction, besides Tenraku and Azazel, Seraphal, and some members of Satrai Sana's peerage also lent a helping hand. However, the Demon King had other matters and returned to the Underworld, and it seemed that Urit Tsubasa and her companions had some business to attend to and couldn't make it. Under Princess Yasaka's hospitality, a group of beautiful fox yokai maidservants served a variety of sumptuous dishes. Everyone ate and chatted, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After the dinner, Azazel had a conversation with Princess Yasaka regarding the matters concerning the yokai and the Underworld. Meanwhile, Tenraku and Asia played with Kuno for a while. When Azazel and the others finished their discussion, it was getting late, so they prepared to bid farewell and return. Red Dragon Emperor Dano, I have something I would like to discuss with you privately. Could you please stay a little longer? Yasaka Princess suddenly spoke as she was seeing off Tenraku and the others. Not knowing what Yasaka Princess wanted to talk about, Tenraku didn't refuse and asked Asia, Rainare, and Rosius to go back first. Then, he followed Yasaka Princess to an elegantly decorated room. As Tenraku looked at the various furnishings in the room, he couldn't help but wonder if this was Yasaka Princess' private chamber. Putting aside Tenraku's wild thoughts, Yasaka Princess dismissed the attendants and Kuno, leaving only herself and Tenraku in the room. They sat facing each other, neither of them speaking, and an awkward atmosphere filled the room. Princess, may I ask what you wanted to discuss? Tenraku broke the silence and spoke first. A blush quickly spread across Yasaka Princess' beautiful face. She took a few deep breaths, as if she had made a decision, and then looked directly at Tenraku. Red Dragon Emperor Dano, have you seen this one's body? She asked. Tenraku couldn't believe that the matter the other party wanted to discuss with him was this. Princess, at that time, the situation was special, and it was all beyond our control. Feeling embarrassed, Tenraku hurriedly explained. In other words, Red Dragon Emperor did see it, right? Yasaka blushed even more and asked for confirmation. I saw it carefully, Tenraku could only reply with a brave face. Although it was just a fleeting glance before being blocked by the pouncing Kuno, Tenraku did catch a glimpse of Yasaka's figure. With her snow-white skin and graceful curves, Yasaka's body was truly remarkable. Combined with her beast ears, it gave off an extraordinary allure. In fact, Tenraku and Rainare had a wild night together last night. It was because of certain stimulations. Well, it had to be said. Princess, if that's what you wanted to talk about, then I formally apologize to you. And, within my capabilities, I can try to make it up to you, Princess. Calming his emotions, Tenraku spoke up. Having seen countless beauties and long past the age of innocence, Tenraku naturally wouldn't be at a loss because of such a small matter. The surprise from Yasaka mentioning it caught him off guard momentarily. After hearing Tenraku's words, Yasaka seemed reluctant to speak but eventually whispered. Since Red Dragon Emperor says so, then please take responsibility for this one. Take responsibility, take responsibility, take responsibility. Yasaka's words echoed incessantly in his mind. Even Tenraku couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and widened his eyes. Huh? Because I saw your body, I should take responsibility, my princess. Isn't that too hasty of you? Doesn't Red Dragon Emperor find me attractive? Looking at Tenraku's shocked expression, Yasaka's face showed a hint of sorrow on it. No, princess, you misunderstood. I admire you as an outstanding woman. How could I not find you attractive? It's just that I feel it's a bit too cheap for you to make me take responsibility for this small matter. It wasn't that Tenraku was being affected, it was his genuine thought. He loved beautiful women and had long accepted his nature as a lustful wolf. Whether it was Rias and Akeno, his close female friends, Ubelina and Swollen, the beautiful peerage members, or even Rainare and Katiria, the tool-like female slaves, whenever the opportunity arose, he would seize it without hesitation. However, this unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. With the disappearance of her sorrow, Yasaka blushed even more, but she explained. We, the nine-tailed fox, have always been loyal female Ikai. Only our husband, our lord, can see our bodies. Although it was an accident, the fact remains that Red Dragon Emperor has seen this one's body. Therefore, Red Dragon Emperor should become this mistress' husband. Tenraku had heard some things about the nine-tailed fox. They weren't like the demonic monsters that ate human livers as some anime novels portrayed, nor were they vixens that seduced men. Instead, they were renowned for their loyalty and virtue throughout the generations. When such a beautiful and mature princess offered herself willingly, it would be fake if Tenraku didn't feel tempted. However, he still had some doubts. Princess, you should already have your own husband, right? Although the idea of a married woman seemed appealing, Tenraku couldn't accept having his woman belong to someone else. What was his had to be completely his. It was his domineering or selfish personality, and he wouldn't compromise on this bottom line. However, to Tenraku's surprise, this mistress doesn't have a husband yet. Yasaka replied while blushing. No husband? Then, what about Kuno? Tenraku was also taken aback. If Yasaka didn't have a husband, then where did Kuno come from? Was she picked up somewhere? To maintain the purity and lineage of our bloodline, every generation of the nine-tailed fox uses our unique secret technique to give birth to the next generation. Kuno is the next generation of the nine-tailed fox created by me using my own monster power and bloodline. Therefore, even though Kuno is my child, this mistress is still a pure virgin. Blushing intensely, Yasaka explained to Tenraku, and finally, he understood. No wonder every generation of the nine-tailed fox consisted solely of females. It turned out there was such a way to continue their lineage. With this knowledge, he no longer needed to worry. As he looked at the beautiful and mature princess, Tenraku's heart started to burn with desire. According to the rules passed down through generations among the nine-tailed fox, since Red Dragon Emperor has seen this mistress' body, this mistress must either kill Red Dragon Emperor or make him this mistress' husband. Red Dragon Emperor has shown kindness to this mistress, so this mistress naturally cannot act against him. Moreover, the fact that you are the only person in history to be recognized by two heavenly dragons, this mistress is no match for you. Therefore, I have to choose the latter option. Red Dragon Emperor, are you willing to take responsibility for this mistress and become my husband? Yasaka blushed crimson as she spoke these words, feeling like she had peeled away all of her layers of skin. But for the loyalty and oath of the nine-tailed fox, she had no choice but to say it. Princess, what if I refuse you? Instead of immediately answering, Tenraku stood up and walked in front of Yasaka, wearing a mischievous smile. If that's the case, this mistress will have no choice but to die for my convictions. Her face turned pale, and Yasaka bit her lip. If Tenraku rejected her and she couldn't kill him, then she only had this one option? Tenraku couldn't help but burst into laughter in his mind. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? It's not his fault at all. Princess, I'm willing. Staring at Yasaka, Tenraku gave his answer. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity? Really? Yes, really. I couldn't ask for anything better than having a wife like you, princess. I will take responsibility as your husband, Yasaka, and I will protect you and Kuno, bringing happiness to both of you. As Yasaka looked at Tenraku's solemn promise, tears welled up in her eyes. As long as Tenraku kept the promise he made today, she would uphold the nine-tailed fox's oath, be loyal to him, love him, and give him everything she had. Princess. Husband. Gazing into each other's eyes, both of them could see the affection reflected in the other's gaze. Unable to resist any longer, Tenraku lifted Yasaka into his arms and walked towards the depths of Princess Chamberas. The morning sun spilled into the room. Tenraku propped himself up with a grin on his face. Unlike Rias and the others, Yasaka, as a mature woman, gave Tenraku a completely different experience. She was like a ripe peach, allowing him to take and taste as he pleased, leaving him addicted and craving for more. According to the schedule, they were supposed to return to Kuok town today. So, in order to spend more time with Princess, Tenraku directly used the forbidden move of his evil eye, time domain. Although only one night had passed outside, a whole month had gone by within the time domain. 1 month initially, Tenraku had only used a few days to reward Kateria and the female magicians, but this time, it had been a full month. During this month, he had savored every inch of Princess' skin, every delightful aspect of her. They had played with cross-dressing, and torn sailor uniforms, and Tenraku had even made Princess assume any position he could think of to satisfy his wicked desires. Fallen if it were Rias and the others, they would have been completely worn out by this wicked bastard. But Yasaka not only endured but also became more and more fierce. Vixen Tenraku finally understood the meaning of that word. Originally, even if he delayed for another month within the time domain, there would be no problem. But no, he couldn't do that. Another month and Tenraku was genuinely worried that he would break. Husband. Princess also sat up and hooked her arms around Tenraku's neck, nestling into his embrace. The originally noble and beautiful princess, after a month of indulgence, exuded an astonishing allure. Even the slightest hint of charm would stimulate Tenraku's blood, making him yearn for another passionate encounter with Princess. Princess, you truly are a vixen. Caressing Princess' beautiful face and fluffy tail, Tenraku suppressed his restlessness and chuckled bitterly. Well, this mistress is indeed a vixen. Playfully blinking her eyes, Princess' gaze revealed a trace of mischief as she spoke. After a month of getting along and blending with each other, they were no longer separate entities. So, in front of Tenraku, the usually mature and dignified princess would occasionally reveal this girlish side. No, even if you're a vixen, you can only be my vixen. Outside, you will always be the noble princess. Exceedingly domineering, Tenraku lifted Princess' soft lips and kissed her. With alluring charm and tender emotions, Princess allowed Tenraku to taste and possess her, until they finally separated after a long time. Princess, I have to go back now. Gently brushing Princess' forehead, Tenraku spoke softly. There was a momentary pause, but Princess quickly returned to her usual self without any hint of sorrow or grievance. Instead, she smiled tenderly and said, Husband, you are a remarkable man who has important matters to attend to. You cannot always stay by this mistress' side. Your love for me has already satisfied this mistress. However, please remember, everything this mistress has belongs to you. As long as you need it, this mistress and the entire Kyoto Ikai's power are at your disposal. Every generation of the nine-tailed fox is composed of loyal and virtuous women. They would never betray the man they had chosen and accepted. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. Not only did he obtain the beautiful and capable princess, but he indirectly gained control over all the Ikai in Kyoto. Princess, I will never let you down. Husband. Moved and filled with warmth, the two of them once again embraced each other. Without wasting any time, the sound of a woman's soft moan resonated from Princess' room. After a long while, Tenraku and Yasaka finally walked out of the room together. The waiting maidservants hurriedly approached them. Princess, Imperial son-in-law. Naturally, the maidservants knew about the relationship between Tenraku and Princess, so they now addressed Tenraku as Imperial son-in-law. What about Kuno? Returning to her usual demeanor, Yasaka asked. Little Princess is waiting in the shrine. Understood, you may leave. Yes. Having dismissed the maidservants, Tenraku and Yasaka entered the shrine. Upon seeing them, Kuno blushed instantly and became visibly flustered. With endless shyness, she timidly approached and greeted the two. Yasaka was fine, but Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. He had become a father figure, an Otasama. It felt good, but if anyone heard him being called that outside, they would definitely think he was perverted. After giving it some thought, Tenraku said, Kuno, your Okasama is your Okasama, and you are you. From now on, you can call me Anii-chan. Anii-chan? Kuno lifted her head and looked at Tenraku in disbelief. Yes, that's what my younger sister, Ravel, calls me. Since you're the same age as her, you can also call me Anii-chan. Tenraku smiled as he gently stroked Kuno's head. Kuno seemed to consider it and glanced at her Okasama. Yasaka helplessly shook her head and said, since this is your Otasama's permission, you should comply. Okay, Anii-chan? Anii-chan? Kuno's face lit up with joy. Calling him Anii-chan seemed easier and friendlier than Otasama. Holding Kuno in his arms, Tenraku felt content. Even though their relationship was quite chaotic, he didn't care as long as they were happy. Following Yasaka's orders, the servants quickly served a sumptuous breakfast. Tenraku, Yasaka, and Kunu sat around the table, enjoying a harmonious family moment. After breakfast, it was time for Tenraku to return. Seeing Kunu's reluctance, Tenraku thought for a moment and said, Kunu, come with me to Kuok Town. There, you can meet Ravel, Myra, and Konako-chan. I'm sure you'll become good friends with them. Friends? Kunu's eyes brightened at Tenraku's suggestion. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately shook her head with a hint of sadness. I think I'll stay here. If I go, Okasama will be all alone. Tenraku and Yasaka exchanged smiles at Kunu's thoughtfulness. Then, Princess gently stroked Kunu's head and said, if you want to go, go ahead. I've left my mark on both you and your Otasama, and I will visit you both frequently. If you ever want to come back, you can teleport back at any time. Really? Of course. That's great. Kunu's face flushed with excitement. Although she held a noble position as the little princess of all the Kyoto Ikai, she had always lacked friends her age. Now, without the concern of her Okasama, her anticipation grew. She couldn't wait to fly to Tenraku's home right away. Kunu, go and pack the things you want to bring. We'll be setting off soon. Yes, Unai-chan. In the hotel, Tenraku and Kunu emerged from the transmission formation. Tenraku-san, are you okay? Asia immediately ran over upon seeing Tenraku's return. She had been worried all night since Tenraku asked them to go ahead without him. Asia, I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry, Tenraku quickly reassured her. He felt a bit guilty for causing Asia concern while he was enjoying himself. Hey, Tenraku, what did Yasaka talk to you about? You even brought this little fox with you. Azazel's voice sounded as he teasingly observed Tenraku and Kunu. It's confidential, and it has nothing to do with you, Tenraku replied dismissively. Kunu will also be going to Kuok Town with us. Let's go. I'll explain everything when we get home. Not wanting to entertain Azazel's curiosity, Tenraku turned to the girls, including Asia, and urged them to move on. Azazel shrugged, and the girls didn't ask further questions. Now that everyone had gathered, including Tenraku, Azazel, and Rasius with all the students participating in the school trip, they boarded the Shinkansen train for the journey back home. During the trip, there was no conversation. When the group arrived in Kuok Town, it was already afternoon, close to the end of the school day. Tenraku instructed the girls from the Kendo Club to go home in pairs, and he himself returned with Kunu and the girls from the Orc. Tenraku-sama, Ani-chan. Upon returning home, Rias, Yubelina, and the rest of the girls eagerly welcomed Tenraku. Ravel, Nell, and Isle rushed into his arms. Even though he had only been away for a few days, the feeling of being back home brought comfort and nostalgia. Tenraku reassured each of the girls, and Asia and Rasius distributed the gifts they had brought. Pulling the shy Kunu out from behind him, Tenraku introduced her to the girls. Her name is Kunu, she is Yasaka's daughter. Cough, she's also my daughter, Tenraku added, clearing his throat. Although he could easily guess the consequences, Tenraku had no intention of hiding the relationship between him and Yasaka from Rias and the others. He believed in being open and honest, and Rias and her friends had the right to know. Daughter? As expected, Rias and the others were astonished and couldn't believe it. Even Asia and Rasius stood there with wide open mouths, expressing their disbelief. How did Kunu become Tenraku-san's daughter? What kind of situation is this? Under Rias' intense gaze, Tenraku explained his relationship with Yasaka, and only after they learned that Kunu wasn't his biological daughter did the girls finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Tenraku had a real biological daughter, that would be terrifying. You really have a string of good luck. Wherever you go, you manage to charm beautiful women. This time, you even captured that nine-tailed princess? Azazel remarked, his voice filled with teasing. Era, as expected of my Tenraku. But Akeno isn't happy now. What should I do to Tenraku? Rias said through clenched teeth, while Akeno smiled mischievously. Rias, Akeno, how about we discuss this in my room? Tenraku suggested, feeling the pain in his waist from their teasing. Why do we have to go to your room? Can't we talk here? Rias coldly replied. Tenraku, you're up to no good again. Are you planning to fool us like you did in the past? Akeno laughed with narrowed eyes. Seeing that following him into his room would likely lead to them being treated like an animal, Tenraku knew they wouldn't easily let him off this time. He glanced at Yubelina and the other girls, silently asking for their help, but they pretended not to notice. Frustrated, Tenraku felt exasperated, especially with Kurika, the troublemaker, who was mocking him shamelessly. Ani-chan, does everyone not like me? Kunu tugged at Tenraku's clothes, her eyes glistening with tears. Don't say such silly things. It's my fault. How could anyone not like you, Kunu, when you're so adorable? Tenraku quickly reassured her, while signaling Rias and Akeno with his eyes. Though Rias and Akeno held some grievances against Tenraku, they understood the gravity of the situation and temporarily set it aside to comfort Kunu together. We all really like Kunu. We just wanted to teach that scoundrel who bullied your Okasama a lesson, Rias and Akeno said in unison. Kunu-chan, welcome to our family. Consider this place your home, Rias added. Yep, Kunu, you're a Ikai, right? Let's all play together. The Yubelina girls chimed in. Isle and Nell, mischievous as they were, played with Kunu's fluffy tail. Seeing that everyone didn't dislike her, Kunu finally showed a relieved expression. However, at that moment, Ani-chan, I hate you the most? WWW. Ravel's voice suddenly erupted with a loud roar, startling everyone. The girl covered her face and ran back to her room. Tenraku was completely baffled. What on earth had just happened? Don't ask me. Ravel was fine earlier. It must be something you did that upset her, Ria said with irritation, pointing at Tenraku. Tenraku, go check on Ravel quickly, Akeno suggested, her face filled with concern. Ravel was the princess of the household, always well-behaved and polite, and everyone loved her. Although they didn't know why Ravel suddenly became so angry, the girls were genuinely worried. Throughout their time together, Ravel had never shown anger towards Tenraku. He sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Perhaps he had been neglecting Ravel lately. You girls take care of Kuna's belongings. I'll go see what's going on with Ravel, Tenraku instructed the girls, then walked up to Ravel's door. Ravel, it's me. Open the door. He knocked on the girl's room and called out, but there was no response from Ravel. The door remained tightly locked. That girl was really holding a grudge against him. Shaking his head helplessly, Tenraku used his spirit chi to destroy the lock on the door and entered Ravel's room. As Tenraku entered the girl's room, Ravel was lying on her bed, crying uncontrollably. It was the first time he had seen Ravel so heartbroken, and he felt even more remorseful. Although he didn't understand why Ravel suddenly became angry, he couldn't bear to see his younger sister crying like this. He blamed himself for being a negligent Unai-chan. Ravel, get out. Unai-chan, get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Tenraku was about to say something, but Ravel grabbed her adorable throw pillows and threw them at him. Helplessly shaking his head, Tenraku approached and hugged Ravel. Don't be stubborn, Ravel. If I did something wrong, just tell me. Unai-chan will definitely make it right. What is there to say? Get out. Unai-chan, get out. Ravel struggled and hit Tenraku, completely losing her usual composure. Furrowing his brow, Tenraku realized that Ravel was genuinely angry this time, so he couldn't leave her alone. I won't leave unless Ravel explains. If you don't leave, I'll bite you. Then go ahead and bite me. I'll really bite you. Then bite ya. WWW. Ravel threatened fiercely, and Tenraku stood his ground. The frustrated girl bit down hard on his shoulder. Tenraku winced in pain. That stubborn girl, she really bit him? But it was his just punishment for making his adorable younger sister angry. Tenraku let her vent her frustrations on him until Ravel grew tired from biting. Are you calm now, my esteemed younger sister? Watching the girl rubbing her face, Tenraku smiled. Don't think it's all over, Unai-chan. I hate you the most. With tears in her eyes, Ravel glared at Tenraku, her voice filled with anger. Sigh, still not admitting it? Explain yourself clearly, Ravel. He sighed and gently tapped Ravel's head. Unai-chan is always like this. Even though we have Rias Ne-sama, Yubelina, and girls, you're still not satisfied. You always fool around with other women, and now even a daughter has shown up. Is that the only reason? It's not just that. Unai-chan knows I. As Ravel spoke, tears streamed down her face, filled with a sense of grievance and sadness. Watching the girl, Tenraku finally understood. The incident with Yasaka and Kuno was just the trigger, but Ravel's true anger stemmed from another matter. Tenraku knew that Ravel had feelings for him. But, Ravel, I understand your feelings, but we are siblings. He sighed and gently stroked her forehead. What does it matter if we're siblings? We're devils, not humans? Facing Tenraku, Ravel refuted loudly. In the devil race, the genetic restrictions on incestuous relationships were much looser than in humans. It was not uncommon for siblings to form couples in the underworld. However, Tenraku had always seen Ravel as his younger sister, and his love for her was one of the few pure emotions he possessed. He couldn't bear to hurt Ravel. Ravel, your Unai-chan is a greedy and selfish bastard. Why do you have to choose me? With a bitter smile, Tenraku couldn't help but speak up. In truth, with Ravel's excellence and status, she would never lack suitors. In a couple of years, there would probably be a line of people seeking her hand in marriage, enough to break down the doors of the Phenex household. Yes, I am a greedy scoundrel, but I just like you, Unai-chan. What can I do? Back when we were younger, Unai-chan belonged to me alone. But now, Unai-chan has more and more women. I don't want to lose to them. I won't let them take away my Unai-chan. WWW. Ravel clung tightly to Tenraku and cried uncontrollably. These words must have been bottled up inside her for a long time. She had finally cast aside all her reservations and spoke her heart out. Tenraku's heart felt heavy. If he didn't respond today, their sibling relationship might come to an end. He was never the indecisive type. After a moment of silence, Tenraku made up his mind. Ravel, if you make this choice, you can't regret it. Leaning closer to her ear, Tenraku whispered softly. Unai-chan, you. With a brilliant sparkle in her eyes, Ravel looked up. If I don't give you an answer today, you might never forgive me, right? I don't want to lose my most important and adorable younger sister. I will talk to Otosama and Okasama. Ravel, from now on, if you have any concerns, speak up. Don't suddenly get angry with Unai-chan. It's not Unai-chan's fault. Blushing, Ravel shifted her feet nervously and buried her crimson face in Tenraku's embrace. Like a young deer bumping into things, she felt joy and embarrassment in her heart. Her feelings had finally been conveyed, and Unai-chan had accepted them. Gently stroking the girl's curly hair, Tenraku sighed inwardly. Even his own younger sister had made a move on him. He really was going all the way down the scoundrel's path? Oh, Unai-chan, can you please not tell Otosama and Okasama about us? Lifting her little head, Ravel spoke shyly in a soft voice. Why? Are you afraid now? If I don't tell them, do you want to tell them yourself? No? Tenraku had a mischievous look on his face, and as Ravel heard his words, her expression changed. She hurriedly buried her face back in his embrace. She couldn't dare to tell Otosama and Okasama. If she did, it would be better for her to just die. Our relationship needs Otosama and Okasama's approval. But don't worry, Ani-chan will handle everything. However, Ravel, you have to come with me when the time comes. Finding it amusing, Tenraku reassured the girl in a soft voice. I understand, Ani-chan. Though she felt extremely shy, Ravel felt an unprecedented sense of peace. As long as she was with Ani-chan, she could face anything. K-kiss, Ani-chan. I want to try it. Her eyes shimmering, Ravel looked up, blushing and filled with anticipation. Shaking his head with a smile, Tenraku didn't reply. Instead, he lowered his head and sealed the girl's lips. Even though it was their first kiss, Ravel quickly became entranced by it. Dazed and intoxicated, a charming blush appeared on her adorable face. Ravel finally understood why her scoundrel of an Ani-chan, Tenraku, would engage in such acts with Rias and Yubelina almost every night. Just the feeling of a kiss was so wonderful and intense. What about going further? Oh, once more, Ani-chan. Lying in Tenraku's embrace, Ravel said dreamily. Ravel, this is already the 5th time. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku had a vein popping on his forehead. But I want more, Ani-chan. His blood boiled, and Tenraku felt his heart pound fiercely. This tempting little fairy, Ravel? He couldn't refuse any of the requests from his younger sister. So he had no choice but to continuously fulfill Ravel's desires, over and over again. From the initial awkward shyness to the later active and passionate exchanges, Ravel and Tenraku couldn't remember how many times they had intertwined their lips. They finally stopped when Ravel was completely exhausted and satisfied. After resting in each other's embrace for a while, Tenraku spoke up. Ravel, you scared Kuno earlier. When we go out, make sure to greet her properly and get along well with her. Humph, that little fox is obviously a lonely girl with no friends. But for Ani-chan's sake, I'll try to get along with her. Tilting her little head back, Ravel replied with its tsundere expression. Tenraku couldn't help but find it amusing. If he hadn't brought Ravel to the human world and introduced her to Konako-chan and the others, she would have acted the same way. Now that she found a sense of superiority in Kuno, this girl started showing off. However, Tenraku didn't mention it. After tidying up their clothes, he walked out of the room with Ravel. Ravel-chan, are you okay? Ravel, how did Tenraku bully you? Tell sister-in-law Sama, and she will seek revenge for you. Ravel-sama. When Ravel and Tenraku walked out, the girls immediately surrounded them, expressing their concerns and asking questions. With her face turning red, Ravel felt touched and quickly explained that she was fine. Seeing that Ravel had truly calmed down, the girls finally felt relieved. However, Rias and Akeno still gave Tenraku stern looks, intending to find out the details later. Hey, little fox. Approaching Kuno, Ravel called out. What's wrong? Looking a bit frightened, Kuno instinctively held on to the hem of Tenraku's clothes. I'm Ravel Phenex, Ani-chan's true younger sister. Let's get this straight, I didn't volunteer for this. Ani-chan asked me, so I reluctantly agreed to be friends with you. Raising her little head, Ravel showed a tsundere expression, clearly indicating that she wanted to be friends but was reluctant to admit it. Tenraku and the girls couldn't help but find it amusing. Kuno blinked in confusion, about to say something, but then Konako-chan's voice came from beside her. No need, Kuno is already my friend. We don't need this roast chicken princess. Holding onto Kuno's arm, Konako-chan spoke with an expressionless face, unleashing her sharp tongue. Our roast chicken princess? I am a noble Phenex? You despicable Nikomata? Also, this little fox wants to be friends with me, so you better let her go? With her eyes twitching, Ravel's fur stood on end as she grabbed Kuno's other arm, trying to pull her towards herself. Kuno is my friend? She's mine? Let go, rude roast chicken princess. Rude? You despicable and unreasonable Nikomata? Although they were supposed to be good friends, they kept bickering and arguing. Kuno, caught in the middle, was being pulled back and forth by the two, feeling dizzy. However, for some reason, Kuno gradually began to feel at ease. In the evening, Marian, Burant, and even Tenraku and Akeno personally prepared a sumptuous meal. As everyone raised their glasses to welcome Kuno's arrival, the girl's face turned flushed with an incredibly happy smile. In Ravel's room, 2 small heads were buried under the covers. Ravel-chan, thank you for letting me sleep in your room. If it weren't for pitying you because you'd feel lonely all by yourself, I wouldn't have let you stay. Afterward, make sure to sleep in your own room. Okay, I understand, Ravel-chan. By the way, what about Konako-chan? Does Konako-chan have her own room too? That Nikomata sleeps with her elder sister at night. Elder sister? She's called Kurika. She used to be a member of the Cows Brigade and was quite ferocious. You shouldn't get too close to her casually, or you might learn bad things. Oh, I see. The two whispered quietly under the covers, an experience that was completely new for both Ravel and Kuno. Suddenly, Kuno's cute animal ears twitched. She seemed to have heard something strange. Ravel-chan, did you hear any strange noises? It seems to be coming from the adjacent room. Noises? What noises? Although not as sensitive as Kuno, Ravel, as a devil, had better hearing than ordinary people. Upon careful listening, she also heard it, but her face instantly turned blood red. That despicable scoundrel of an Unai-chan? What's wrong, Ravel-chan? And nothing, just some noise. Let's ignore them. Noise? Well, it's something children shouldn't know. You'll understand in the future. Although still a bit puzzled, Kuno felt that those sounds were a bit strange. But since Ravel-chan told her to ignore them, Kuno didn't ask any further questions. The two girls snuggled in the covers and continued their whispered conversation. Meanwhile, in the other room, fragments of various clothing were scattered everywhere, and the high-pitched screams of the girls intertwined and echoed in the room. Rias, Akeno, Irina, Zenovia, Asia, Ubelina, Tosca, Mai, Swollen, Isabella, Nay, Lee, Rainere, Miltield, and Kala Warner Tenraku had captured all the girls in his room as part of the celebration for his return. Such a fallen and filthy scene? I can't take it anymore, you villainous Tenraku. With a look of intoxication, Irina pleaded continuously, and her once cute twin tails had already become disheveled. Trust me, Irina, you can still handle it. Caressing the girl's cheek, Tenraku wore an evil smile on his face and continued to ravage Irina, who looked terrified. Kua Academy, Student Council. Tenraku was accompanied by Kuno to handle her enrollment, while Ravel, Myra, and Konako-chan, who was holding a certain black cat, also came along and waited nearby. Sana, I'm counting on you again this time. Looking at Satrai Sana, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, Tenraku smiled as he spoke. How many times is it already? Satrai Sana's face darkened, and she replied with a hint of annoyance on her face. Every once in a while, this guy, Tenraku, would bring some girls to transfer to the school. This time, he even managed to bring Kyoto Yokai's Princess Kuno with him. A lot has happened in Kyoto this time. You should have heard about it from Yura and the others, right? I'll explain the details later. In any case, Kuno will be staying with us from now on, so I brought her here to handle the enrollment procedures. Alright, let her be in the same class as Ravel, Konako-chan, and Myra. Although feeling exasperated with this guy, Satrai Sana didn't refuse and simply sighed before calling out to her queen. Sabeki, please assist them. Yes, Sana-sama. With practiced ease, Shinrit Sabeki quickly completed Kuno's enrollment procedures and even provided her with a school uniform. When Kuno received her uniform, her entire face turned crimson. It's almost time for class. Kuno, go with Ravel and the others to the classroom. Patting Kuno's head, Tenraku then instructed Ravel and the other girls. Ravel, Konako-chan, Myra, Kuno has just transferred here and has no experience in a school before. Take good care of her. Myra naturally followed Tenraku's instructions, and Konako-chan, holding the black cat, nodded. However, Ravel impatiently grabbed Kuno's arm and said, Alright, Unai-chan is so fussy. Tenraku twitched his lips and wondered if he misheard. How dare she call him fussy? That brat Ravel? Let's go, little fox. I'll take you to our classroom. Let her go, chicken princess. Kuno can follow us. You annoying Nikomata? You called me chicken princess again. Ravel-chan, Konako-chan, let's get along and stop fighting. Don't worry, I get along well with this chicken princess. You annoying. Little fox, listen to this. This Nikomata is the most annoying. Amidst the bickering, the girls left the office. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Ravel and Konako-chan were really a pair of rivals. Despite considering each other as good friends, they refused to admit it and often argued. But with Kuno in the middle to mediate, he supposed there was no need to worry. His gaze fell on Satrai Sana, and a slight smile curved Tenraku's lips. With Kuno's enrollment taken care of, now it was their turn. Ahem, Sabeki, I have something to discuss privately with Sana. Could you please leave for a moment? Coughing lightly, Tenraku spoke up. Yes, Tenraku-sama. A strange light flickered in Shinrit Sabeki's cold eyes, but without asking further questions, she greeted Tenraku and Satrai Sana before exiting the office. Once Shinrit Sabeki left, only Tenraku and Satrai Sana remained in the spacious room. Haha, can't you come up with a better excuse? Struggling for a moment, Satrai Sana gave up and then glared at Tenraku with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Couldn't this guy use a better excuse than I want to discuss something privately with Sana every time? Using this tired old excuse to send Sabeki and the others away even if they were foolish, after so many times, Sabeki and the others would surely notice something? Heh, Sana, why do you continue to deceive yourself? Sabeki and the others are your closest peers. Although it hasn't been spoken aloud, I'm afraid they already know about us, Tenraku said with a smile, enjoying the familiar fragrance emanating from the girls. Satrai Sana's expression stiffened, and a faint blush appeared on her usually cold face. She knew very well that what Tenraku said was true, but she had been avoiding acknowledging it all this time. It was all because of this bastard's meddling that her state of mind had been disturbed, leading to her current situation. A hint of annoyance rose within Satrai Sana as she instinctively pinched a soft spot around Tenraku's waist. Ow, Sana, have you learned Ria's tricks too? Tenraku winced in pain, as he was caught off guard. Whether it was biting or pinching, why did all these women know these moves? Oh, so Rias uses this move too? Then he'll have to use it more in the future, Satrai Sana said, her eyes sparkling with a hint of curiosity, and a beautiful yet sinister smile appeared on her face. Tenraku had the urge to slap himself. Why did he have such a big mouth? Tell me, is there any other information about the Kyoto incident that we don't know? Why did the nine-tailed princess entrust her most important successor to you and bring her to Kyoto town? Satrai Sana's expression turned cold as she increased the pressure in her grip. I'll tell you. Yielding immediately, Tenraku openly shared everything that had happened in Kyoto with the girl, including his own involvement with the Yasaka princess. He wouldn't hide anything from Rias and the others, so he wouldn't hide it from Satrai Sana either. Satrai Sana was already aware of the hero faction's attack on Kyoto, so she wasn't surprised. However, when she heard about Tenraku's relationship with the Yasaka princess, even the usually composed President Sama showed a hint of shock. This guy, Tenraku, had actually become the husband of the nine-tailed princess? Although it was unexpected due to certain circumstances, that's how it happened. I became Yasaka's husband, and Kunu became my adopted daughter in name, Tenraku explained. Unexpected? There have been quite a few unexpected things happening to you? Satrai Sana responded with a cold smirk, making Tenraku feel slightly embarrassed. Indeed, there had been quite a few unexpected incidents involving him. But, are you jealous, Sana? Tenraku lifted the girl's chin and teased her with a playful smile. It's none of my business. Why would I be jealous? Satrai Sana averted her gaze, coldly snorting. You're clearly jealous, but you won't admit it, right? Rias and the others already comforted me last night. Now it's time for my President Sama to be comforted. Lowering his head, Tenraku sealed Sana's lips with his own. MMMPH filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Satrai Sana initially struggled, but under Tenraku's relentless assault, she soon succumbed, her expression intoxicated as she allowed him to have his way. Under the pretense of comforting her, Tenraku indulged in his mischievous acts until he was satisfied. Only then did he release the girl. Sana, no matter what the future holds, my feelings for you won't change. I promise, Tenraku whispered softly in her ear as he leaned over her. Kami ya Tenraku, remember your promise, Satrai Sana said, her voice filled with a mix of awe and warning. Sana, let's stop here for now. I'll be leaving. Content with his actions, Tenraku bid farewell to President Sama and left the student council room. With flushed cheeks, Satrai Sana slumped in her chair, panting heavily. Looking at her torn and tattered clothes, she couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment and anger. That bastard had ruined her clothes so many times. Of course, Tenraku was unaware of Sana's frustration. After exiting the student council room, he spotted Shinrit Sabeki waiting outside. Tenraku Dano, Shinrit Sabeki's usually cold face showed a faint blush as she saw him. It was evident that the Vice President Sama had intentionally stood guard outside to prevent anyone from disturbing Tenraku and Sana. Sabeki-san, do you have some time to chat? Tenraku's lips curled up slightly. Shinrit Sabeki hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Under Shinrit Sabeki's guidance, the two of them entered an elegantly decorated lounge. Taking a seat on the sofa near the window, Tenraku stretched lazily and spoke, by the way, Sabeki-san, this is the first time we're spending time alone together, isn't it? As Satrai Sana's queen, Shinrit Sabeki usually accompanied her in all her activities. Whenever Tenraku had any troubles, it was Shinrit Sabeki who helped resolve them. Tenraku Dano, Shinrit Sabeki's face turned red at Tenraku's ambiguous words, and she became somewhat flustered. Whether it was Satrai Sana or Shinrit Sabeki, they always maintained an image of an icy beauty. If the other students at school were to see Vice President Sama showing such embarrassment and confusion in front of Tenraku, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Well, don't be nervous. I was just joking, Tenraku said with a smile. I'm a little thirsty, Sabeki-san. Could you make me a cup of tea? Feeling relieved, Shinrit Sabeki quickly prepared a teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for Tenraku. She was also troubled inside, as she usually remained calm and composed when dealing with others, just like President Sama. However, whenever she faced Tenraku, she would become flustered and even have difficulty thinking straight. Tenraku Dano, please enjoy the tea, Shinrit Sabeki said, presenting the freshly brewed cup of black tea to him. After taking a sip, Tenraku nodded in approval. There were many intricacies to making tea, and even the best quality tea leaves wouldn't produce satisfactory results if one didn't understand the nuances. However, Shinrit Sabeki was clearly adept at the art of tea brewing. The tea she prepared was on par with Akanos. Sabeki-san, I assume you already know about me and Sana? Tenraku suddenly asked, setting his teacup aside. Shinrit Sabeki hesitated for a moment, her face turning red. But as she looked at Tenraku's seemingly smiling expression, she eventually lowered her head and said, yes. If it had been once or twice, they might not have noticed, but with so many incidents, how could they not have figured it out? As you have guessed, Sana and I are in a romantic relationship. However, Sana doesn't want our relationship to be made public for now. As Sana's peerage, I hope you, Sabeki-san, won't misunderstand her. It's not a matter of mistrust towards all of you. It's simply her modesty as a young girl. I believe you can understand that, right? We do understand. That's good. Since there are things Sana can't say, I'll say them on her behalf. She has always been proud to have reliable peerage like all of you. We feel the same way. It is our great honor to follow President Sama. The atmosphere relaxed considerably, and as they spoke about following President Sama, Shinrit Sabeki's face lit up with a genuine smile. Just like Rias and Akeno, the relationship between Shinrit Sabeki and Satrai Sana had long surpassed the boundaries of a simple peerage and master servant. They were more like sisters, friends, and partners. Their daily interactions and battles had solidified their inseparable bond. Oh, by the way, since we have the opportunity, would you mind telling me about your own story, Sabeki-san? Tenraku shifted the topic, seemingly thinking of something. My story? Shinra Sabeki looked astonished. Well, I've been troubling you many times, but I still don't know much about you. So, I would like to learn more about you, Tenraku said candidly. Of course, if it's inconvenient, then I apologize, Sabeki-san. You don't have to share if you don't want to, he added. Tenraku didn't hide his intentions. He genuinely wanted to know more about Shinra Sabeki. Shinra Sabeki met Tenraku's expectant gaze and felt her face grow hot. Her heart raced, and she inexplicably felt a sense of happiness. Although she had never experienced such feelings before, she understood why she was feeling this way. However, as soon as she thought about Sana-sama, she quickly suppressed the fluttering in her heart. She took a deep breath and, under Tenraku's eager gaze, slowly began to share some details about herself. Just like her family name suggested, Shinra Sabeki was a descendant of the prestigious Shinra clan. The Shinra clan was a well-known family of magic wielders. Similar to the Heimjima clan, where Akino's mother belonged, they were one of the 5 powerful families that secretly protected and controlled the supernatural aspects of the country. According to Shinra Sabeki, she awakened her sacred gear's ability from birth. As one of the chosen individuals by the gods, she had the power to summon demonic beings that didn't exist in this world through mirrors. However, this uncontrollable power only brought misfortune and disaster to her, constantly causing trouble for those around her, so Shinra Sabeki was despised by her own family from a young age. Moreover, as she grew older, her sacred gear's uncontrollable power became even more frequent, to the point where it started to affect her own life. To resolve this cursed ability, Shinra Sabeki's parents sought the help of devils, specifically the House of Satrai at the time. The House of Satrai helped Shinra Sabeki gain control over her abilities, but the condition was that she would forever serve as Sana's peerage. Forming a connection with devils was absolutely unacceptable for the so-called noble families, so the Shinra family exiled Shinra Sabeki and her parents. After listening to Shinra Sabeki's story, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. Just like Akeno, this Vice President Sama had also experienced a tumultuous life. I didn't expect that you, Sabeki-san, also had such an unfortunate past. It must have been very difficult, Tenraku expressed with deep sympathy. Do you still hold resentment towards those people from the Shinra family who expelled you and your parents? Perhaps I did hold some resentment in the past, but now it doesn't matter anymore, Shinra Sabeki replied. A tinge of melancholy appeared on her beautiful face, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Since the moment she and her parents were expelled, she had no connection with those people anymore. The present Shinra Sabeki was just Sana Satri's peerage and follower. This was how it was now and how it would be in the future. Sana has truly gained an excellent queen. I am even a bit envious, Tenraku remarked sincerely. He made it clear that he was praising her, without any hidden meaning. Shinra Sabeki blushed again, feeling relieved after finally calming down. Sabeki-san, don't underestimate yourself. Your excellence and loyalty as a peerage are unquestionable. Sana cherishes you greatly, and I, too, have a high opinion of you, Tenraku said, standing up and walking closer to the girl. He continued, well then, Sabeki-san, will you follow Sana for the rest of your life? Yes, I will follow Sana-sama for the rest of my life, Shinra Sabeki responded without hesitation, even though she could hear her own heart pounding as Tenraku approached. Meanwhile, Tenraku's smile grew even wider. Although Sana currently doesn't want to make our relationship public, there will come a day when she becomes my wife, just like Rias and Akeno, Tenraku declared. Sabeki-san, since I am very fond of you as well, would you consider joining my harem? Joining my harem. Perhaps only Tenraku in the world could say such things so calmly. At least, that's how Shinra Sabeki perceived it. Her mind became blank, with Tenraku's voice echoing in her ears. No, it's not Tenraku-sama. Oui. Feeling flustered and with her face reddening, Shinra Sabeki was completely thrown into disarray. It seemed like Tenraku had just confessed to her, hadn't he? Amused by the girl's confused state, Tenraku wore a satisfied smirk. Normally, Vice President Sama was an imposing ice queen, but this flustered and shy appearance was incredibly adorable. Though it had some mischievous elements to it, Tenraku wasn't joking. He genuinely had a strong interest in Shinra Sabeki and wanted to include her in his harem. It would be strange if he didn't have such thoughts about such an outstanding girl, right? Moreover, this guy's ambitions didn't stop there. He had set his sights on the other peerage members of President Sama as well. After successfully conquering the king, why not conquer the peerage members too, just like he did with Rias Group? Of course, these things could be done slowly and there was no rush. Sabeki-san, you don't need to make a decision right now, Tenraku assured her. Take your time to consider it. I'll be looking forward to your answer. Leaning closer to her ear, Tenraku whispered with a wicked tone, then without lingering any longer, he waved his hand and left the lounge. As Shinra Sabeki watched Tenraku leave, she slumped down to the ground. In the following days, Tenraku returned to his peaceful and leisurely routine. He attended school with Rias and the others, went to the kendo club after school to provide guidance, and occasionally dealt with lost devils or other resentful spirits together with the girls. However, this calm period passed in the blink of an eye as news arrived from the Underworld. The match between Tenraku and Sephiroth had been scheduled, and it would take place in 10 days. Sephiroth is not a simple opponent, and I am looking forward to our battle, Tenraku said, feeling excited about the rating game. In preparation for the upcoming match, Yubelina and the other girls trained diligently every day. Inside the Saints and Demons Hall, Jin-san, how have you been feeling these past few days? Tenraku asked with interest as he sat on the throne, observing Jean Dark, who was bound by chains in front of him. She had been kept imprisoned in the Saints and Demons Hall since Tenraku captured her during the Kyoto battle. If it weren't for a sudden recollection, he might have forgotten about her. So it's the Red Dragon Emperor, Your Highness. Have you finally remembered this, sister? Jean Dark replied, lifting her head with the sound of chains rattling. Despite looking a bit weakened after being imprisoned for a few days, she still exuded a captivating charm. As the reincarnation of the legendary saintess Jean Dark, she naturally emitted a sacred aura. However, her personality seemed somewhat different from her past life. She looked more like a seductive and enchanting elder sister type. It was intriguing how two contrasting qualities could coexist in one person. Coupled with her beautiful face, golden curls, and slender figure, this woman was like an irresistible temptation to any man. It made one want to kneel at the hem of her pomegranate dress. I apologize for keeping you waiting these past few days due to some matters, Tenraku calmly said, even though he spent his days leisurely mingling with Rias and the others. He couldn't say that he forgot about her, right? That would be embarrassing. It's no problem on my end, but how do you plan to deal with me? Jean Dark asked, her voice dripping with charm. She even blinked her eyes a few times, releasing waves of electric currents. Damn you, you demon fairy, Tenraku cursed in his mind. Jean Dark, are you interested in joining me and working for me in the future? Tenraku asked. Are you asking this elder sister to betray her former companions? Jean Dark questioned. You could say that, Tenraku replied. As tempting as it sounds, it's impossible for this elder sister to betray her own companions, Jean Dark declared with a coy smile. Tenraku extended an olive branch, but it seemed to be rejected. Although he didn't have high expectations, he still felt a bit displeased. Standing up, Tenraku approached Jean Dark and lifted her chin, wearing a wicked smile on his face. Well, that's a pity. However, it's not up to you to decide right now, he said. What do you want to do to me? Jean Dark couldn't help but tremble instinctively at Tenraku's demeanor. What do I want to do? I have many things in mind for you, Tenraku chuckled and continued. First, let's extract your sacred gear. It might hurt a bit, but I'll try to be gentle. Just bear with it, Tenraku said, reminding her. He didn't want to be too rough with such a beautiful woman. How could he resist poking around in her chest? At first, Jean Dark felt a little embarrassed, but soon her beautiful face twisted in agony. The pain was excruciating, and she felt as if her soul was being torn apart. Jean Dark's screams echoed throughout the room. In the chaos, it felt like a century had passed. When Jean Dark finally emerged from the endless torment, her face was pale, and she was gasping for breath, feeling as if she had just walked out of hell. Huff, is this your idea of being gentle? Jean Dark's chains rattled as she struggled to lift her head, glaring at someone with immense resentment. I've already been quite gentle. Otherwise, do you think you would still be conscious? Tenraku shrugged and ignored the woman. Instead, he focused his gaze on the jade jewel in his hand. It was a jade jewel emanating a sacred aura. Within it, countless swords of light seemed to materialize and vanish. This was the sacred gear Tenraku had taken from Jean Dark, the holy sword creation blade blacksmith. Without hesitation, Tenraku integrated the jade jewel into his body. Like the demonic sword creation sword birth, the holy sword creation blade blacksmith was a high-level sacred gear, granting Tenraku far more power than ordinary ones. Closing his eyes, Tenraku felt the surge of power within him and his newfound abilities, and a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. When he opened his eyes, two golden flashes crossed his vision. Drawing from his experience with the demonic sword creation sword birth, Tenraku quickly deduced how to use the holy sword creation blade blacksmith. With his fingers spread wide, a golden holy sword condensed in the air. Then, with the closing of his fingers, the holy sword disintegrated. Tenraku snapped his fingers, and golden vortexes appeared in the air. Slowly, one holy sword after another emerged from the vortexes. It was the same forbidden move as the demonic sword creation sword birth unlimited blade works. Pulling out a holy sword from one vortex with his right hand, Tenraku conjured a demonic sword with his left hand. Observing the two swords with opposing attributes in his hands, Tenraku pondered for a moment before merging them together. There was a brief distortion as the swords fused. Although there was initial resistance, Tenraku swiftly balanced the holy and demonic attributes of the swords under his adjustment. They transformed into a perfect and immensely powerful sword of holiness and demonity. Swinging the sword a few times, Tenraku nodded in satisfaction. Although he hadn't tested it in combat yet, he was confident that this holy demonic sword he had created was no weaker than Irina's Excalibur or Zenovia's Durandal. Witnessing all of this, Jean Dark, on the other hand, wore an expression of disbelief and horror on her face. How long had it been since her sacred gear was taken away? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? In such a short time, Tenraku had developed his own forbidden move from her sacred gear and accomplished the seemingly impossible feat of perfectly merging holy sword and demonic sword. What kind of monster is this guy? Surprised, aren't you? Tenraku noticed Jean Dark's dumbfounded expression as he dissipated the glowing vortexes and the holy demonic sword in his hand. He then smiled. Almost instinctively, Jean Dark nodded, thinking to herself that she was not only surprised but also scared by this monster. My sacred gear has granted me the power to control all sacred gears. Combined with my previous experience with the demonic sword creation sword birth, this level of achievement is a piece of cake for me, Tenraku explained. Instead of worrying about these things, you should be more concerned about yourself. Caressing Jean Dark's beautiful face, Tenraku smiled playfully as he spoke. With a shudder, Jean Dark snapped out of her daze and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Are you going to kill me? She refused to submit to Tenraku. Now that her sacred gear had been taken away, it meant she had no value anymore. Although she had long been prepared for this, the moment had arrived, and Jean Dark couldn't help but panic instinctively. She didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to surrender. She didn't know what to do. However, what surprised Jean Dark was, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. As my captive, your sacred gear, body, soul, everything belongs to me. Killing you would not benefit me in any way, it would only be a loss," Tenraku answered with a smirk. His tone was extremely domineering, but it was the truth. Since the moment Jean Dark became his captive, she had been labeled as Tenraku's property. Knowing that she didn't have to die, Jean Dark breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she saw the intense gaze that Tenraku directed at her, a sense of unease instantly welled up within her. You don't mean. Feeling nervous and anxious, Jean Dark suddenly realized something. It seems you've already figured it out, that thing you're wondering about, Tenraku responded with an evil smile. He raised his hand and the chains that bound Jean Dark shattered with a clank. Feeling exhausted, Jean Dark fell into Tenraku's embrace. Carrying her beautiful body horizontally, Tenraku walked towards the adjacent bedroom. Enjoying all that his captive had to offer was his right as the victor. Let go of me? Let go of me? Knowing exactly what Tenraku had in mind, Jean Dark struggled furiously, filled with indignation. However, her current strength was meaningless against him. Give it up. You already belong to me, Tenraku declared condescendingly, throwing Jean Dark onto the bed. You bastard! Even if you have my body, you'll never have my heart. Realizing that she was about to face another tribulation, Jean Dark tightly clutched her chest, gritting her teeth. Don't be too confident, my saintess. Once your body submits, your heart will also submit, Tenraku said with a devilish smile. I will prove it to you. With a devilish grin on his face, Tenraku pounced forward and tore open Jean Dark's long skirt. No. The storm had subsided, but the room still carried the chaotic scent in the air. Ha, evil devil, you devil? Jean Dark's beautiful body was marked with the traces of violation and she looked at Tenraku with fear in her eyes. She felt like she was going to break. She was being broken by this devil? Yes, I am a devil, Tenraku replied. But from now on, I will be your master, your god. Leaning close to Jean's ear, Tenraku whispered wickedly. Although his voice was calm, it sent shivers down Jean Dark's spine. Her body had been tormented to the extreme, and endless despair and panic surged through her. Unable to hold on any longer, Jean Dark's body went limp, and she fainted. Standing up, Tenraku licked his lips, savoring the moment with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, she was the reincarnation of Saintess Jean, and she was quite delicious. He dressed her in clothes and snapped his fingers. Tenraku-sama. Appearing in an instant, Semiria bowed to Tenraku. Naturally, she noticed Jean Dark beside them, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Train her well. I want her to return to being the real Jean, Tenraku commanded. If you don't know how to train her, go and ask Kateria. Tenraku gave the order as he caressed Semiria's cheek. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Semiria respectfully replied while blushing even more. Although she felt some sympathy for Jean, since it was Tenraku-sama's command, she could only apologize. Tenraku, Asia, Zenovia, do you have any plans today? On a weekend morning, everyone was having breakfast together when Rias suddenly asked. We don't have any plans. Why? Tenraku and the other girls looked at Rias with confusion after they spoke. You all know that the relations between the three major powers, angels, fallen angels, and devils, have eased up lately. The territories under my jurisdiction have also welcomed the presence of fallen angels and the church camp. A few days ago, I was invited to visit one of the Chich's bases. The manager of that base is a very interesting person. When I returned, he specifically asked me to invite all of you to visit as well. Since you don't have any other plans today, why don't you go and take a look? Setting down her knife and fork, Rias explained to Tenraku and the other girls. The manager? What kind of manager is this? Do we know him? Tenraku asked, his face showing a hint of curiosity. For now, it's a secret. You'll find out when you meet him. Rias blinked mischievously and replied. Her gaze lingered on Zenovia, her mouth curving into a barely noticeable smile. Although Tenraku wasn't particularly interested in some church base, since Rias had mentioned it and they didn't have anything else to do, Tenraku, Asia, Zenovia, and Irina eventually decided to go and see. After finishing breakfast and taking a short rest, Tenraku and the girls arrived at a suburb near a wilderness in the neighboring town, as indicated by Rias. There stood a church with a towering cross. Kuok town and some of the nearby towns were under Rias' jurisdiction. In the past, when the relations between the three major powers were tense, no other power's base was allowed to appear in their territory. This showed the efforts of Surtsks, Azazel, and Michael were not in vain. Do you miss it, Asia, Zenovia? Seeing the complex expressions on Asia and Zenovia's faces, Tenraku smiled and asked. Although Irina had once been a member of the church, she was just a pseudo-believer due to certain circumstances. When she left the church, she was the most relieved. So, even when seeing the sacred church that believers held in high regard, she didn't feel as complicated as Asia and Zenovia. She still had an elf-like peculiar expression. A little. Snapping out of their thoughts, Asia and Zenovia nodded. They did feel a bit nostalgic, but as they said, it was just a slight feeling. They no longer believed in the deceased deity they had once worshipped. The one they believed in now was right by their side. Tenraku smiled faintly, not paying much attention to it. Seeing that Asia and Zenovia had calmed down, he walked with the girls toward the church. A strong chill greeted them as they got near the church. It was the power of sacredness emanating from the church, rejecting Tenraku and the others as devils. If they were low-level resentful spirits or monsters, they would likely be purified and eliminated. However, this rejection had no effect on the powerful Tenraku, Irina, and Zenovia. Even Asia, who was relatively weaker, could endure it. Who goes there? The doors of the church suddenly opened, and a group of clergy and nuns emerged, all of them on high alert, guarding against Tenraku and the others. Although the relations between the church and the devils had eased up, the sudden appearance of the opposing faction in front of their own headquarters still made them nervous. I am Kamiya Tenraku, and these are my companions, Asia Argento, Zenovia, and Shido Irina. We have been invited to visit your premises. You can confirm it with your manager. Tenraku introduced himself and the others with a smile, while the clergy and nuns who heard him were astonished. Kamiya Tenraku, the host of the two heavenly dragons? Asia Argento, the former exiled saintess, I've heard of her. Zenovia, Irina, they were both powerful holy sword users in the church? Whispers spread among the clergy and nuns, and they were all greatly shocked. Having stopped Kader Kakabile, defeated the legendary god Loki, and earned numerous merits in the battles against the Cows Brigade, both Tenraku and the girls had gained considerable popularity among the major powers. Seeing these figures, who had only existed in stories before this moment, with their own eyes, it was no wonder that the clergy and nuns were shocked and excited. Your Excellency, the Red Dragon Emperor, what brings you to our church? A middle-aged clergyman stepped forward and asked with a nervous expression on his face. Although he was probably twice Tenraku's age, he was still nervous and hesitant in front of Tenraku. Didn't I just say it? We have been invited to visit. If you don't believe me, you can go and confirm with your manager. Tenraku shrugged and replied. All right, please wait a moment, everyone. Fearful of provoking Tenraku's displeasure, the middle-aged clergyman quickly ran into the church to confirm. As they waited bored, the other clergy and nuns continued to observe Tenraku and the others, whispering among themselves. Tenraku even noticed several nuns casting him looks of fervent admiration. Perhaps sensing their impropriety, a few nuns quickly lowered their heads, deeply repenting and praying to their lord in their hearts. Please follow me. Not long after, the middle-aged clergyman came back, seemingly having confirmed with the higher UPS. He respectfully invited Tenraku and the others. Without saying much, Tenraku and Asia followed the middle-aged clergyman into the church. They passed through corridors, climbed stairs, and arrived in front of a room. It seemed that the middle-aged clergyman didn't want to spend too much time with them. After leading Tenraku and the others to the room, he quickly excused himself and left. However, Tenraku and the girls didn't mind. In front of them was a large door, engraved with various heavenly inscriptions and adorned with a cross relief. It was an imposing door, indicating that an important figure resided in this room of the church. Please come in. Tenraku was about to knock on the door, but a woman's voice came from inside the room. The voice was very pleasant and young-sounding. Based on Tenraku's experience in recognizing people by their voices, she should be quite outstandingly beautiful. Without saying much, Tenraku pushed open the door and entered with the girls. Inside, they saw a nun with her head covered by a hood, standing there with a smile, waiting for them. Tenraku, Asia, and Irina were fine, but when Zenovia caught sight of the nun's face, her mouth dropped open in shock. Zenovia addressed the nun, who was now known as Griselda. She had beautiful blue eyes and an absolutely stunning face, appearing to be around 20 years old. Her smile was gentle, and her aura gave off a sense of holiness and warmth. I am Griselda, the manager of this church. Welcome, everyone. She nodded slightly to Zenovia and welcomed everyone. Although her whole body was concealed within the nun's attire, with Tenraku's trained eye, he could tell that Griselda's figure was probably extraordinary. Gee Griselda, why are you here? Zenovia exclaimed once again before anyone else could speak. Why, don't you want to see me here, Zenovia? Griselda stepped forward, smiling playfully. And no, it's not that. Despite her usual bravery in facing powerful enemies, Zenovia was retreating in a panic this time, her expression one of distress. When I heard that you were dispatched here on a mission and then soon after that you left the church, do you know how worried I was? I thought something had happened to you. From a young age, you always listened to Bishop's teachings and grew up to be a bit of a wild child, doing whatever you pleased. That's why you ended up with these consequences. And, the most unforgivable thing is, why didn't you ever contact me? Do you know how worried I was? Do you? Even though she had seemed so gentle and holy just moments ago, the nun now looked terrifyingly wrathful. She gripped Zenovia's face with both hands and shook it vigorously as she spoke. I'm sorry, Griselda, I was wrong, I was wrong? Zenovia's words were almost incoherent as she cried in pain. Woo woo woo. Her tearful cries in distress amused Tenraku and Irina, the two carefree individuals who couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only the kind-hearted Asia quickly stepped forward to speak up for her. None Griselda, please forgive Zenovia-san. Although it may not be convincing coming from a church exile turned devil like me, but Zenovia-san is truly a good person, and she is our most important friend and comrade. I can't count how many times she has helped me. So, please forgive her? Bowing down, Asia earnestly pleaded, leaving Zenovia deeply moved. Asia is always the best, Irina was even making fun of her just now. I'm cutting ties with her, Zenovia silently thought in her heart. You must be the one possessing the sacred gear, smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, the saintess named Asia Argento, right? Griselda released Zenovia and gently lifted Asia up, her expression now gentle and holy, completely different from the menacing one earlier. Yes, I am Asia Argento, but I'm no longer a saintess, Asia replied, reminiscing about her unpleasant memories, her head drooping. I've heard about your situation, and I'm truly sorry for what the church did to you. Please raise your head, Saintess Asia. It was my fault for losing my composure earlier, and I owe you an apology, Griselda said as she gently caressed Asia's forehead. Really? Thank you, none Griselda. Asia lifted her head, showing a happy smile. Kind and pure-hearted Asia was not just happy for herself, she was relieved that Griselda had finally forgiven Zenovia. None Griselda, it's been a long time. Irina also got a chance to greet her as she hugged Griselda's arm. Irina, I was worried about you too. Since none Griselda forgave Zenovia, she can forgive me too, right? You. Looking at Irina's mischievous expression, Griselda shook her head helplessly. Unlike the straightforward and clueless Zenovia, Irina was the type of person who wouldn't easily be taken advantage of, so Griselda felt more at ease with her. Can you introduce me to this nun, please? Tenraku, who had been standing on the side for a while, felt a little embarrassed to be left out of the loop. Zenovia and Irina seemed familiar with none Griselda, and Asia also appeared to recognize her, but Tenraku knew nothing except for her name, leaving him completely clueless. Glancing at Tenraku's frustrated expression, Griselda and the other girls couldn't help but giggle. Tenraku-san, none Griselda is a very famous believer in the church. We heard about her when we were in the church, Asia explained. Yeah, not only that, but none Griselda is also a powerful female exorcist. She could easily rank among the top 5 in the entire church, Irina added. Zenovia and none Griselda come from the same facility. Griselda is like an elder sister to Zenovia. When I and Zenovia partnered together, we were often taken care of by none Griselda. With each girl adding a few words, Asia and Irina told Tenraku some things about Griselda. Finally, he understood the situation. In short, none Griselda was a formidable figure in the church and was like an elder sister to Zenovia. No wonder she could keep Zenovia in check and make her feel frustrated. I see. My apologies for my ignorance, Tenraku said, expressing his respect for such a powerful individual and her relationship with Zenovia. Compared to the renowned Red Dragon Emperor, I'm still far behind, Griselda replied modestly. After exchanging some pleasantries, Griselda invited everyone to sit in the room. None Griselda, have you become a royal user brave saint of anyone? Irina curiously pointed out the red Q on Griselda's hand. Similar to the Devil's Chess, it was said that the Angel faction had recently developed a Royal User Brave Saint system, where each suit's king could have 12 Royal User Brave Saints from Ace to Queen. The Q on Griselda's hand was the symbol of being a royal user, and she was the strongest queen among them? I've been found out, indeed. I have become the queen of Gabriel Sama, one of the 4 great seraphs. As Gabriel Sama rules over the hearts, I was bestowed with the Q of Hearts, Griselda proudly said with a believer's fervent expression. That's such an honor, Irina said, her hands pressed against her chest. That's indeed a supreme honor, to become the queen of such a person, Tenraku added. Griselda, congratulations, Irina nodded, and Zenovia also congratulated Griselda. The 4 great seraphs were the top figures standing above all believers and angels, apart from the Lord. They included Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel. They were ancient angels with 12 wings, existing since ancient times. Griselda's lord, Gabriel, was the only female among the 4 great seraphs, rumored to be the #1 beauty in heaven. Naturally, Tenraku was also interested in meeting this angel. However, so far, he hadn't had the chance to see her in person. He hoped he would have the opportunity to see her true appearance and see if she truly lived up to her reputation. Tenraku and the girls spent most of the day inside the church. Their primary purpose was not sightseeing, but rather for Zenovia and Irina to reunite with none Griselda. By the time evening arrived, Tenraku and the girls were ready to bid farewell and return home. None Griselda accompanied them outside the church to see them off. Zenovia, you better not hide from me again. Promise me you'll come to visit often, okay? Griselda gently touched Zenovia's forehead as she spoke with a warm and kind on her face. Though Griselda maintained her holy and gentle appearance, her presence exuded a strong aura. I got it. I'll come more often, Zenovia replied, turning her head away and avoiding Griselda's gaze. Irina, Asia, and Red Dragon Emperor, you're all welcome to visit me anytime as well, Griselda said, extending her goodwill to Tenraku, Asia, and Irina. Naturally, the three of them reciprocated with courtesy. Nun Griselda, there's something I'd like to ask you. Do you still believe in your former lord? Suddenly, Tenraku asked. Upon hearing this question, other devout believers might have become furious and offended. How could they, as faithful believers, not believe in their lord? Tenraku's question could be seen as an insult to their faith. However, Nun Griselda instantly understood Tenraku's true intent and didn't become angry. Instead, a bitter smile appeared on her face. After becoming Gabriel-sama's queen, I learned the cruel truth that my former lord had long passed away. That fact was too heart-wrenching and nearly shattered my belief, Griselda said with a hint of bitterness. In fact, you could say it did shatter my belief. Though as a loyal believers, we should continue believing in our Lord even if they have passed away, that would be nothing more than deceiving ourselves. Eventually, that last remaining faith would disappear, she continued. At my most desperate moment, Gabriel-sama welcomed me, and that's when I found a new belief. I no longer believe in my former lord, but I believe in the beautiful and great Gabriel-sama, Griselda proclaimed, placing her hands on her chest, showing that fervent believer's expression once again. As she said, the true lord had long since passed away, and trying to believe in him would only be self-deception. Thus, she changed her belief, and for her now, Gabriel-sama was her true lord. Zenovia, you must have experienced the same pain and despair, right? I understand, I completely understand. Do you want to come back to us? Even though our Lord has passed away, we can still listen to the teachings of Gabriel-sama and others, Griselda said, holding Zenovia's hands with a hint of excitement. Though Zenovia seemed to be living well as a devil, Griselda still wanted her to come back. Nun Griselda, Zenovia is now an indispensable companion for us, Tenraku coughed lightly, reminding her. I apologize, Red Dragon Emperor. I might have been too carried away. Griselda realized that she might have gone too far and let go of Zenovia's hands. However, her eyes still shone with a hint of expectation. Griselda, I'm already a devil. Even if you accept me, the people in your church won't. Besides, I have many important companions and friends here, and they need me just as much as I need them. I'm content with my life now, Zenovia replied while scratching her head. Though she understood Griselda's concern, she couldn't accept her offer. Moreover, she believed in Tenraku now. He was her true lord, and she had the great dream of giving birth to a holy child for him. Returning to the church was simply impossible. As for listening to the teachings of Gabriel-sama, well, she could listen to Tenraku's teachings, and that was all she needed. I see Griselda's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment after hearing Zenovia's answer. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions. No matter what Zenovia chose, the bond between them wouldn't change. Red Dragon Emperor, do you have any other questions? Griselda asked, changing the topic. Although he answered with a smile, a wicked glint suddenly flashed in Tenraku's eyes. The next moment, Griselda's eyes glazed over, and she seemed dazed. After a few seconds, she returned to normal. Oh, what happened to me? Griselda rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit groggy. Perhaps you're a little tired. We should head back for now. Thank you for your hospitality, Nun Griselda. Get some rest as well, Tenraku replied calmly. Zenovia, Asia, and Irina, who witnessed what just happened, knew that Tenraku must have done something, but being fiercely loyal to him, they wouldn't expose him at this moment. Sure, please feel free to visit anytime. You're always welcome here, Griselda replied politely, though she still felt a bit dazed. After bidding farewell, Tenraku and the girls didn't stay any longer and gradually walked away, while Griselda watched them leave. Tenraku, what did you do to Griselda just now? Zenovia couldn't hold back her curiosity and finally asked. Don't worry, I just planted a seed in her soul, but it won't harm Nun Griselda, Tenraku reassured her with a light smile. A seed? Zenovia, Asia, and Irina were all extremely curious and had no idea what Tenraku meant by the seed. You know, during the incident in Kyoto, I seized several sacred gears from the hero faction. Among them was one called Demonic Words of an Angel, a spirit-controlling type of sacred gear, Tenraku began to explain, attracting the girls' undivided attention. Demonic Words of an Angel was a very rare spirit-controlling type of sacred gear capable of hypnotizing the opposite sex. While it wasn't a long news, Tenraku attached great importance to it. Thus, he had been developing it, and with the help of the gods and demons scripture, he finally developed a forbidden move for this sacred gear. Tenraku named this forbidden move the Seed of Belief. By using this ability, he could plant a seed in the soul of the opposite sex. Over time, the seed would take root, sprout, and gradually change the person's spirit, making them believe in and submit to Tenraku. Changing someone's spirit wasn't easy, especially for those with steadfast beliefs, such as devout believers. Under normal circumstances, it might take a long time, but with the aid of the gods and demons scripture, the process could be accelerated to 100 times faster. Yeah, that's about it. I just developed this ability, so I tried it on Nun Griselda to see if it works, Tenraku explained. After hearing Tenraku's explanation, the girls were shocked. If what he said was true, then this ability was like a sacred gear specialized in hypnotizing and brainwashing women. As long as Tenraku wanted, he could turn all the women in the world into his believers, and they would be absolutely loyal and fanatical. For Asia and Zenovia, Tenraku's die-hard believers, this was great news. For them, anything that benefited Tenraku was justified, even if it meant all the women in the world becoming his believers. They firmly believed that they belonged in his embrace. Asia and Zenobia were quite happy about it, but Irina seemed a bit panicked. Tenraku, you wouldn't brainwash me too, right? Irina, who was standing a little far away from Tenraku, looked frightened, fearing he might try to hypnotize her. Silly Irina, do you still need brainwashing? Tenraku glanced at Irina and mocked her. Though Irina wasn't his believer, she was his beloved slave, and in some ways, her situation was even more tragic than a believer's. Understanding what Tenraku meant, Irina's cute face instantly turned red. You, despicable Tenraku, I'll bite you to death. Fuming with anger, Irina pounced on Tenraku inside the bathroom. Warm water flowed gently, filling the room with thick mist. Two ivory-like arms leaned against the wall as Rias, her face flushed with a captivating blush, was being passionately embraced by Tenraku from behind. Her long red hair danced in the air as she let out enchanting sounds that made one's blood boil. Tenraku-sama, there's a communication request from the Underworld. Yubelina's voice suddenly came from outside the bathroom. I'm busy now, we'll talk later, Tenraku replied, focused on the task at hand. He had no time to pay attention to any communication request, even if it was from the Underworld. Tenraku-sama, it's Lady Vanellana's communication request. Knowing well that her master disliked interruptions at such times, Yubelina hesitated but still informed him. Even if it were Demon King Surtsk's communication, Tenraku would make him wait until he was done with his business. But when he heard that it was his mother-in-law, Vanellana, Tenraku couldn't help but fall silent. Tenraku, it's Okasama. We need to get out of here quickly. Rias, her face as red as blood, turned her head with great difficulty and managed to say a complete sentence, though she was extremely embarrassed as she did so. Alright, then let's speed up, Tenraku said with a hint of helplessness. He couldn't afford to ignore his mother-in-law, so he decided to finish quickly with Rias. Although Rias wanted to say something, she was overwhelmed by the powerful electric current that surged through her body, rendering her unable to utter a single word. She could only moan and gasp in response to Tenraku's actions. After a short while, the bathroom door was opened, and Tenraku carried the almost exhausted Rias out. He then took out 2 bathrobes and helped both of them put them on. Connect the communication request, Tenraku said as he sat on the sofa, holding Rias in his arms. Yes, Tenraku-sama, Yubelina replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She waved her magic staff, and a magic circle appeared on the floor, projecting Vanellana's image. Oh, no wonder we had to wait so long. Is little Tenraku bullying our Rias? Vanellana's projection teased as soon as she saw them. Mother, Okasama blushing furiously, Rias buried her face in Tenraku's chest. Tenraku let out a slight cough and felt a bit embarrassed, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Vanellana occasionally contacted them to inquire about how Rias and Tenraku were getting along, this time it seemed there was something important. Do you have something important to discuss, Aunt Vanellana? Tenraku asked politely. Even if she was Rias' mother, Tenraku didn't dare to be negligent in front of Vanellana. Well, there is something I'd like to ask for little Tenraku's help with. You see, Vanellana began, and she quickly explained the situation. Vanellana was a woman from the prestigious devil House of Baal. She said that a friend of hers from the House of Baal had fallen into a coma due to an illness, and despite all efforts, she remained unconscious. Recently, the caretaker of her friend contacted Vanellana, hoping she could find a sacred gear with healing abilities. They had tried various methods, but none seemed to work. Perhaps the power of sacred gears might awaken her. Thinking of the sacred gears, Vanellana remembered Tenraku, who was skilled at seizing other people's sacred gears. So, she contacted him. Moreover, the person who fell into a coma was none other than Sephiroth's mother. I do have a sacred gear with healing abilities, but it may not necessarily be effective against illnesses, Tenraku replied while nodding his head. He explained that physical injuries could be healed quite easily, but when it came to viral diseases, the effects of sacred gears such as Phoenix Tears or Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight healing were minimal. It seems the situation is more complicated than just an ordinary illness. Nevertheless, I'm asking for little Tenraku's help to take a look. If you can cure her, that would be great. If not, there's nothing we can do, Vanellana said with a complex expression on her face as she sighed deeply. Alright, in that case, we'll go and take a look tomorrow, Tenraku agreed. With his mother-in-law making the request, he had no reason to refuse. As long as little Tenraku can wake Misla up, I can offer you some special rewards? Vanellana's tone shifted, and she seductively enticed him. Misla was the name of her friend and she was also Sephiroth's mother. Special rewards? Tenraku's lips curved upward as various scenarios appeared in his mind. Aren't you already giving me the most precious reward, which is your daughter lying in my arms? Yes, special rewards, like personally teaching Rias some special bed skills. Little Tenraku should be quite interested, right? Vanellana continued, raising a finger to emphasize her point. And, it had to be said, this reward indeed piqued Tenraku's interest. Personal instruction from his mother-in-law in bed skills? Okasama? Rias lifted her head despite her embarrassment, glaring at her mother. What was her mother talking about? She didn't want to learn those kinds of things. Little Tenraku, cheer on? Waving her hand to both Tenraku and Rias, Vanellana's projection disappeared. Rias, if I do manage to save Sephiroth's mother, you should seriously consider learning, Tenraku teased as he looked at Rias blushing intensely. I don't want to learn those things, Rias retorted indignantly. She used to be a pure and noble princess, but ever since she got involved with Tenraku, she had already learned enough of those wicked skills. Smiling at the blushing girl in his arms, Tenraku didn't say anything more. He stood up, still holding Rias, and walked towards their bedroom. The hasty interruption from his mother-in-law's communication earlier left him feeling unsatisfied. Yubelina, come with us, Tenraku called. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Yubelina's cheeks flushed as she followed them into the bedroom. Late at night, in the church, a glimmer of light and several water flows appeared, forming the silhouette of a woman in the room. Who are you? Griselda, who was resting, opened her eyes wide and appeared in front of the woman in an instant. As one of the Church's strongest exorcists and the royal user brave Saint Queen under the Archangel Gabriel-sama, Griselda's power was formidable. She had sensed the intruder the moment the woman appeared. Staring intently at the woman, Griselda felt a surge of anger. How dare someone break into the church and sneak into her room? Did they really think she was an easy target? But then, an elf? Looking at the tall woman in a water blue long dress, Griselda raised an eyebrow in surprise. The woman's aura wasn't that of a human, devil, or any other ikai. It was purely that of an elf. However, even for an elf, her aura was a bit exaggerated. Could she be some sort of elf royalty? While Griselda was pondering, the woman remained silent, placing a thick tome on the table. Then, with a flash of light, she disappeared into water flows. After carefully sensing her surroundings and confirming that the woman had indeed left, Griselda felt a slight sense of relief. Though she wasn't afraid of the elf intruder, engaging in a fight inside the church could be disastrous. Avoiding conflict was always the preferable option. Yet, Griselda couldn't help but wonder why the woman had infiltrated the church just to leave a mysterious tome. Curiosity getting the better of her, Griselda walked over to examine the tome. When she saw the words Holy Scripture written prominently on the cover, she couldn't help but sneer. The teachings of the Lord were known as the Holy Bible, yet this tome dared to call itself the Holy Scripture. Quite an audacious claim. Raising her hand, Griselda was ready to unleash her magic to destroy the tome. However, at the last moment, she hesitated. Though it seemed suspicious, it wouldn't hurt to take a look at its contents before destroying it. With that thought in mind, Griselda dispersed her magic and picked up the tome. The moment she held it, Griselda felt a tremor in her heart and soul. Whether it was an illusion or not, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of sacredness emanating from the tome called the Holy Scripture. She hesitated, feeling a struggle within her, but ultimately, she couldn't resist the temptation and opened the tome. Unbeknownst to the nun, the moment she opened the Holy Scripture, she fell into a devil's trap from which she couldn't turn back. At dawn, at the Kamiya family residence, under the watchful eyes of Akeno and the other girls, Tenraku, Rias, and Ravel stepped into the transmission formation. After accepting the request from his mother-in-law last night, Tenraku was ready to go and see Sephiroth's mother to see if he could help her recover. At least, it was worth checking out. After a few teleportations and then boarding an Underworld air train, they were served exquisite snacks by the attendants before they left. Now, in the luxurious compartment, there were only Tenraku, Rias, and Ravel. Why are you coming along, Ravel? Rias finally couldn't hold back her curiosity, glancing at Ravel, who sat on the other side and held on to one of Tenraku's arms. Sister-in-law Sama, flushing red all of a sudden, Ravel seemed at a loss for words. Rias was taken aback, wondering if she had asked a strange or inappropriate question. After we see Sephiroth's mother, Ravel and I plan to return to the Phenex family, Tenraku explained, comforting Ravel to ease her nervousness. Return home? Rias looked puzzled. Even if Ravel was returning home, her reaction seemed a bit odd, didn't it? In fact, after contemplating for a moment, Tenraku decided to explain his and Ravel's situation to Rias. This time, they had come back to be honest with Otosama and Okasama about their relationship. Tenraku also planned to request permission from Otosama and Okasama to take Ravel as his wife. These were things that Rias would find out sooner or later, so Tenraku decided to tell her now. As expected, after listening to Tenraku's explanation, Rias stared at him in shock, almost dumbfounded. This guy actually didn't spare even her younger sister? While Devil Society didn't strictly prohibit such relationships between siblings, especially when they were only half-blooded like Tenraku and Ravel, it still challenged Rias' sensibilities. She was so angered that she couldn't find the words to respond. Sorry, Rias. It's all my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me, Tenraku said apologetically. It's not true, Ani-chan. It's all because of me. Tenraku looked apologetic, but Ravel seemed eager to explain something. However, Tenraku gently tapped her on the head, signaling her to stop. Ravel, this doesn't concern you. These are responsibilities that I must bear. You just stay by my side, he said to her. Ani-chan, Although Ravel's recklessness had led to the current situation, Tenraku was willing to take all the blame for her. This made Ravel feel both guilty and moved. Taking a deep breath, Rias finally calmed down, stood up, and looked at Tenraku and Ravel with an expressionless face. Ravel, come with me. Sister-in-law Sama. Clutching Tenraku's arm tightly, Ravel was hesitant to move. Rias emitted a powerful aura, which made Ravel, who was already guilty and embarrassed, even more reluctant to follow her. Go, Ravel. Everything will be fine, Tenraku comforted her, patting her forehead. Encouraged by her Ani-chan, Ravel bit her lip and finally stood up, following Rias hesitantly into the adjacent compartment. Sister-in-law Sama, Feeling more nervous than ever, Ravel lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Rias couldn't maintain her cold and serious expression any longer. She sighed softly and gently caressed the girl's forehead. Ravel, tell me everything about your relationship with Tenraku. I want to know all of it. Whatever conversation occurred between the two women, Tenraku had to wait a while before Rias and Ravel returned together. Though Ravel still blushed, her nervousness had visibly subsided. Tenraku could already guess the outcome. Why, aren't you angry anymore, Rias? Sitting back in their original positions, Tenraku looked at Rias with a smile. If I got angry every time because of these things, he would have driven me crazy long ago? Rias replied with a glare. Ravel is a good girl, and you must not let me down. Afterward, you should also explain everything to Uncle and Aunt Phenex, and... In a serious tone, Rias gave Ravel a long list of instructions, clearly showing that she had accepted Ravel. Before she could finish, though, Tenraku hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. What are you doing? We're outside? Rias blushed and struggled. Rias, even when you pretend to be strong, you are still adorable. Though it may not be fair to you, I must say, to have a wife like you is truly the luck of my life. Whispering in Rias' ear, Tenraku's words caused her heart to tremble. She stopped struggling, but the determined look in her eyes was replaced with a hint of melancholy and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. It's enough that you know the hospital where Sephiroth's mother was admitted was located in the territory of the House of Phenex, not the House of Baal, and they were going there without anyone's guidance because Rias had been there before. After getting off the air train, they bought some flowers and fruits for the visit and then took a direct shuttle to the House of Phenex territory. The House of Phenex territory was surrounded by natural scenery, and Tenraku had visited there before when he accompanied his President Sama on various sightseeing trips. As the shuttle bus traveled through the forested roads, Tenraku sat by the window, observing the scenery outside, while Rias and Ravel were whispering to each other. After what had happened before, it was unclear what they were discussing or agreeing upon, but it was evident that the relationship between the two sisters-in-law had grown even closer. Ravel, who used to show only respect and politeness towards Rias, now occasionally acted coquettishly in front of her. Perhaps they should now address each other as elder sister. These relationships were getting quite complicated. The bus journey continued in silence, and soon, they arrived at their destination. The lush green grass was surrounded by huge trees, and buildings stood connected by aerial corridors. It was a tranquil and natural place, perfect for patients to recuperate. According to Rias, it was a famous hospital in the entire underworld. As they got off the bus, a middle-aged devil who looked like a butler came to greet them. We've been expecting you, Miss Rias, Kamiya Tenraku-sama, and Princess Ravel of the Phenex family. We've come to visit maternal aunt-in-law. Please lead the way, Rias replied. Please follow me. The butler greeted them without any pretense and led them to a clean and spacious hospital room. Inside the room, a woman was lying on the bed, elegant and beautiful, but her complexion was pale, indicating a long-standing illness. Maternal aunt-in-law, how are you? Rias said with sadness as she approached the woman's side. This is Miss Baal, madam, Sephiroth-sama's mother. The butler introduced Tenraku and Ravel as he accepted the flowers and fruits they brought. Is there anything I can do to help? Tenraku asked. Madam Misla is a gentle and kind woman, but fate has been terribly unfair to her. Today, we invited Tenraku-sama here because we hope to rely on your power to wake Madam Misla up. As long as we can heal Madam, we are willing to grant any reward Tenraku-sama desires. Wiping the corner of his eye with a handkerchief, the butler's emotions were clearly stirred. You are too kind. I am not sure if my power can be of any help, but please tell me about Madam's condition, Tenraku said. Of course. With the butler's explanation, Tenraku had a general idea of the situation. It all started with Sephiroth's birth. Madame Misla was from the prestigious House of Vapula, which means power over lions, and she had married the first heir of the 72 Pillars Devil, the family lord of the House of Baal, to give birth to Sephiroth. Both Misla's and Sephiroth's parents were pure-blooded devils from prestigious families. Sephiroth, inheriting their genes, was expected to be exceptionally talented. However, to everyone's surprise, the eldest son of the House of Baal turned out to be a nearly powerless devil who lacked magical power. Being unable to inherit the House of Baal's powerful ruin magic power was already a big blow to the family's pride. To make matters worse, Venelana, who married out of the House of Baal, gave birth to Sertx and Rias, both inheriting the formidable magic power. This was an unforgivable irony for the proud House of Baal. In the Devil Society, though they valued emotions in families, strength was the utmost priority. Sephiroth, branded as a waste, was abandoned by his father, and Misla was treated with disdain and unfairness for giving birth to such a son. From then on, both Misla and Sephiroth were considered a disgrace to the House of Baal. Even the servants in the family were allowed to humiliate and mistreat them. House of Baal, refusing any help from the Gremory family and others, only allowed them to live within the House of Baal's territory, letting them fend for themselves. For Sephiroth's growth, the strong-willed Misla, together with her retinue from her own family, left the main residence of the House of Baal and settled at the border of the House of Baal's territory. However, even in the rural area, a devil with almost no magical power like Sephiroth would still face discrimination and unfair treatment. Even the children of ordinary devil families possessed more magical power than him, resulting in constant bullying. The young Sephiroth was truly pitiful at that time. The butler wiped away his tears, filled with sorrow. Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. While he had been considered a waste on par with Sephiroth before, his experiences were much luckier in comparison. Although he had gone through unpleasant things, at least his father and family hadn't abandoned him. Even though many might have secretly looked down on and ridiculed him, no one dared to bully him openly due to his identity. Even that arrogant guy Riser, who once thought of attacking Tenraku, was stopped by the sudden appearance of his father. After a good beating, Riser was left sniffling and tearful, warning Tenraku that one day he, the waste, would pay for this. What happened afterward? What happened to him? Tenraku asked, with Ravel listening attentively beside him. Although the young master was often bullied by other children, Madame Misla always sternly scolded him whenever he returned home crying. Even without magic power, you still have a strong body? If you think it's not enough, find a way to compensate for it. Strengthen your arms, your knowledge, and your speed. Find ways to make up for what you lack. No matter what others say, you are a descendant of the House of Baal. Even without magic power or the power of ruin magic, you must not give up on yourself. These were the words Madame often said to the young master. As long as you don't give up, you will eventually succeed. I heard Sephiroth say this. He said it was the most important advice his mother gave him. Rias added from the side with a complicated expression on her face. In truth, Madame felt more guilty than anyone else. I gave birth to you without the power of ruin magic. She would apologize to the sleeping young master countless times. Perhaps the young master also noticed it because, suddenly, one day, he stopped Madame from crying and bravely faced everything without running away. It was from that time that the young master started to grow stronger and continuously honed his skills. However, just as the young master became strong enough to stand up against middle-class devils, Madame suddenly fell ill. Over the years, Madame had already become mentally and physically exhausted, but she kept pushing herself for the sake of the young master. When she saw the young master had grown up, she couldn't hold on any longer, and her body succumbed to the disease. It's a very rare illness. Once affected, she falls into a deep slumber from which it's difficult to awaken, and her body gradually weakens until death. Poor Madame Misla. The young master has become so outstanding, but she can no longer see it. The butler kept wiping his tears, and influenced by the atmosphere, Lily and Ravel also shed tears of emotion. Undoubtedly, Misla was a great mother. Looking at Misla lying on the hospital bed, Tenraku felt deeply moved. His own mother was also like this, raising him alone in the human world for his growth. When the doctors declared that she had a terminal illness that would kill her soon, she defied them. She not only gave birth to him but also raised him until he could live independently. Even the doctors said it was an impossible miracle. When his mother passed away, Tenraku was powerless to change the outcome. He could only smile through his tears and promise her not to worry. He pledged to eat well, sleep well, and live strongly and bravely every day, promising to marry many beautiful and capable wives in the future to take care of him in her place. His mother's passing was a perpetual sadness and regret for Tenraku, and if possible, he didn't want Sephiroth to experience the same thing. Looking at Misla, whose breath was weak and face pale, Tenraku made a silent decision. He must cure her? To be continued. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias, what are you doing here? A voice full of surprise came from outside the hospital room as Sephiroth walked in. Since his mother was here, Sephiroth often visited the hospital. However, he didn't expect to see Rias and Tenraku here as well. Sephiroth-sama, let me explain. The butler quickly explained the situation to Sephiroth, trying to calm his emotions. I see. Thank you both for coming. Sephiroth expressed his gratitude after understanding the situation. Don't thank us just yet. I'm not even sure if I can help. Seeing Sephiroth's grateful expression, Tenraku felt the pressure building up. It's fine. I won't give up on finding a way to cure my mother until she recovers, no matter how long it takes. Sephiroth patted Tenraku's shoulder with a nonchalant attitude as he spoke. Ignoring whether Tenraku's treatment would be effective or not, the fact that they were willing to come and help meant a lot to him. Well, then, I'll do my best, Tenraku replied, but he felt a sense of unease. However, my sacred gear's healing effect may not be effective against viruses and such. Don't worry about that. We've already found a way to eliminate the disease from my mother's body, but the doctors say her spirit is almost depleted. If we can't revive it, she may never wake up again, Sephiroth sighed. As you know, matters concerning the mind and soul are more complicated than the body. Even the doctors have no effective solutions for those. If it's just spiritual depletion, I might be able to help. Tenraku's eyes gleamed as he heard. Really? Sephiroth was overjoyed and grabbed Tenraku's shoulders. Tenraku's body was sturdy enough to withstand his excitement, but his grip was like that of a pair of iron tongs. If it were anyone else, their bones might have been crushed. Let go of me first. Let me give it a try, Tenraku retorted, feeling somewhat annoyed by Sephiroth's actions. Okay. Realizing his excitement, Sephiroth quickly released Tenraku. Over the years, they had invited numerous famous doctors and great masters, but none of them had a solution for his mother's condition. Now, hearing that Tenraku might have a cure, Sephiroth couldn't help but feel excited and emotional. Tenraku approached the bedside, with Rias, Ravel, the butler, and Sephiroth standing nervously on both sides. Under their expectant gazes, Tenraku took a deep breath and activated the power of his sacred gear. Since Asia had developed the forbidden move, Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, its ability had also been enhanced to heal the spirit. It was the same power that had healed Semiria and the others when they were mentally damaged by Diodora's mind-controlling magic. If Sereorg's mother was indeed suffering from spiritual depletion, then this ability should work on her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a Holy Mother's illusion, similar to Asia's, appeared in the air, exuding a beautiful and pure light. Guided by Tenraku's thoughts, the illusion of the Holy Mother flew out and enveloped Madame Misla with a soothing green glow. Through the power of his sacred gear, Tenraku sensed that Madame Misla's spirit was indeed almost depleted. However, under the nourishment of the sacred gear's ability, it began to recover rapidly. It's working? Sereorg noticed a slight movement at the corner of his mother's eyes and exclaimed with joy. Rias, Ravel, and the butler also showed surprise and happiness while Tenraku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, that was all that mattered. Putting more strength into it, Tenraku continued the treatment. When he healed Semiria and the others, Tenraku hadn't exerted much effort. However, for Sereorg's mother, he had used up half of his spirit power in his body. Healing spiritual and soul damage was an extremely difficult task, and even if successful, it required an enormous amount of energy. Tenraku's spirit power was several times that of an ordinary demon king. If it were anyone else, they would likely exhaust themselves without being able to restore Madame Misla. All right, it should be done now, Tenraku said after a long while, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No wonder Asia always looked tired after healing others. This kind of work was by no means less exhausting than fighting. The hospital room fell into absolute silence. Everyone waited anxiously, and then, slowly, Madame Misla opened her eyes. Mother, Okasama, Sereorg trembled as he tightly held his mother's hand. Sereorg, you've grown up. Her voice was hoarse, and yet Madame Misla recognized her child at a glance. Despite her weakness, a gentle smile appeared on her pale face. Though it was just a simple sentence, it brought tears to Sereorg's eyes, and the butler also used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Finally, Madame Misla had awakened. Tenraku felt moved and was happy for Sereorg. Now was the time to leave the space to the mother and son. He gestured to Rias and Ravel, and the three of them quietly left the hospital room. This is wonderful. Maternal aunt-in-law has finally recovered, Rias said. Yes, Madame Misla went through so much, Ravel added, her eyes also moist with tears. Women were indeed sensitive creatures. Even after they left the hospital room, Rias and Ravel kept wiping their tears. Tenraku felt somewhat speechless but understood them, so he patiently handed them tissues. Rias, since I healed your maternal aunt-in-law, don't forget to go back and collect our reward from Aunt Kaoru. You should also learn from her properly, Tenraku teased. Rias blushed at Tenraku's words and glared at him. Why did this guy remember such things every time? Though she felt embarrassed, she couldn't deny that Tenraku had been a great help. So, after some consideration, she responded, fine, I'll learn from my mother for your sake. Tenraku chuckled inwardly. Now, he was in for a treat. After Rias learned some special bed skills from her mother, he couldn't wait to experience them. Ani-chan, what are you guys talking about? Ravel asked curiously, her emotions somewhat restored. Ravel, you're still young. There are some things you don't need to know for now, Tenraku replied. All right, hearing her mischievous older brother's words, Ravel could guess what they were talking about. She glanced at her sister-in-law Sama, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Tenraku, Rias, and Ravel didn't say their goodbyes to Sereorg and instead took the shuttle back to their destination. Rias would return to the Grummery household to collect their reward from her mother, while Tenraku and Ravel prepared to return to the Phenex estate to confess their situation to their parents. Sister-in-law Sama, please take care, Ravel said. Yes, you too, Ravel, Rias replied. As Tenraku and Ravel watched Rias board the train, the whistle blew, and the train started moving at a rapid pace, disappearing into the distance. Just as Tenraku and Ravel were about to board the train to the Phenex territory, they heard Sereorg's voice calling out from behind, Kami ya Tenraku? Seeing Sereorg sweating profusely, Tenraku couldn't help but laugh. Did this guy run all the way from the hospital? Sereorg, aren't you supposed to stay with your mother? Tenraku asked. My mother is still weak and resting. The doctors say she'll fully recover with some more rest, Sereorg explained. Thank you, Kamiya Tenraku, for this favor. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Don't mention it. Just cherish your mother. You're luckier than me, Tenraku replied. Oh, I will, Sereorg said, relieved that his mother had finally awakened. He exuded excitement. By the way, our match is about to begin, right? Sereorg asked. That's right. I've been looking forward to this day, Tenraku replied. Hey, after saving your mother, don't you want me to go easy on you and let you win? Sereorg teased. HHH, if you do that, I'll be disappointed, Tenraku retorted. Indeed, if I don't give my all in the match because of gratitude, I'll regret it, Sereorg said. HHH, both of them laughed, exchanging playful banter. Their spirits were high, and they were both eager for the upcoming match. As a sign of respect for each other, they would give their all in the fight. Sereorg, until our match, farewell, Tenraku said. Yeah, farewell until the match, Sereorg replied. Men didn't need many words to understand each other. Tenraku and Sereorg fist-bumped and waved goodbye as they entered the train, with Ravel by Tenraku's side. In the luxurious and spacious train compartment, Tenraku and Ravel were the only passengers. Ani-chan, I'm a little scared, Ravel said, sitting in Tenraku's lap and speaking softly. She felt nervous and uneasy about confessing their situation to their parents. Don't worry, I'm here for you, Tenraku comforted her, gently caressing her forehead. Unai-chan, I like you the most, Ravel said, gradually calming down as she held Tenraku tightly. Indeed, being with Unai-chan always made her feel at ease. If you feel bored, you can sleep. I'll wake you up when we get home, Tenraku suggested. No, I don't want to sleep. I finally get to be alone with Unai-chan, and I don't want to waste it, Ravel replied. What do you want to do then? Play games or chat? Tenraku asked. While chatting and playing games are nice, we can do something more meaningful, Ravel said. More meaningful? Kiss, Unai-chan, let's try it again. Blushing, Ravel spoke about what she considered to be a more meaningful activity. Since their last attempt at a kiss after they became a couple, Ravel had become infatuated with the feeling. However, at home, she couldn't find the opportunity as Kuna, the little fox, was always around. Now that she finally had some alone time with her Unai-chan, she couldn't resist wanting to try again. Amused, Tenraku didn't refuse her request and lowered his head to gently capture Ravel's soft lips. Welcome back, Lord Tenraku and Lady Ravel. The news of their return had already spread throughout the Phenex estate. As they walked into the luxurious mansion, hundreds of maids and servants stood on both sides of the aisle, respectfully welcoming their return. Having grown used to such receptions, Tenraku nodded at the maids and servants, and he and Ravel walked through the middle of the aisle. As they passed, both of them could feel the fiery gazes fixed upon them. While in the past, the maids and servants respected Tenraku as their master, now it was more like they worshipped him. Tenraku might not be aware, but these maids and servants knew the extent of his fame in the entire magic world. He was the Demon King's younger sister's spouse, the master of the 2 heavenly dragons, and the one who had defeated numerous legendary figures like Kokobile, the former White Dragon Sovereign, and Norse god Loki. He had also made significant contributions in the battles against the old Demon King faction and the Hero faction. They considered him the most dazzling miracle in the history of the Phenex family. While Tenraku didn't care much about these titles, Ravel was immensely proud of her Unai-chan. As they walked, she held her head high, which made Tenraku smile inwardly. Ravel, Tenraku, a voice suddenly sounded, and a man walked toward them from the other end of the aisle. The man had golden hair that reached his shoulders and a handsome face. Unlike Riser, who gave off a bad boy vibe at first sight, this man exuded elegance, carrying an aura of nobility throughout his whole being. He was no stranger, he was the eldest son of the Phenex family and the next in charge of the family Raval Phenex. Older brother? Excited, Ravel ran up to him. Ravel, you look even prettier after some time. You're almost catching up to Okasama, Raval smiled, and Ravel blushed. Seeing her adorable sister like this, Raval couldn't help but feel fondness for her. It's been a while, older brother, Tenraku also greeted Raval. As the next in charge of the family, Raval was already an adult and actively participated in raiding games while managing many of the family's businesses. Thus, he seldom came home. Tenraku didn't have many memories of his older brother, but he had a good impression of him. Although Raval fit the image of a villain found in many anime and novels, handsome and elegant on the surface but perverted and dirty-minded inside, that was just a portrayal in stories. In reality, Raval was a genuinely elegant and sophisticated noble. Before Tenraku's rise, he was the pride of the Phenex family. Tenraku, I've heard about your accomplishments. You truly are a descendant of the Phenex family. If Auntie Tamako were still here, she'd be proud of you, Raval praised as he patted Tenraku's shoulder. Honestly, Raval was amazed at how his once seemingly useless half-brother had grown to this extent. Humph, is older brother shocked? Unai-chan is super amazing now, Ravel chimed in. Just empty flattery from others. Compared to older brother, I still have a long way to go, Tenraku modestly replied. Tenraku, you don't need to be modest. With you as my exceptional younger brother, I feel the pressure as the older brother, Raval admitted. Yup, Unai-chan has already surpassed older brother. Older brother, you should work harder, Ravel added. Ravel, you've become so biased towards your brother, Raval teased. It's not like that, older brother. Ravel stuttered. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Are you both here to see Otasama and Okasama? They're waiting for you. Let's go together, Raval suggested. Little Tenraku and Ravel are back. As soon as Tenraku, Ravel, and Raval entered the room, they saw the smiling face of Madame Phenex waiting for them. Okasama? Ravel immediately hugged her mother, and Tenraku and Raval also greeted them with respect. Otasama, Okasama. Please, have a seat, Duke Phenex said while sipping his hot tea. Yes. Prominent families always had many rules, and the Phenex family was no exception. The Otasama was typically a stern and dignified family lord, while the Okasama was more approachable and caring, always showing concern for Tenraku and Ravel. After exchanging pleasantries with Okasama, Duke Phenex spoke. So, what brings you back so suddenly? Tenraku gave a wry smile. It was no surprise that his Otasama was so direct, and Ravel became even more nervous, burying her face in her mother's embrace, unable to face anyone. Even Madame Phenex and Raval could sense that something was amiss between Tenraku and Ravel. Being anxious was only natural, but Ravel shouldn't be the one to talk about this. With a slight exhale, Tenraku stood up and said, Otasama, Okasama, there's something important that I would like to request your approval for. Oh, something important that requires our approval? Madame Phenex smiled, but Duke Phoenix's expression remained inscrutable. Otasama, Okasama, I love Ravel, and I want her to be my wife. I hope you will approve of our relationship, Tenraku said, mentally preparing himself for Otasama's response. However, instead of the expected stern reaction, the room fell into an intense silence after Tenraku spoke. Duke Phoenix remained expressionless, Madame Phenex covered her mouth in shock, and Ravel blushed even harder, trembling as she clung to her mother. Tenraku, Ravel, you too. Raval was the first to regain his composure, looking at Tenraku in disbelief. Due to his involvement in raiding games and family business matters, Raval rarely returned home. He never expected to encounter such a sensational matter upon his return. Although from a devil's perspective, there was nothing wrong with Ravel and Tenraku being together, and Ravel had always been particularly attached to Tenraku among her older brothers. However, how did they end up developing to this point? Cold sweat formed on his forehead, but Tenraku wasn't in the mood to explain anything to Raval right now. He was focused on waiting for Otasama and Okasama's response. To him, the tense atmosphere lasted for several minutes, but it felt like centuries. Finally, Duke Phoenix broke the silence. Ravel is your younger sister, don't disappoint her. His response was as clear and concise as usual. He approved of Tenraku and Ravel's relationship. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a bit strange inside. Otasama, don't you want to know Ravel's opinion on this? Do I need to ask? Duke Phoenix glanced at Ravel, who still had her face buried, and replied nonchalantly. Tenraku was at a loss for words. Impressive, truly formidable, no wonder he was Otasama. But, this matter is not solely decided by me. Your Okasama's approval is also required, Duke Phoenix added unexpectedly. While he usually made decisions as the family lord, this matter concerned Ravel's future, and Madame Phenex also had the right to decide. Well, Okasama. Tenraku scratched his head, his gaze shifting to Madame Phenex. Little Tenraku, I'll give you an answer tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow? Can't you decide now? Tenraku asked. This is a matter concerning Ravel's lifelong happiness. I need some time to consider it properly, Madame Phenex replied. What's the rush, little Tenraku? Can't you wait just one night? She teased. All right then. Since Okasama said so, Tenraku had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. If even Otasama agreed, Okasama shouldn't object, right? Madame Phenex then left the room, taking Ravel with her. Mother and daughter probably had a lot to discuss. Meanwhile, Tenraku and Raval stayed with Otasama for a while, but he was a man of few words. Three grown men sitting together made the atmosphere awkward, so Tenraku and Raval soon made an excuse to leave. Tenraku, you always manage to surprise people, Raval said, patting Tenraku's shoulder. Come to my place for a drink, and tell me more about you and Ravel. After leaving the room, both Tenraku and Raval breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, Raval invited Tenraku to his place for a drink, and Tenraku reluctantly agreed. That night, in the luxurious room, Ravel and Madame Phenex were lying on the bed. Both exuded an air of nobility, with Ravel resembling a slightly younger version of her mother. Mother, have you made your decision? Ravel asked, blushing, unable to contain herself any longer. Why, are you in such a hurry to become Tenraku's wife? Madame Phenex put down her book and looked at Ravel with a teasing smile. And no, that's not it. Ravel denied it with an embarrassed expression on her face. Oh really? In that case, I'll reject Tenraku tomorrow. My Ravel should find someone even more exceptional as her wedded, Madame Phenex said with a sly grin. No? Ravel quickly lifted her head in excitement, only to realize that her mother was teasing her. Mother, you're so mean. Blushing furiously, Ravel buried her head again. With a touch of indulgence in her eyes, Madame Phenex gently stroked Ravel's hair and said, Ravel, you've been close to Tenraku since you were young. I had already expected this development when you went to the human world together with him. Mother, you knew back then? Even when Tenraku was considered a waste, you were close to him. Moreover, now that Tenraku has become outstanding, it would be strange if you didn't fall for him, right? Besides, although Tenraku took all the responsibility, you were the one who confessed first, right? Tenraku only said that to save face for you. Mother, please stop. Her face flushed, and feeling incredibly embarrassed, Ravel never expected that her mother would see through everything. My silly daughter, do you know why I delayed my answer to Tenraku for one night? Tightly embracing Ravel, Madame Phenex spoke softly. Why? Although she was incredibly shy, Ravel was curious. If her mother already understood her feelings, why did she do that? Men are so overbearing and possessive, and Tenraku is no exception. No, maybe he's even more forceful in this regard, given his qualifications. The more unattainable something is, the more precious it becomes. It's a natural instinct for both humans and devils. Despite Tenraku's intelligence, even if he knows I will eventually agree, as long as I haven't confirmed it personally, he will still be concerned about this matter and care even more about you. My foolish daughter, if you want to capture a man's heart, loyalty and love alone are not enough. You need much more, especially when dealing with someone like Tenraku, who is surrounded by many outstanding girls. Ravel, I will now teach you how to firmly grasp Tenraku's heart and keep him forever and ever. You must listen carefully, my dear. Hearing her mother's words, Ravel's eyes lit up, forgetting her embarrassment for a moment. She didn't dare take this matter lightly, it concerned her lifelong happiness. She listened intently, afraid of missing a single word. Meanwhile, at the Gremory residence. Mother, this is too embarrassing. Rias blushed crimson, feeling tempted to give up after hearing her mother's explanation of bed skills. Rias, capturing a man's heart is not that easy. If you don't learn a few skills now, you might regret it later when Tenraku becomes bored, Venelana said with a glint of wisdom in her eyes. Hearing her mother's words, Rias hesitated. Indeed, as her mother said, if she didn't learn some techniques now, she might be in danger later. After all, there were so many women around Tenraku now, and there would be even more in the future. Mother, please teach me. I want to learn. Finally, Rias made up her mind. She didn't want to lose to those vixens, she wanted to firmly grasp Tenraku's heart and make him forever infatuated with her. Seeing her daughter finally understanding, a brilliant smile appeared on Venelana's face. She was determined to train the adorable Rias into a perfect woman whom Tenraku would be unable to resist. At this moment, Tenraku was still unaware that both of his wise Okasama were imparting their skills to their daughters, teaching them how to capture his heart both physically and emotionally. At the Phenex main residence, Tenraku and Ravel were ready to return to the human world, and the Phenex couple and Ruval were seeing them off. Little Tenraku, I've entrusted my most precious treasure to you. Don't disappoint Ravel, Madame Phenex said as she gently handed Ravel's hand to Tenraku with a solemn expression on her face. For her, nothing in this world was more precious than Ravel. Okasama, I will protect Ravel and make her happy forever, I promise, Tenraku replied, holding Ravel's hand firmly. I will remember little Tenraku's promise, but Ravel, remember this too. You must support Tenraku in the future and not become a burden to him, Madame Phenex advised. Also, don't forget what I taught you last night. Her gaze shifted to Ravel, and she winked meaningfully. I understand, Okasama, Ravel replied. It was a secret between them, and although it was embarrassing, Ravel remembered every word her mother had taught her and planned to review it every day. Okasama, Otasama, elder brother, well, head back to the human world now. Take care. With their purpose fulfilled and no other business to attend to, Tenraku and Ravel bid farewell to the Phenex couple and Ruval, then stepped into the transmission formation. As it had only been a day since they left, nothing significant had happened at home. After Tenraku and Ravel returned, Rias also arrived back from the Underworld through the teleportation. Rias, did you learn some special bed skills from Aunt Venelana? Tenraku asked, slightly expectant, as he pulled Rias into their room. I learned them all, Rias replied, her face turning red as she recalled what her mother had taught her. Hey alright then, let's try them out now. Tenraku didn't waste any time and lifted Rias in his arms with an excited expression on his face. It's daytime? Rias protested. But I can't wait. Tenraku retorted, throwing Rias onto the bed before pouncing on her. Soon, the sounds of clothes tearing and Rias' screams echoed in the room. Akeno, Ubelina, and the other girls blushed, and Ravel couldn't help but sigh at her mischievous Unai-chan before quickly dragging the still-dazed Kuno away. On the other hand, Rainare wickedly licked her lips, then called Middled and Kala Warner to join her in watching Tenraku's. There was no denying that Aunt Venelana's special bed skills were indeed extraordinary, and Tenraku enjoyed an unparalleled experience. As various wild and fallen scenes unfolded, when Tenraku finally reached satisfaction, Rias was almost completely worn out. Looking at Rias rolling her eyes and convulsing, Tenraku felt a little embarrassed. She must have been totally exhausted. You despicable, devilish, irredeemable sex dragon emperor? Ravel is our younger sister? How could you do this? Riser's furious figure shouted at Tenraku from the magic communication, as if he was a scolding shrew. Who knows where he got the information about Tenraku and Ravel's relationship, but he suddenly sent this communication, yelling and cursing like a madman. Thankfully, he had previously received aristocratic education, otherwise, he would have acted like this from the beginning. Riser, you are just jealous, Tenraku calmly replied. Don't worry, no matter what, you're still our older brother, and I'll send you an invitation to Ravel and my wedding. Alright, that's enough. You just focus on improving yourself out there, Tenraku yawned and waved at Riser before ending the communication. Damn it. He hung up on me? Riser fumed, enraged at having his communication cut off. Kami ya Tenraku, you just wait. One day, I'll come back and defeat you. On the other side of Earth, in a valley, Riser slammed the bone he had been gnawing on the ground, then stomped on it in frustration. Riser-sama, will we fight against that Kami ya Tenraku in the future? A young man clad in knight armor stood before Riser, his eyes filled with determination. Are you an idiot? I was just speaking without thinking, Riser replied dismissively. That guy is as strong as a monster now. Why would I want to provoke him and bring trouble upon myself? I won't do such foolish things again. Muttering to himself, Riser sat by the campfire and called out to a chubby young boy nearby, Herbert, bring me another piece of roasted meat, and make sure to drain the blood properly. Of course, Riser-sama. The chubby boy scurried away and quickly brought back a piece of roasted meat, his face displaying eagerness and flattery. What a typical lackey. Looking at the unimpressive Riser and the obsequious Herbert, the young knight couldn't help but sigh. How did he end up following these people? His future seemed bleak and miserable. With the decisive battle against Sarayorg approaching, Tenraku, Ubelina, and the girls spent the next few days preparing for the raiding game. The raiding game was not only a duel between kings but also a competition between peerages. Given Tenraku's current strength, it was impossible for him to make significant improvements in the short term. However, Yubelina and the other girls still had room for growth. The most direct and effective way was to share Tenraku's sacred gears with the girls. While they had already shared some, there were still plenty of usable sacred gears that Tenraku had. However, not all sacred gears could be shared, as they needed to match the girls' own attributes. After careful consideration, Tenraku discovered that he indeed had several sacred gears suitable for the girls. For example, the infinite gravity and the prank of the giant variant detonation were perfect for Swollen, who served as a rook. The demonic sword creation sword birth and holy sword creation blade blacksmith were ideal for Carlamine, who was a knight. Though the girls might not develop powerful techniques or even forbidden moves in the short term, just having the basic abilities of the shared sacred gears could significantly enhance their strength. Carlamine, Ceres, come to my room tonight, Tenraku instructed, addressing Carlamine and Ceres, who were currently practicing swordsmanship. The two girls blushed when they heard Tenraku. They had clearly misunderstood something, but they had already guessed what was going on. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Tenraku-sama, Carlamine, and Ceres knocked on the door respectfully. After a moment, the door opened, but it wasn't Tenraku who greeted them. Instead, Tosca appeared with a gentle smile on her face and said, "Come in. Tenraku-sama has been waiting for you." Taking a deep breath, Carlamine and Ceres didn't inquire further and followed Tosca and Mai into the room. However, upon seeing the scene inside the room, the two night girls blushed instantly. Their Tenraku-sama was sitting on a lavish, oversized chair, with Swollen and Isabella lying on either side of him, panting heavily as if drunk. In addition to them, Yubelina, acting as the queen, was seated on Tenraku's lap, passionately kissing him. "Please wait a moment. We'll talk after Tenraku-sama is done," Tosca said with a smile, seemingly accustomed to this kind of situation. She and Mai then stood behind Tenraku. Silence filled the room as everyone focused on the intense kissing sounds and heavy breathing between Tenraku and Yubelina. Carlamine and Ceres could only endure their embarrassment as they quietly waited on the side. Among Tenraku's peerage, Yubelina, Tosca, Mai, Swollen, Isabella, and Lee had already offered themselves to Tenraku both physically and emotionally. The only ones who still retained their virginity were Carlamine, Ceres, Marion, Burant, Shuria, Myra, Isle, and Nell. Myra, Isle, and Nell were still young and needed a few more years. As for the others, they had each started serving Tenraku. Carlamine and Ceres felt nervous and embarrassed. After Swollen and Isabella, was it finally their turn? As they lost themselves in their thoughts, time passed, and the intense kissing between Tenraku and Yubelina finally came to an end. Breathing heavily, Yubelina's alluring purple lips left Tenraku's, and she nestled in his embrace, her face flushed with satisfaction. With a contented expression, Tenraku patted her gently. Yubelina understood and immediately stood up from Tenraku's lap, tidying her magical robes before standing behind him. "Come here," Tenraku ordered, and Carlamine and Ceres walked up to him, feeling increasingly nervous and shy. "Have you changed your clothes?" Tenraku teased, looking at the two night girls with mischief in his eyes. To facilitate training and combat, Carlamine and Ceres usually wore their old knight armor instead of their school sailor uniforms. But today, they were dressed in elegant flowing dresses. As their heroic and beautiful auras remained undiminished, a rosy hue appeared on their faces, and they replied, "Yes, Tenraku-sama." They had come here for intimacy, and it didn't seem appropriate to wear their knight armor. However, in the next moment, Tenraku's words surprised them. "Actually, I didn't ask you to come for intimacy." Seeming to know what the two girls were thinking, Tenraku wore a playful smile. Carlamine and Ceres looked up in astonishment, and no, Tenraku-sama didn't ask us to come for intimacy. "Did I ever tell you to come for that? You just misunderstood," Tenraku clarified. "With the decisive battle against Sareorg approaching, I wanted to enhance your strength. There are a few sacred gears suitable for both of you, so I decided to share them with you. Swollen and Isabella are done, and since you're here now, I'll share 2 more sacred gears with you." "Tenraku-sama," we Carlamine and Ceres stammered, their faces now as red as blood, feeling flustered. It turned out it was all a misunderstanding. With a mischievous expression on his face, Tenraku, along with Yubelina, Tosca, and Mai, burst into laughter, while Carlamine and Ceres were filled with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. "How humiliating? Since you have that intention, you can stay with us tonight," Tenraku said with amusement, enjoying the adorable expressions of his 2 night girls. Since the girls offered themselves willingly, Tenraku saw no reason to refuse. After all, Yubelina and Swollen had already taken their turn, and it was only fair that Carlamine and Ceres followed suit. "Yes, Tenraku-sama," the 2 girls replied, their faces blushing deeply as they lowered their heads. Despite the embarrassing misunderstanding, the result was just as they had anticipated. Everything they had belonged to Tenraku, and offering their bodies to him didn't seem so bad after all. "For now, let's put the intimacy aside and share the sacred gears with you," Tenraku continued. "Here are the demonic sword creation and holy sword creation. Each of you can choose one." With a smile, Tenraku waved his hand, and 2 jade jewels flew out from his body, floating in the air. One was black, and the other was golden. These were the demonic sword creation and holy sword creation that Tenraku had taken from Isaiah and Jean d'Arc. Ignoring their embarrassment, Carlamine and Ceres focused on the seriousness of the matter. As members of Tenraku's peerage, they were well aware of the power of these 2 sacred gears. If they obtained them, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. After exchanging glances, the two girls quickly made their choices. Carlamine chose the demonic sword creation Sword Birth, while Ceres chose the holy sword creation Blade Blacksmith. Nodding in approval, Tenraku raised his hand, and the two sacred gears flew into the bodies of the girls. The process of integrating the sacred gears caused some discomfort, but the demonic sword creation and holy sword creation were not as extreme as the Longinus. Despite gritting their teeth, Carlamine and Ceres managed to endure the process without screaming in pain. Once the fusion was complete, the two girls lay on the ground, sweating profusely but feeling the power surging within them. Excited by their newfound abilities, they couldn't help but be motivated to practice and master their new sacred gears. Carlamine, Ceres, both of you are my beautiful and capable knights. Make good use of the power they provide and do not disappoint my expectations, Tenraku said with a serious expression. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Carlamine and Ceres replied solemnly, kneeling before him. They were Tenraku's knights, his swords, and they existed to slay his enemies and offer everything to him. No need to be so nervous, I believe you can handle it, Tenraku reassured them with a friendly smile. All right, stand up. Returning to his usual laid-back demeanor, Tenraku had the two girls stand up, then let out a yawn. Tenraku-sama needs to rest now, Yubelina commented with a knowing look. Blushing, Carlamine and Ceres understood what Yubelina meant. If Tenraku-sama was going to rest, then it was time for them to serve him intimately as well. We don't know how, Carlamine whispered hesitantly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As knights, they had never received guidance on this matter. Oh, you don't know. Tenraku's smile became mischievous. Tosca, Mai, show them how it's done. Yes, Tenraku-sama. With a smile, Tosca and Mai stepped forward, then knelt before Tenraku with Carlamine and Ceres watching closely. Enjoying the service from his two bishop girls, Tenraku closed his eyes contentedly, and his mischievous hands wandered over the bodies of Swollen and Isabella. Though Carlamine and Ceres were aware of what happened in Tenraku-sama's room every night, seeing it happen before their eyes was still embarrassing. They couldn't help but subconsciously lower their heads and avoid looking. However, now was not the time for embarrassment. Yubelina walked up to the girls, raising their faces with her hands. Look closely, Carlamine, Ceres. As members of Tenraku-sama's peerage, this is something you must learn in the future. Time flew by, and the day of Tenraku's showdown with Sephiroth finally arrived. Look, Ravel-chan, Konako-chan. It's really a floating island in the sky, Kunu exclaimed excitedly as she peered her head out of the cable car window. At this moment, Tenraku and his group were in Agrias, located in the Underworld, where the match between Tenraku and Sephiroth was scheduled to take place. Islands floated in the air, waterfalls cascaded down from them, and rainbows painted the sky in various colors. The dreamlike scene was enchanting, even Tenraku couldn't help but be amazed by this artificially created scene. The match was set to occur in a city on one of these floating islands. To reach the island, they could either use a transmission formation or a magical ship, but the most fitting way to enjoy the scenery was by taking the cable car. This time, the showdown between Tenraku and Sephiroth was a significant event, and Yubelina and the group of girls from his peerage couldn't miss it. Rias, Akeno, and the girls in her peerage also came to support Tenraku, and even Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner, three fallen angels, joined the journey. In the past, Tenraku would never have brought fallen angel girls to the Devil's territory, but the relationship between fallen angels and devils had improved significantly in the recent time, making their presence less of a rarity. Admiring the scenery around them, as Tenraku and his group reached the floating island and stepped off the cable car, they coincidentally encountered Azazel and Gasper, who had just arrived via a transmission formation. Tenraku-sama, everyone? Gasper ran towards them with a joyful expression. Gasper had been receiving special training from Azazel in Grigori headquarters, and his transformation was quite remarkable. His once pale skin was now a bit tanned, and his previously slender figure had become more muscular. Gasper, you're finally starting to look like a man, Tenraku praised as he patted Gasper's shoulder. Touched beyond measure, Gasper burst into tears of happiness. He was finally recognized as a man by Tenraku-sama. It was truly a remarkable achievement. With a sweat drop, Tenraku's mouth twitched. He had just praised the boy, but now Gasper was back to his usual self, crying and sobbing as if he hadn't received any recognition. Though a bit exasperated, Tenraku didn't quell Gasper's enthusiasm and suggested he go play with Konako-chan and the others. Azazel, why are you here too? Tenraku was genuinely surprised by Azazel's presence. Kid, do you even realize how much attention your match with Sephiroth has garnered? Azazel looked at Tenraku with an odd expression. Attention? What attention? Azazel sighed with disbelief at Tenraku's bewildered look, then pointed in another direction. Tenraku, along with Rias and her girls, followed Azazel's gaze and saw a large crowd rapidly approaching. People were holding microphones and cameras, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Tenraku's group, surrounding them. Tenraku-san, Rias-san, were journalists from the Underworld TV station. Please spare a moment to be interviewed by us. Mr. Tenraku, you're about to face off against the next in charge of the House of Baal, Mr. Sephiroth. Do you have confidence in winning? Miss Rias, as Mr. Tenraku's fiancée, what are your thoughts on this match? Miss Yubelina, as Mr. Tenraku's queen, may we ask? The reporters bombarded them with questions, their voices creating a cacophony that was both annoying and overwhelming. Flashlights were blindingly bright, and Tenraku soon realized that no matter how he answered, it wouldn't satisfy them. Initially, he tried to respond diplomatically, but he quickly realized he was wrong. Whether human or devil, these so-called journalists were relentless paparazzi. No matter what you said, it would never be enough for them. While the initial questions were somewhat reasonable, the later ones were utterly ridiculous. Mr. Tenraku, Miss Rias, when are you planning to get married and have children? Have you thought of names? Tenraku-sama, with countless beauties by your side, it's said that some have even taken to calling you the Sex Dragon Emperor. What are your thoughts on this nickname? Tenraku felt his eye twitch. He really had the urge to slap these guys. When Rias and I decide to get married and have children is none of your business. We're not in a hurry, so why are you rushing us? Calling me the Sex Dragon Emperor and then asking for my opinion once I find the person who coined that term. I will roast him before healing him and roasting him again. It wasn't just Tenraku. Rias and her group were facing a similar situation. One reporter holding a microphone had the audacity to claim he saw Yubelina somewhere having a private meeting with someone last night, and he asked her if that was true. Yubelina was so furious she nearly used her magic to give him a piece of her mind. If she had been with someone else last night, who else could have been left writhing in agony due to Tenraku-sama's antics? Finally, Tenraku and the girls managed to get into the private car and headed to the arena, leaving behind these extremely obnoxious paparazzi. HHH kid, do you get it now? As the two most dazzling novas of the new generation in the Underworld, your match against Sephiroth has caught the attention of countless people. Not only from our angel and fallen angel sides, but also from the Eastern god system, the Greek god system, and the Northern European god system, many individuals have come to witness your match. Sitting across from Tenraku, Azazel burst into laughter as he spoke. I just want to have a good fight with Sephiroth. I don't want to deal with these annoying people anymore, Tenraku replied with a dark expression on his face. Well, as your fame grows, situations like this will become commonplace. If you find it troublesome, get yourself an agent. Let your agent handle these matters for you, Azazel suggested while Rias, sitting beside Tenraku, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tenraku should consider getting an agent. As the Demon King's younger sister and the next in line to lead the Gremory family, Rias was an idol-like figure with immense popularity in the Underworld. However, she was both intelligent and capable enough to handle such matters on her own. This wasn't the case with Tenraku. It wasn't that Tenraku couldn't handle it, but he simply didn't have the patience for it. Once or twice might be fine, but if such situations happened frequently, he might just lose his temper at any given moment. If one day the Underworld's news suddenly featured headlines like breaking news, rampaging Red Dragon Emperor, it would be quite a spectacle. Ani-chan, let me be your agent. Ravel's eyes lit up suddenly. Ravel, are you serious? Looking at Ravel's eager expression, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. Don't underestimate me, Ani-chan. I'll surely become an excellent agent. You can entrust everything to me? Ravel said confidently, patting her chest. She didn't want to be just a cherished ornament. If she became Ani-chan's agent, she could help him and be by his side whenever he needed. Ravel didn't want to hand such an important position to anyone else. Ani-chan, I want to be your agent too. Kuna's voice came from the side, as she tugged on Tenraku's clothes. Kuno, you want to be an agent too? Even though I don't know much yet, I can learn from Ravel-chan. I want to help Ani-chan too. With a blush on her face, the little fox princess exhibited a serious expression as she spoke, surprising Tenraku. If Kunu wants to be an agent, then go ahead. You and Ravel will be my agents from now on. Please take care of us, your two agent princesses, he said while patting their heads. Sure thing. Please take care of me too, Ani-chan. Kunu responded with a happy smile. Ravel seemed a little dissatisfied by this, but this clumsy little fox usually listened to her, so she would just share the position of being Ani-chan's agent with her in a massive and grand arena that is usually used for competitions and artistic performances, but this time it serves as the stage for the match between Tenraku and Sephiroth. The official start time of the match is in the evening, still several hours away from now, yet the entire venue is already packed with people, even surprising Tenraku. Is it 100,000 or a million? A quick glance reveals a sea of heads everywhere, representing a diverse mix of races from around the world: humans, devils, angels, fallen angels, elves, ikai, dragon race, and even many skeletons wielding staffs and scythes. If I'm not mistaken, those guys should be reapers from hell, right? How's it going, kid? Did you get startled? Azazel says with a pat on Tenraku's shoulder. A bit, Tenraku responds, grinning. Although there were decent crowds in the previous matches, this scene is truly on a different scale. Sephiroth is known as the chief of the Underworld's new generation of devils, and you are the miracle that has risen crazily in the Phenex family. This match between you two is also called the ultimate showdown of the Underworld's new generation, as Azazel explains. Moreover, Sephiroth is the next in line for the Great King position in the House of Baal, while you are the brother-in-law of the current Lucifer. Some bored old folks see this match as a game between the Great King faction and the Demon King faction. Of course, both of you used to be quite infamous as Underworld's two cripples, which adds an interesting twist. So, the attention on this match is beyond imagination. Well, they could do whatever they want. For me, I just need to have a good fight with Sephiroth. Exactly, that's all you need to focus on. I see some familiar faces. I'll go greet them. You guys enjoy yourselves. Azazel goes to greet his acquaintances while Tenraku and Rias group explore the venue. It must be said that such a lively scene is a rare sight even in the entire underworld. Furthermore, Tenraku is struck by the fact that various races and members of different god systems are mingling and chatting. A year ago, this would have been unthinkable. Encounters between devils, angels, or fallen angels would have inevitably led to violent confrontations. Despite the efforts of Surtsks, Azazel, and Michael, this peace seems almost excessive, as if an invisible hand is orchestrating everything. Although Tenraku perceives this, he doesn't pay too much attention. While he enjoys the thrill of battle, he dislikes senseless violence. World peace is always a good thing. Ah, Odin-sama. Suddenly spotting the old man Odin, Rasius exclaims. Oh no, run. Seeing Tenraku's group, Odin twitches his beard and hurriedly leaves without looking back. Stop right there, you old fart. What's the deal with that new guy next to you? Full of anger, Rasius manifests her Valkyrie form and chases after him. Despite how much she helped him in the past, Odin ungratefully dismissed and abandoned her. Back then, Rasius had sworn that if she ever saw Odin again, she'd turn him into a pig's head. Is Rasius-san okay? Don't worry, she'll be back once she gives Odin a beating. With a light laugh, Tenraku reassures Asia, who looks worried. Not dwelling on Odin's antics, Tenraku and the girls continue to explore the venue, meeting several familiar faces, including President Sama and her peerage. Don't lose. After a casual greeting, Sana leaves with her peerage. Tenraku wasn't too bothered, but Rias furrows her brows when she heard this. It feels like Sana's been avoiding us lately. Previously, Sana would occasionally come to play basketball or relax in the hot springs with them, but recently, she has hardly sought them out. Even when they do cross paths, she only exchanges greetings and doesn't engage further. Rias is sure they haven't done anything to upset Sana, yet she seems to be deliberately avoiding them. Glancing at Tenraku, a hint of suspicion flickered in Rias' eyes. Could this guy have done something again? Rias' intuition was indeed sharp. Although Tenraku's expression remained unchanged, his heart was pounding relentlessly. Well, how should I put it? This feeling of a racing heart is surprisingly not bad. Rias, we should head to the rest area to prepare for the match. What about you all? We're about to head to the viewing area. Time was growing late, and Tenraku needed to prepare for the upcoming match. The enthusiasm for leisurely wandering around had also faded among Rias and the other girls. Ani-chan, we'll cheer you on. Tenraku-san, don't lose. Pulling on the hem of Tenraku's clothes, Kunu and Konako-chan said. Ah, with Kunu and Konako-chan cheering for us, there's no way we'll lose. Patting the heads of the young girls, Tenraku chuckled as he spoke. After they all cheered on Tenraku, Rias and her girls headed for the viewing area. However, Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner didn't follow the group. Rainare, those are your friends, right? They've been with us for quite a while. Why don't you go and say hi? Pointing in the direction of the fallen angel girls, Tenraku teased. In the direction Tenraku indicated, a group of fallen angel girls stood among the crowd, about 5 to 6 of them. They had been following Tenraku's group since they entered the venue. Initially, Tenraku thought it was because of Azazel, but later he realized that their focus was on Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner. Yes, master. With a slight smile on her lips, Rainare led Middled and Kala Warner over. Not worrying about his 3 tools being bullied by the other group, Tenraku and the Yubelina girls headed to the dedicated rest area for the match, preparing for the impending battle. Long time no see, Rainare. As Rainare's group approached, a fallen angel girl standing in the front spoke with a smile. Indeed, it's been a while, Chesha. Rainare responded with a smile that suggested she was meeting a long-lost friend. The fallen angel girl referred to as Chesha possessed a bewitchingly beautiful face, a striking and voluptuous figure, and even her voice carried a tantalizing allure. The other fallen angel girls seemed to follow her lead. All the girls wore sweet smiles on their faces, and at first glance, one might mistake them for long-lost friends. If only their gazes weren't so cold. Rainare, you've become the lapdog of that red dragon emperor, and it seems like you're doing quite well. Chesi's voice was laced with a cold and mocking tone as she spoke. Ah, ever since I became Master's follower, my entire soul has been set free. Rainare replied lazily while stretching her body, not taking any offense to Chesi's words. Set free? Rainare, you're as shameless as ever. You're clearly a traitor. Chesi's expression hardened, and she couldn't help but chuckle at Rainare's audacity. Just how shameless could this girl be? A traitor? Are you talking about betraying Azazel? Rainare's eyes narrowed as she spoke while emitting a hint of black aura from her body. Stop pretending to be a fool. You're not even worthy to mention Azazel-sama. Betraying Azazel-sama and betraying the fallen angels. How can someone like you, a traitor, have the pride to live in this world? Chesi's anger was evident from the tone of her voice, and she and the fallen angel girls behind her glared angrily at Rainare. While they were all evil fallen angels, they equally despised despicable traitors. You are quite a poor soul, Chesha. Are you still worshipping Azazel, hoping one day hell reciprocate your pathetic love? Looking at the group of supposed former companions, Rainare's expression softened with pity as she spoke. And so what if we are? One day, Azazel-sama will understand our love for him and accept us. Unlike you, the traitor, who will never have a chance? Chesha coldly sneered, not denying it. However, Rainare's eyes were brimming with tears as she burst into laughter. Love from Azazel? That's truly laughable. Cheshire, no matter what you do, Azazel won't be interested in you. How long will you keep deceiving yourselves? While it's just my personal speculation, I fear that Azazel has lost any interest in women long ago. No matter how hard you try, you won't achieve anything? Clutching her belly, Rainery's face was filled with a scornful smile. You're spouting nonsense? To insult Azazel-sama by saying he has lost interest in women, Cheshire and the other fallen angel girls were almost driven mad by anger. It doesn't matter if I'm spouting nonsense. What can you do about it? With a cold look in his eyes, Rainery wore an expression of disdain on her face as she spoke. She had no qualms about tarnishing Azazel's reputation. Moreover, this wasn't entirely unjustified. Many female fallen angels admired Azazel, hoping to earn his love. However, Azazel was always indifferent and uninterested. He often frequented human geisha houses in northern Europe, often in the company of the old man Odin. That Odin, even if he weren't ill, undoubtedly had some peculiar quirks. Rainery was certain of that. As Rainery stared defiantly at the enraged Cheshire and the other fallen angel girls, their eyes were practically burning with anger. If not for being on devil territory, they would have probably tried to stab this infuriating woman. How dare she defile their great lord Azazel? Although Cheshire and her group were almost devouring Rainery with their gazes, she seemed utterly unfazed. As she looked at these foolish women, it was like she was seeing her past self. She, too, had once been like them, worshipping the powerful Azazel, willing to give her heart and soul to die for him. Thinking back, it was truly ridiculous, and she felt so foolish now that she thought about it. Only her master was the true greatness in this world worth following. What was Azazel compared to him? Regardless of whether it was out of resentment or revenge, in Rainery's heart, Azazel was already worthless. She was a petty woman, so what could they do to her? Despite her fury, seeing Rainery's unyielding attitude, Cheshire began to calm down gradually. She raised her hand to stop the almost explosive reaction from the other fallen angel girls. Her gaze fell on Middleton Warner, who had remained silent the whole time, and a strange glint flashed in Ches's eyes as an idea formed in her mind. Hey, Middleton Warner, would you like to come back to our side? Cheshire smiled mischievously as she spoke, and at her words, Middleton and Warner's expressions changed. Even Rainery's face darkened instantly. Damn Cheshire, she actually wants to sow discord between them? However, Middleton and Warner hadn't said anything yet, but the other fallen angel girls behind Cheshire were already growing restless. Cheshire-sama, Middleton and Warner are just as much traitors as Rainery? Shut up. Middleton and Warner were surely forced by Rainery. Cheshire glared coldly at the fallen angel who had just spoken and wished she could slap some sense into her. The ice-cold gaze made the other fallen angel girls instinctively feel a hint of fear, but they quickly gathered their wits. Cheshire-sama is right. Middleton and Warner must have been coerced by Rainery. They are so loyal, after all. Middleton, Warner, you should come back. We forgive you. Yes, Middleton, Warner, we are your companions. With each word, the fallen angel girls extended invitations to Middleton and Warner to return. Though they seemed tolerant and friendly, their eyes were filled with coldness and irony. Rainery continued to smirk, knowing Middleton and Warner were no fools. If they blindly returned to their side, their fate could be quite miserable. Why, Middleton, Warner, are you really going to betray us and Lord Azazel? Seeing Middleton and Warner lower their heads and remain silent, Cheshire narrowed her eyes and exuded a powerful cold aura. Cheshire-sama, oui. Back when they were part of the Fallen Angel faction, Cheshire had been far superior to Middleton and Warner in terms of both status and power. Even now, after breaking away from the Fallen Angels to follow Tenraku, Middleton and Warner still retained a certain fear of Cheshire. Cheshire, don't bother. They won't go back to you. Rainery's voice accompanied her movement to Middleton's side, where she gently caressed Middleton's face. This child is quite content with her current life. As Master's tool, she has found meaning and value in her existence. Middleton, tell them. You are Master's tool and will never betray him. Leaning close to Middleton's ear, Rainery commanded. Middleton's body stiffened. She had no doubt that if she defied Rainery and refused to obey, this deranged woman would readily crush her throat without hesitation. I am sorry, Cheshire-sama. I am Tenraku-sama's tool and cannot betray him. Are you serious, Middleton? Ches's lips twitched as she confirmed. They were actually calling themselves tools. These individuals had really sunk to this level, hadn't they? Well, avoiding Ches's gaze, Middleton hung her head low. Although threatened by Rainery, Middleton was genuinely satisfied with her current life. Though she was treated as a tool, being physically and spiritually controlled by Tenraku-sama, she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She was acknowledged, needed, and had a reliable group of comrades, even in battles. But most importantly, she had deeply grasped the immense potential of the man named Kamiya Tenraku and worshipped him madly from the depths of her heart. Warner, are you the same? Wearing an unpleasant expression on her face, Cheshire turned her attention to Warner. Yes, Cheshire-sama. I won't betray Tenraku-sama. Warner replied with more composure than Middleton. Cheshire, it seems your plan has failed. Middleton and Warner won't return with you. Giggling mischievously, Ches's defeated appearance brought satisfaction to Rainery's heart and she immediately retorted with sarcasm. Gritting her teeth, and with a dark expression on her face, Chesha desired nothing more than to kill these 3 sluts right now. However, her rationality warned her against taking action here. Otherwise, they would all end up in serious trouble. We're leaving? Unable to start a fight, unable to separate them, and with her plot foiled, Chesha called her subordinates and prepared to leave. Chesha, do you really think you can escape like this? Flashing in front of them, Rainare lazily spoke. Rainare, are you trying to stop us from leaving? Chesha narrowed her eyes and suppressed her anger. Hey, Chesha, leaving like this is too boring. How about we go somewhere private to have some fun? Rainare suggested with a wicked smile. Rainare, are you so eager to die? Ches's anger turned into laughter as she spoke. Setting aside the fact that Rainare was never her match back when they were with the fallen angels, and that their numbers here were twice that of the opposing side, Chesha couldn't fathom where Rainare's courage to oppose her so boldly came from. Who knows who will die in the end? Let's go. I'll be waiting for you outside. Rainare laughed inwardly, amused by the situation. She instantly responded with a taunt. In the designated rest area for the match, Tenraku was reclining on a sofa with his eyes closed, recuperating. Tenraku-sama, it's time for us to go on stage. His entire peerage gathered behind him as Yubelina's soft voice reminded him that it was time. Finally, it's time to begin. Opening his eyes, a slight smile formed at the corner of Tenraku's lips as he muttered. All right, let's set off? Yes? With a tap of his magic staff, Yubelina activated the magic formation, enveloping Tenraku and the women in a burst of light before they vanished. Meanwhile, within the enormous arena, let's welcome once again, the next team entering the stage, Team Kamiya Tenraku. Oh. A wave of thunderous cheers erupted like a giant wave. As Tenraku and his women emerged from the transmission formation, they were now standing on the arena's stage. The colossal arena resembled a Roman Colosseum, with nearly 1 million spectators seated in the surrounding tiers. Roars of enthusiasm echoed one after another, igniting the hearts and minds of everyone present. Notably, Tenraku's group hadn't been transported to ground level but to a towering conical floating platform. These platforms were merely 2 in number, serving as the stages for the competitors. On one side stood Tenraku and his women, and on the other stood Sephiroth and his peerage, who had entered the arena ahead of them. Though the platforms were hundreds of meters apart, both Tenraku and Sephiroth, with their remarkable vision, could detect each other's excited expressions. They were itching for a battle, eagerly awaiting this day. Good evening, everyone. I am Nod Gaimajin of the 72 Pillars House of Gaimajin. I'll be your host for tonight's match. Suddenly, a massive screen materialized above the arena, revealing a splendidly dressed male figure wearing earphones. Beneath the resounding cheers, Nod Gaimajin, the host, continued speaking. Now, let me introduce our judges for tonight's match. First up, we have Rudiger Rosenkreuz. As the host's words concluded, a magic circle materialized in the air, revealing a man seated on a throne. He possessed silvery hair and an imposing appearance. Raising his hand in greeting, the silver-haired gentleman's action triggered countless screams from the female audience members. Tenraku-sama, that Rudiger Rosenkreuz was originally a human-turned-devil. He holds the title of top-class devil and is ranked 7th in the high-class devils rating game. Knowing Tenraku wasn't well-versed in these matters and likely unfamiliar with this supposed judge, Yubelina whispered quietly at Tenraku's side. The fact that Rudiger was a reincarnated devil surprised Tenraku a bit. The true rulers of the Underworld had always been the rare pure-blooded devils. Reincarnated devils, in the end, were mere servants and members of peerages, subservient to those high and mighty pure-blooded devils. Unless they possessed unique talents and abilities, most reincarnated devils were content with being low-class or middle-class devils at best. The fact that Rudiger Rosenkreuz had achieved such a status hinted at his exceptional nature. Next, we have a special guest joining us tonight, Governor General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel-sama. Hey there. As the host continued introducing, Azazel, who had one hand supporting his cheek, appeared from a magic circle. Lifting his hand with a lazy wave, he greeted the audience nonchalantly. Governor General Azazel maintains friendly relations with leaders of various factions and has deep knowledge of sacred gears. Governor General Azazel, may we hear your thoughts on tonight's match? Well, that's a tough one. Whether it's Sephiroth or Kamiya Tenraku, they're both remarkable young individuals. However, if I were to compare, I'd lean more towards Kamiya Tenraku. That lad possesses an array of sacred gears that even I envy. He wields powerful long Inus, including the Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear and light wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most monstrous existence in the Underworld's history. Sephiroth has his work cut out if he wants to defeat him. Despite everyone present being familiar with Tenraku's reputation, Azazel's words still elicited gasps of astonishment. Regular sacred gears were one thing, but even possessing several prohibited long Inus was remarkable. Such an individual was undoubtedly a monstrous existence. Oh, it seems Governor General Azazel has a strong inclination towards His Highness the Red Dragon Emperor. Nevertheless, we'll have to wait and see the real outcome during the upcoming match. Now, let's welcome our final guest for tonight, the current king of raiding games, Dihauser Belial. As the host introduced, a man with gray hair and gray eyes stepped into the spotlight. He was incredibly handsome. Hello, everyone. I am Dihauser Belial. Please treat me kindly. Dihauser-sama? The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers as Dihauser Belial made his appearance. The man named Dihauser Belial smiled and greeted the audience, and instantly, the entire arena erupted like an explosion. Countless girls went wild, screaming in excitement. In fact, quite a few became so overwhelmed with excitement that they fainted on the spot. This time, without Yubelina's introduction, Tenraku recognized who he was. Dihauser Belial, the reigning king of raiding games, the emperor at the pinnacle. His fame was immense, especially among the young devils of the Underworld. You might not know the 4 great demon kings, but if you didn't know Dihauser Belial, you'd undoubtedly be deeply scorned. As the current king of raiding games, Dihauser Belial was idolized by countless individuals, even the likes of Rias, who carried an inner pride, regarded him as a goal to strive for throughout her lifetime. Tenraku's gaze flickered as he observed Dihauser Belial seated in the floating platform above. Unsurprisingly, this guy possessed the strength of a demon king and was undoubtedly one of the most elite among the demon kings. And if Tenraku remembered correctly, Dihauser Belial was the only one among the top-ranking individuals who had never used a king piece. He had climbed to the summit purely based on his own talent. With Tenraku's current insight and power, there weren't many people he feared, but this guy was undoubtedly one of them. All the judges and guests are present. Now, let me explain the rules of this match. Clapping his hands, as the cheers in the arena gradually subsided, the host continued. Based on the conditions of the kings and peerages on both sides, to provide a more thrilling match, we have established special rules for this match. This match consists of 4 rounds: the Knight Battle, the Rook Battle, the Queen Battle, and the War of Kings. In the Knight Battle, 2 knights from each side will face off. In the Rook Battle, 2 rooks from each side will face off. In the Queen Battle, the queens from each side and 2 bishops will face off. And in the final War of Kings, the kings from each side and a thapons will face off. As for the ultimate victory, it will be determined by the total piece value of the peerage that remains on the field after each round. The value of a knight and a bishop is 3, a rook is 5, a queen is 9, and the king on both sides is universally valued at 12. Additionally, for the sake of fairness, the use of Phoenix tears is prohibited in the match, but various recovery magic and healing type sacred gears can be freely used. The rules for each round varied, which was part of the allure of raiding games. With the host's explanation, everyone had a clear understanding of the rules for this match. The Knight Battle, Rook Battle, Queen Battle, and War of Kings. This match provided a direct comparison of the strength of the kings and peerages on both sides. Moreover, with 4 battles, the audience would be thoroughly entertained. As for the restriction against using Phoenix tears, anyone with a bit of sense would understand that this was aimed specifically at Tenraku's side. Tenraku, as a member of the Phenex family, naturally had an ample supply of Phoenix tears. If unrestricted usage was allowed during the match, Sephiroth's side would be in trouble. Are there any questions from either side? The host looked down at the floating platforms where Tenraku and Sephiroth were standing and asked. None. With a strong sense of determination, both Tenraku and Sephiroth replied. Okay, since both sides have no further questions, I hereby announce that the match between House of Baal Sephiroth-sama and House of Phenex Tenraku-sama officially begins. The entire arena erupted with waves of cheers, and the host continued. Now, let us proceed to our first battle, the Knight Battle. Both knights from each side, please step into the transmission formation at the front of the floating platform. The formal duel will take place in a separate dimension. Upon receiving the host's instruction, Carlamine and Ceres took 2 steps forward. Similarly, on Sephiroth's side, 2 armored men stepped forward. Carlamine, Ceres, I'll be watching you. Give it your all in the battle. Having full confidence in the 2 women's abilities, Tenraku encouraged them. Yes, Tenraku-dama. Taking a deep breath, Carlamine and Ceres stepped into the transmission formation. Under the gaze of everyone present, a bright light shone, and both sides' knights were transported to a separate dimension. A gentle breeze rustled through the vast grassland, leaving no trace behind as it did so. With a flash of light, the knights from both sides appeared on the battlefield. Carlamine and Ceres became focused as they watched the 2 men across from them with vigilance. Sephiroth's 2 knights were a golden-haired handsome guy clad in light armor with a sword at his side, and a younger boy in thick armor who also held a helmet and rode a steed emitting blue-white flames. We are knights in service to Lord Sephiroth. Libin Krosel. Beluga Furkas. With a hand pressed to their chests, the golden-haired handsome guy and the young knight introduced themselves. We are knights in service to Tenraku-sama. Carlamine. Ceres. With a calm demeanor, Carlamine and Ceres also courteously announced their names. It's an honor for us to fight against 2 beautiful misses. However, for the sake of our Lord's victory, we won't hold back later. With a smile on his face, the golden-haired handsome guy named Libin Krosel spoke. That works just fine. Giving a cold smile in return, Carlamine and Ceres exuded confidence as they spoke. If the opponents underestimated them because they were women, they would make them pay the price for that? Oh, the momentum is quite impressive. Both sides' knights, get ready. Now, I declare that the match officially begins. As the host's announcement echoed, the viewing audience erupted into massive cheers. In the separate dimension, the knights from both sides began to move. Beluga, let's go. Got it? The golden-haired handsome guy drew his sword, and the young boy named Beluga put on his helmet. Then, the 2 of them charged toward their opponents. Locking eyes, Carlamine and Ceres conjured demonic swords and holy swords in their hands. Simultaneously, they thrust the swords into the ground beneath their feet. Demonic sword creation, sword birth? Holy Sword Creation Blade Blacksmith? Blinding light emanated as sharp demonic swords and holy swords emerged from the ground, forming a dense barrier in front of the two women. Libin Krosel and Beluga Furkas charging towards them immediately found themselves in a perilous situation. Although Libin Krosel had tried his best to dodge, he was caught off guard and was scratched by the holy sword and demonic sword. Meanwhile, Beluga, who was about to be attacked, saw his steed beneath him transform into a blur and take to the air, protecting its master. Impressive. Tenraku-sama's knights have unleashed their powerful moves right at the start. Oh, both sides have quite the momentum. Governor General Azazel, could you explain this? They're using the abilities of Holy Sword Creation Blade Blacksmith and Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth. I didn't expect Tenraku to provide these two sacred gears to his knights. Sephiroth's knights are in trouble now. As the host and Azazel exchanged explanations, the entire arena buzzed with excitement at the thrilling start. Carlamine, series, defeat them. Carlamine Oni-sama, series Oni-sama, Guo. From the VIP seats, Ravel and Kuno shouted loudly, while in a separate dimension, Carlamine and Ceres moved once again. Ceres, I'll handle the knight from House of Furkas. You take care of the one from House of Krosel. Understood. Focusing on their respective opponents, Carlamine took to the air with a step, while Ceres brandished her holy sword and charged toward her adversary. Clang, 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 clang. In the sky, two blurred figures clashed at extreme speed. The clash of swords rang out, sparks flew, and then there was another collision before the figures of Carlamine, who was slightly out of breath, and Beluga, who is still mounted on his steed, appeared. Haha, not bad at all. The knight from Tenraku-sama peerage is indeed impressive. Let's go again. With hearty laughter, Beluga whipped the reins, and his steed transformed into a blur again as he charged towards Carlamine. Zi. Going sideways and wielding her sword horizontally, Carlamine narrowly avoided the charging attack. Utilizing the knight's extreme speed, she quickly distanced herself from her opponent. However, in the blink of an eye, Beluga, astride his magical steed, pursued her again. Both sides are incredibly fast. If you're not careful, you won't be able to follow their movements. The attribute of a knight is speed, so their fast movement is only natural. Beluga's knight's steed seems unique. Not only is it burning with blue-white flames but also moving swiftly and nimbly. Knight Carlamine's is in for a tough fight. That's the pale horse living in the depths of hell named Altobrow. It's often used as a mount by some high-class devils and reapers. It's an advanced demonic beast known as Death and the Horse That Shatters, explained the host. The pale horse has a volatile temperament. It can burn or kick its own master if displeased. It's difficult to control. However, Furkas happens to be the family that governs horses. The young man named Beluga is obviously a genius in horse riding. His coordination with his mount is nearly perfect. It won't be easy for Carlamine to defeat their combination, added one of the judges, describing the situation in the arena. In the skies above the arena, the host and 3 guest judges discussed the battle. And as they mentioned, Carlamine had indeed fallen into a fierce struggle. As a knight of Sephiroth, Beluga possessed exceptional swordsmanship skills. Moreover, his mount, the pale horse, was highly formidable. Its speed, agility, and strength far exceeded Carlamine's capabilities as a knight. Attempts were made by Carlamine to eliminate the challenging magical steed first, but each time Carlamine tried to attack the pale horse, Beluga intercepted her. Beluga had achieved a unity between man and horse, making it a daunting task to defeat his combination. Carlamine was indeed in a tough battle. Though the outcome was uncertain for the moment, on the other side, the duel between Ceres and Libin Krosel was turning intense. Libin Krosel, who had sustained injuries from the beginning, was bombarded by Ceres' relentless attacks. With his aversion to the holy sword as a devil, the unfortunate golden-haired handsome guy found himself retreating in the face of Ceres' onslaught. It's over? Leaping into the air, Ceres raised her holy sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow to Libin Krosel. However, despite being cornered, Libin Krosel wasn't panicked. Instead, a glimmer of relief flashed across his eyes and a strange light flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, with a cry of pain, Ceres suddenly crashed to the ground. The space around her seemed to distort slightly, causing the ground beneath her to continuously sink. What? Although she hadn't sustained any injuries, Ceres' expression showed the strain as she struggled to stand up while supporting her sword. Despite her disbelief, the gravity around her suddenly surged several times over. Despite her disbelief, the gravity around her suddenly surged several times over. This is the ability of the sacred gear, Demonic Eye Shackles Gravity Jail. I can control the gravity wherever my gaze locks onto, explained Libin Krosel. Sacred gear? Ceres showed a surprised expression on her face as she hadn't expected her opponent to also possess a sacred gear. I'm a half-breed born from the union of the House of Krosel and a human mage. I was fortunate enough to be bestowed with the power of a sacred gear by God. It was really close just now. Your attack was too intense, and I almost didn't have time to activate my sacred gear, Libin Krosel admitted, his face still bearing traces of fear. He had come dangerously close to being taken out. TCH? Ceres thought to herself that it was a pity, but at the same time, she couldn't help but look troubled. At this moment, she felt extremely heavy, and her ability to exert her full strength was undoubtedly greatly diminished. Just when victory seemed within reach, unexpected twists occurred. Although I don't discriminate against women, being in such a pathetic state in front of my own king and such a large audience is quite embarrassing on my end too. Knight series, brace yourself. It's time for my counterattack. Gripping his long sword, Libin Krosel had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. Come? Her eyes glinted with sharpness as Ceres didn't show a trace of fear in her. Even if her opponent had the power of a sacred gear, she was determined to defeat him and offer victory to her lord Tenraku. Magical sword skill stab. The tip of the longsword unfolded a layer of magic, and Libin Krosel thrust his sword. But it wasn't just one thrust, it was a multitude of countless thrusts. Libin Krosel was a skilled magical sword user and he is proficient in both swordsmanship and magic. As the countless sword shadows whizzed toward her, Ceres' scalp tingled as she hastily swung her holy sword to block the barrage. However, trapped by gravity several times stronger than usual, the girl couldn't unleash her full strength. Her movements were sluggish, and before long, her body bore several bloody wounds from the onslaught. One-sided domination was boring. Indeed, the twists and turns in the battle were the most exciting, and the entire viewing arena outside the separate dimension erupted into thunderous cheers. Carlamine was locked in a fierce battle, and Ceres was falling behind. For a while, the situation became highly unfavorable for Tenraku's knights. I hope Carlamine and Ceres are alright. Watching the battle in the separate dimension, Isle and Nell's faces were filled with tension. Even Ubelina and Swollen couldn't help but worry about their sisters. Standing at the forefront of the floating platform, Tenraku's expression remained unchanged. Even if they were to ultimately lose, he would watch over his knights' battle. However, even though they were in a crisis, Tenraku didn't believe that his knights would lose. Because they were the knights of Kamiya Tenraku? Cried Ceres in pain as her body was punctured with bloody wounds. Give up. Once my demonic eye locks onto you, you can't even exert half of your strength. It's impossible for you to win, Libin Krosel said while pausing in his attacks. As a gentleman, Libin Krosel didn't have a taste for mistreating women. If his opponent were to surrender, he didn't want to engage in any unseemly actions. Haha. No, I won't give up. Even if it's just this little bit. I am the knight of Lord Tenraku. I will fight until the very end, even if I can only use this much strength, Ceres panted as she spoke. Although the intense pain coursing through her body nearly made her faint, Ceres gritted her teeth and persisted. Lord Tenraku was still watching her, so she couldn't fall. She absolutely couldn't fall here. Your determination is truly admirable, but to achieve victory for my master, I will fight on. Knight Ceres? With each word spoken, Ceres managed to control her breathing slightly better. While the intense pain was still overwhelming, she was determined not to give in. Truly, a most impressive will. However, get offended by me if you must, but, Knight Ceres, you've lost? Libin Krosel declared. Since the opponent was determined to go this far, there was nothing else Libin Krosel could do. Gripping his long sword, he prepared to attack Ceres once again. Zi. Bearing the immense weight, Ceres desperately raised her holy sword to fend off Libin Krokel's attacks and sparks flew as their blades clashed in the air. But at that moment, Ceres' body suddenly froze. Her body felt lighter. There was no mistake. In the instant they passed by each other, Ceres distinctly felt the pressure on her body disappears. However, when Libin Krosel turned to lock onto her once more, that oppressive feeling returned. It's his gaze? A thought flashed through Ceres' mind as this happened. The opponent had mentioned that his sacred gear had the power to control gravity by locking onto a specific location with his gaze. In other words, as long as she blocked his line of sight, she could nullify his ability. Without hesitation, Ceres swung her holy sword downward. But instead of attacking Libin Krosel, she struck the ground beneath her. Hong long? With a loud boom, dust and debris flew into the air and a smile crept onto Ceres' face. Just as I thought? Because the dust obscured his view, Libin Krosel couldn't lock onto her anymore and the oppressive feeling vanished once again. Boosted by her discovery, and knowing how to counter her enemy, Ceres swung her holy sword, releasing sword energy that fell all around Libin Krosel, not directly attacking him. Hong 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 hong? Explosions echoed in the surrounding, and Libin Krokel's figure became buried within a cloud of dust. Darn, did she catch on? Realizing that his opponent had discovered the weakness of his sacred gear, Libin Krokel's expression soured. He unfolded a layer of magic to disperse the obstructing dust. However, clang! Ceres charged, her sword swinging fiercely toward Libin Krosel. He had no choice but to abandon his magic and use his sword to block. Demonic Eye Shackles Gravity Jail? Activating his sacred gear's ability, Libin Krosel attempted to lock onto her again, but Ceres wasn't about to give him another chance. Activating her knight's extreme speed to its limits, Ceres darted behind Libin Krosel almost instantaneously. Chiong chiong? Chiong chiong? Clang? With the cover of dust, Ceres relentlessly attacked Libin Krosel. She had only one chance. Before his vision cleared, she had to defeat him. Where is she? Having sustained a few wounds himself, cold sweat formed on Libin Krokel's forehead as he looked around. Was this woman so reckless as to continue using extreme speed so intensively? Left right behind. Carefully sensing his surroundings, Libin Krosel suddenly turned and thrust his sword. Watching her body pierced by his long sword, Ceres' lips parted in a dazed expression. She heaved a sigh of relief internally, but in the next moment, Libin Krokel's eyes widened in horror. It's over? Ciri's voice echoed from behind him, and the pierced Ceres in front of him twisted and distorted before vanishing entirely. He had fallen for it. It was too late for Libin Krosel to defend as he was directly struck by Ciri's sword, and he let out a pained scream as he was thrown backward. As the dust settled, the field of vision gradually cleared. Ceres, her face pale, propped herself up with the sword while gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Libin Krosel lay amidst a pool of blood, barely conscious. A complete turnaround? Outside the separate dimension, the host exclaimed, and the excited audience erupted into cheers. Ceres had worried everyone too much. Yubelina and her companions breathed out a sigh of relief, and Tenraku also displayed a faint smile on his face. I apologize for defeating you using such a despicable method. Looking at the bloodied Libin Krosel, Ceres spoke. No, it was your powerful will and perfect strategy that caused me to lose. Though you're young and had defeated me, but Beluga's strength surpasses mine. Keep fighting, Knight Ceres. Your battle isn't over yet. Due to his injuries and loss of combat ability, his body was enveloped in a faint light as Libin Krosel was transported out of the separate dimension. One Knight of Lord Sephiroth, exit the stage. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Ceres revealed a revitalized expression. However, as the opponent had said, their battle wasn't over yet. After tending to her injuries, Ceres quickly headed toward the other side of the battlefield. Libin got taken out. That guy relies too much on his own Sacred Gear's ability. The weakness is so obvious, Beluga muttered in the sky while suppressing Carlamine with his sword. Alto brow, reinforcements from the other side are coming. Let's give it our all. Beluga patted his mount, and the pale horse responded with a neigh, gathering magical energy in its mouth to form a fireball that he directed towards Carlamine. Oh no! Cornered by Beluga's sword, Carlamine had no escape and was hit directly by the fireball. With a thunderous boom, flames erupted, and amid the gasps of the crowd, the fireball struck Carlamine, creating a massive crater in the ground. I've been saying this all along. Pale horse is a formidable demonic beast. Neglecting it while focusing on its knight can lead to a huge disadvantage, Azazel said while stroking his chin with a mischievous grin from his VIP seat. The scene shifted back to the battlefield within the separate dimension. Carlamine, are you alright? Ceres swiftly arrived, only to find a disheveled Carlamine amidst the ruins. I can't die yet. Assisted by Ceres, Carlamine's mouth oozed a bit of blood as she spoke. Although she hadn't been taken out of the fight by the direct hit from that demonic horse, the blow had left Carlamine severely wounded. Allowing both elder sisters to unite is truly a miscalculation. It seems I'm facing a major crisis, Beluga said while descending from the sky while riding his pale horse. Despite saying something about facing a major crisis, it was difficult to take him seriously seeing the relaxed smile beneath his helmet. Ceres, this guy's swordsmanship is quite formidable, and the demonic horse is dangerous too. Be careful, Carlamine warned. Understood. Without wasting time on words, Carlamine and Ceres conjured their demonic sword and holy sword, respectively, and charged at Beluga. Ha 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 ha, alto brow, let's go? With hearty laughter and fierce determination, Beluga spurred his pale horse into action. Clang, clang, hong, hong, hong. The clash of blades and explosive roars reverberated through the sky and the earth, transforming the battlefield into a contest between the three knights. Beluga was Sephiroth's most exceptional knight, and with the cooperation of his trusty mount, he was a formidable opponent. However, as the battle raged on, he gradually began to falter against Tenraku's two knights. We can't keep this up. Muttering to himself, Beluga realized he couldn't continue like this. Observing the approaching two women, he made a decision. With a flick of his reins, to the astonishment of Carlamine and Ceres, Beluga and his pale horse began to split apart, breaking into multiple illusory forms. Phantoms? Carlamine swung her sword at the nearest Beluga, but the blade passed right through him without any sense of substance. It's not just an illusion, elder sister. Another Beluga's mocking voice came, and he lunged at Carlamine with a sword thrust. Clang! Sparks flew, and the immense force made Carlamine's arm go numb. Just as Carlamine was preparing to counterattack, the Beluga who had attacked her before split into multiple forms once again. This trick, seriously. With an annoyed expression, Carlamine and Ceres backed against each other, warily keeping an eye on all the Belugas. Most of them were just illusions, and only one was the main body. Yet, illusions and main body emitted identical auras, making it impossible to distinguish which was real. This is one of my favorite techniques. Even Sephiroth-sama wouldn't be able to tell which one is the real me. Be careful, both elder sisters. Issuing a warning, all the Belugas, mounted on pale horses, charged at the two women. Clang, clang. Unable to discern the main body, Carlamine and Ceres found themselves frantically parrying without attacking. Soon, their bodies, already covered in wounds, accumulated more injuries. Haha, if we continue like this, we'll be overwhelmed. Ceres, I have an idea. Coincidentally, I have an idea too. Exchanging a glance, Carlamine and Ceres chuckled. It seemed they had the same plan. Let's see whose luck holds out. Understanding each other's intentions, the two women faced the incoming enemies once more. But this time, they didn't resist or attack, they allowed the enemies to strike them. Carlamine cried out in pain as a sword impaled her abdomen. Elder sister, why didn't you dodge? Beluga, riding his pale horse, looked astonished as he looked at this scene. It seems my luck is a bit better. I've caught you? Wearing a cold smile on her face, Carlamine tightly seized Beluga's arm and shouted, "Ceres?" It was obvious what Carlamine was trying to do, and the armored Beluga beneath his helmet revealed shock. "Let go of me, let go, you insane woman! Alto brow, kick her away quickly!" Despite Beluga's struggles, Carlamine held onto his arm with an iron grip, not allowing him to escape. Demonic sword creation sword birth? Realizing that Carlamine's intent was to be captured, Beluga attempted to have his pale horse kick her away. However, Carlamine, using the last of her remaining magical power, conjured several demonic swords that flew toward the horse. The pale horse neighed in pain, and Beluga grew frantic. Meanwhile, Carlamine wore a cold, bloodthirsty smile. "It's over?" Leaping into the air, with a holy sword in hand, Ceres struck down towards Beluga, whose face was filled with terror. His Highness Sephiroth's knight, one member, retreats. His Highness Tenraku's knight, one member, retreats. "Now, I declare that in this night battle, Team Kamiya Tenraku is the winner." With the host's announcement, the entire arena erupted in cheers once again. In the first round of the night battle, Ceres remained until the end and victory went to Team Tenraku, earning them 3 points as displayed on the screen above their heads. Amid a radiant light, the battling knights were transported back from the separate dimension. Tenraku took a step forward and embraced the heavily injured Carlamine. "Tenraku-sama, don't speak. I am proud of all of you." Interrupting Carlamine, Tenraku swiftly activated his ability, Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, to heal her injuries. Ceres, whose magic power was depleted, was assisted by the Mai and her sisters and led to a place to rest. Despite enduring hardships and ultimately being defeated, Carlamine felt that Tenraku's affirmation made it all worthwhile. Indeed, becoming a knight under Tenraku's command was the luckiest thing that had happened in her life. There was a break of about 15 minutes between each match, mainly to alleviate the fatigue of the audience. A group of cute and attractive devil girls clad in tight outfits dashed onto the stage and performed an energetic dance routine, sending the male devils in the audience into an excited frenzy. Soon, the break ended, and the dancing girls left the stage and the host returned to the forefront. "Now, let's begin the second round of the Rook battle. Both sides Rooks, please stand at the forefront of the floating platforms. We will commence teleportation shortly." Following the host's instructions, Swollen emerged from the background. "Don't lose, Swollen, Isabella." Tenraku gently touched the foreheads of the two women as he spoke. "Yes, Tenraku-sama." With solemn expressions on their faces, the two women responded before stepping into the transmission formation. The battlefield of the second round was a desolate wasteland, with irregular pits covering the ground. There were no other visible elements in sight. The opponents for Swollen and Isabella were Sephiroth's Rooks. One was a tall and thin male, while the other was a giant standing over 3 meters tall. The giant's body was incredibly robust, his thick arms were almost as wide as Swollen's waist. "We are His Highness Tenraku's Rooks. Swollen, Isabella." Evaluating their opponents, Swollen and Isabella introduced themselves. Ladora Bun, Gondoma Balam. The thin male seemed the silent type, while the towering giant rumbled, both briefly introducing themselves. "Isabella, I'll handle the giant one, the other is yours." Assessing their abilities, Swollen whispered to Isabella. Although both were Tenraku's Rooks, Swollen had a slight edge in strength over Isabella, so she voluntarily took on the more challenging opponent, the formidable-looking giant. Nodding slightly, Isabella understood. This was how they had always coordinated their strategies. "Both sides, please prepare yourselves. Now, I declare the match begins." The host's voice echoed in the air, but the opponents didn't immediately engage in combat. The nature of knights emphasized speed, a swift attack could seize the initiative. Rooks, however, relied on high offense and defense, whoever moved recklessly first would expose a vulnerability. Seeing that Swollen and Isabella didn't react, Sephiroth's Rooks took the initiative. The thin male emitted a low roar, and his entire body rapidly expanded. His tail elongated like a steel whip, enormous black wings unfurled behind his back, sharp fangs appeared in his mouth, and his fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. Astonishingly, before the astonished onlookers, the slim male had transformed into a giant dragon. Sephiroth-sama's Rook, Ladora, has turned into a giant dragon. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? To satisfy the curiosity of many viewers, the host outside the separate dimension expressed immense shock. Ladora is the last descendant of the extinct 72 Pillars House of Bun. The original House of Bun was a clan with the power over dragons, and they themselves could transform into dragon-like beings. However, even among the pure-blooded members of the Bun family, only a very small fraction can harness this power. Ladora awakened his ability not long ago. The voice of Diabolos GP Belial resonated in the area, as he sat in the VIP seat, smiling while explaining to everyone. In preparation for the battle against Tenraku, Sephiroth had sought guidance from Belial for himself and his peerage. It was under his guidance that Ladora had awakened the unique ability of the Bun clan. Ignoring the astonished admiration of the audience outside, within the separate dimension. Roar! Issuing a thunderous dragon hum, the giant dragon form of Ladora spread his wings and soared into the sky. He then condensed a massive fireball and shot it towards Swollen and Isabella. Scatter! Startled, Swollen and Isabella quickly leaped aside. With a resounding boom, the ground where they had stood moments ago was blasted into a charred crater by the fireball. Meanwhile, the giant named Gondoma also sprang into action. His massive body pounded toward the two women, causing the ground to tremble with each thumping step, resembling a small mountain in motion. Isabella, change of plans. I'll deal with the giant dragon, and you handle the giant. Swollen spoke with a solemn expression on her face. However, this time Isabella shook her head. Swollen, let's stick to the original plan. I'll take care of the giant dragon. Isabella, this is not the time for recklessness. Then let me be reckless just this once. Though anxious, Swollen found Isabella unusually firm in her stance. Until now, you've always taken on the most formidable enemies. To be honest, I'm also unwilling to just stand by. I also want to become a bit more useful, to possess the power worthy of being Tenraku-sama's strength. So, please, Swollen, let me be reckless this time. If you're concerned, defeat your opponent quickly and then come to assist me. Clenching her fist tightly, Isabella stared directly at Swollen as she spoke. Though Isabella's approach seemed headstrong, and even though Swollen had many counter-arguments on her mind, upon seeing Isabella's determined gaze, she suddenly understood. What was she getting upset about? Isabella's desire to become stronger mirrored her own. I understand, Isabella. You go deal with the giant dragon, and I'll handle the giant. Don't lose until I arrive. Facing Isabella, Swollen spoke earnestly. We are Tenraku-sama's peerage. We definitely won't lose. With a smile beneath her masked visage, Isabella's cheek revealed a knowing expression. Without further ado, she stepped forward and shot like a cannon toward the airborne giant dragon. During their conversation, the ground trembled, and giant Gondoma had already closed in. Taking a deep breath, Swollen's eyes glinted with determination. She had to swiftly defeat her opponent right in front of her. Leaping into action, Gondoma's massive form nearly eclipsed Swollen's view. Simultaneously, he swung a fist the size of a sandbag towards her. Advancing with a confident stance, Swollen positioned herself to confront the attack. Then, with a forceful shout, she launched her own punch. When it came to physical stature, Swollen's slender frame appeared as small as a child in front of the giant Gondoma. Their disproportionately sized fists clashed in midair. Boom! The intense shockwave sounded, and the ground beneath them collapsed. Gondoma took a few steps back and his thumping steps created a rhythmic retreat. Meanwhile, Swollen left dozens of meters of scraped marks on the ground before finally halting. Her arms trembled slightly, and Swollen couldn't help but be amazed by the immense strength of the giant before her. However, she wasn't afraid. She planted her feet and launched herself like a bullet toward the giant. While power and size were Gondoma's advantages, agility was Swollen's forte. Gondoma swung a massive fist to block her, but Swollen suddenly changed her trajectory. She braced herself on one hand and kicked Gondoma's abdomen with her other foot. Also being a rogue, Swollen's strength was overwhelmingly impressive. The force of her attack even generated a strong shockwave that reverberated through Gondoma's body, causing a burst of compressed air to shoot out from behind him. Had an ordinary person taken such an attack, their internal organs would have turned into mush. However, Gondoma only wrinkled his brow slightly, showing no signs of injury. Before he could retaliate, Swollen executed a series of backward flips, rapidly distancing herself from Gondoma. Given Gondoma's massive size, terrifying strength, and seemingly invincible defense, Swollen couldn't help but wear a grim expression. This monstrosity? Boom, boom. In the sky, enormous fireballs streaked across the heavens, detonating upon impact with the distant ground. Roar! Seizing a moment of opportunity, Isabella charged forward and landed a punch on the giant dragon form of Ladora. As a member of the dragon race, Ladora's giant dragon form inherited unparalleled physical resilience. Isabella felt like her fist was hitting steel, the impact sending a searing pain through her hand. In response, Ladora's giant dragon form swatted Isabella with a slap, causing her to crash onto the ground with a pained cry. However, despite the bloody streak across her cheek and her battered appearance, Isabella didn't give in. Instead, she immediately sprung back into action, facing the giant dragon again. Meanwhile, in the outer dimension, what an exhilarating and intense battle. Governor General Azazel, what are your thoughts on this match? Both of Sarayorg's rooks are remarkable, whether in terms of strength or physique. They hold an absolute advantage. Indeed, Ladora and Gondoma are quite formidable. It's unfortunate for Rensuk and Isabella to face such formidable opponents. Teehee, a battle between beauties and beasts, what an interesting plot. Many spectators are getting excited and rowdy. Cough, cough, Governor General Azazel, remember that Ladora and Gondoma are devils, not beasts. Moreover, this is a formal match. Let's avoid discussing topics that might corrupt young minds. Well, it's just a playful remark. Although the situation doesn't look good for those two young ladies, I have a feeling they won't give up easily. Does Governor General Azazel believe that Swollen and Isabella have a chance of winning? We'll never know the outcome until the very end. That's one of the intriguing aspects of a rating game. Moreover, they are peerage members of Kamiya Tenraku, that lad known as the miracle of the Phenex family, always accomplishing things that seem impossible to others. As his peerage, I think these two girls might possess the potential to trigger similar miracles. Oh, that's quite a high praise. Let's wait and see then. In the inner dimension, Swollen and Isabella couldn't hear Azazel's hopeful expectations. Focused on dealing with their opponents, they were exerting all their efforts. As rooks, their attributes emphasized high attack and defense, but their enemies utterly overwhelmed them, regardless of attack or defense. Floating in the air, Isabella panted heavily, her body bearing the evidence of being pummeled by the giant dragon countless times. She looked disheveled, a trail of blood streaking down her forehead and cheek. Her fist clenched tightly. Despite her deep frustration, Isabella knew she was no match for the current opponent based solely on her own strength. After giving her all, was this really as far as she could go? While she felt a sense of despondency, Isabella's determination remained strong. She swiftly readjusted her mindset. The battle wasn't over, and she would never give up. Although her strength alone couldn't match her current opponent, she had the power bestowed upon her by Tenraku-sama. Surging with magic power, Isabella charged once more toward the behemoth. Simultaneously, she activated the ability granted by Tenraku-sama's sacred gear. Prank of the Giant Variant Detonation? Prank of the Giant Variant Detonation allowed the user to trigger explosions during attacks, multiplying the attack's power several times over. With a resounding boom, the giant dragon's mouth emitted a pained roar. Isabella's attack had dealt a considerable blow. Her eyes gleamed with determination, and Isabella's spirit was revitalized. With the power bestowed upon her by Tenraku-sama, perhaps victory was possible. Outside the inner dimension, the audience erupted in cheers. In the VIP section, Azazel's lips curved upward. Watch, the counterattack has begun. Boom, boom, boom. On the ground, the battle between Swollen and Gondoma raged on. Like an ancient ferocious beast, Gondoma relentlessly pursued Swollen. His massive fists created enormous craters in the earth with each blow. Swollen, in an uncommon move, refrained from engaging in a direct power struggle. Instead, she relied on her bodice flexibility and agility, continuously evading her opponent's attacks. But evading alone wouldn't secure victory. While wearing down her opponent over time was a viable strategy, she couldn't afford to wait much longer. Isabella's situation couldn't be delayed. Swollen noticed that Isabella had already utilized the sacred gear bestowed upon her by Tenraku-sama. Even so, Isabella could only manage to hold her ground against her opponent. Given enough time, she would likely find herself in a perilous situation again. And before that, Isabella must defeat her current opponent and provide support. Swollen took a deep breath, determination gleaming in her eyes. Her fists clenched tightly as she assumed a combat stance. "Aren't you avoiding anymore?" Gondoma inquired with a buzzing voice, observing Swollen's demeanor. "No, I won't evade anymore." "Come at me," Swollen replied coldly. Hey, that's the spirit," Gondoma chuckled, revealing his massive white teeth. Although he didn't mind her evasive tactics, Gondoma preferred direct, head-on battles. He lacked any sort of chivalrous restraint, charging towards Swollen like a human tank, his thumping steps echoing. Amid the astonishment of countless spectators, Swollen and Gondoma engaged in a meteor punch-off. Boom, 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 the earth continued to fracture. Confronting the giant's assaults, Swollen faced each blow head-on. It was difficult to imagine the immense power concealed within her seemingly delicate fists, allowing her to withstand such an enormous creature's attacks. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Her teeth clenched, her face contorted in a wild expression. With each collision, Swollen mentally counted both of them possessed immense power. Each punch could reduce a car to scrap metal or pulverize a boulder. Before long, Swollen had exchanged 100 blows with Gondoma. Finally unable to hold on any longer, Swollen let out a pained cry as she was sent flying and crashed harshly onto the ground. "Fighting you has been entertaining, but you're still not my match," Gondoma said, his buzzing voice trailing off as he ceased his attack. "Haha, I wouldn't be so certain about that, big guy." Struggling to get up, Swollen's hands trembled uncontrollably. Despite this, a victorious smile spread across her face. Brows furrowing, Gondoma clearly wasn't much of a thinker. He couldn't understand her logic, but he didn't bother trying either. If the opponent wasn't giving up, he'd continue the battle. However, just as he took a step forward, Gondoma suddenly collapsed to the ground. His body sank as if the earth couldn't bear his weight. "My body's so heavy." Attempting to rise, he fell once again with a pained expression on his face. "You've fallen victim to my 100 times gravity fist. Your body is now enduring 100 times its usual weight." Approaching Gondoma, Swollen explained. "Gravity sacred gear." Speaking was becoming increasingly difficult and traces of blood started to seep from Gondoma's eyes and nose. "Yes, this is the sacred gear that Tenraku-sama bestowed upon me, infinite gravity. It's somewhat similar to your comrade's sacred gear, though without as many restrictions. Give up the struggle. You've lost." The sacred gear given to Swollen by Tenraku granted her the ability to manipulate gravity around her freely. However, she had only recently obtained it and hadn't had much time to develop its potential. At best, she could increase the gravity in her vicinity several times over. While it was somewhat effective against ordinary foes, against powerful opponents with immense physical strength, the effect was almost negligible, as was the case now. Considering this, Swollen contemplated whether she could concentrate all her gravity manipulation in one area, thus maximizing the potential of her sacred gear's ability. This resulted in her developing the move known as the 100 times gravity fist. Through a series of consecutive strikes, each hit doubled the opponent's gravity. By landing 100 punches, Swollen could increase the opponent's gravity by 100 times. However, the technique wasn't refined yet. To make it effective, she needed to maintain a continuous series of hits and collisions. Interrupting the sequence would cause the accumulated gravity to dissipate, rendering her efforts fruitless. Although it wasn't a forbidden move, it was undoubtedly a potent technique. Swollen was confident that given enough time, she could iron out the flaws. Moreover, she could potentially develop a 1,000 times gravity fist or even a 10,000 times gravity fist in the future. I can still fight. Blood trickling from his mouth and nose, Gondoma struggled to stand, only to collapse again and again. Ordinary people could withstand 4 or 5 times the Earth's gravity, but even for a powerful devil like Gondoma, 100 times the gravity was an overwhelming burden. He could lift objects weighing over 100 times his own mass, but he couldn't endure the weight equivalent to 100 times his own. Gravity acted on every cell in the body. Under such intense pressure, fragile blood vessels and cells ruptured and tore. After several attempts, Gondoma couldn't rise again, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness on the ground. Another dramatic turnaround? His Grace Sarayorg's Rook withdraws? The host's excited voice echoed in the air as Gondoma was transported out of the dimension in a burst of light. With fists clenched, Swollen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the power Tenraku-sama had granted her. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, Isabella and Ladora, in his transformed giant dragon state, continued their fierce battle. Repeatedly struck down by the giant dragon, Isabella kept getting back up, charging forward time and again. Her body was covered in blood, wounds crisscrossing her form, but her face remained crazed, showing no signs of retreat. It was akin to witnessing a form of cruelty. Many averted their gaze, unable to bear watching any longer. However, more people were inspired by Isabella's faith and determination, shouting her name and cheering her on with a resounding show of support. Boom, long. Finally seizing an opportunity, Isabella's fist struck the giant dragon, and her Sacred Gears ability, Prank of the Giant variant detonation, erupted in a burst of power. Even the formidable body of the giant dragon was torn apart, flesh and blood splattering. Amidst agonized roars and fierce glares, the giant dragon swiftly turned around. Its tail, resembling a whip made of steel, lashed out mercilessly at Isabella. A massive gash tore across her body, blood spraying as Isabella vomited in pain. Once more, she crashed onto the ground. The endurance and defense of a rook proved invaluable, allowing Isabella to endure. However, her body felt like it was being torn apart. Without the driving force of her fierce desire to win, she might have already lost consciousness from the pain. And the situation remained dire. The giant dragon formed another fireball, unleashing it toward Isabella. Ugh! Attempting to evade while rising, Isabella stumbled and fell back to the ground. With her body already battered, she wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Am I really not enough? A bitter smile tugged at the corner of her masked face. Despair settled in as she awaited her inevitable defeat and elimination. However, it was at this moment. Isabella? Swollen's voice rang out from a distance. She sprinted over, grabbing Isabella and rolling away with her. Boom, long. A deafening explosion rocked the sky as flames soared. The two narrowly avoided the fireball's assault. Cough, cough, cough. Isabella, are you all right? Coughing a few times, Swollen hurriedly helped the bloodied Isabella to her feet. I'm fine, Swollen. Sorry for making you help me every time. Although she had been saved, Isabella's expression was filled with shame. Despite her newfound understanding, she had still been too weak. Don't say silly things. We're companions, aren't we? Observing Isabella, Swollen scolded her with a hint of irritation. Isabella shivered, falling silent. Yes, they were both Tenraku-sama's peerage, bound by life and death as sisters and comrades. What was she still acting coy for? I'm sorry, Swollen, for worrying you. Even though I'm a useless companion, please continue to help me in the future. Letting out a sigh, Isabella solemnly spoke. Of course. Seeing Isabella finally coming to terms with things, a smile appeared on Swollen's face. Who you? As the two spoke, Ladora, in her transformed giant dragon form, descended from the sky. His enormous body caused the ground to shake incessantly upon impact. Swollen, this one's formidable. Be cautious. I know. Huddled close together, Isabella and Swollen kept a vigilant eye on the approaching giant dragon. Though it paled in comparison to the dual heavenly dragons that their lord Tenraku possessed, a dragon was still a dragon. The pressure emanating from the creature remained incredibly intense for the two young women. Moreover, at this moment, the giant dragon exuded a palpable malevolence, its body covered in various scorched punch marks and ruptured bloodstains. One didn't need to ask to imagine how brutal Isabella's previous battle had been. To fight against such a powerful opponent to this extent, Isabella, you're definitely not weak at all. Isabella, can you still fight? I can go on for as long as it takes. Hold him off for a moment, then I'll use the 100 times gravity fist on him. Got it? With the battle strategy decided, the two women immediately sprang into action. Isabella took the lead, charging forward with a step. Shouting out, Isabella unleashed a punch, only for it to be blocked by the giant dragon's front claw. Without any sign of disappointment, Isabella smirked instead. Sidestepping, she firmly clung to the giant dragon's wrist. Lie down for me? Feeling bloodthirsty and cold-hearted, Isabella disregarded everything as she channeled the magic power within her, then, amidst the crowd's gasps, used a technique that seemed akin to a shoulder throw, slamming the massive body of the giant dragon onto the ground. It's time, Swollen. Suppressing the giant dragon relentlessly, Isabella shouted. Isabella had created an opportunity at great risk to herself, and Swollen naturally wouldn't let it slip. Almost the instant the giant dragon toppled, Swollen sprang into action. 100 times gravity fist? Appearing in a flash, Swollen's fist rained down on the giant dragon's body like torrential rain. Who you? In agony, the giant dragon condensed a fireball, intending to attack Swollen, but Isabella, at its side, would not let it succeed. Your opponent is me? Jumping up, Isabella delivered a fierce punch to the giant dragon's head. Simultaneously, the half-formed fireball detonated in the creature's mouth. Boom, long, a blaze sword, and the giant dragon unleashed another agonizing roar. Isabella, caught in the scorching heat, was flung away by the fiery wave. It's over? Thanks to Isabella buying time, Swollen managed to land 100 punches on the giant dragon. As Isabella leaped back, the crushing force of 100 times gravity erupted upon the giant dragon almost instantaneously. Who you? In a painful wail, the overwhelming gravity caused the ground beneath the giant dragon to collapse continuously. The creature struggled to get up but repeatedly fell back down. Amidst a cacophony of crunching bones, the giant dragon's body shrank, slowly reverting to the form of the tall and thin man it once was, right before everyone's eyes. Like Gondoma before, the tall and thin man's nose and mouth were oozing blood. After a few feeble struggles, he fainted. Rook Sephiroth's subordinate is leaving the stage. This round of the competition is won by Team Kamiya Tenraku once again. As the host's announcement rang out, Swollen and Isabella, supporting each other, revealed exhilaration. Isabella, we've won? We've won? Though their opponent had been formidable, they had ultimately emerged victorious. Brilliant light shone as all the peerage members were teleported from the alternate dimension. Lord Tenraku and the other female members of the team, Ubelina and her companions, rushed to catch Isabella, who they had been anxiously waiting for. Swollen was relatively fine, her magic power consumption could be restored with some rest. However, Isabella's condition was dire. The fact that she managed to hold on until the end was almost miraculous. Isabella, you did well. Unconcerned by the dirt and bloodstains on the girl's face, Lord Tenraku embraced her, swiftly tending to her injuries as he whispered into her ear. Among Lord Tenraku's peerage, Isabella's talents weren't particularly outstanding, but she was undeniably hard-working, a fact that Lord Tenraku had always known. Lord Tenraku. A relieved smile appeared on Isabella's blood-streaked cheeks, then her body went limp, and she fainted. With this, Team Tenraku had secured 2 consecutive victories. The value of each rook was 5 points, added to the score earned in the previous night battle. The scoreboard above Team Tenraku displayed the number 13, while Team Sephiroth remained at 0. Sephiroth must be quite anxious by now. Having entrusted Isabella's care to Ubelina and her group, Lord Tenraku's lips curved into a slight smile. The situation had become extremely unfavorable for Team Sephiroth. As Tenraku had anticipated, Sephiroth was currently deeply troubled. Indeed, Kamiya Tenraku, worthy of being the man I acknowledge. Even your peerage is so formidable. This is quite a crisis. Glancing at the large 0 above his head, Sephiroth couldn't help but rub his forehead. If they were to lose the next queen battle, it was likely he wouldn't even have the chance to take the stage. That would truly be a massive mishap. Libin Krosel and Beluga Furkaz looked embarrassed. Gondoma Balam and Ladora Bun, who had been treated and regained consciousness, wore expressions of shame. 4 grown men had lost to 4 women on the opposing side. They felt rather embarrassed. Kusha, we can't afford to lose the next battle. Sephiroth didn't blame his peerage members. Instead, he addressed the woman standing beside him in a serious tone. Elegant in demeanor, exuding beauty, her golden hair cascading in a long ponytail, this woman was Kusha Abadan, Sephiroth's queen. Don't worry, Sephiroth. Have I ever let you down before? I'll bring victory back to you. Brushing her long hair behind her ear, Kusha wore a confident smile on her face as she spoke. The opposing queen, known as Bomb Queen, is a formidable opponent. The 2 bishops were not to be underestimated either. But considering Kusha's abilities, Sephiroth felt reassured. In the next battle, they should not lose again. On a floating island, in a remote corner. No, it can't be. How could Rainare, a mere Rainare, become this powerful? It's impossible. Lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, Chesi's face was filled with incredulity. She had actually lost. She had lost to the likes of Rainare. What's wrong? Can't accept reality, my dear Chesha? Looking down from a higher position, Rainare wore a sinister and cruel smile on her face as she spoke. I don't believe it. Chesha couldn't accept the fact that she had lost to Rainare. She conjured a lance of light, preparing to thrust it toward Rainare with a mad look in her eyes. But, Rainare's foot stumped onto Chesi's abdomen, and Chesha let out a wretched scream. What a wonderful sound. Louder, Chesha, scream louder, hhhhh. Her foot ground forcefully into Chesi's stomach, and as she watched Chesi's pained expression and listened to her agonizing screams, Rainare felt a perverse sense of pleasure. Her own soul trembled with delight, and her crazed, distorted laughter echoed around her. Was this really the Chesha she had once feared? She was so weak now, so weak that she was like a dog, allowing herself to be bullied. Rainare-sama. Voices from Middlet and Kala Warner echoed as the 2 girls descended from the sky, tossing the barely conscious fallen angel girls to the ground. Seeing her subordinates, and herself still being tormented by Rainare, Chesi's face turned pale. They couldn't even defeat Middlet and Kala Warner. What a bunch of worthless subordinates. Worthless? However, before Cheshire could continue berating her useless subordinates in her mind, intense pain once again surged from her abdomen and Cheshire let out another agonized scream. After what felt like a long time, when Raineray had finally had her fill of tormenting Cheshire, the latter was left barely conscious. Her throat had grown hoarse from screaming. Cheshire couldn't understand. She couldn't comprehend why Raineray, who had once fawned over her, had become so powerful. But none of that mattered now. All she felt for Raineray was deep fear. Ignoring the other underlings, Raineray lifted Cheshire from the ground. Tell me, Cheshire, how should I deal with you? Licking her lips, Raineray pressed her blood-stained face against Chesias, wearing a bloodthirsty smile. And no, don't kill me, Raineray. I'll never oppose you again. Please, don't kill me. Trembling with fear, Cheshire pleaded desperately. She wasn't done living yet. She didn't want to die. Don't worry. I won't kill any of you. You all still have value. Caressing Chesias' cheek, Raineray smiled slyly as she spoke. Thank you, Raineray. Thank you. Chesias' face twisted into a smile that looked worse than crying. Inside, she roared with madness. Damn you, Raineray. Just wait. Just wait. But you should indeed thank me, as I plan to offer all of you to our master. Feel honored, Cheshire. From now on, you will all become tools and bitches for our master, just like me. With cold and heartless words, Raineray's twisted smile reappeared on her face. Hearing this, Cheshire was initially stunned, then she struggled desperately. No, I won't. She didn't want to become a tool. She didn't want to be anyone's bitch. Damn you, Raineray. If you choose to be a degenerate, that's your choice, but don't drag me down with you. Though Cheshire struggled and resisted, as the defeated party, she had no right to choose. Raineray let out a cold snort and punched Cheshire in the abdomen. Cheshire screamed, her eyes bulging, before fainting. Don't let anyone find out. Take them all back to the human world. Throwing Cheshire to the ground, Raineray said indifferently. Yes, Raineray-sama. Middled and Kala Warner's bodies trembled as they quickly responded. Faced with the increasingly dark and twisted Raineray, they were filled with deep fear. Activating a swirling vortex of light, Middled and Kala Warner took Cheshire and the other barely conscious fallen angels back to the human world. Raineray lazily stretched and then headed toward the venue of the competition. After all, she had played with Cheshire and the others for so long, she didn't even know how Tenraku-sama's match was going. She should go take a look. The rest period is over. Both sides queens and bishops, please prepare yourselves. We will begin the next match shortly. The devil girls who had performed their dance routines left the stage, and the host's voice once again resounded in the air. This opponent is not simple. Do your best and don't be reckless. Yubelina, Tosca, and Mai walked onto the stage, while Tenraku instructed the three women. Sarayorg's queen was a descendant of that extra story, the devil house of Abaddon. She was said to possess a unique ability similar to a sacred gear named Hole and had shown remarkable performance in previous matches. She is practically undefeated. Although Yubelina, Tosca, and Mai were exceptional members of Tenraku-sama's peerage, facing such a formidable ability, they might not have a good strategy. Therefore, it was no surprise that even if the three of them lost the upcoming match, it wouldn't be unexpected for Tenraku. Yes, Tenraku-sama. They saluted Tenraku-sama and replied, determination gleaming in their eyes. While Tenraku-sama advised them to do their best, they were determined to give it their all. It was not just for Tenraku-sama's victory, but also for their own pride. Following the host's instructions, the queens and bishops from both sides stepped forward onto the platform and were simultaneously transported into a different dimension as a brilliant light shone. Amidst the cheers of countless spectators, finally, the third round of the Queen's battle began. Unlike the previous two battlefields, the arena for the third match was a group of towers constructed from countless massive stones. As rays of light shimmered, Yubelina and her companions appeared at the top of one tower. On the opposite tower, not far away, stood Sarayorg's two bishops and queen. I've heard of you, Bomb Queen. I am Kuisha Abaddon, the Queen of Sarayorg, your opponent for this match. Elegantly poised, Kuisha smiled as she stood at the forefront. Then, the two bishops beside her introduced themselves. We are Sarayorg-sama's bishops. Coriana. Mistita Sabnok. The bishop known as Coriana was a mature woman with beautiful, golden, curly hair. Mistita Sabnok, the other bishop, held a wand, and despite appearing petite, was actually quite the handsome young man, both in name and voice. I am Yubelina, Queen of Tenraku-sama. These are his bishops, Mai and Tosca. Please take care of us in the upcoming match. Stepping forward, Yubelina gracefully introduced her companions, while Mai and Tosca nodded politely. Although the next battle would be a ruthless fight, the intelligent young women knew better than to behave rudely at this moment and tarnish Tenraku-sama's reputation. Prepare yourselves, competitors. Now, I announce that the match has begun. As the host's voice echoed, Yubelina and Kuisha both emanated powerful magic power. The peaceful atmosphere from a moment ago was replaced by a fierce determination. Mai, Tosca, support me from behind. Yes? After giving the command to Mai and Tosca, Yubelina ascended into the air. On the opposite side, the queen of the opposing team also gave the same order to her companions before taking flight. Simultaneously, the two sides cast massive magic arrays in the air, and the battle between the queens began. Boom, boom, boom. Yubelina released gigantic fireball attacks, while Kuisha conjured sturdy ice shields to defend against them. Yubelina summoned raging torrents of water, only for Kusha to summon violent hurricanes to disperse them. Yubelina sent forth hundreds of lightning bolts, and Kusha erected earthen walls to protect herself and her companions. If the knight's duel was characterized by elegant sword techniques and the rook's duel emphasized strength and aesthetics, then this battle between the queens was a feast of magic. Flashes of lightning, bursts of flames, torrents of water, countless diverse magical spells were cast by Yubelina and Kusha. Supported by their respective bishops, the two women unleashed all they had in a fierce battle. Boom! Crash! The towers around them collapsed and crumbled as Yubelina and Kusha continued to unleash hundreds of spells in just a matter of minutes. The intense and spectacular battle captivated the spectators outside the different dimension, prompting them to cheer incessantly. Boom! Boom! Yet another collision of magic appeared, and then Yubelina and Kusha tacitly ceased their attacks. Both women panted as they returned to their respective towers. Now aware of each other's strength, their mastery of magic was on par. Continuing like this, it seemed unlikely they could determine a victor even after 3 days and 3 nights. Yubelina, are you alright? Quickly healing Yubelina's injuries and replenishing her magic power, Mai and Tosca both expressed their concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yubelina signaled to them that she was alright, but her expression was serious. The fact that the opponent could compete evenly with her without even using their whole ability meant that they were facing a challenging situation.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.